Andrei, waiting his turn among the many important and unimportant persons in Count Arakcheyev's reception room. During his years of service, mostly as an adjutant, Prince Andrei had seen the waiting rooms of many important people, and he was familiar with their distinctive characteristics. Count Arakcheyev's reception room had its own special flavour. The faces of the unimportant people queuing for an audience with Count Arakcheyev betrayed nothing but obsequious humiliation, whereas the higher-ranking faces wore an expression of all-round embarrassment, hiding behind a mask of unconcern and flippancy towards themselves, their situation, and the person they were waiting to see. Some of them paced up and down deep in thought, others whispered and giggled, and Prince Andrei caught the nickname Mr. Savage, and the words, "He's the boss, and he can dish it out," applied to Count Arakcheyev. One general, a person of some significance, obviously offended at having to wait so long, sat with his legs crossed, smiling to himself with great disdain. But each time the door opened, every face betrayed a single feeling: terror. Prince Andrei asked the duty officer to mention his name again, but he was met with an amused look and told to wait his turn. After several persons had been ushered in and out of the minister's room by an adjutant, an officer with a particularly abject and panic-stricken face was admitted through the dreaded portal. His audience went on and on. Suddenly through the door came the roar of a thunderous voice, and the officer emerged white-faced and lips trembling, and walked off through the waiting room with his head in his hands. It was then that Prince Andrei was ushered to the door, and the adjutant whispered to him, "Go to your right, over to the window." Prince Andrei walked into a rather ordinary, tidy study, and saw a man of about 40 standing by a table, long in the body, with a long, thin head and closely cropped hair. He was deeply wrinkled, his brows arched with a scowl over dull, greenish-hazel eyes, and a beaky red nose. Arakcheyev turned his head towards Prince Andrei without looking at him. "What's your petition?" asked Arakcheyev. "I'm not petitioning, sir." Prince Andrei spoke the words calmly. Arakcheyev's eyes turned to look at him. "Sit down," said Arakcheyev. "Prince Bolkonsky." "I'm not petitioning, but His Majesty the Tsar has been kind enough to send Your Excellency a memorandum submitted by me—" "If you would kindly look here, my dear sir. I have read your note," Arakcheyev interrupted, looking away again, any politeness not extending beyond his first words, his tone rising with impatience and contempt. "You are proposing new army regulations? There are plenty of regulations already. The old ones get ignored. Nowadays everybody's drawing up new regulations. Writing's easier than doing something." "I come at His Majesty's will to learn from Your Excellency how you propose to deal with my memorandum," said Prince Andrei courteously. "I have come to a decision about your memorandum, and I have forwarded it to the committee. I do not approve it," said Arakcheyev, getting to his feet and picking up a document from the desk. "Here you are." He handed it to Prince Andrei. Scrawled across the note was the following comment, badly spelt and with no punctuation or capital letters. "Unconvincing, seeing it's copied from French army regulations and needlessly departs from our articles of war." "Which committee has the note been referred to?" asked Prince Andrei. "The Army Regulations Committee, and I have recommended Your Honour for membership, unpaid." Prince Andrei smiled. "I don't want any pay." "Unpaid membership," repeated Arakcheyev. "I bid you good day." And he bawled out, "Next!" as he bowed Prince Andrei out. Chapter 5. While awaiting official confirmation of his committee membership, Prince Andrei looked up some old acquaintances, especially people he knew to be in power and therefore of possible use. Here in Petersburg he kept feeling as he had done before on the eve of a battle, when he was tormented by a restless curiosity and irresistibly attracted to higher spheres where the future was taking shape, a future that would determine the destiny of millions. Taking stock of everything, the angry irritability of the old guard, the caution of those who were in the know, and the curiosity of those who were not, the fact that everyone was always in a hurry and anxious, the burgeoning of committees and commissions, not a day passed without him learning of a new one, he began to sense that now, in the year 1809, here in Petersburg, a momentous non-military campaign was beginning to build up, the commander-in-chief being a mysterious character he did not know, but someone he took to be a man of genius, Speransky. And the whole reform movement, for all its vagueness, together with Speransky himself, the power behind it, captured his interest so keenly that his ideas on army regulations very soon began to take second place in his thinking. Prince Andrei happened to be in a very favourable position for gaining a successful entree into the broadest and highest circles of Petersburg society of the day. The reformist group welcomed him warmly and made every effort to attract him, firstly because he was considered clever and very well read, and secondly because he had already gained a reputation as a liberal by the freeing of his serfs. The miserable old guard welcomed him simply as his father's son and expected him to sympathize with their condemnation of the reforms. The world of women that constituted society gave him a generous reception because he was a wealthy man of high rank and therefore a good match, as well as being a virtual newcomer in their midst, surrounded by a romantic aura deriving from his brush with death and the tragic loss of his young wife. It was also the general opinion of all who knew him from days gone by that over the last 5 years he had changed a good deal for the better, softening his character and coming to full maturity. He was said to have lost his old affectation, pride and caustic cynicism, and to have gained the serenity that comes with years. He was talked about, a focus of interest, someone that people wanted to see. The day after his interview with Count Arakcheyev, Prince Andrei happened to be at an evening reception at Count Koshuby's. He told him about his meeting with Mr. Savage. This was how Koshuby referred to Arakcheyev, with the kind of sardonic amusement that Prince Andrei had observed in the War Minister's waiting room. "My dear fellow, even in this matter you can't do without Mikhail Mikhailovich. He gets things done. I'll speak to him. He said he was coming this evening." "But what does Speransky have to do with army regulations?" asked Prince Andrei. Koshuby shook his head with a smile, as if marvelling at Bolkonsky's naivety. "He and I were talking about you the other day," Koshuby continued, "about your free tillers of the soil." "Oh, so you're the one, Prince, who freed the serfs," said an old gentleman, a leftover from Catherine's day, turning towards Bolkonsky with great disdain. "It was just a small estate and it wasn't profitable," answered Bolkonsky, anxious not to annoy the old gentleman unnecessarily, and therefore trying to minimize what he had done. "You're afraid of being late," said the old gentleman, looking at Koshuby. "There's one thing I don't understand," the old gentleman persisted. "Who's going to farm the land if they are set free? It's easy to pass laws, but management is hard work. Same thing now. I ask you, Count, who will the department heads be when everybody has to take examinations?" "Well, those who passed the examinations, I suppose," answered Koshuby, crossing his legs and looking around the room. "Look, what about Pryanishnikov? Working for me, splendid man, salt of the earth, but he's 60. Is he going to start taking examinations?" "Yes, that's a difficult question, considering that education is not very widespread, but—" Count Koshuby did not finish what he was saying. He got to his feet, took Prince Andrei by the arm and went over to meet a tall, fair-haired but balding man of about 40 who had just come in. He had a large, open forehead and an elongated face of quite exceptional whiteness. He wore a dark blue, swallowtail coat with a cross around his neck and a star on his left breast. It was Speransky, Prince Andrei knew who it was immediately, and he felt the kind of shock that comes upon people at critical moments in life. Whether it was respect, envy, or anticipation, he couldn't tell. Speransky's whole figure had a special character by which he could be immediately recognized. Nowhere in the society frequented by Prince Andrei had he seen such composure and self-assurance as in this man's clumsy and ungainly movements. Nowhere had he seen a glance that was so decisive and yet so gentle as in these half-closed, rather watery eyes. Never had he seen this kind of firmness in such a meaningless smile. Never had he heard a voice so delicate, smooth, and soft. But what struck him most of all was the tender whiteness of the face, and especially the rather broad hands, which were unusually puffy, soft, and white. This kind of facial whiteness and softness Prince Andrei had seen only in soldiers who had spent a long time in hospital. This was Speransky, Secretary of State, confidential adviser to the Tsar, who had been at his side in Erfurt, and seen and spoken to Napoleon on more than one occasion. Speransky's eyes did not flit from one face to another as eyes do instinctively on first coming into a large company, and he was in no hurry to speak. When he did, he spoke softly, certain that he would be listened to, and looked only at the person to whom he was speaking. Prince Andrei followed Speransky's every word and gesture with the closest attention. As people often do, particularly those who are highly critical of their fellow men, Prince Andrei, on meeting someone new, especially someone like Speransky, who he knew by reputation, always entertained the hope of discovering in him a perfect blend of human qualities. Speransky apologized to Kochubey for not being able to come earlier, but he had been detained at the palace. He did not say that the Tsar had kept him, and this affectation of modesty was not lost on Prince Andrei. When Kochubey introduced Prince Andrei by name, Speransky slowly transferred his eyes to Bolkonsky with the same smile on his face, and he gazed at him for a moment in silence. "I am so pleased to meet you. I've heard about you. Everyone has," he said. Kochubey said a few words about Arakcheyev's reception of Bolkonsky. Speransky's smile broadened. "The chairman of the Army Regulations Committee is a good friend of mine, Mr. Magnitsky," he said, carefully articulating every word and every syllable, "and if you wish, I can bring you together." He paused at the full stop. "I hope you may find him sympathetic and anxious to comply with anything reasonable." A small crowd had gathered around Speransky, and the old gentleman who had been speaking about his clerk, Pryanishnikov, asked Speransky a question. Without joining in the conversation, Prince Andrei followed Speransky's every movement. Here was a man, thought Bolkonsky, who had only recently been a theology student, a nonentity, yet he now held in his hands, those puffy white hands, the very destiny of Russia. Prince Andrei was struck by the extraordinary disdain and composure with which Speransky responded to the old gentleman. He seemed to condescend from heights beyond measure. When the old man started talking too loud, Speransky smiled and said he couldn't judge the rights and wrongs of what the Tsar saw fit to do. After chatting for a while in the general circle, Speransky got to his feet, went over to Prince Andrei and led him across the room. He obviously thought it best to take an interest in Bolkonsky. "I've had no time to talk to you, Prince, because of the fascinating conversation that excellent old gentleman dragged me into," he said, with a smile of gentle disdain, a smile that drew Prince Andrei and him together in recognizing the uselessness of the people he had just been talking to. This was flattering to Prince Andrei. "I have known of you for some time. Firstly, from what you did with your serfs, an early example of something that needs to be followed, and secondly, from your being one of those gentlemen of the chamber who did not consider themselves wronged by the new decree on court preferment that has been the cause of so much gossip and criticism." "You're quite right," said Prince Andrei. "My father didn't want me to take advantage of privilege. I began at the bottom. Your father, a man of the old regime, clearly stands higher than those contemporaries of ours who condemn this measure, even though it is simply the embodiment of natural justice. I imagine there is some basis, though, even for this kind of condemnation, said Prince Andrei, trying to resist Speransky's influence, which he was beginning to notice. He was reluctant to agree with him in all respects. He wanted to put up a fight. Prince Andrei, whose speech was usually so easy and fluent, had some difficulty in expressing himself as he talked to Speransky. He was preoccupied with observing the personality of such a famous man. A basis of personal ambition, perhaps. Speransky spoke softly as he put in his word. And to some extent for the state? Said Prince Andrei. How do you mean? Said Speransky softly, looking down. I am an admirer of Montesquieu, said Prince Andrei, and his idea of honour as the principle of monarchy seems to me unchallengeable. I can see certain rights and privileges of the nobility as the means of maintaining that sentiment. The smile vanished from Speransky's white face, much to the advantage of his features. Prince Andrei's idea had probably struck him as particularly interesting. If you look at the question from that angle, he began, speaking French with no little difficulty, and enunciating even more elaborately than he had done in Russian, but still maintaining perfect composure. He said that honour, l'honneur, cannot be supported by privileges that get in the way of good service, that honour, l'honneur, is either a negative concept, the avoidance of reprehensible actions, or a known source of competition for commendation and rewards which are its fullest expression. His arguments were concise, straightforward, and clear. The institution that best underpins that honour, the source of proper competition, is an institution akin to the great Emperor Napoleon's Legion of Honour, which does not impede but actually promotes good government service rather than class or court privilege. I don't dispute that, but there's no denying that court privilege did the same thing, said Prince Andrei. Every courtier considers himself bound to justify his position by worthy conduct. But you decided not to take advantage of it, Prince, said Speransky, his smile indicating that the argument was becoming embarrassing for his companion, and he wanted to end it in the nicest way possible. If you will do me the honour of calling in next Wednesday, I shall have seen Magnitsky by then, and I should have something to tell you that may be of interest, though it will also be a pleasure to continue our conversation. At this he closed his eyes, bowed, and left the drawing-room in the French manner, without saying goodbye, trying to slip away unnoticed. Chapter 6. In the first weeks of his stay in Petersburg, Prince Andrei sensed that the way of thinking he had worked out in his solitary life had been completely eclipsed by the petty concerns that now beset him in Petersburg. When he got home in the evening, he would jot down in his notebook 4 or 5 essential calls to be made, or appointments at fixed times. The mechanical management of his life, arranging his day so as to get everywhere on time, absorbed most of his vital energy. He did nothing, and thought nothing. He had no time to think. All he did was talk, and this he did successfully when dealing with ideas he had had time to think about before in the country. He was sometimes annoyed to find himself saying the same thing on the same day to different audiences, but he kept himself so busy for days on end that he had no time to reflect that he wasn't actually doing anything. Speransky followed up their first meeting at Koshubi's with another long, confiding talk with Prince Andrei on Wednesday at his own home, where he received Bolkonsky alone and made a great impression on him. Prince Andrei regarded the great bulk of humanity as contemptible and worthless creatures, and he was eager to find someone who embodied the ideal of perfection that he was striving for himself, so he was only too ready to believe that in Speransky he had found this ideal of a perfectly rational and virtuous man. Had Speransky come from the same background as Prince Andrei, with the same upbringing and moral code, Bolkonsky would soon have spotted his weak, human, unheroic sides, but he was so taken with this new logical way of thinking that his understanding of the man remained incomplete. Besides this, Speransky, either because he was impressed by Prince Andrei's abilities or because he thought it prudent to recruit him as a supporter, toyed with him, flaunting his own dispassionate application of reason and flattering him in honeyed tones bordering on the kind of arrogance that exists in a tacit assumption between two men that they are the only people capable of appreciating how stupid everybody else is and how wise and profound their own thoughts are. In the course of their long conversation on Wednesday evening, Speransky kept saying things like, "With us, anything that goes beyond the common run of established tradition is considered," or, with a smile, "but what we want is well-fed wolves with the sheep safe," or, "They can't get it into their heads," and always with a special inflection that said, "The pair of us, you and I, we understand what they are and who we are." This first long conversation with Speransky served only to reinforce the feeling about him that Prince Andrei had had when they first met. He saw in him a thinking man of ruthless reason and enormous intellect, who would use nothing but his own energy and doggedness to gain power, which he was now using solely for the good of Russia. In Prince Andrei's eyes, Speransky was just what he wanted to be, a man with a rational explanation for every aspect of human life, accepting reason as the only yardstick of validity and fully capable of applying this standard of reason to everything that came along. Everything came out so clear and straightforward in Speransky's exposition that Prince Andrei couldn't help agreeing with every word he said. If he raised objections and put up arguments, it was only to assert his own independence and avoid being swamped by Speransky's ideas. Everything was as it should be, except for two things that disconcerted Prince Andrei. There was Speransky's cold, mirror-like stare, which blocked everything out of his soul, and also those flabby white hands of his, which Prince Andrei was drawn to magnetically, as people are to the hands of men who hold power. For some reason, the mirror-like stare and the flabby hands irritated Prince Andrei. Another thing he disliked was Speransky's excessive contempt for other people, and then there was the changeability of his arguments when he was making a point. He would wield all possible weapons of thought, other than metaphor, and when he changed from one to another, it always seemed to Prince Andrei too much of a wrench. One moment he put himself forward as a practical man with no time for dreamy idealists. Then he would take a satirical stance with ironical jeers at his opponents, before turning to ruthless logic or even soaring away into the realm of metaphysics. This was one of his favourite weapons in any argument. He would carry the question to the loftiest heights of metaphysical speculation, with digressions aimed at the defining of space, time, and thought, and from here he would pluck a few arguments to crush his opponent, before swooping back down to terra firma with the original discussion. What did impress Prince Andrei as the great strength of Speransky's thinking was his totally unshakable faith in the power and authority of the reasoning mind. One thing was clear: Speransky would never even think of acknowledging the idea that we all have thoughts beyond our power to express them, though this concept came naturally to Prince Andrei. Speransky never had any nagging doubts that everything he thought and believed in might be rubbish, and it was this quality of Speransky's mind that attracted Prince Andrei most of all. In the first days of his acquaintance with Speransky, Prince Andrei regarded him with passionate admiration, not unlike the feelings he had once entertained for Napoleon. The fact that he was the son of a village priest, which was reason enough for foolish people to treat him with vulgar contempt, as many did, sneering at his humble origins, gave Prince Andrei a particular sensitivity in marshalling his own feelings towards Speransky, which were unconsciously strengthened in the process. On the first evening that Bolkonsky spent with him, they talked of the commission set up for the revision of the legal code, and Speransky told him sarcastically that the commission had now been sitting for 150 years, was costing millions, and had done nothing, except for Rosenkampf, who had stuck little labels on corresponding paragraphs of the different legal codes. "And that's all the state gets for its millions," he said. "We want the Senate to have new judicial powers, but we have no laws. That's why it's a sin for men like you, Prince, not to offer yourself for service." Prince Andrei observed that legal training was necessary for work like this, and he had none. "Nobody else has. So what would you have us do? This amounts to a circulus viciosus, and it must be broken." Within a week, Prince Andrei was on the Army Regulations Committee, and amazed to find himself also chairman of a subcommittee on the Commission for Revision of the Legal Code. At Speransky's request, he took the first part of the Civil Code under current review and used both the Napoleonic Code and the Institutes of Justinian to help revise the section on personal rights. Chapter 7. A couple of years before this, at the beginning of 1808, Pierre had returned to Petersburg from visiting his estates and had assumed, without seeking it, a prominent position among the Freemasons of the city. He organized dinners and funerals in the lodges, recruited new members, took an active part in bringing different lodges together, and in the acquisition of authentic charters. He paid for the building of temples and did what he could to top up the collection of alms, since most of the members were stingy and late with their payments. He stood virtually alone in maintaining the poorhouse built by their order in Petersburg. Meanwhile, his life went on as before, with the same kind of sudden passions and dissipation. He liked a good dinner and a lot to drink, and although he thought it was all immoral and degrading, he couldn't resist the temptations of the bachelor society in which he moved. Although Pierre was thoroughly absorbed in his work and his life of pleasure, by the time a year had gone by, he had begun to feel more and more as if the Masonic ground on which he stood was giving way under his feet, despite his best efforts to stand there ever more firmly. At the same time, he felt that the more the ground gave way beneath his feet, the more tightly he was trapped by it. When he had been working towards entry into the Brotherhood, he had felt like a man stepping confidently onto the flat surface of a bog. 1 foot down and in he went, so to convince himself he was still on firm ground, he had stepped out with the other foot, sunk further in, and got stuck in the mud. Now, despite himself, he was knee-deep in the bog and struggling. Osip Bezdayev was not in Petersburg. He had recently withdrawn from all the activities of the Petersburg Lodge and now stayed permanently in Moscow. All his brother members in the lodge were people Pierre knew in everyday life, and it was difficult for him to see them as Masonic brothers, rather than Prince A or Ivan Vasilievich B, most of them being, as he well knew from real-life encounters, weak and worthless personalities. For all their Masonic aprons and secret signs, he couldn't help seeing them in the uniforms and decorations they were working towards in ordinary life. Often, after collecting the alms and counting no more than 20 or 30 rubles, and most of it only promised, from a dozen members, half of them as well off as he was, he thought of the Masonic vow by which every brother undertook to give up all his worldly goods for his neighbour, and doubts stirred in his soul, though he tried not to dwell on them. He divided all the brothers he knew into 4 categories. First, brothers who took no active part in the affairs of the lodges, or humanity in general, but were obsessed with the secret mysteries of the order, questions about the threefold designation of God, or the 3 primordial elements, sulphur, mercury, and salt, or the significance of the square and all the figures on the Temple of Solomon. Pierre respected this category of masons, to which, by Pierre's reckoning, the elder brethren mainly belonged, including Osip Bezdayev, though he didn't share their interests. His heart was not in the mystical side of Freemasonry. In the second category, Pierre included himself and brothers like him, who were seeking and wavering. They had not yet discovered in Freemasonry a straight and clear path to follow, but still hoped to do so. In the third category, he included all the brothers, the majority of them, who saw nothing but external form and ceremonial in Freemasonry, and who valued the disciplined execution of that external form without bothering too much about its content or meaning. Wilarski, and even the Grand Master of the Lodge, were two such people. The fourth category was also rich in numbers, especially among the recent recruits to the Brotherhood. These were men who, as far as Pierre could tell, believed in nothing and wanted nothing, having entered the Brotherhood just to make contact with the numerous lodge members who were young and wealthy, high-ranking or well-connected, and therefore powerful men. Pierre began to feel dissatisfied with what he was doing. Freemasonry, at least in the form he knew here, sometimes seemed to rest on nothing but external show. He had no thoughts of doubting Freemasonry itself, but he suspected that Russian Freemasonry had taken a wrong turning and deviated from its source. So it was that at the end of the year he went abroad to devote himself to the higher mysteries of the order. It was in the summer of 1808 that Pierre returned to Petersburg. From an exchange of letters between our Freemasons and others abroad, it was known that Bezukhov had managed to gain the confidence of many people in high positions abroad, that many mysteries had been revealed to him. He had been raised to a higher grade and was bringing back with him much that was of great value to the cause of Freemasonry in Russia. The Petersburg Freemasons all drove round to see him, doing their best to ingratiate themselves, and all of them sensed that he was holding something back and getting something ready. They convened a solemn meeting of the Lodge of the second degree, at which Pierre promised to convey what he had brought for the Petersburg brothers from the highest leaders of the order abroad. All the places were taken. After the usual ceremonies, Pierre rose and launched into his speech. "Dear brothers," he began, blushing and stammering as he clutched his written address, "it is not enough to observe our mysteries in the seclusion of the lodge. We must act. We need to act. We are slumbering, and we need to act." Pierre took up a large notebook and began to read from it. "For the dissemination of pure truth and to ensure the triumph of virtue," he read, "we must get rid of prejudice, diffuse principles in harmony with the spirit of the times, undertake the education of young people, bind ourselves with indissoluble bonds to the wisest of men, boldly yet prudently overcome superstition, faithlessness, and folly, and turn our devoted followers into men linked by a common cause and possessing power and authority. For the attainment of this goal, we must ensure that virtue prevails over vice. We must exert ourselves so that honest men can obtain everlasting reward even in this world. But in these great undertakings we are severely hindered by existing political institutions. What is to be done in this situation? Are we to encourage revolution, overthrow everything, turn violence against violence? No, we are very far from that. Any reform based on violence is to be deprecated, because it does little towards correction of evil while men remain as they are, and because wisdom has no need of violence. The whole plan of our order should be founded on the formation of strong character and virtue in men bound together in unity of conviction, a conviction that vice and folly should be suppressed in all places and by all means, while talent and virtue are fostered, and deserving persons raised from the dust and united with our brotherhood. Only then shall our order achieve the power to tie the hands of the promoters of disorder without their feeling anything, and then control them without their being aware of it. In a word, our task is to create a form of supreme government which should spread across the world without affecting the responsibilities of citizenship, with all other governments continuing as before and doing anything they want as long as nothing hinders the great aim of our order, which is the triumph of virtue over vice. This has been the aim of Christianity itself. It has taught men to be wise and good, and to further their own advantage by following the precept and example of better and wiser men. When all was plunged in darkness, exhortation was, of course, sufficient in itself. The novelty of truth gave her a special power, but in this day and age we need far more powerful methods. Nowadays, a man guided by his senses needs to find virtue sensually attractive. Passion cannot be eradicated. All we can do is try to direct it towards a noble aim, so that everyone can satisfy his passions within the limits of virtue, and our order should provide the means to that end. As soon as we have a decent number of worthy men in every country, each of them educating 2 others, and all of them acting in concert, then nothing will be impossible for our order, which has already done so much in secret for the good of mankind. The speech not only made an impact, it produced uproar in the lodge. The majority of the brothers considered that the address smacked of Illuminism and gave it a cold reception, much to Pierre's surprise. The Grand Master began to raise objections. Pierre began to expound his own views with more and more passion. It was a long time since a meeting had turned out to be as stormy as this one. There were 2 factions. One ranged against Pierre, accusing him of Illuminism, the other on his side. For the first time in his life, Pierre was struck by the endless variety of men's minds, which guarantees that no truth is ever seen the same way by any 2 persons. Even those members who seemed to be on his side interpreted him each in his own way, with provisos and amendments which he found unacceptable, since his most urgent need was to transmit ideas to other people exactly as he saw them in his own mind. At the end of the session, the Grand Master, sardonic and vindictive, rebuked Bezukhov for speaking with too much passion, remarking that he had been guided during the discussion not so much by love of virtue as by a taste for conflict. Pierre refused to respond, except to inquire tersely whether his proposal would be accepted. They said no, it would not, so he left the lodge without waiting for the usual formalities, and went home. Chapter 8. Once again, Pierre was afflicted by the kind of depression he so much dreaded. For 3 days after making his speech at the lodge, he lay on a sofa at home, seeing no one and going nowhere. At this time, he received a letter from his wife, begging for a meeting. She wrote of her unhappiness on his account, and her wish to devote her whole life to him. At the end of the letter, she informed him that she would be arriving in Petersburg from abroad in the next few days. Shortly after reading the letter, Pierre found his solitude invaded by one of the Freemasons whom he least respected, and this man soon got round to the subject of Pierre's marriage, expressing his opinion by way of brotherly counsel that Pierre's harsh attitude to his wife was wrong, an infringement of the basic principles of Freemasonry, because he was withholding forgiveness from a penitent. At the same time, his mother-in-law, Prince Vasili's wife, sent a message begging him to call on her, if only for a few minutes, to discuss something very important. Pierre could see them ganging up against him in a plot to reunite him with his wife, and given the state he was in, he found this not unpleasant. Nothing mattered now. Nothing in life was of much consequence, and under the weight of his depression, he set no store by his own freedom or relentless pursuit of further punishment for his wife. Nobody's in the right, nobody's in the wrong, so she can't be in the wrong, he thought. If Pierre failed to give immediate consent to a reconciliation with his wife, this was only because, in his present despondency, he was incapable of taking any action. If his wife had walked in at that moment, he couldn't have sent her away. Compared with the weight on Pierre's mind, did it really matter whether he lived with her or not? Without sending an answer to his wife or his mother-in-law, Pierre set off that same evening and drove down to Moscow to see Osip Bezukhov. This is what he wrote in his diary. Moscow, 17 November. Just back from seeing my benefactor and hasten to write down all that transpired between us. Osip lives in poverty, and for the last 3 years he has been suffering from a painful bladder condition. Not a moan or a word of complaint has been heard from him. From morning till late at night, except when he takes his frugal meals, he goes on with his academic work. He received me graciously, and had me sit down on the bed where he was lying. I gave him the sign of the Knights of the East and Jerusalem, and he did the same to me, and then he asked me with a gentle smile what I had learned and acquired in the lodges of Prussia and Scotland. I told him the whole story as best I could, and I set out the principles for action that I had proposed in our Petersburg lodge, and told him about the hostile reception and the break between me and the brothers. At first, he thought things over for quite some time and said nothing. Then he gave me his own view of the whole matter, which enabled me to see things in a new light, everything that has happened, and my way forward in the future. I was taken aback when he asked whether I remembered the threefold aims of the order: 1, the preservation and study of the mystery; 2, self-purification and self-improvement for its assimilation; and 3, the improvement of the human race through constant striving towards such purification. Which, he asked, is the first and greatest of these 3 aims? Obviously, self-improvement and self-purification. This is the only aim that we can always strive towards under any circumstances. But at the same time, this is the aim that calls for the greatest effort, and it follows that if we allow ourselves to be led astray by pride, and lose sight of this aim, we shall either strive towards a mystery we are not worthy to receive because of our impurity, or seek to reform the human race while setting an example of depravity and dissipation. Illuminism is a tarnished doctrine precisely because it has been seduced into social activity and has puffed itself up with pride. On this basis, Osip condemned my speech and everything I have been doing. I agreed with him to the bottom of my heart. On the subject of my domestic affairs, he said to me, "A mason's first duty, as I have told you, consists in self-perfection, but we often imagine that the best way to achieve this aim is to remove all the difficulties from our lives. Sir, it is the other way round," he said. "Only amidst the cares of this world can we achieve the 3 great aims of 1, self-knowledge, for a man can know himself only through comparison; 2, greater perfection, and this can be achieved only through struggle; and 3, the attainment of the greatest virtue, the love of death. Only the vicissitudes of life can show us all its vanity and promote our innate love of death, or rather rebirth into new life." These words were particularly poignant coming from Osip, who never wearies of life in all his grievous physical pain, yet he loves death, though he does not, for all the sublime purity of his inner self, feel properly prepared for it just yet. Then my benefactor explained to me the full meaning of the great square of creation, and vouchsafed to me that the 3rd and the 7th numbers are the basis of everything. He advised me not to withdraw from the society of the Petersburg Brethren, to undertake only 2nd-degree duties in the lodge, and to do my best to distract the brothers from the seductions of pride, and turn them towards the true path of self-knowledge and self-perfection. After this, for my own benefit, he advised me as a matter of first priority to watch myself carefully, and for this purpose he gave me a notebook, which I am now writing in with every intention of recording in it all my future actions. Petersburg, 23 November. I am living with my wife again. My mother-in-law came round to see me in tears and told me that Helene was here, begging to be listened to, that she was innocent, that she was miserable at my desertion of her, and much more besides. I knew that if I once gave in and saw her, I wouldn't be able to hold out against her wishes. In my uncertainty, I didn't know who to turn to for help and advice. If only my benefactor had been here, he would have told me what to do. I retired to my room, read through Osip's letters, and recalled my conversations with him. all of which led me to the conclusion that I must not refuse a supplicant. I must extend a helping hand to anyone, especially someone close to me, and that I must bear my cross. But if I have forgiven her, this being the right thing to do, let my reunion with her have nothing but a spiritual purpose. This is my decision, and this is what I have written to Bezukhov. I have told my wife I want her to forget the past. I have asked her forgiveness for any harm I might have done to her, and told her I have nothing to forgive her for. It gave me great joy to tell her that. She's not to know how hard it was for me to see her again. I have now installed myself on the top floor of this huge house, and I'm now experiencing a happy feeling of regeneration. Chapter 9. At that time, the high society people that came together at court and at the great balls broke down, as always, into several circles, each having a character of its own. The largest among them was the French circle of Count Rumyantsev and Caulaincourt, which supported the Napoleonic alliance. Helene had assumed a prominent position in this circle once she had become established in her husband's house in Petersburg. She received gentlemen from the French embassy and a great number of people famous for their wit and their polished manners who subscribed to that tendency. Helene had been at Erfurt for the famous meeting between the two emperors, and had returned well connected to all the notable pro-Napoleon figures in Europe. In Erfurt she had been brilliantly successful. Napoleon himself, seeing her at the theatre, had asked who she was and spoken well of her beauty. Her success as a beautiful and elegant woman came as no surprise to Pierre, for with the years she had become more beautiful than ever. What did surprise him was that over the last 2 years his wife had managed to gain a reputation as a charming woman with a mind as sharp as her beauty. The celebrated Prince de Ligne wrote her letters 8 pages long. Bilibin saved up his witticisms so as to issue them for the first time in the presence of Countess Bezukhov. To be received in her salon was to be certified as an intellectual. Young men read up on things before going to one of Helene's soirees, so they would have something to say in her salon, and embassy secretaries, even ambassadors, entrusted her with diplomatic secrets, all of which gave Helene a certain authority. Pierre, knowing how stupid she really was, sometimes felt an odd mixture of bewilderment and alarm at her dinner parties and soirees, when the conversation turned to politics, poetry, or philosophy. At soirees, he felt like a conjurer constantly expecting to have his trick seen through at any moment. But either because the successful management of a salon like this depended on nothing but stupidity, or because those who were taken in found it all very amusing, the sham was never exposed, and the reputation of being a charming woman with a sharp mind stuck to Helene Bezukhov so effectively that she could come out with the most vulgar banalities and still find everyone hanging on her every word, and, more than that, discovering in what she said profound meanings that she had never dreamt of. Pierre was the ideal husband for such a brilliant society woman. He was just an absent-minded eccentric, a grand seigneur of a husband who kept out of the way and, far from lowering the high tone of her drawing-room, acted as a useful foil to her, by being his wife's exact opposite in elegance and savoir-faire. In his wife's circle, which he found utterly boring, Pierre's constant obsession with otherworldly considerations over the last 2 years, along with his genuine contempt for everything else, gave him a special attitude of casual indifference and all-round benevolence, the sort that cannot be acquired artificially, and therefore commands instant respect. He would walk into his wife's drawing-room as if it was a theatre. He knew everybody there, and he treated them all with equal courtesy and equal indifference. From time to time he would get into a conversation that sounded interesting, and then, without bothering to check whether or not there were any embassy gentlemen present, he would bumble on, voicing opinions which were sometimes quite embarrassing for that particular company. But the general opinion of this eccentric man, married to the most distinguished woman in Petersburg, was now so well established that no one took his pronouncements at all seriously. After Helene's return from Erfurt, Boris Drubetskoy, now a great success in the service, stood out among the many young men visiting Helene's house on a daily basis as the closest friend of the Bezukhov household. Helene called him her page and treated him like a child. She smiled at him the way she smiled at everyone else, but sometimes that smile grated on Pierre. Boris's attitude to Pierre was one of exaggerated dignity and lugubrious respect. This particular tone of respect also worried Pierre. He had suffered so much humiliation 3 years ago because of his wife that now he was shielding himself against any possibility of further humiliation, first by being a husband in name only, and then by not allowing himself to become suspicious. "No, she's a blue-stocking now. She's renounced those old affairs for good," he said to himself. "There's never been a case of a blue-stocking having any passions of the heart," he kept telling himself. A general principle he had picked up somewhere and certainly believed in. But curiously enough, the presence of Boris in his wife's drawing-room, and he was nearly always there, had a physical effect on Pierre. It tied him up in knots and destroyed all his instinctive freedom to move. Such a strange aversion, thought Pierre, and at one time I used to be very fond of him. In society's eyes, Pierre was a fine gentleman, something of a laughingstock, the purblind husband of a distinguished wife, a clever eccentric who never did anything but was quite harmless, a nice fellow with his heart in the right place. Meanwhile, Pierre's spirit was undergoing a complex and difficult process of inner development that would be a revelation to him and lead to a host of spiritual doubts and delights.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook, so please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program. This is Audible.
Chapter 10. Pierre went on with his diary, and this is what he wrote in it at that time. 24 November. Got up at 8, read the scriptures, then went to my duties, following the advice of his benefactor. Pierre was serving on a government committee. Came back for lunch and dined alone. Countess had lots of guests I don't like. Ate and drank with moderation, and spent the afternoon copying out passages for the brothers. In the evening I went down to the Countess, told a joke about B, and only realised I shouldn't have done when they all roared with laughter. I go to my bed in a calm and happy frame of mind. Help me, O Lord, to walk in thy ways, 1, to defeat anger through gentleness and deliberation, 2, to conquer lust through self-restraint and a sense of revulsion, 3, to withdraw from all worldly vanities without abandoning A, government work, B, family duties, C, relations with friends, D, care over finances. 27 November. Got up late after a long lie-in, complete idleness. O God, help me and strengthen me that I may walk in thy ways. Read the scriptures, but without any true feeling. Brother Arusov called, a conversation about worldly vanity. Told me about the Tsar's new projects. I was on the point of coming out against them, but then remembered my principles and the words of my benefactor. A true Mason should work hard for his country when his contribution is needed, but watch quietly when not called upon. My tongue is my enemy. More visitors, G, V, and O. Preparatory conversation about initiation of new brother. Duty of Tyler laid upon me. Feel feeble and unworthy. Then talk of the full meaning of the 7 pillars and steps of the temple, the 7 sciences, the 7 virtues, the 7 vices, the 7 gifts of the Holy Spirit. Brother O was very eloquent. Initiation this evening. Newly decorated building added much to the splendour of the occasion. Boris Drubetskoy was admitted. I nominated him and acted as Tyler. A strange feeling worried me all the time I was with him in the dark temple. I found myself hating him and trying to control this feeling without success, which is why I would dearly like to save him from evil and lead him into the way of truth, but I couldn't get evil thoughts about him out of my mind. It occurred to me that his only reason for joining the Brotherhood was to make new contacts and curry favour with men in our lodge. He kept asking whether N or S were members of our lodge, which I couldn't answer, and he seems, to me, incapable of feeling any reverence for our holy order, because he is too preoccupied and satisfied with his own exterior to bother much about improving his spiritual being. Apart from all this, I had no grounds for doubting him, though I did think he lacked sincerity. And all the time we stood face to face in the dark temple, I got the impression he was smiling and sneering at my words, and what I wanted to do was really stab him in his bare chest with the sword I was pointing at it. I wasn't at all fluent, and I couldn't communicate my doubts as I should have done to the brothers and the Grand Master. O great architect of all creation, help me find the true path that leads out of this maze of falsehood. The next 3 pages of the diary were left blank. Then it went on as follows. Had a long and instructive private conversation with Brother V. He advised me to cleave to Brother A. Much was revealed to me, unworthy as I am. Adonai is the name of the great Creator. Elohim is the name of the ruler of all. The third name is the name unutterable, but its meaning is the all. These talks with Brother V strengthen and refresh me, and confirm me in the path of virtue. In his presence there is no room for doubt. I can see a clear distinction between the pathetic doctrines of worldly science and our sacred universal teaching. Human science works by breaking everything down and kills everything off for the purpose of analysis. In the sacred science of our order, all is one. Everything is known by wholeness and vitality. The Trinity, the 3 elements of matter, are sulfur, mercury, and salt. Sulfur has the properties of oil and fire. Combined with salt, it employs its fieriness to stimulate attraction, which draws in mercury, seizes it, retains it, and combines with it to create various substances. Mercury is liquid and volatile, the spiritual essence. Christ, the Holy Ghost, Him. 3 December. Woke late, read the scriptures, no feeling for it, then went down and walked up and down in the big hall. Tried to meditate, but instead of that, my imagination kept coming back to an incident that occurred 4 years ago. When Dolokhov met me after the duel in Moscow, he said he hoped I was easy in my mind now, even though my wife had gone. At the time, I didn't respond. Now I could remember every last detail of that meeting, and I replied to him mentally in the most vindictive and vitriolic words I could find. I pulled myself together and got rid of that idea, but only after I had caught myself livid with anger, and my remorse was inadequate. Then Boris Drobitskoy called with all sorts of stories to tell. The moment he arrived, I felt unhappy about his visit and said something awful to him. He said something back. I lost my temper and gave him a terrible mouthful, some of it very crude. He said nothing, and I came to my senses, but it was too late. My God, I just can't stand the man. But it's my vanity that causes all the trouble. I think I'm better than him, which makes me a lot worse, because he can condone my rudeness, but I go on sneering at him. God grant that in his presence I may see my own vileness more clearly and act in such a way that even he may profit by it. Had a nap this afternoon, and as I was nodding off, I distinctly heard a voice saying in my left ear, "This is thy day." Dreamt I was walking along in the dark, and suddenly there were dogs all round me. But I wasn't scared, and I walked on. Suddenly, a little dog sank its teeth in my left thigh and wouldn't let go. I tried to strangle it, but as soon as I yanked it away, another dog, a bigger one, leapt up and grabbed at my chest. I yanked this one away too, but then came a third one, bigger still, and he began to bite me. I lifted it off the ground, and the more I lifted, the bigger and heavier it became. Then, suddenly Brother A came up, took me by the arm, led me away, and brought me to a building which you could only enter across a narrow plank. I stepped onto it, but the plank bent and gave way, and then I found myself scrabbling up a wall which I just managed to get my hands onto. I made a huge effort and dragged my body up so that my legs dangled down on one side and my body on the other. I looked round and saw Brother A standing on the wall, pointing to a great avenue and garden, and in the garden there was a huge, beautiful building. Then I woke up. Oh, Lord, great architect of all creation, help me to tear away these dogs, my evil passions, and especially the last one. the one that compounds the strength of all the others, and help me to enter into the temple of virtue which appeared to me as a vision in my dream. 7 December. Dreamt that Osip Bazdeyev was sitting in my house, and I was very pleased to see him, and wanted him to feel at home. But I kept chatting away constantly with other people, and all at once I realised this couldn't be to his liking, and I wanted to get close to him and embrace him. But the moment I approached him, I saw that his face had changed and had grown young, and he spoke to me softly, very softly, telling me something from the teachings of our order, but so softly that I couldn't hear. Then we all left the room, and something strange happened. We were either sitting or lying on the floor. He was telling me something, but I wanted to demonstrate what a sensitive person I was, so I wasn't listening. I began to picture the state of my own inner being, and the grace of God sanctifying me, and tears came into my eyes, and I was pleased to see he noticed. But he glanced at me in annoyance, jumped to his feet, and broke off our conversation. I cowered away and asked him whether what he had been saying applied to me. He didn't answer, but he gave me a friendly look, and then all of a sudden we found ourselves in my bedroom, where there was a big double bed. He lay down on one edge, and I lay down too, burning with a desire to hug him, and in my dream he asked me, "Tell me the truth, what is your worst temptation? Do you know what it is?" "I think you do." Embarrassed by this question, I answered that idleness was my worst temptation. He shook his head in disbelief, and even more embarrassed, I told him that although I was living here with my wife, it was not like man and wife together. His response was that I had no right to deprive my wife of my embraces, and gave me to understand that this was my duty. I was just telling him that this was all very embarrassing, when suddenly everything disappeared, and when I woke, I had in my mind a biblical text. "And the life was the light of men, and the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not." Osip Alexeyevitch's face had looked young and radiant. That day I received a letter from my benefactor, in which he wrote about responsibilities within marriage. 9 December. Dreamt again and woke up with a quaking heart. Dreamt I was in Moscow at home in the big sitting room, and Osip came in, out of the drawing room. I knew immediately that he had completed the process of regeneration, and I rushed to meet him. I kissed him on the face and hands, and he said, "Do you not notice that my face is different?" I looked at him, still holding him in my arms, and saw that his face was young, but he had no hair on his head, and his features were quite different. And I said to him, "I would have recognized you if we had met by chance," and as I said this I thought, am I telling the truth? Then suddenly I saw him lying there looking like a corpse, but he came round gradually and walked with me into the big study, holding a big book of drawing paper. I said, "I drew all that," and he answered by bowing his head. I opened the book, and all the pages were covered with splendid drawings. I knew that these pictures depicted the soul's erotic exploits with her lover, and I saw on those pages a wonderful drawing of a maiden with transparent clothes on her transparent body, soaring up into the clouds, and I knew that this maiden was nothing other than a representation of the Song of Songs. And as I looked at these pictures, I felt I was doing something wrong, but I couldn't tear myself away from them. "Help me, Lord. Father, if it be thy will to forsake me, then thy will be done. But if I am the cause of these things, teach me what I am to do. I shall perish in my vileness if thou shouldst utterly forsake me." Chapter 11. The Rostovs' financial position had not improved during the 2 years spent in the country. Although Nikolai Rostov had stuck firmly to his resolution, and was still living on modest means in an obscure regiment, the way of life at Otradnoye, especially the way Mitenka ran things, was enough to ensure that their debts rose inexorably year by year. The only remedy that seemed at all obvious to the old count was for him to enter government service, and he had come to Petersburg now to look for a position, and at the same time, as he put it, to let his lassies have one last fling. Shortly after the Rostovs' arrival in Petersburg, Berg proposed to Vera, and his proposal was accepted. Although in Moscow the Rostovs were high society people, without ever realizing it because their social standing could be taken for granted, in Petersburg their position was delicate and uncertain. In Petersburg they were provincials, too lowly for some people who had been their dinner guests in Moscow and had never wondered then what level of society they belonged to. The Rostovs were no less hospitable in Petersburg than they had been in Moscow, and a wide variety of people would foregather at their house for supper. There might be the odd country neighbour, an elderly gentleman with daughters, but not much money, and an old maid of honour, Madame Peronsky, Pierre Bezukhov, anyone down to the son of their district postmaster who was working in the city. Among the first of the men to become regular visitors at the Rostovs' house in Petersburg, you might say family friends, were Boris, Pierre, who had bumped into the old count in the street and been dragooned into coming, and also Berg, who now spent days on end with the Rostovs fussing round Vera, the elder of the two young countesses, in the manner of a young man working himself up to make a proposal. Berg had gone about flaunting his right arm, which had been wounded at Austerlitz, and brandishing a superfluous sword in his left hand, all to good effect. He had told his story to everybody with such conviction and authority that they all came to believe in his action as something portentous and very worthy, and Berg had received 2 decorations for Austerlitz. He had also managed to distinguish himself in the Finnish campaign. He had picked up a piece of shrapnel from the shell that had killed an adjutant close to the commander-in-chief, and had taken it to the commander. Just as after Austerlitz, he went on and on about this incident, and spoke again with such conviction that people ended up believing this was another task that had needed to be done, and Berg received 2 more decorations. By 1809 he was a captain in the Guards with a chest full of medals, and he held 1 or 2 very lucrative posts in Petersburg. The odd sceptic may have smiled at the mention of Berg's merits, but it was not to be denied that Berg was a conscientious and gallant officer in good odour with the authorities, and a modest, good-living young man with a brilliant career ahead of him as well as a solid position in society. 4 years before, Berg had pointed out Vera Rostov to a German comrade he had met in the stalls of a Moscow theatre, and said to him in German, "She's going to be my wife." That was the moment he had made up his mind to marry her. Now, in Petersburg, after taking stock of the Rostovs' position and his own, he had decided the time had come to propose. Berg's proposal was received at first with a reluctance that hardly flattered him. At first it seemed most unusual that the son of an obscure Livonian gentleman should ask for the hand of a Countess Rostov. But Berg's greatest quality was a kind of self-regard founded on such naivety and goodwill that the Rostovs came round to thinking it must be a good idea because he was completely convinced it was a good idea. In fact, a very good idea indeed. Besides that, the Rostovs were in financial trouble which the suitor could hardly be unaware of, and the main thing was that Vera was now 24 years old, and although she was undeniably good-looking and a sensible young woman, who had been taken out everywhere, no one had yet made a proposal. So consent was given. "It's like this," Berg said to a comrade, whom he described as a friend because he knew that everybody had friends. "It's like this. I've weighed things up, and I wouldn't be getting married if I hadn't given it a lot of thought, or if there had been anything wrong with it. But as things stand, Papa and Mamma are reasonably secure. I've given them the income from that Baltic estate, and I can support a wife in Petersburg. I'm pretty careful, and with my pay and whatever she brings, we can get along nicely. I'm not marrying for money. I think that's uncouth, but a wife ought to make her contribution, and a husband his. I have my service career, she has good contacts and some small means. That's something nowadays, isn't it? But the thing is this, she's a lovely, respectable girl, and she's in love with me." Berg blushed and smiled. "And I love her because she has a nice personality and a lot of good sense. That other sister of hers, though, same family name, but she's completely different, a horrible personality, and she's not all that bright, you know what I mean? But my fiancé, you must come and see us. Come and have... Berg went on. He was about to say dinner, but on second thoughts he said, a cup of tea, and with a curl of his tongue he blew a tiny smoke ring, the very emblem of his dreams of happiness. The parents' early reluctance to accept Berg's proposal had been followed by the usual celebrations and rejoicing, but the rejoicing was false and forced. Not a little discomfort and embarrassment was apparent in the attitude of the relatives towards this marriage. They seemed to feel guilty for not having given Vera enough affection, and now being all too ready to get her off their hands. The old Count was more disconcerted than anyone. Perhaps he couldn't have put his finger on what made him feel like that, but it had everything to do with his financial difficulties. He had no idea of what he was worth, how much he owed, or what he might be able to provide for Vera by way of a dowry. Both of his daughters at birth had been assigned an estate with 300 serfs, but one of these had been sold, and the other mortgaged with the interest payments so far behind that it would have to be sold too, so she couldn't have this estate, and there wasn't any money. Berg had been engaged for more than a month, and the wedding was only a week away, but still the Count couldn't decide about the dowry, and he hadn't discussed it with his wife. Should he give Vera the Rezan estate, or sell off some forest land, or borrow on a bill of exchange? Early one morning, only a day or two before the wedding, Berg walked into the Count's study, smiled his nicest smile, and politely asked his father-in-law to let him know what the Countess Vera was going to be given. The Count was so taken aback by this long-expected inquiry that he just blurted out the first thing that came into his head. "I like that, you're thinking ahead. Yes, I like it. You'll be well satisfied." He clapped Berg on the shoulder and got to his feet, with the conversation, he hoped, at an end. But Berg, still sweetly smiling, announced that if he didn't know for certain what Vera was being given, and didn't get some of it in advance, he would be obliged to call off the marriage. "Look at it this way, Count. If I allowed myself to marry now with no definite security for the maintenance of my wife, that would be most irresponsible." The conversation ended when the Count, anxious to demonstrate his generosity and avoid any more requests, said he would give him a note of hand for 80,000. Berg gave a pleasant smile, kissed him on the shoulder, and said how grateful he was, but he couldn't make arrangements for his new life without getting 30,000 in cash. "Well, let's say 20,000 at least, Count," he added, "plus a note for the other 60,000. Yes, very good," babbled the Count. "Now, you'll have to excuse me, dear boy. I'll let you have the 20,000 and a note for 80,000 as well, so that's all right. Kiss me." Chapter 12. Natasha was now 16, and it was the year 1809, the year she had counted forward to on her fingers with Boris after they had kissed 4 years ago. She hadn't seen him since that day. When Boris's name came up, she would speak about him quite openly to Sonia and her mother, as if what had passed between them was over and done with, a bit of childish nonsense long forgotten, not worth talking about. But in the depths of her soul, she was still worried. Was her engagement to Boris just a joke, or was it a solemn and binding promise? Ever since Boris had left Moscow in 1805 to go into the army, he hadn't seen any of the Rostovs. He had been in Moscow several times and had sometimes passed quite close to Otradnoye, but he had never once dropped in on them. Natasha sometimes suspected that he was avoiding her, and her suspicions were borne out by the lugubrious tone in which he was referred to by her elders. "Old friends are soon forgotten nowadays," the Countess would say just after Boris's name had been mentioned. Anna Mikhailovna had also been a less frequent visitor of late. There was now a marked dignity in her bearing, and she missed no opportunity to refer with gratitude, but no little triumph, to her son's abilities and the brilliant career he was cutting out for himself. When the Rostovs arrived in Petersburg, Boris did call to see them. It was not without emotion that he drove to their house. Those memories of Natasha were Boris's most poetic memories. But at the same time, he was calling on them absolutely determined to make it clear to her and her relatives that the childish vows between Natasha and him could not be binding on either of them. Because of his closeness to Countess Bezukhov, he now had a brilliant position in society, and he had a brilliant position in the service because of the patronage of a bigwig he was well in with. And now he was beginning to work on the possibility of marrying one of the richest heiresses in Petersburg, plans which might easily come to fruition. When Boris came into the Rostovs' drawing room, Natasha was up in her room. Hearing of his arrival, she almost ran down to the drawing room, red in the face and radiant with a more than friendly smile. Boris was still thinking of the little Natasha he had known 4 years ago, dressed in a short frock, with brilliant black eyes darting out from under her curls, all wild whoops and girlish giggles, so when he saw a totally different Natasha coming into the room, he was quite taken aback, and the surprise and delight showed on his face. Natasha was thrilled to see him looking like that. "Well, do you recognize your little playmate and sweetheart?" said the Countess. Boris kissed Natasha's hand and said he was surprised how much she had changed. "You've grown so pretty." "I should hope so," said the glint in Natasha's eyes. "Does Papa look any older?" was what she asked. Natasha sat there in silence, taking no part in the conversation between Boris and her mother, but subjecting her childhood suitor to the minutest scrutiny. He could feel those eager, tender eyes boring into him, and once or twice he glanced across in her direction. Boris's uniform, his spurs, his tie, his hairstyle, everything about him, was the last word in fashion and absolutely comme il faut. Natasha took this in at a glance. He was sitting in a chair sideways on to the Countess, his right hand smoothing the immaculate, close-fitting glove on his left hand, and he pursed his lips with marked refinement as he talked about the doings of Petersburg high society, with the occasional sweet but dismissive reference to the old days in Moscow and old Moscow acquaintances. Natasha sensed the deliberation with which he dropped 1 or 2 highly aristocratic names, alluding to the ambassador's ball, which he had attended, and invitations from so-and-so and what's-his-name. Natasha sat there the whole time and never said a word, glancing across at him furtively. Boris became increasingly disconcerted and embarrassed under her gaze. He began to look round more frequently at Natasha, and his speech kept breaking down. He stayed no more than 10 minutes before getting up to take his leave. Those quizzical, challenging, and slightly mocking eyes had never left him. After this first visit, Boris told himself that Natasha was as attractive as ever, but he mustn't give in to this feeling, because to marry her, a girl with virtually no fortune, would be the ruin of his career, and it would be dishonourable to pursue their old relationship with no intention of marriage. Boris made up his mind to avoid Natasha, but despite this decision he called again a few days later, and then he became a regular visitor, often spending whole days at the Rostovs. He couldn't get it out of his mind that he ought to have things out with Natasha and tell her to forget the past, tell her that in spite of everything she could never be his wife, because he had no fortune, and they would never let her marry him. But he could never quite bring himself to do it. The whole thing was too embarrassing. He became more and more involved with each passing day. Natasha, as far as her mother and Sonia could judge, seemed to be still in love with Boris. She sang him her favourite songs, showed him her album, got him to write things in it, stopped him talking about the old days because the new days were so wonderful, and every time he went back home in a fog of doubt, not having said what he had meant to say, not knowing what he was doing, why he had come or how it would all end. He stopped visiting Helene, received reproachful notes from her every day, and still spent days on end at the Rostovs. Chapter 13. One night the old Countess was kneeling on the carpet in her bed jacket, with her false curls discarded, and a single thin wisp of hair escaping from under her white cotton nightcap, bowing to the floor and sighing and moaning as she said her prayers before going to bed. When the door creaked, and in ran Natasha, also in a bed jacket with bare legs and slippers on her feet, and her hair done up in curl papers. The Countess looked round with a frown on her face. She was saying her last prayer. "And if this couch should be my bier..." Her devotional mood had been dispelled. Natasha, excited and red in the face, stopped in her tracks when she saw her mother praying, and crouched down, automatically biting her tongue in self-reproach. Seeing that her mother had not finished praying, she tiptoed quickly over to the bed, slid one little foot against the other, and pushed off her slippers before jumping up onto that very couch that the Countess dreaded becoming her bier. It was a high, feather-bedded couch with 5 pillows ascending in size. Natasha slipped into bed, sank down into the feather mattress, turned over on one side and began snuggling down under the quilt, tucking herself in, bringing her knees up under her chin, and kicking out with a tiny giggle as she alternately hid her face under the quilt and peeped out at her mother. The Countess finished her prayers and came to bed looking all stern, but when she saw Natasha with her head under the covers, she smiled her sweet, feeble smile. "Now, come on," said her mother. "Mamma, we can have a little talk, can't we?" said Natasha. "Come on, one kiss under the chin, one more, and that's it." And she put her arms round her mother's neck and kissed her under the chin. Natasha's general attitude to her mother could be quite brusque, but she behaved with such delicacy and sensitivity that whenever she put her arms round her mother, she always did it without hurting her or doing anything unpleasant or embarrassing. "Well, what is it this time?" asked her mother, settling down on the pillows and waiting for Natasha, who had been rolling backwards and forwards, to lie down next to her under the clothes, put her arms out and assume a serious attitude. Natasha's late-night visits before the Count came home from the club were a source of the sweetest pleasure for mother and daughter. "Come on, what is it this time? And listen, I want to talk to you." Natasha put her hand over her mother's mouth. "About Boris. Yes, I know," she said seriously. "That's why I've come. Don't tell me, I know." "No, do." She took her hand away. "Tell me, Mamma. He's a nice boy, isn't he?" "Natasha, you're 16 years old. I was married at your age. You say Boris is a nice boy. Yes, he is. Very nice, and I love him like a son. But what do you want? What do you think? I can see you've turned his head." She looked round at her daughter as she spoke. Natasha was lying there looking straight ahead at one of the mahogany sphinxes carved on the bedposts, so the Countess could see her only in profile. Her face struck the Countess as remarkably serious and full of concentration. Natasha was listening, and her mind was working. "Well," she said, "you've completely turned his head. But why? What do you want him to do? You know you can't marry him." "Why not?" said Natasha, with no change in her attitude. "Because he's young, he's poor, he's related to you. Oh, because you don't love him." "How do you know?" "I just do. It's not right, my love." "But what if I want to?" Natasha began. "Don't be silly," said the Countess. "No, what if I want to?" "Natasha, I'm being serious." Natasha didn't let her go on. She pulled the Countess's large hand over and kissed it on the back and on the palm, and she turned it over again and started kissing it all over, one knuckle after another, and the spaces in between, then back to a knuckle, and as she did so she whispered, "January, February, March, April, May." "Come on, Mamma, say something. Tell me," she said, looking round at her mother, who was gazing at her daughter so fondly that she seemed to have forgotten what she was going to say. "It won't do, darling. People are not going to understand your childish feelings for each other, and when they see you two so close together, it could do you a lot of harm in the eyes of other young men who visit us, and anyway, what's more important, it's making him miserable for no good reason. He might have found someone who suits him, some girl with money, and now he's going crazy." "What do you mean, going crazy?" repeated Natasha. "I'll tell you what happened to me. I used to have a cousin." "I know who you mean. Kirilla Matveyich. He's an old man." "Well, He didn't used to be. But listen, Natasha, I'll have a word with Boris. He mustn't come here as often as he does. Why mustn't he, if that's what he wants? Because I know it won't lead anywhere. How do you know? No, Mamma, please don't have a word with him. Don't you dare. It's so stupid, said Natasha, in the tone of one being robbed of her property. Look, I'm not going to marry him, so let him come as long as we both enjoy it. Natasha looked at her mother, smiling. No marriage, but carry on as before, said she, reinforcing her message. What do you mean, darling? Just let's carry on as before. Yes, it's important that I never marry him, but just let things carry on. Carry on, repeated the Countess, and she surprised Natasha by bursting out laughing. It was well meant, the laughter of an old lady, and it made her shake from head to foot. Oh, please don't laugh, cried Natasha. Look, the bed's shaking. You're just like me. We're both gigglers. Stop it. She snatched her mother's hands, took one and kissed the knuckle on her little finger. That was June. And then she went on to the other one with July and August. Mamma, does he really love me? What do you think? Did men love you like this? And he's so nice. He really is nice, though he's not really my type. He's a bit sort of narrow, like a clock on the wall. Do you know what I mean? Narrow, you know, all grey and pale. You do say some silly things, said the Countess. Natasha persisted. Don't you understand? Nikolai would. Now, take Bezukhov. He's blue, dark blue with a bit of red, and his shape is square. You flirt with him, too, said the Countess with a laugh. No, I don't. He's a Freemason, I've just found out. He's a very nice man, dark blue with some red. How can I explain it? Little Countess, came the Count's voice through the door. Are you still up? Natasha snatched up her slippers and skipped off to her room in her bare feet. But she couldn't get to sleep. She kept worrying about no one ever being able to understand everything that she understood, everything deep inside her. What about Sonia? She wondered, looking at her friend sleeping there, curled up like a kitten with her great mass of hair. No, she wouldn't. She's too good. She's in love with dear Nikolai, and she's not interested in anything else. Mamma, even she doesn't understand. I'm amazingly clever. Oh, she's such a charming girl, she went on, speaking about herself in the third person and imagining that it was some very clever man, the cleverest and best of all men, who was talking about her. This girl has everything, absolutely everything, he continued. She's incredibly clever, so charming and so pretty. She's out of this world. She moves so well. She can swim and ride like nobody else. And that voice! You've got to admit, that's a wonderful voice. She intoned a bit of her favourite music from a Cherubini opera, flopped down on the bed, laughed out loud at the delightful thought that she would soon be asleep, called across to Dunyasha to blow out the candle, and before Dunyasha had left the room, she was in another world, the happier world of dreamland, where everything was as light and beautiful as it was in the real world, only better because it was all different. Next day the Countess sent for Boris and had a word with him, and after that he gave up going to the Rostovs. Chapter 14. On New Year's Eve, 1809, an old grandee who had been prominent in Catherine's time gave a ball and a midnight supper. The Tsar and the diplomatic corps were due to attend. The well-known mansion of this grandee on the English embankment was ablaze with innumerable lights. Policemen were deployed at the brightly lit red-carpeted entrance, not just constables, but a police chief and dozens of officers. As one carriage drove away, another rolled up, with grooms in red livery and grooms in plumed hats. Men in uniforms with stars and ribbons emerged from the carriages. Steps clanged down, and ladies in satin and ermine stepped out daintily and hurried indoors, passing noiselessly over the red bays. Almost every time a new carriage drove up, a whisper ran through the crowd, and caps were doffed. "Is it the Emperor? No, it's only a minister, a prince, an ambassador. Look at those plumes," came various voices in the crowd. One man, better dressed than anyone else, seemed to know everyone, and as the dignitaries of the day arrived, he would say who they were. A third of the guests were already there at the ball, but the Rostovs, who had been invited, were still getting ready. There had been many a discussion and much fuss in the Rostov family ahead of this ball, and much worrying that they might not be invited, that the dresses wouldn't be ready in time, and nothing would go right. The Rostovs were to be accompanied to the ball by Maria Polonsky, friend and relative of the Countess, a thin lady with a sallow complexion, who, as maid of honour at the court of the Dowager Empress, was needed by the provincial Rostovs to guide them around the higher circles of Petersburg society. The Rostovs were due to pick her up by 10 o'clock at the Tavlichesky garden, but it was now 5 to 10 and the young ladies were still not ready. Natasha was going to her first grand ball. She had got up that morning at 8 o'clock and spent the whole day in feverish worry and a whirl of activity. All her energies had been directed since early morning to the single aim of getting herself, her mother, and Sonia turned out as nicely as they could possibly be. Sonia and her mother had placed themselves entirely in her hands. The Countess was to wear a burgundy velvet dress, her two daughters' white tulle dresses over pink silk slips with roses on their bodices. Hairstyles would be à la grecque. The basic essentials were out of the way. Everybody's feet, arms, necks, and ears having been scrupulously scrubbed, powdered, and perfumed in readiness for the ball. Legs and feet were adorned with open-work silk stockings and white satin shoes. Everyone's hair was almost done. Sonia was at the stage of finishing touches, as was the Countess, but Natasha had spent so much time looking after everybody else that she was now running late. She was still sitting at the mirror with a housecoat over her thin little shoulders. Sonia stood in the middle of the room, dressed and ready, fastening down one last recalcitrant ribbon and hurting her tiny finger as she pushed a pin squeakily through the silk. "No, Sonia, not like that," said Natasha, looking round, both hands clutching her hair, which the maid who was arranging it wasn't quick enough to let go of. "It doesn't go like that. Come here." Sonia squatted down. Natasha adjusted the ribbon. "Please, miss, you mustn't move like that," said the maid, still holding Natasha's hair. "Oh, my goodness, can't you wait a minute? There you are, Sonia." "Are you nearly ready?" came the Countess's voice. "It's nearly 10. "Yes, 2 minutes. Are you ready, Mamma?" "Only my cap to pin on." "Don't do it without me," shouted Natasha. "You don't know how." "But it's 10 o'clock. They had agreed on 10:30 as a good time to arrive at the ball, and here was Natasha still not dressed, and they had to go via the Tavlichesky garden. With her hair done at last, Natasha, wearing her mother's dressing jacket and a short petticoat, which made her dancing shoes very noticeable, ran over to Sonia, examined her from head to foot, and then ran across to her mother. Turning her mother's head round, she pinned the cap on, gave her a quick peck on her grey hair, and ran back to the maids, who were still taking the skirt up. Natasha's skirt was the problem. It had been too long. 2 maids were finishing the hem, hurriedly biting off the threads. A third one, with pins sticking out between teeth and lips, was running back and forwards between the Countess and Sonia. A fourth was holding up the whole tulle creation in her arms. "Mavrushka, darling, do please hurry." "Pass me that thimble, miss." "How much longer?" said the Count from the doorway as he started into the room. "Get your perfume on. Madame Polonsky must be fed up with waiting." "Ready, miss," said the maid, holding up the shortened tulle skirt between finger and thumb, blowing something off it and shaking it out to show off the pure, airy fluffiness of what she held in her hands. Natasha began to get into the dress. In a minute, don't come in, Papa," she shouted to her father as he opened the door, her face drowned in a sea of tulle. Sonia banged the door to. A moment later the Count was allowed in. He was dressed in his blue swallowtail coat, long stockings and light shoes, all nicely perfumed and pomaded. "Oh, Papa, you do look nice, you really do," said Natasha, standing in the middle of the room, smoothing out the folds of her tulle. "Just a minute, miss, if you don't mind," said one of the maids, lifting the skirt and switching the pins from one corner of her mouth to the other with her tongue. "You can say what you like," cried Sonia in despairing tones as she gazed at Natasha's dress. "You can say what you like, it's still too long." Natasha stepped back a little to inspect herself in the long glass. The skirt did seem too long. "Lord bless 'ee, ma'am, it bain't be too long at all," said Mavrushka, scrambling along on her knees after her young lady. "Well, if it is, we can tack it up. It'll only take a minute," said Dunyasha, getting a grip on things, and pulling a needle from the cloth on her chest, she set to work again on the floor. At this point, the Countess, arrayed in cap and velvet gown, walked diffidently back into the room, stepping softly. "Oh, I say, look at this beautiful woman of mine," cried the Count. "She's prettier than all of you." He made as if to embrace her, but she drew back with a blush on her face to avoid getting crumpled. "Mamma, your cap should be at an angle," said Natasha. "Let me do it again." And she darted forward. The maids turning up her skirt were not ready for a lunge like this, and a piece of tulle was torn off. "Mercy on us, what's happened? Hey, it wasn't my fault." "It's all right, I can run it up, it won't show," said Dunyasha. "Oh, my beauty, my little queen," said the old nurse, coming in at the doorway. "And little Sonia, too. Oh, you beautiful girls." It was 10:15 when at last they were seated in their carriage and able to drive off. And they still had to go round by the Tavrichesky garden. Madame Poronsky was there, ready and waiting. For all her age and plainness, she had been undergoing the same thing as the Rostovs, but without all the fluster, because it was all a matter of routine to her. Her ageing and unattractive body had been subjected to a similar process of scrubbing and scenting and powdering. She had been washed no less scrupulously behind her ears, and like the Rostov's nurse, her old maid had gone into raptures over her mistress's outfit when she had come into the drawing-room dressed in her yellow gown adorned with the royal monogram. Madame Poronsky waxed lyrical about the Rostovs in their finery, and they did likewise about her fine dress and remarkable taste. Then, at 11 o'clock, fussing a good deal over their coiffures and their ball gowns, they seated themselves in the carriages and drove off. Chapter 15. Natasha had not had a minute to herself all day, and it never occurred to her to wonder what lay ahead. In the damp, chill air and the semi-dark confines of the swaying carriage, she now began to imagine for the first time what was in store for her there, at the ball, in the brightly lit halls, the music, the flowers, the dancing, the Tsar, all the brilliant young people of Petersburg. The prospect before her was so wonderful, she couldn't really believe it would come true. It was all so out of keeping with the chilly darkness of the cramped carriage. Everything that lay ahead began to dawn on her only when she had walked across the red cloth, entered the vestibule, taken off her fur coat, and begun to walk up the brilliantly lit staircase with Sonia at her side, her mother just behind, and flowers on all sides. It was then that she remembered how to behave on such an occasion, and she did her best to assume the majestic manner that she considered essential for a girl to adopt at a ball. But as luck would have it, she was too dazzled to see anything clearly. Her pulse thumped 100 beats to a minute, and the blood rushed to her heart, so she was unable to strike a pose that might have made her look silly. She walked on, almost swooning with excitement and struggling to hide it, and this was the manner that suited her best. Ahead of them, and behind, guests were walking along dressed in similar ball gowns and talking to each other in similarly subdued tones. All the way up the staircase, mirrors reflected ladies in white, blue, and pink dresses, with diamonds and pearls on their bare arms and necks. Natasha looked in the mirrors, but couldn't make out her own reflection among all the others. Everybody blurred together in one glittering procession. At the entrance to the first room, the steady hum of conversation, footsteps, and greetings deafened Natasha. The light and the glare dazzled her still more. The host and hostess, who had been standing by the door for the last half hour saying exactly the same thing, "So pleased to see you," to every new arrival, welcomed the Rostovs and Madame Poronsky with the same greeting. The two young girls, in their white dresses, with identical roses in their black hair, made identical curtsies, but the hostess's eyes lingered instinctively on the slender figure of Natasha. She looked at her and gave her a special smile that went beyond her duty as a hostess. Looking at her, she was perhaps reminded of the golden days of her girlhood, now gone forever, and her own first ball. The host, too, gave Natasha a close scrutiny, and asked the Count which one of the girls was his daughter. "Charming girl," he said, kissing his fingertips. The ballroom was full of guests, crowding round the doorway where the Tsar was expected. The Countess worked her way to the front of the crowd. Natasha could hear people asking who she was, and sense their eyes on her. She knew she was making a good impression on those who noticed her, and this helped to calm her nerves. "There are plenty of people like us, and some of them are worse off," she thought. Madame Poronsky was pointing out to the Countess the most distinguished persons at the ball. "That's the Dutch ambassador. Look, that grey-haired man over there," Madame Poronsky was saying, indicating a little old gentleman with a mane of silvery grey curls, who was surrounded by ladies laughing at something he was saying. "And look who's here, the Queen of Petersburg, Countess Bezukhov," she said, pointing to Helene, who had just come in. "Isn't she gorgeous? She's the equal of Maria Antonovna. Look at all the men fussing round her, young and old. She's so pretty and clever, too. They say Prince so-and-so is wild about her. But look at these two. They're not pretty, but they've got even more followers." She pointed to two ladies crossing the room, a mother with her very plain daughter. "Worth millions as a bride," said Madame Poronsky. "And here come the suitors. That's Countess Bezukhov's brother, Anatoly Kuragin," she said, pointing to a handsome Horse Guards officer who raised his head and looked somewhere over the ladies' heads as he went by. "Handsome, isn't he? They say he's going to marry that heiress. But your cousin Drubetskoy, he's dancing round her too. She's worth millions, so they say. Oh, that's no less a person than the French ambassador," she said, when the Countess saw Caulaincourt and asked who he was. "Look at him strutting like a king. But they're so nice, you know, the French are so very nice. No nicer people in society. Oh, look, she's here. Yes, she's still the prettiest. Ah, Maria Antonovna. What a simple outfit, exquisite. And that fat fellow with the glasses on, he's the great Freemason," said Madame Poronsky, indicating Bezukhov. "Stand him alongside his wife, and you'll see what a clown he is." Stout as ever, Pierre was waddling through the crowd, nodding to right and to left, with the easy sweetness of a man in a market crowd. He was squeezing through the throng, evidently in search of a particular person. Natasha was delighted to see the familiar face of the man described by Madame Poronsky as a clown, and she knew he was searching the crowd for them, and especially her. Pierre had promised to be there at the ball and find some partners for her. But on his way over, Pierre stopped beside a very handsome dark-haired man of medium height in a white uniform, who was standing by a window talking to a tall man with stars and a ribbon across his chest. Natasha instantly recognized the splendid young man in white. It was Andrei Bolkonsky, looking altogether younger, happier, and more handsome than before. "There's someone else we know, Bolkonsky, over there, Mamma," said Natasha, pointing him out. "You remember, he stayed the night with us at Otradnoye." "Oh, do you know him?" said Madame Poronsky. "I can't abide him. He's top dog at the moment, and so conceited, you wouldn't believe it. Takes after his father. And he's hobnobbing with Sperensky, making all sorts of plans. And look how he treats the ladies. That lady over there was talking to him, and he just turned his back on her," she said, pointing across. "I'd give him a piece of my mind if he treated me like that." Chapter 16. There was a sudden stir. A murmur ran through the crowd. Everyone surged forward and then moved back again, and through the space that had opened up, in walked Tsar Alexander to the strains of a polonaise struck up by the orchestra. Behind him came the host and hostess. The Tsar strode in rapidly, bowing to right and left, as if he wanted to get through the preliminaries of the welcome as quickly as possible. This piece of music had become popular because new words had recently been set to it. They began, "Alexander Yelizaveta, we rejoice to see you here." The Tsar went into the drawing room. The crowd swarmed over to the doorway, many of them hurrying across and coming straight back with their faces transformed. Again, the crowd pressed back, away from the drawing room door, where the Tsar now appeared, talking to the hostess. An anxious-looking young man bore down on the ladies and begged them to move to one side. Several of them, with faces set to defy all etiquette, squeezed forward at great risk to all their finery. Then the men began walking over to the ladies, forming couples for the polonaise. There was a general stepping back, and out strode the Tsar, all smiles, leading the lady of the house with no attempt to follow the music. After him came the host, along with Maria Narushkin, and then the ambassadors, ministers, and an assortment of generals, whose names Madame Polonsky never tired of reciting. More than half the ladies were already partnered and were moving off into the polonaise, or preparing to do so. Natasha sensed she was going to be left with her mother and Sonia, in the minority, trapped at the side, like wallflowers. She stood there with her thin arms dangling at her sides and her scarcely defined bosom steadily heaving. Then she held her breath and gazed out with gleaming, frightened eyes, a picture of readiness for absolute joy or absolute misery. She wasn't bothered about the Tsar or any of the bigwigs being pointed out by Madame Polonsky. Her only thought was, "Isn't anybody going to come over to me? Am I going to be left out of the first dance? Am I going to be ignored by all these men? They don't seem to have noticed me, and if they do look at me, they seem to be saying, 'Not my type, not worth looking at.' Surely not," she thought. "They must know I am dying to dance, and I'm a good dancer, and they'd really enjoy dancing with me." The polonaise had been going on for some time, and soon its strains began to fade away, echoing in Natasha's ears like an unhappy memory. She was almost in tears. Madame Polonsky had left them, and the Count was at the other end of the room, which left the old Countess, Sonia, and her stranded amid a crowd of strangers, of no interest, no use to anyone. Prince Andrei walked past with a lady on his arm, obviously without recognizing them. The handsome Anatoly grinned as he spoke to his lady, and when he glanced at Natasha it was like someone glancing at a wall. Boris passed them twice, and each time turned away. Berg and his wife, who were not dancing, came over to them. A family get-together here in the ballroom was particularly galling to Natasha. Was there nowhere else for the family to talk but here at the ball? She didn't listen, didn't look at Vera, who was going on about her green dress. At last, the Tsar stopped dancing and stood beside his latest partner. He had danced with 3, as the music came to an end. A worried adjutant ran over to the Rostovs and begged them to move a bit further away, though they were already up against the wall, and then the orchestra struck up again, this time with the measured rhythm and inviting strains of a waltz. The Tsar glanced down the ballroom with a smile on his face. A moment passed. No one came out to begin. The adjutant, who had been appointed Master of Ceremonies, went over to Countess Bezukhov and asked her to dance. She gave a smile, raised a hand, and placed it on the adjutant's shoulder without a single glance at him. The adjutant knew what he was doing. Taking a firm hold of his partner, he guided her casually, confidently, into a smooth, gliding movement round the edge of the circle. Then, at the corner of the ballroom, he turned his partner with an upward swoop of her left hand, and not a sound was heard against the quickening strains of the music beyond the measured jingle of the spurs on the adjutant's expertly flashing feet and the swish of his partner's swirling velvet skirt, as every third beat brought her whisking through a turn. Natasha watched them on the verge of tears, so disappointed that someone else was dancing that first round of the waltz. Prince Andrei, wearing the white uniform of a cavalry colonel with white stockings and light shoes, was standing towards the front of the circle not far from the Rostovs, looking happy and excited. Baron Firhoff was talking to him about the first session of the State Council, due to be held next day. As someone close to Speransky, involved in the work of the Legislative Commission, Prince Andrei could be relied on for sound information about that session, as opposed to the many rumours that were going round. But he wasn't listening to what Firhoff was saying. He was looking, in turn, from the Tsar to the gentleman intending to dance but not yet bold enough to enter the ring. He was watching them closely, these gentlemen who had gone all shy in the presence of the Tsar, and the ladies who were dying to be asked to dance. Pierre went over to Prince Andrei and took him by the arm. "You're always dancing. Look, my protégée is here, the younger Rostov girl. Ask her," he said. "Where is she?" asked Bolkonsky. "I'm sorry," he said, turning to the Baron. "We'll finish this conversation somewhere else, but at a ball one must dance." He went over in the direction indicated by Pierre. Natasha's desperately panicky face met his gaze. He knew her immediately and guessed what she was going through, realizing that this was her debut. He remembered what she had said at the window, and with a look of delight on his face, he approached Countess Rostov. "Allow me to introduce my daughter," said the Countess, reddening. "I've had the pleasure of meeting you all before, if the Countess remembers," said Prince Andrei with a low bow of great courtesy, which belied Madame Poronsky's comments on his rudeness. He went up to Natasha and raised his hand to put it round her waist without negotiating an invitation to dance. He offered her the waltz. The timorous expression on Natasha's face, poised between despair and ecstasy, changed at once into a blissful, girlish smile of gratitude. "I've been waiting so long for you," came the message from that worried but happy young girl, a smile shining from her glistening eyes as she raised her hand to Prince Andrei's shoulder. They were the second couple to walk out into the ring. Prince Andrei was one of the best dancers of his day. Natasha danced exquisitely. Her little feet in their satin slippers did what they had to do so easily and with no effort on her part, while her face glowed with pure happiness. Her bared neck and arms were skinny, quite unattractive compared with Helene's shoulders. Her little shoulders were narrow. Her bosom was undefined, her arms were slender, but Helene had been, so to speak, varnished by thousands of eyes that had caressed her form, whereas Natasha seemed like a young girl exposing her body for the first time, who would have been terribly embarrassed if she hadn't been assured on every side that it was all very necessary. Prince Andrei loved dancing. He had been anxious to get away as fast as he could from the political or high-minded conversations that everyone was trying to draw him into, and also keen to break the irksome ring of constraint caused by the presence of the Tsar. This was why he had gone off to dance, and he had chosen Natasha as a partner because Pierre had pointed her out, and also because she was the first pretty girl to catch his eye. But the moment he put his arm round that slender, supple, quivering waist, and felt her stirring so close to him and smiling so close to him, the champagne of her beauty went to his head. He felt a thrill of new life and rejuvenation as he drew a deep breath, left her, and stood there watching the other couples. Chapter 17. After Prince Andrei, Boris came up and asked Natasha to dance, and he was followed by the dancing adjutant who had started the ball, and several other young men. Flushed with happiness, Natasha passed on her spare partners to Sonia, and never stopped dancing all evening. What fascinated everyone else at the ball she didn't notice and didn't even see. She didn't notice that the Tsar had a long conversation with the French ambassador, that he was unusually gracious towards one particular lady, that Prince so-and-so and Mr. What's-his-name had said and done such and such, that Helene had been a brilliant success, and that a certain somebody had paid her close attention. She didn't even see the Tsar, and she became aware that he had gone only when she noticed the ball livening up after his departure. In one of the liveliest cotillions, just before supper, Prince Andrei danced again with Natasha. He reminded her of when he had first seen her on the avenue at Otradnoye, and how she couldn't get to sleep that night in the moonlight, and he told her he had unintentionally heard what she was saying. Natasha blushed at these reminders and tried to make excuses, as if there was something embarrassing in the emotion which Prince Andrei had unintentionally overheard her expressing. Like all men who have grown up in society, Prince Andrei was pleased when he encountered something in that world that did not carry the usual society stamp, and Natasha was exactly that, with her sense of wonder, her enthusiasm, her diffidence, and even the mistakes she made when she spoke French. His manner was particularly gentle and solicitous as he escorted her and talked to her. Sitting at her side, chatting about the simplest things, nothing in particular, Prince Andrei admired the radiant brilliance of her eyes and her smile, which had nothing to do with what she was saying, but came from her own inner happiness. Natasha was chosen again and again, and whenever she got up with a smile and went off to dance, Prince Andrei particularly admired the mixture of timidity and gracefulness that she presented. In the middle of the cotillion, Natasha was on her way back to her place, breathless at the end of a figure, when she was chosen yet again by another partner. Tired and panting, she demurred for an instant, on the point of refusing, but immediately put her hand on her partner's shoulder, beaming joyfully at Prince Andrei. "I'd have been glad to have a rest and sit next to you. I'm tired, but you see how they keep asking me, and I'm so pleased and happy, and I love everyone, including you, and I know all about it," said the smile, and more, much more besides. When her partner left her side, Natasha dashed across the room to choose 2 ladies for the next figure. "If she goes to her cousin first, and then to another lady, she's going to be my wife," Prince Andrei said to himself, much to his own surprise, as he watched her. She went to her cousin first. "The stupid things that sometimes come into your mind," thought Prince Andrei. "But one thing's for sure, that girl is so lovely and so unusual. She'll be married before she's been out for a month since dancing here. She's something quite exceptional," he thought, as Natasha seated herself beside him, adjusting a stray rose on her bodice. At the end of the cotillion, the old count in his blue swallowtail coat came over to the young people who had been dancing. He invited Prince Andrei to come and see them, and asked his daughter whether she was having a good time. At first, Natasha didn't answer. She just smiled, a gently reproachful smile that said, "How could you ask a question like that?" Then she said, "I'm having the best time of my whole life," and Prince Andrei watched as she half raised her slender arms as if to embrace her father, and dropped them again at once. Natasha was indeed having the happiest time of her life. She was at the very peak of happiness, when a person is transformed into someone completely good and kind, and rejects the slightest possibility of evil, misery, and grief. It was at this ball that Pierre felt humiliated for the first time by the position his wife now occupied in the highest court circles. He was sullen and distracted. A deep furrow lined his forehead as he stood by a window, staring out over his spectacles and seeing no one. Natasha passed by near to him on her way to supper. She was struck by Pierre's dark and miserable appearance. She stopped and turned to face him. She so much wanted to help him, to let him have some of her own overflowing happiness. "What a lovely evening, Count," she said, "isn't it?" Pierre gave a faraway smile, obviously not taking in what she was saying. "Yes, I'm very glad," he said. How could anybody be unhappy with anything tonight? Thought Natasha, especially someone as nice as Bezukhov. In Natasha's eyes, the people at the ball were all the same. Nice, kind, beautiful people, and they all loved each other. Nobody would think of harming anybody else, so they must be happy, all of them. Chapter 18. Next day, Prince Andrei remembered the ball, but not for very long. Yes, it was a splendid ball, he thought, and oh yes, that Rostov girl is so sweet. There's something fresh about her, something unusual and distinctive. She doesn't seem to belong to Petersburg. Then, with no further thoughts about yesterday's ball, he had a good drink of tea and got down to work. But either from tiredness or lack of sleep, he was in no mood for work, and he couldn't get anything done. He was forever carping about his own work, something he often did, and he was delighted when he heard that someone had called to see him. The visitor was Bitsky, a man to be found on every commission and at all levels of Petersburg society, a passionate devotee of all the latest ideas, especially Speransky's, an inveterate disseminator of metropolitan news, and one of those men who choose their opinions the way they choose their clothes, according to fashion, which only serves to make them seem more partisan than anyone else. Looking businesslike and scarcely waiting to remove his hat, he ran over to Prince Andrei and began to blurt out what he had come to say. He had just heard details from the State Council that had sat that morning. The Tsar had opened the session, and Bitsky waxed enthusiastic on the subject. The Tsar's speech had been quite remarkable. It had been the kind of speech that only a constitutional monarch could have delivered. The Emperor said quite bluntly that the Council and Senate are estates of the realm. He said that government must be founded not on arbitrary authority, but on solid principles. The Emperor said that the fiscal system must be overhauled and the accounts made public, Bitsky announced, emphasizing certain words and widening his eyes knowingly. Yes, today's events mark a new epoch, the greatest epoch in our history, he concluded. Prince Andrei listened to this account of the opening of the State Council, which he had been looking forward to so keenly and had valued so much, amazed that now it had happened this event made no impact on him, and struck him as less than insignificant. He listened to Bitsky's eloquent enthusiasm with secret scorn. The simplest idea in the world was taking over his mind. Why should I bother? Why should Bitsky? He thought. Why should we bother about what the Emperor was pleased to say to the Council? Can any of that make me happier or better than I am? And with this simple reflection, all of Prince Andrei's previous interest in the current reforms was suddenly destroyed. Later that day, Prince Andrei was due to dine with Speransky in what the latter had described as a little get-together, as he issued the invitation. This dinner, in the intimate domestic circle of the man he so much admired, had seemed very enticing to Prince Andrei, especially since he had not yet seen Speransky at home. But now he didn't feel like going. At the appointed hour, however, Prince Andrei was to be seen entering Speransky's house alongside the Tavrichesky garden. It was a small place, almost monastic in its extraordinary cleanliness, and there, in the parquet-floored dining room, Prince Andrei, arriving slightly late at 5 o'clock, found Speransky's little get-together of close associates already assembled. There were no ladies present, except Speransky's little daughter, who had a long face like her father, and her governess. The guests were Gervais, Magnitsky, and Stolypin. Out in the vestibule, Prince Andrei had caught the sound of raised voices and someone with a loud, distinctive guffaw, a sort of stage laugh. Someone's voice, it sounded like Speransky's, was ringing with a clear haw, haw, haw. Prince Andrei had never heard Speransky laugh before, and this booming, resonant laughter coming from a great statesman struck him as odd. Prince Andrei went into the dining room. They were gathered in a group between two windows near to a little table laid with hors d'oeuvres. Speransky was standing by the table, a picture of joviality, wearing a grey swallowtail coat with a star on his chest and the same white waistcoat and high white stock that he had worn at the famous session of the State Council. His guests stood around him in a ring. Magnitsky had turned to face him and was halfway through a story. Speransky was listening and laughing at what Magnitsky was going to say before he said it. As Prince Andrei walked in, Magnitsky's words were again drowned with laughter. Stolypin issued a deep bass guffaw as he munched a piece of bread and cheese. Gervais gave a wheezy chuckle, and Speransky laughed in his calculated staccato. Still laughing, Speransky offered Prince Andrei a soft, white hand. "So nice to see you, Prince," he said. "Just a minute." He turned to Magnitsky, interrupting his story. "We have a pact this evening. We're going to enjoy a good dinner. No talking shop." He turned back to the storyteller and gave another laugh. With a sense of surprise and sad disappointment, Prince Andrei listened to Speransky's ringing tones and watched him as he laughed. This wasn't Speransky. It was someone else, he thought to himself. Everything in Speransky that had seemed mysterious and attractive suddenly struck Prince Andrei as patently obvious and unpleasant. At dinner, the conversation, which never faltered, seemed like something out of a joke book. Magnitsky had hardly finished his story when another guest announced his willingness to tell them a funnier one. For the most part, the story centred around, if not the actual service, the people who worked in it. It was as if this little circle had decided once and for all they were a completely useless lot, and the only possible attitude to them was one of cheerful hilarity. Speransky told them about a deaf statesman at the council that morning, who was asked for his opinion and replied that he was of the same opinion. Gervais described one case under revision that was remarkable for the stupidity of all concerned. Stolypin spoke with a stammer as he intervened with a few impassioned words on the abuses of the old regime, but this threatened to give the conversation a serious turn, so Magnitsky responded by making fun of Stolypin's earnest attitude. Then Gervais came in with another joke, and the conversation soon resumed its bantering tone. It was clear that Speransky liked to put his work behind him, relax and seek amusement in his little group of friends. Meanwhile, the friends themselves understood what he wanted, and they were doing their best to amuse him and themselves at the same time. But Prince Andrei found this kind of jollity laboured and anything but jolly. Speransky's refined tones grated on him, and his constant laughter struck such a false note that Prince Andrei's sensitivities were somehow offended. Prince Andrei was the only one not laughing, and he began to worry that he might be a drag on this party, but no one noticed his lack of sympathy with the general mood. They all seemed to be enjoying themselves. Several times he tried to get into the conversation, but every time he did so, his words were plucked away, like a cork flung out of water. The jokiness of these people was quite beyond him. There was nothing crude or objectionable in what they were saying. It was all very witty, and it might have been funny, but something was missing from it all, and whatever it was the very essence of good humour, and they weren't even aware of its existence. After dinner, Speransky's daughter and her governess rose to leave the table. Speransky caressed his daughter with a white hand and gave her a kiss. Even this gesture was seen by Prince Andrei as something forced. The men sat on and drank port like Englishmen. The talk turned to Napoleon's activities in Spain, of which they approved to a man, but in the middle of it all, Prince Andrei suddenly came out against them. Speransky gave a smile, obviously wanting to change the subject, and launched into a completely irrelevant story. For some time, everyone sat there in silence. Ready at last to leave the table, Speransky replaced the cork in a bottle of wine and said, "Costs a fortune nowadays, good wine," gave it to the servant and got up. Everybody rose and went through into the drawing-room, chatting away as loud as ever. Speransky was handed 2 envelopes which had been delivered by a courier. He took them and went to his study. As soon as he had gone, the party-like atmosphere subsided and the guests lapsed into a quiet and thoughtful conversation. "On with the recitation," said Speransky, coming out of his study. "Remarkable talent," he said to Prince Andrei. Magnitsky at once struck a theatrical pose and began to declaim some funny French poetry, composed by himself, ridiculing various well-known persons in Petersburg. Several times he was interrupted by applause. At the end of the recitation, Prince Andrei went over to Speransky to take his leave. "It's a bit early, isn't it? Where are you off to?" said Speransky. "I promised to call in at a soirée." They said no more. Prince Andrei stared into those forbidding glassy eyes and felt how stupid he had been to expect anything from Speransky, or anything associated with him. How could he ever have set any store by what Speransky was doing? That measured, mirthless laugh of his rang in Prince Andrei's ears long after he had left Speransky's. On reaching home, Prince Andrei began to look back over his life in Petersburg during the last 4 months, and he saw it in a new light. He thought of all the trouble he had taken, the hoops he had jumped through, and the whole story of his project for army reform, which had been accepted in principle, but was now being shelved because another scheme, a really dreadful one, had already been drawn up and presented to the Tsar. He thought of all those committee meetings with Berg, one of the sitting members. He thought of the long, pernickety discussions that took place over every last point of order and procedure, and the short and non-pernickety treatment given to anything that mattered. He thought of his work on law reform, his painstaking translation of the Roman and French codes into Russian, and he felt thoroughly ashamed. Then came a vivid memory of Bogucharova, his life in the country, his trip to Ryazan. He thought of his peasants and Dron, the village elder. Relating these people to the section on personal rights, which he had been paragraphing, he wondered how on earth he could have spent so much time on such useless work. Chapter 19. The next day, Prince Andrei went to various houses that he hadn't visited before, including the Rostovs, with whom he had renewed his acquaintance at the ball. Common courtesy called for a visit to the Rostovs, but Prince Andrei also wanted to have another look at that unusual, lively young girl who had made such a pleasant impression on him, and see her in her own home. Natasha was one of the first to welcome him. She was wearing a plain dark blue dress, and Andrei felt sure she looked prettier in that than she had done in her ball gown. She and all the family received Prince Andrei like an old friend, simply but very warmly. The entire family, once a target for Prince Andrei's harshest criticism, now seemed to consist of excellent, open-hearted, kindly people. The old Count was so persuasive with his charitable nature and generosity of spirit, such rare and attractive qualities in Petersburg, that Prince Andrei could not refuse an invitation to stay for dinner. Yes, these are very nice, splendid people, thought Bolkonsky. Of course, they haven't the slightest idea what a treasure they possess in Natasha, but they're so nice, and they're the best possible background for her to stand out against, with all her poetry and charm and all that liveliness. Prince Andrei recognized in Natasha a strange and special new world, brimful of unknown joys, the same strange world that had tantalized him on the avenue at Otradnoye, and on that moonlight night at the window. But now it was no longer so strange and tantalizing. He had stepped into it and was already tasting its new pleasures. After dinner, Natasha went over to the clavichord at Prince Andrei's request and began to sing. Prince Andrei stood by one of the windows talking to the ladies and listened to her. In the middle of one phrase, Prince Andrei stopped talking and suddenly felt close to tears, with a lump in his throat, something he had never known before. He watched Natasha as she sang, with a new and blissful sensation stirring in his soul. He was so happy and at the same time so sad. He had nothing at all to weep about, but here he was on the verge of tears. What for? Past love? The little princess? Lost illusions? Future hopes? Yes and no. The main thing that was bringing him to the verge of tears was a sudden, vivid awareness of the dreadful disparity between something infinitely great and eternal that existed within him, and something else, something constraining and physical that constituted him and even her. The disparity struck him with a mixture of anguish and bliss while she was singing. When Natasha had finished, she came over and wanted to know whether he liked her voice. Having said this, she felt embarrassed the moment the question was out of her mouth, realizing she ought never to have asked anything of the kind. He looked at her with a smile, and said he liked her singing, as he liked everything else that she did. It was late evening when Prince Andrei left the Rostovs. He went to bed as habit dictated, but soon saw he wasn't going to get to sleep. He lit a candle and sat up in bed. He got out and in again, not at all worried about his insomnia. His soul was filled with a new feeling of bliss, as if he had emerged from a stuffy room into God's glorious daylight. It never occurred to him that he might be in love with the little Rostov girl. He wasn't even thinking about her. He was aware of her only as an image, but this opened up the whole of his life before him in a new light. Why do I go on struggling? Why do I keep on toiling at this narrow, cramped drudgery, when life lies open before me, the whole of life with all its joys? He kept asking himself. And now, for the first time in ages, he began to make happy plans for the future. He made a personal decision to sort out his son's education, find him a tutor, and hand him into that man's care. Then he ought to retire from the army, go abroad and see something of England, Switzerland, Italy. I must take full advantage of my freedom while I'm still feeling young and strong, he told himself. Pierre was right. If you want to be happy, you have to believe in the possibility of happiness, and I do believe in it now. Let the dead bury the dead, but while ever there is life, you must live and be happy. These were his thoughts. Chapter 20. One morning, Colonel Adolf Berg called on Pierre, who knew him as he knew everybody else in Moscow and Petersburg. He was immaculately turned out in a brand-new uniform, with his pomaded locks combed out at the temples in the style made popular by Tsar Alexander. "I've just come from your good lady, the Countess, and to my great misfortune, my request couldn't be granted by her. I'm hoping I shall be more fortunate with you, Count," he said, with a smile. "What can I do for you, Colonel? I'm all yours." "Now that I'm nicely settled in my new quarters, Count," Berg announced, obviously assuming that news of this development must be a matter for great rejoicing, "I thought I might set something up. Just a little soirée for a few people known to me and my wife." He beamed with even greater benevolence. "I had in mind asking the Countess and you to do me the honour of coming over for a cup of tea and a little supper." Only Countess Helene, who considered it beneath her dignity to associate with nobodies like the Bergs, could have been cruel enough to turn down an invitation like this. Berg told him why he wanted to get together a small select group of people at his new rooms, and why this would be a source of great pleasure for him, and although he would begrudge spending good money on cards or anything harmful, he didn't mind forking out for the sake of good company, and he explained it all so clearly that Pierre couldn't refuse, and he promised to come. "Only please don't be late, Count, if I may make so bold. 10 minutes to 8. If I may make so bold. We'll have a few rounds of cards. Our general's going to be there. He's very good to me. And we'll have a bite to eat, Count, if you would be so kind." Contrary to his usual habit of always arriving late, Pierre got to the Bergs not at 10 minutes to 8, but at 1:45. The Bergs had everything ready for their little party and were quite ready to receive the guests. Berg and his wife were sitting together in a clean, bright study, newly done out with little busts and pictures and new furniture. Berg sat beside his wife, neatly buttoned up in his new uniform, busily explaining the possibility, indeed the necessity, of cultivating people in higher stations. These were the only relationships that gave any pleasure. "You pick things up, and you can ask the odd favour. Take me, for instance. Look where my life has gone since I started at the bottom." Berg measured his life not in years, but in awards and promotions. "My comrades have got nowhere, and I'll soon have my own regiment, and I'm fortunate enough to be your husband." He got to his feet and went over to kiss Vera's hand, stopping on the way to fold back the corner of a rug that was ruckled up. "And how did I get all this? Mainly by knowing how to cultivate the right people. Of course, you do have to behave properly and get things right as well." Berg smiled, with a sense of his own superiority over a feeble woman. He paused and reflected that this charming wife of his was indeed a feeble woman, incapable of ever attaining any of the qualities needed for masculine prowess. Ein Mann zu sein, as the Germans put it. Meanwhile, Vera was also smiling, with her own sense of superiority over a decent, well-behaved husband who, nevertheless, as she saw it, took such a wrong view of life, as all men did. Berg judged women by the standards of his own wife, and considered all of them feeble and foolish. Vera judged men by the standards of her own husband, and, extrapolating from him alone, she found all men conceited and self-centred, each convinced he was the only one with any sense, whereas he didn't actually understand anything at all. Berg got to his feet and gingerly embraced his wife, taking care not to squash the fine lace cape that had cost him a pretty penny, and he gave her a peck in the middle of her mouth. "There's just one thing. We mustn't rush into having children," he said, linking one thought to another at some subconscious level. "No," responded Vera. "That's something I certainly don't want. We must live for society." "Princess Yusupov was wearing one just like that," said Berg, smiling with pleasure and bonhomie as he pointed to the cape. At that moment, they were informed that Count Bezukhov had arrived. The young newlyweds smiled at each other with self-satisfaction on either side, each claiming unspoken credit for this visit. "It's all a question of knowing how to cultivate the right people," thought Berg, "and knowing how to behave." "But listen, when I'm looking after a guest," said Vera, "please don't interrupt me, because I know what they all need and what needs to be said to different people." Berg was smiling too. "Oh, we can't have that. Sometimes men need men's talk," he said. Pierre was shown into a small drawing room where no one could sit down without disrupting the neat symmetry and tidiness, so it was perfectly natural and not the least bit strange that Berg, while magnanimously offering to disturb the symmetry of an armchair or a sofa for an honoured guest, found himself thoroughly uncomfortable and in several minds over how to do it, so he left his guest to resolve the matter of choice. Pierre shattered the symmetry by moving a chair up for himself, and with that the soirée was underway, with Berg and Vera falling over each other in their eagerness to look after the guest. Vera had decided in her own mind that Pierre ought to be treated to conversation about the French embassy, so without further ado she launched forth on that subject. Berg then decided the conversation needed a touch of masculinity, so he cut across his wife's remarks with a reference to the subject of the war with Austria, followed by an instinctive switch from generalities to his own personal interests and the various proposals he had had, to persuade him to take part in the Austrian campaign, and his reasons for declining. Despite the desultory conversation and Vera's resentment of the interpolated masculine touch, both host and hostess were satisfied that, although there was only one guest present, the soirée had got off to a good start, that their soirée and all the other soirées were like peas in pod, with the same conversation, tea, and lighted candles. It wasn't long before Boris, an old comrade of Berg's, arrived. There was a tinge of patronising high-mindedness in his attitude to Berg and Vera. Then came the colonel and his lady, then the general himself, then the Rostovs, by which time the soirée really had become exactly like every other soirée. Berg and Vera could hardly contain their smiles of rapture at the sight of all this traffic in their drawing-room, at the blurred murmur of conversation and the rustle of skirts as people curtsied and bowed. Everything was just like everywhere else, especially the general, who complimented them on their rooms, clapped Berg on the shoulder, and then took charge in a fatherly way of arranging the table for a game of Boston. The general sat down alongside Count Ilya Rostov, who was next in seniority to himself. The old folk were grouped together, and so were the youngsters, and with the hostess at the tea table, the cakes in their silver basket the image of the cakes at the Panion soirée, absolutely everything was like everywhere else. Chapter 21. Pierre, as one of the principal guests, had no choice but to sit down and play Boston with the old count, the general, and the colonel. In his position at the card table, he happened to be sitting across from Natasha, and he was struck by a curious change that had come over her since the day of the ball. She was quiet, and not only was she less pretty than she had been at the ball, she would have looked rather plain but for her air of sweet indifference to everything. "What's wrong with her?" Pierre wondered as he glanced across. She was sitting next to her sister at the tea table, grudgingly responding to Boris at her side without bothering to look at him. After playing out a whole suit and taking 5 tricks, much to his partner's satisfaction, Pierre was distracted by the sound of greetings and someone coming in, but he glanced at her again as he raked in his tricks. "What can have happened to her?" he said to himself in even greater wonder. Prince Andrei was standing in front of her, talking away with tender solicitude written all over his face. She was looking up at him, red as a beetroot and visibly trying to control her panicky breathing. And suddenly the flaming glow from some inner fire that had been doused until then was newly ablaze in her. She was utterly transformed. From being a plain creature, she was once more the beautiful girl she had been at the ball. Prince Andrei came over to Pierre, and Pierre noticed a new, youthful expression in his friend's face too. Pierre changed places several times during the play, sitting sometimes with his back to Natasha, and sometimes facing her, and through all 6 rubbers he kept a close watch on her and his friend. "There's something very serious going on between those two," thought Pierre, suddenly assailed by a worrying feeling of joy mixed with bitterness that took his mind off the game. At the end of 6 rubbers, the general got to his feet, saying there was no point in playing like that, and Pierre was free to roam. Natasha was talking to Sonia and Boris on one side of the room. Vera was saying something to Prince Andrei with a subtle smile on her face. Pierre went over to his friend, asked whether he was intruding on any secrets, and sat down beside them. Vera, having noticed Prince Andrei paying close attention to Natasha, felt that at a proper soirée, there really ought to be the odd, gentle hint about the emotions, so she waited until Prince Andrei was on his own, struck up a conversation with him, mentioned emotions in general, and then brought her sister into it. Dealing with such a clever man as Prince Andrei, which was how she saw him, she felt the need to handle this affair with tact and diplomacy. When Pierre came over and heard them talking, he could see that Vera was getting carried away by her own self-confidence, while Andrei seemed embarrassed, something that almost never happened to him. "What's your opinion?" Vera was asking with a subtle smile on her face. "Prince, you can see right through people. You can assess someone's character at a glance. What do you think about Natalie? Is she capable of being constant in her attachments? Could she be like other women?" She had herself in mind. "Love somebody once and for all and stay faithful to him forever? That's what I call true love. What do you think, Prince?" "I don't know your sister all that well," answered Prince Andrei with a sardonic smile intended to cover his embarrassment, "so I can't settle a delicate question like that. In any case, I've always noticed that the less attractive a woman is, the more faithful she tends to be," he added, looking round at Pierre as he joined them. "Yes, Prince, you're quite right in this day and age," Vera persisted, talking of this day and age in the way that persons of limited intelligence generally love to do, all too certain they have discovered and carefully considered what is special about their day and age, and that human characteristics change with the times. "In this day and age, a girl has so much liberty that the pleasure of receiving a lot of attention often suppresses her true feelings, and it has to be said that Natalie is very vulnerable in that area." This reversion to Natasha made Prince Andrei frown with annoyance. He made as if to get to his feet, but Vera persisted with even greater subtlety in her smile. "I'm sure no one has received more attention than she has," Vera went on, "but until quite recently she hasn't taken to anyone in particular. Now, you know, Count," she said, turning to Pierre, "not even our dear cousin Boris, who, between ourselves, was very, very far gone in the land of tender feelings." She was referring to a map of love, much in fashion at that time. Prince Andrei scowled, saying nothing. "But you're a friend of Boris's, aren't you?" Vera said to him. "Yes, I do know him." "He must have told you about his childish passion for Natasha." "Oh, was there a childish passion?" asked Prince Andrei with an unexpected rush of blood to his face. "Oh, yes, you know how it is. Close intimacy between boy and girl cousins sometimes leads to love. Cousins, dangers in dozens. Don't you agree?" "No doubt about it," said Prince Andrei, and then, suddenly stimulated in the most awkward way, he started ribbing Pierre about the need to watch his step with his 50-year-old lady cousins in Moscow, only to get to his feet in mid-joke, seize hold of Pierre's arm, and take him to one side. "What's going on?" asked Pierre, who had been watching his friend's strange agitation in some amazement, and had seen him glance across at Natasha as he got up. "Listen, I must talk to you," said Prince Andrei. "You know that pair of women's gloves?" He had in mind the Masonic gloves given to a newly initiated brother for presentation to the woman he loved. No, I'll talk to you later." And with a strange glint in his eyes and a restlessness in his movements, Prince Andrei went over to Natasha and sat down beside her. Pierre watched as Prince Andrei asked her something, and she blushed as she replied. But at that moment, Berg came over to Pierre and insisted on his settling a dispute on Spanish affairs that had arisen between the general and the colonel. Berg was pleased and happy. A smile of gratification was never off his face. The soirée was proving a great success, the exact image of all the other soirées he had ever been to. All the details were identical: subtle exchanges between the ladies, the card-playing, and the general raising his voice as they played, the samovar, the cakes. Only one thing was missing, something he had seen at every soirée and now wished to replicate. There had not yet been any shouting from the gentlemen, or an argument about something serious and high-minded. The general had just started such a conversation, and Berg now brought Pierre into it. Chapter 22. Next day, Prince Andrei went to lunch at the Rostovs, invited by Count Ilya, and spent the whole day there. Everyone in the house could sense who Prince Andrei had really come to see, and he made no attempt to hide his efforts to spend the whole day with Natasha. There was a feeling of dreadful anticipation everywhere, not only in Natasha's inner being, frightened but happy and excited as she was, but permeating the whole household, as if some portentous event was just about to come to pass. The Countess watched Prince Andrei closely, with an air of great concern and sorrow whenever he talked to Natasha, and when he turned to look at her, she would respond rather coyly, talking of this and that. Sonia was afraid to leave Natasha on her own, and equally afraid of being de trop if she stayed with them. Natasha's face was drained of all colour from fear and anticipation if she was left alone with him for a single moment. She was struck by Prince Andrei's diffidence. She could sense that he had something to say to her, but couldn't get it out. When Prince Andrei had gone home that night, the Countess went over to Natasha and whispered, "Well?" "Mamma, for heaven's sake, don't ask me anything just now. It's not something I can talk about," said Natasha. Nevertheless, Natasha lay in her mother's bed for a long time that night, scared and excited, her darting eyes gradually settling into a stare. She told her everything he had said. He had lavished praise on her, talked about going abroad, asked where they were spending the summer, and wanted to know all about Boris. "But all this, I've never felt like this before," she said. "But I feel so scared when I'm with him. I'm always scared when I'm with him. What does it mean? Is this the real thing? Is that what it means? Mamma, are you asleep?" "No, darling, I'm scared too," answered her mother. "Go on. Off you go to bed." "No, I shan't sleep. Oh, sleep is so stupid. Mamma, darling, I've never felt anything like this before," she said, shocked and panicky at the feelings she recognized in herself. "Who'd have thought?" Natasha now had the impression she had fallen in love with Prince Andrei the first time she had seen him at Otradnoye. Sudden happiness seemed to have caught her unawares, with all its dreadful strangeness. How odd that the man she had chosen there and then, as she now knew for certain, this very man should turn up again, apparently not indifferent to her. It all had to happen. He came to Petersburg just when we were here, and we met as we had to at the ball. It was all fate. We're obviously victims of fate. Everything's been leading up to this. That first time, the minute I saw him, I had a special feeling." "What was it he said to you? What was all that poetry about? Read it to me," said her mother pensively, casting her mind back to some lines of verse that Prince Andrei had written in Natasha's album. "Mamma, he's a widower. Is there anything wrong in that?" "Hush, Natasha. Don't forget to say your prayers. Marriages are made in heaven," she said, quoting the French proverb. "Mamma, darling, oh, I do love you. And I'm so happy," cried Natasha, shedding tears of excitement and happiness and hugging her mother. At that very moment, Prince Andrei was sitting with Pierre, talking about his love for Natasha and his absolute determination to marry her. That evening, Countess Helene Bezukhov had given a reception attended by the French ambassador, a royal prince who had recently become a very frequent visitor at the Countess's, and many brilliant ladies and gentlemen. Pierre had come down and wandered from room to room, unnerving all the guests by looking so tense, gloomy, and preoccupied. Ever since the night of the ball, Pierre had been aware of an impending bout of nervous depression, and had been trying desperately to struggle against it. Since his wife's involvement with the royal prince, Pierre had been unexpectedly made a gentleman of the bedchamber, and from that time he had felt a growing sense of weariness and embarrassment in court society, and his old thoughts about the vanity of all human life began to resurface more and more often. The affection he had recently noticed between his protégée Natasha and Prince Andrei had made him feel gloomier still because of the contrast between his position and his friend's. He made equal efforts to avoid two lines of thought: his wife and the relationship between Natasha and Prince Andrei. Once again, everything seemed meaningless on the scale of eternity. Once again, he faced the question, what's it all about? Day after day, night after night, he forced himself to concentrate on Masonic work, hoping to ward off any evil spirits. Shortly before midnight, Pierre had come away from the Countess's apartment and walked upstairs to his low-ceilinged room, which reeked of tobacco smoke, where he had put on his tatty old dressing-gown and seated himself at the desk to carry on copying out the original transactions of the Scottish Freemasons, when somebody came into the room. It was Prince Andrei. "Oh, it's you," said Pierre, looking distracted and none too pleased. "I'm rather busy, as you can see," he added, pointing to his notebook with the escapist look of a miserable man using work to get away from the trials of life. Prince Andrei strolled in and stopped in front of Pierre with radiant bliss written all over his face, bursting with new life, and he beamed at his friend with the smugness of a happy man, never even noticing the gloomy face before him. "Listen, dear boy," he said, "I tried to tell you yesterday, and I've come to tell you now. I've never felt anything like this. I'm in love, my friend." Pierre suddenly heaved a great sigh and flopped down ponderously onto the sofa next to Prince Andrei. "With Natasha Rostova, I suppose," he said. Yes, who else could it be? I'd never have believed it, but the feeling's too strong for me. Yesterday I went through such torment and agony, but I wouldn't change that agony for anything in the world. I've never lived until now. I can't live without her. But can she love me? I'm too old for her. Well, say something." "Me? Say something? Well, what did I tell you?" said Pierre, suddenly getting to his feet and beginning to pace up and down the room. "It's what I've always thought. That girl's a real treasure. There's something special about her. My dear fellow, don't stop to think about it. Don't hesitate. Just get married, get married, get married. I know you'll be the happiest man on earth." "What about her?" "She loves you." "Don't talk rubbish," said Prince Andrei, beaming as he looked Pierre in the face. "She does, I know she does," Pierre cried angrily. "No, listen," said Prince Andrei, catching him by the arm and stopping him in his tracks. "You can see what a state I'm in. I've got to talk to somebody about it." "Well, come on then, tell me all about it. I'm only too pleased to listen," said Pierre, and his face changed perceptibly. The furrow of care on his forehead was smoothed away, and he listened with pleasure to what Prince Andrei had to say. His friend was now just what he seemed to be, a new man, utterly changed. Where had his depression gone? His contempt for life? All that disillusionment? Pierre was the only person he could have spoken to so openly, and now he poured forth all that was on his mind. He began by planning his future well ahead with an easy spirit and great resolution, saying he wasn't prepared to sacrifice his own happiness for any silly ideas his father might have, and he would either make his father agree to the marriage and come to like her, or go ahead without his consent. And then he went on to marvel at the feeling that had overwhelmed him, something strange, new, and beyond his control. "I'd never have believed it if anybody had said I could love like this," said Prince Andrei. "It's nothing like what I felt before. The whole world is split in two for me now. One half is her, and it's all happiness, hope, and light. The other is not her, and it's all misery and darkness." "Darkness and gloom," Pierre repeated. "Oh yes, I know all about that." "I can't help loving the light. It's not my fault, and I'm so happy. Do you know what I mean? I know you're pleased for me." "Yes, I am," Pierre agreed, and as he watched his friend, his eyes brimmed with sweet sadness. The brighter Prince Andrei's fate became, the gloomier his own seemed to be. Chapter 23. If Prince Andrei was to marry, he would need his father's consent, so the next day he set off to see him. The old prince received his son's announcement with a show of outward equanimity which masked hidden fury. He couldn't understand how anyone could want to alter his way of living by introducing innovations when his life was drawing to its close. If they would only let me live my life out in my own way and then do what they want, the old man said to himself. Dealing with his son, however, he employed the kind of diplomacy that he reserved for special occasions. Adopting a calm tone, he discussed the whole matter. First, the marriage was not a brilliant one in terms of birth, fortune, or social standing. Second, Prince Andrei was not in the first flush of youth. His health was not good. The old man set great store by this, and the girl was very young. Third, there was his son. It would be a pity to entrust him to some slip of a girl. Fourth and last, said the father to his son with a mocking glance, I appeal to you, put it all off for a year. Go abroad and see to your health. Find a German tutor for Prince Nikolai. You've been wanting to do that. And then, if your love, passion, determination, whatever you want to call it, still matters to you, then get married. And that's my last word on the subject. I mean it, my very last word, the old prince concluded, his tone clearly indicating that nothing was going to change his mind. Prince Andrei could see through the old man. He was hoping that either Andrei's feelings or those of his fiancée would fail the test of a year's delay, or that he, the old prince, would be dead by the end of it, and he decided to fall in with his father's wish. He would make a proposal and then postpone the wedding for a year. 3 weeks after his last evening visit to the Rostovs, Prince Andrei returned to Petersburg. After the conversation with her mother, Natasha spent the whole of the next day waiting for Bolkonsky, but he didn't come. A second and third day came and went, still no visit. Pierre stayed away too, and Natasha, unaware that Prince Andrei had gone off to see his father, didn't know what to make of his absence. 3 weeks went by like this. Natasha refused to go out. She walked the house like a ghost, gloomy and listless, weeping in secret at night, and she stopped going in to see her mother at bedtime. She was continually blushing and very touchy. She had the impression that her disappointment was an open secret, and they were all laughing at her and feeling sorry for her. For all the intensity of her personal sorrow, it was hurt pride that made her misery even more painful. One day she came in to see the Countess and started to say something, only to collapse in tears. They were the tears of a child whose feelings have been hurt, and it can't see why it is being punished. The Countess did what she could to comfort her daughter. At first Natasha simply listened and listened, but then, suddenly, she interrupted her mother. "Please don't, Mamma. I've stopped thinking about it. I don't want to any more. Oh, why did he keep coming here and then suddenly stop?" There was a tremor in her voice, and she was on the verge of tears, but she recovered her composure and went on to say, "And now I don't want to get married at all. And besides, I'm scared of him. Anyway, now I'm completely relaxed about everything." The day after this conversation, Natasha put on one of her old dresses, one she knew she could rely on to feel good in all morning, and from first thing she resumed her old way of life, which had been abandoned ever since the ball. After morning tea she went out into the big hall, which she particularly liked because of its strong resonance, and did her singing practice, singing scales. When she had finished the first exercise, she stood still in the middle of the hall and repeated one snatch of melody that particularly appealed to her. She listened enraptured, as if for the first time, by the charm of the notes as they swelled out to fill the vast spaces of the great room, before slowly dying away, and suddenly she was happy again. "Why should I bother about all that? I'm all right as I am," she told herself, and she began walking up and down the room, not putting her feet down straight onto the echoing parquet, but doing a heel and toe at each step. She was wearing new shoes that she really liked, and listening as her heels clicked and her toes scraped rhythmically, which was just as nice as listening to the sound of her own voice. She glanced into a large mirror as she passed. "Yes, that's me," her expression seemed to say when she caught sight of herself. "Very nice, too. I don't need anybody else." A footman wanted to come in and clear something away, but she wouldn't let him. She shut the door on him and continued her promenade. This morning, she was back at last in her favourite situation, that of loving herself and being her own best admirer. "There goes Natasha, such a charming creature," she said, referring to herself once again, in the words of some third-person, collective male figure. "Pretty girl, good voice, young, not doing any harm, just leave her in peace." But however much people left her in peace now, she couldn't be at peace, and she sensed this immediately. Out in the vestibule, the front door opened. Someone asked, "Are they at home?" and footsteps could be heard approaching. Natasha was busy admiring herself in the glass, but suddenly she no longer saw herself. She was listening to the sounds coming from the vestibule. When she did see herself again, she looked very pale. It was him. She knew for certain, though his voice was scarcely audible through the closed doors. White-faced and panic-stricken, Natasha flew into the drawing-room. "Mamma, it's Bolkonsky," she said. "Mamma, this is awful. I can't bear it. I don't want... all this pain. What should I do?" The Countess had no time to answer. Prince Andrei strode into the drawing-room, looking worried and terribly serious. The moment he saw Natasha, his face lit up. He kissed the Countess's hand, and Natasha's, and seated himself alongside the sofa. "It's some time since we had the pleasure," the Countess began to say, but Prince Andrei cut right across her question with a quick response, obviously anxious to get out what he had come to say. "I haven't been to see you all this time because I have been away seeing my father. I had something very important to discuss with him. I didn't get back till last night," he said, glancing at Natasha. "I must talk to you, Countess," he added, after a moment's silence. The Countess looked down with a heavy sigh. "I'm at your disposal," she managed to say. Natasha knew she ought to go, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. There was a strangulated feeling in her throat, and she stood there goggling, staring quite rudely straight at Prince Andrei. "Now? This minute? No, it can't be," she was thinking. He glanced at her again, and that glance told her she was not mistaken. Yes, here and now, this very minute, her fate was being decided. "Run along, Natasha. I'll call you," the Countess whispered. With frightened and imploring eyes, Natasha glanced at Prince Andrei and her mother, and left the room. "Countess, I have come to ask you for your daughter's hand," said Prince Andrei. The Countess's face flared red, but at first she said nothing. "Your proposal," the Countess began at last in measured tones. He sat there in silence, watching her face. "Your proposal," she was painfully embarrassed, "is, welcome, and I accept your proposal. I'm glad of it. And my husband, I do hope, but the decision must rest with her." "I'll talk to her when I have your consent. Do I have it?" said Prince Andrei. "Yes," said the Countess, extending her hand to him, and it was with mixed feelings of remoteness and tenderness that she pressed her lips to his forehead as he bent to kiss her hand. She dearly wanted to love him as a son, but he seemed like an alien spirit, and besides, she was afraid of him. "I'm sure my husband will consent," said the Countess. "But what about your father?" "I have kept my father informed of my plans, and he gives his consent with the sole proviso that the marriage does not take place for a year. I was going to tell you about that," said Prince Andrei. "Well, Natasha is very young, but does it have to be such a long time?" "There was no other way," said Prince Andrei with a sigh. "I'll send her in to you," said the Countess, and she went out of the room. "Lord have mercy on us," she kept repeating as she searched for her daughter. Sonia told her Natasha was in her bedroom. She was sitting on her bed, pale-faced and dry-eyed, gazing at an icon and murmuring something as she crossed herself rapidly. Seeing her mother, she leapt up and flew across to her. "What is it, Mamma? What is it?" "Off you go. Go and see him. He's asking for your hand," said the Countess, coldly, it seemed to Natasha. "Go on, off you go," her mother murmured with a mixture of sadness and disapproval, and she gave a deep sigh as her daughter ran off. Natasha had no recollection of entering the drawing-room. As she came in and caught sight of him, she stopped short. "This stranger, has he suddenly become everything to me?" she asked herself, and her answer was instantaneous. "Yes, he has. He alone is dearer to me now than anything in the world." Prince Andrei looked down as he advanced towards her. "I fell in love with you the moment I first saw you. May I hope?" He glanced up at her and was struck by the solemn look on her passionate face, a face that seemed to say, "Why do you ask? What's the point in feeling doubtful when you can't possibly know? What's the point in talking when words can't express your feelings?" She came a little nearer and stopped. He took her hand and kissed it. "Do you love me?" "Yes, yes," said Natasha, with something near to impatience. She gave a deep sigh, then another. Then the sighs came faster and faster until she burst into sobs. "What is it? Is there anything wrong?" "Oh, I am so happy," she answered, smiling through her tears. She leant closer, thought for a second, as though wondering whether all this was really happening, and then kissed him. Prince Andrei held her hand and gazed into her eyes, though in his heart he felt no trace of his former love for her. A change had come over his inner being. Gone was the former desire with all its poetry and mysterious charm. Now all he felt was pity for her feminine and childish frailty, dismay at her devotion and willingness to trust, and the hard, sweet taste of duty that must bind him to her forever. This new feeling may have been less glorious and poetical, but it was stronger and more serious than before. "Did your mamma tell you it cannot happen for a year?" said Prince Andrei, still gazing into her eyes. "Is this really me? The slip of a girl that everyone used to call me?" Natasha was thinking. "Am I really a wife from now on? The equal of this nice, clever man that I hardly know? Someone that even my father looks up to? Is it really true? Is it really true that now I can't go on treating life like a joke? That now I'm a grown-up woman? Now I'm fully responsible for every word and every action? What did he ask me?" "No," she answered, without having understood his question. "Please forgive me," said Prince Andrei, "but you're so young, and I've had so much experience, I'm afraid for you. You don't know yourself yet." Natasha concentrated hard on what he was saying, but she couldn't get the meaning of his words. "Hard as that year will be for me, delaying my happiness," continued Prince Andrei, "you will use that time to make sure you know your own mind. I am asking you to make me a happy man in a year's time, but you are free. We shall keep our engagement secret, and if you were to find out you don't really love me, or if you fell in love with—" said Prince Andrei with a forced smile. "Why are you saying all this?" Natasha interrupted. "You know I've loved you since the day you first came to Otradnoye," she said, certain she was telling the truth. "In a year you'll learn all about yourself." "A whole year!" Natasha burst out, realizing for the first time that the wedding was to be delayed for a year. "But why wait a year? Why wait a year?" Prince Andrei began to explain the reasons for the delay. Natasha wasn't listening. "Is there no other way?" she asked. Prince Andrei said nothing in reply, but the impossibility of changing this decision was written on his face. "Oh, that's awful. It's absolutely awful," Natasha cried suddenly, breaking into sobs again. "I'll die if I have to wait a year. It's impossible. It's awful." She glanced at the face of her husband-to-be and saw his look of bewilderment and deep sympathy. "No, it's all right. I'll do anything," she said, suddenly in control of her tears. "I'm so happy." Her father and mother came in and gave the engaged couple their blessing. From that day on, Prince Andrei visited the Rostovs as Natasha's fiancé. Chapter 24. There were no betrothal celebrations, And no announcement was made of Natasha's engagement to Bolkonsky. Prince Andrei insisted on that. He said that since he was responsible for postponing the wedding, he ought to bear the whole burden of it. He said that although he was bound forever by his word, he did not want to buy Natasha, and he wanted her to feel completely free. If in 6 months' time she felt she didn't love him, she would have a perfect right to refuse him. Naturally enough, neither Natasha nor her parents would hear a word of this, but Prince Andrei was adamant. He came to their house every day, but he didn't behave like a fiancé. He addressed her formally and kissed her only on the hand. Since the day of his proposal, the relationship between Prince Andrei and Natasha had changed completely into a new kind of uncomplicated closeness. It was as if they had not known each other before. Both of them loved to recall how they had treated one another when there was nothing between them. Now they both felt like utterly different creatures, no longer awkward and affected, but simple and sincere. At first, Prince Andrei had been the cause of some embarrassment within the family. He had seemed like a man from another world, and Natasha worked hard at bringing them all round to him, declaring with no little pride that his unusual manner was all show. He was just like everybody else deep down. She wasn't scared of him, and nobody else need be. It took only a few days for the rest of the family to get used to seeing him. Any awkwardness soon disappeared, and they went back to their old way of living, with him now accommodated to it. He could talk to the Count about estate management, to the Countess and Natasha about clothes, and to Sonia about albums and embroidery. There were times when the Rostovs, both privately and in front of Prince Andrei, expressed amazement at the way things had turned out, and how clear the omens had all been. Prince Andrei's coming to Otradnoye, and their coming to Petersburg, the resemblance between Natasha and Prince Andrei that the old nurse had spotted during his first visit, the encounter between Andrei and Nikolai in 1805, and many other auguries noted by various family members foreshadowing what was to come. The house now had a special poetic atmosphere, the unchanging stillness that always goes with the presence of an engaged couple. They often sat together in a group without anyone talking. And if some of them got up and walked away, leaving them alone together, sometimes the engaged couple still sat there in silence. It wasn't often that they spoke of their future life together. Prince Andrei was too scared and embarrassed to talk about it. Natasha shared this feeling as she shared all his feelings, being very good at guessing them. On one occasion, Natasha began asking questions about his son. Prince Andrei coloured up, as he often did at that time, which greatly endeared him to Natasha, and said that his son wasn't going to live with them. "Why not?" said Natasha, somewhat taken aback. "Oh, I can't take him away from his grandfather, and anyway—" "Oh, I would have loved him so much," said Natasha, quickly catching on to his line of thought. "But I can see you don't want either of us to be blamed for anything." The old Count sometimes came to Prince Andrei, kissed him and asked his advice about Petya's education or Nikolai's career. The old Countess sighed as she watched them. Sonia was afraid at every end and turn of being de trop, and was always trying to find excuses for leaving them alone, even when it wasn't necessary. When Prince Andrei got going on a story, he was a splendid raconteur. Natasha listened to him with pride. When she was talking, she noted with a mixture of joy and dread that he was watching her with close attention and a searching stare. She kept asking herself in some bewilderment, "What does he see in me? What does he want when he stares like that? What if I haven't got what he's looking for?" Sometimes she slipped into one of her moods of happy abandon, and then she really loved to watch and hear Prince Andrei laughing at her. He seldom laughed, but when he did so with complete abandon, and she always felt closer to him when he had been laughing like that. Natasha's happiness would have been complete but for the dreadful thought of their impending separation, which was looming ever closer. On the eve of his departure from Petersburg, Prince Andrei brought Pierre along too. He hadn't been to the Rostovs since the day of the ball. Pierre seemed absent-minded and embarrassed. He spent much of the time talking to the Countess. Natasha sat down at a little chess table with Sonia and invited Prince Andrei to join them. He came over. "You've known Bezukhov quite some time, haven't you?" he asked. "Do you like him?" "Yes, he's very nice, but very odd." and she began doing what everyone always did when speaking of Pierre, telling stories about his absent-mindedness, stories that were largely fictional. "I've told him our secret, you know," said Prince Andrei. "We've known each other since we were boys. He has a heart of gold. Please, Nathalie," he said, suddenly turning serious, "I'm going away. Anything could happen. You might fall out of... Oh, I know I ought not to talk like that, but listen, if anything happens to you while I'm away..." "What could happen?" "If you get into any kind of trouble," Prince Andrei persisted. "Please, Mademoiselle Sophie, if anything happens, anything at all, go to him and nobody else for advice and help. I know he's terribly absent-minded and odd, but his heart's in the right place." None of them, father, mother, Sonia, not even Prince Andrei, could have foreseen the effect the separation would have on Natasha. She wandered the house all day long, red in the face, dry-eyed but wildly excited, fussing over little details as if she had no concept of what was about to descend on her. She didn't weep even when he kissed her hand for the last time and took his leave. "Please don't go," was all she could manage in a voice that made him wonder whether he ought not to stay after all. A voice he would long remember. When he had gone, she still didn't weep. She just sat in her room for days on end, without crying, totally apathetic, saying nothing more than the occasional, "Oh, why did he go?" But then, 2 weeks after his departure, she amazed everyone around by just as suddenly recovering from her low morale and becoming her old self again, but with a change in her moral physiognomy, much like the new look on a child's face at the end of a long illness. Chapter 25. Over the last year, following his son's departure, old Prince Nikolai Bolkonsky's health and temper had got worse. He was now more irritable than ever, and it was generally Princess Maria who had to take the full fury of his unreasonable tantrums. He seemed determined to seek out all her vulnerable points and make her suffer the cruelest possible mental torment. Princess Maria had 2 passions, and therefore 2 sources of pleasure: her nephew, little Nikolai, and religion, and both of these were favourite targets for the old prince's attacks and taunts. Whatever the topic of conversation, he would bring the subject round to superstitious old maids or children who were pampered and spoilt. "You want to turn him, Nikolai, into another old maid like yourself. You won't get away with it. Prince Andrei wants a son, not an old maid," he would say. Or he would turn to Mademoiselle Bourienne when Princess Maria was with them and ask whether she liked our village priests and holy icons, subjects he always found so amusing. He never stopped peppering Princess Maria with wounding remarks, but his daughter forgave him always and effortlessly. How could he be at fault, her own father, who, as she knew full well, loved her in spite of everything? How could he be considered unjust? What is justice, anyway? Princess Maria never gave a thought to such a grand word as justice. All the complex laws of humanity came together for her in one clear and simple law, the law of love and self-sacrifice, laid down by him who suffered in his love for all humanity, though he was himself truly God. Other people's justice or injustice, was that any concern of hers? Hers was to suffer and to love, and that she did. That winter Prince Andrei had come back to Bald Hills full of high spirits, gentle and affectionate, the kind of brother Princess Maria had not known for many years. She had strongly suspected that something must have happened to him, but he had said nothing to his sister about falling in love. Before leaving, Prince Andrei had had a long conversation with his father, and Princess Maria noticed that they were unhappy with each other when the time came to part. Soon after Prince Andrei had gone, Princess Maria wrote a letter from Bald Hills to her friend in Petersburg, Julie Karagin. Princess Maria still dreamt, as girls do, of seeing Julie married to her brother. She was currently mourning the loss of a brother killed in Turkey. "Sorrow seems to be our common lot, my dear, lovely friend Julie. Your loss is so awful that I can explain it to myself only as a special act of providence by God, who, in all his love for you, wishes to put you and your most excellent mother to the test. Oh, my dear, religion and religion alone can, if not comfort us, at least save us from despair. Only religion can make clear to us what man cannot comprehend without its aid. Why and for what purpose good and noble beings, capable of happiness, doing no harm to others, indeed essential for the happiness of other people, are called away to God, while wicked, useless and dangerous people are left among the living, a burden to themselves and everyone else. The first death I ever saw, which I shall never forget, the death of my dear little sister-in-law, left me with the same impression. You wonder why your noble brother was fated to die. Like you, I wondered why Lisa had to die, an angel who had never done the slightest harm to anyone, and never had anything but kind thoughts in her heart. But do you know what, my dear friend? 5 years have gone by, and even I, with my inferior intellect, am just beginning to understand clearly why it was necessary for her to die, and how that death was but an expression of the infinite goodness of the Creator, whose every action, though for the most part passing all understanding, is but a manifestation of his infinite love for his creation. Perhaps, I often think, she was too angelic, too innocent to have enough strength to perform all the duties of a mother. As a young wife, she was beyond reproach. Perhaps she could not have been so in motherhood. As things stand, beyond all the pure memories and regrets she has left us, and particularly Prince Andrei, in the other world she will in all probability attain a place which I myself dare not hope for. But over and above her loss, that early and terrible death has actually come as a powerful blessing for me and my brother, in spite of all our grief. When it happened, at the moment of our loss, I could never have entertained thoughts like these. At that time I should have been horrified and dismissed them, but now it all seems so clear and certain. I write all this to you, my dear friend, simply to persuade you of a gospel truth which has become a rule of living for me. Not a hair of our head shall fall without his will, and his will is governed only by his infinite love for us, and so it is that whatever comes to pass, all is for our good. You ask whether we shall spend next winter in Moscow. For all my desire to see you, I don't expect we shall, and I don't want to do so. And you may be surprised to hear that the reason for this is Buonaparte. Let me explain. My father's health is noticeably declining. He cannot stand being contradicted, and he's always so irritable. This irritability is, as you know, mostly directed towards politics. He cannot stand the idea of Buonaparte hobnobbing on equal terms with all the sovereigns of Europe, especially our own, the grandson of the great Catherine. As you know, I haven't the slightest interest in politics, but from my father and his conversations with Mikhail Ivanovitch, I do get to know what is going on in the world, and in particular I keep hearing about all the honours bestowed on Buonaparte. Bald Hills seems to be the only place on the globe where he is not recognised as a great man, let alone Emperor of France. This is what my father cannot put up with. He seems very reluctant to talk about going to Moscow, and I have the feeling this is mainly due to his political views and the likelihood of him rubbing people up the wrong way, what with his general attitude and his habit of speaking his mind and not making any allowances for anybody. Whatever he gained from medical treatment in Moscow, he would lose from arguing about Buonaparte, which would be inevitable. Anyway, it will all be settled soon. Family life goes on in the same old way, except for my brother Andrei being away. As I wrote to you before, he has changed a lot recently. It is only now, this year, that he seems to have got over his grief at long last. He is just as I remember him when he was a boy, nice and kind and more good-hearted than anyone I know. He seems to realise that his life is not over yet. But despite the improvement in his morale, he has become very weak physically. He has kept on losing weight, and he's more edgy than he used to be. I worry about him, and I'm so glad he is taking this foreign tour which the doctors have been prescribing for ages. I hope he'll come back cured. You write to me that all Petersburg considers him one of the most capable, cultivated and intelligent young men. Forgive my family pride, this is something I have never doubted. The good that he has done here, to his peasants, the local nobility, everyone, is incalculable. When he arrived in Petersburg, he simply got what he deserved. I'm amazed at the way rumours find their way from Petersburg to Moscow, especially groundless ones like the story you mentioned about my brother supposedly marrying the little Rostov girl. I don't think Andrei will ever marry anyone, and certainly not her. I'll tell you why. Firstly, I know that though he seldom speaks of his late wife, his sadness at her loss has penetrated his heart too deeply for him to ever consider arranging for a successor and a stepmother for our little angel. And secondly, because, as far as I can tell, that girl is not the sort of woman who would appeal to Prince Andrei. I don't think Andrei can have chosen her to be his wife, and I must admit that I hope not. But I've rambled on too long. Here I am finishing the second sheet. Goodbye for now, my dear friend. God Almighty take you to his holy bosom. My dear companion, Mademoiselle Bourienne, sends her love. Marie. Chapter 26. In the middle of the summer, Princess Maria was surprised to receive a letter from Prince Andrei in Switzerland with some strange and unexpected news. He informed his sister of his engagement to Natasha Rostova. His whole letter was suffused with ecstatic love for his fiancée, as well as tender and confiding affection for his sister. He wrote that he had never been in love like this before, and now at last he had a clear idea of what life meant. He asked her to forgive him for having kept quiet about his plans during his last visit to Bald Hills, though he had mentioned them to his father. He had said nothing because he knew she might go and persuade her father to give his consent, only to fail in the attempt, irritate her father, and bring down on herself all the weight of his displeasure. Besides, he wrote, things were not definitely settled then, and now they are. At that time, our father insisted on a year's postponement, and now half of it, 6 months, have passed, and I remain firmer than ever in my resolution. If it weren't for the doctors insisting I stay here and take the waters, I should be back in Russia by now, but as things stand, I must delay my return for another 3 months. You know me, and how things are with father. I don't need anything from him. I've always been independent, and I always shall be. But to go against his will, to incur his anger when perhaps he won't be with us much longer, would cut my happiness in half. I am writing to him now. Please choose the right moment, give him my letter, and let me know how he feels. Is there any hope of his agreeing to shorten the period by 3 months? After much hesitation, many misgivings, and endless prayers, Princess Maria handed the letter to her father. The following day, the old prince said to her calmly, "Write and tell your brother to wait till I'm dead. He won't have long to wait. I'll soon set him free." The princess made as if to protest, but her father would have none of it, and he ranted on louder and louder. "Go on, get yourself married, darling boy. Splendid family. Clever people, eh? Plenty of money, eh? Oh yes, a nice little stepmother for Nikolai. Tell him not to wait. Get married tomorrow. Should be a stepmother for our little Nikolai, and I'll marry the little Bourienne girl. Ha ha ha. Can't have him doing without his own stepmother. Just one thing, no women folk around this house from now on. Let him get married and go and live on his own. Why don't you go and live with him?" He turned to Princess Maria. "Good luck to you. It's a cold world out there, a very cold world." After this outburst, the prince never returned to the subject, but all his pent-up fury at his son's lack of spirit vented itself in the way he treated his daughter. To his former pretexts for taunting her, he now added another one, snide remarks about stepmothers, and being ever so nice to Mademoiselle Bourienne. "Why shouldn't I marry her?" he would say to his daughter. "She'd make a splendid princess." And as the days went by, much to her surprise and bewilderment, Princess Maria began to notice that her father really was beginning to associate more and more with the French girl. Princess Maria wrote to Prince Andrei and described their father's reaction to the letter, but she consoled her brother with the hope that she might be able to bring him round. Little Nikolai and his education, her brother Andrei and religion, these were Princess Maria's pleasures and consolations. But apart from them, since everybody has to have personal hopes, Princess Maria fostered, in the secret depths of her inner being, a private dream and a hidden hope from which she drew what consolation there was in her life. The consoling dream and hope came to her from her servants of God, the holy fools and pilgrims who visited her behind the prince's back. The longer Princess Maria lived, the more she observed life and experienced it, the more she marvelled at the short-sightedness of people who seek pleasure and happiness here on earth, toiling away, suffering and struggling, and doing so much harm to each other, in pursuit of an impossible will-o'-the-wisp of happiness in iniquity. Prince Andrei had loved a wife and she had died, but that wasn't enough for him. He now wanted to bind his happiness to another woman. Her father was against it because he wanted a more distinguished or a wealthier match for Andrei, and all of them were struggling and suffering, tormenting themselves and tainting their souls, their eternal souls, to find themselves blessings that were only ephemeral. We are all well aware of this, but in any case, Jesus Christ, the Son of God, came down to earth and told us that this life is but for a moment. It is a trial, yet we still cling to it and think to find happiness in it. Why can't people see this? Princess Maria wondered. Well, some people can. Those despised servants of God who come to me up the back stairs with bags on their backs, scared of being seen by the prince, not because they're worried about persecution, but from fear of leading him into sin. To leave hearth and home, to renounce all thoughts of worldly blessings, and to wander the world with nothing to cling to, in sackcloth and tatters, with a new name, doing no harm, but praying for people, praying equally for those who persecute and those who give succour. There is no truth, and no life higher than this truth and this life. There was one pilgrim by the name of Theodosia, a quiet little woman of 50, with a pock-marked face, who had been wandering the world for over 30 years barefoot and wearing heavy chains. Princess Maria was particularly fond of her. One evening, when they were sitting together in a dark room, lit only by an icon lamp, Theodosia told her life story. Princess Maria felt such a strong intuition that Theodosia was the one person who had found the right path in life that she decided she ought to go on a pilgrimage herself. When Theodosia had gone to bed, Princess Maria thought things over well into the night and eventually came to the conclusion that, however strange it might look, she must go on a pilgrimage. She confided her intention to no one but a monk, Father Akimfi, and he gave her project his blessing. On the pretext of buying presents for pilgrim women, Princess Maria built up the complete outfit of a pilgrim: a rough smock, shoes of plaited bark, a kaftan, and a black scarf. She would often go over to the secret chest where these things were hidden and hover there, undecided whether the time might not have come to carry out her plan. Often, as she listened to the pilgrim women's stories, she was so transported by their simple sayings, mechanical phrases to them, but powerful profundities to her ears, that she was more than once tempted, ready to drop everything and run away from home. She could imagine herself alongside Theodosia, dressed in a rough smock, setting out on her pilgrimage with scrip and staff, trudging the dusty road, free from envy, free from earthly love, free from every desire, proceeding from one saint to another, and arriving at last where there is neither sorrow nor sighing, but everlasting joy and happiness. I shall come to a place and pray, but before I can grow used to it and love it, I shall move on, and I shall walk on till my legs give way under me. Then shall I lie down and die, and come at last to that eternal haven of peace and quiet, where there is neither sorrow nor sighing, thought Princess Maria. But at the first sight of her father, and especially little Nikolai, she would falter, shed a few silent tears, and feel like a woman of sin. Did she not love her father and her nephew more than God? Part 4. Chapter 1. According to biblical tradition, the absence of work, idleness, was a condition of the first man's state of blessedness before the fall. The love of idleness has been preserved in fallen man, but now a heavy curse lies upon him, not only because we have to earn our bread by the sweat of our brow, but also because our sense of morality will not allow us to be both idle and at ease. Whenever we are idle, a secret voice keeps telling us to feel guilty. If man could discover a state in which he could be idle and still feel useful, and on the path of duty, he would have regained one aspect of that primitive state of blessedness. And there is one such state of enforced and irreproachable idleness enjoyed by an entire class of men, the military class. It is this state of enforced and irreproachable idleness that forms the chief attraction in military service, and it always will. Nikolai Rostov had been enjoying this blessed state to the full as he served on, after the year 1807, in the Pavlograd regiment, now commanding the squadron that had been Denisov's. Rostov had become a bluff, personable young man, likely to have been considered rather a bad egg by his old Moscow acquaintances, though he was loved and respected by his present comrades, subordinates, and superiors, and he was enjoying life. But latterly, in the year 1809, he had begun to receive more and more letters from home, full of complaints from his mother that things were going from bad to worse, and it was high time he came home to bring a little cheer and comfort to his old parents. Reading these letters, Nikolai felt dismayed that anyone should want to extricate him from the environment in which he was living so quietly and comfortably, cut off from all the complexities of existence. He felt that sooner or later he might have to plunge back into that maelstrom of life, with all sorts of things going wrong and having to be put right, steward's accounts, quarrels and intrigues, ties, society, to say nothing of Sonia's love and the promise he had made to her. It all seemed so terribly difficult and complicated that he took to answering his mother with frigid letters in very formal French, beginning, "My dear mamma," and ending, "Your obedient son," avoiding all mention of a time when he might return home. One letter, in 1810, informed him of Natasha's engagement to Bolkonsky, and the year-long postponement of their wedding because the old prince wouldn't give his consent. This letter left Nikolai feeling worried and offended. For one thing, he would be sorry to lose Natasha from the household, because he cared for her more than anyone else in the family. Secondly, with his hussar's way of looking at things, he regretted not having been there when all this had been going on. He'd have shown this Bolkonsky that linking up with him wasn't all that much of an honour, and if he really loved Natasha, he would get married without his crazy old father's consent. For a moment he wondered whether to ask for leave to see Natasha and find out how she was coping with her engagement, but they had manoeuvres coming up, and there was this business with Sonia, and everything was so complicated that he put it off again. But in the spring of that year he got another letter from his mother, written without his father's knowledge, and this was what decided him. She told him if he didn't come home and take charge, their whole estate would have to go under the hammer, and they would be out on the street. The Count was so weak, and he trusted Mitenka too much, and he was such a nice man that everyone took advantage of him, and things were going from bad to worse. "I beg you in the name of God, please come home immediately, if you don't want me and all the family to be left utterly miserable," wrote the Countess. That letter deeply affected Nikolai. He had an ordinary man's common sense, and this told him what he simply had to do. He had to retire from the army, or at least to go home on leave. He had no real idea of why he had to go, but straight after his lunchtime nap he ordered his horse to be saddled, a grey by the name of Mars, a brute of a stallion that he hadn't ridden for ages. He galloped off, and when he returned, with the horse in a lather, he told Lavrushka, Denisov's old valet who had stayed on with him, and the comrades who dropped in that evening, that he had applied for leave, and was on his way home. It all seemed so difficult, strange, quite unimaginable. He was going away without hearing from the staff about the only things that really mattered to him. Was he being made up to captain or getting the Order of St. Anne for the last manoeuvres? He was going away without clinching the sale of his 3 roans to the Polish Count Golochovski, after all that haggling, with Rostov placing a side bet that he would get 2,000 for them. The ball would go ahead without him, the ball given by the hussars in honour of their favourite Polish belle, Madame Pradzietzka, one in the eye for the Uhlans, who had given a ball for their favourite belle, Madame Borzhanovska. But despite all this, he simply knew he had to leave this lovely, clear-cut world for one that was nothing but messy nonsense. A week later, his leave came through. His comrades, not only from the regiment but from the whole brigade, gave Rostov a subscription dinner at 15 roubles a head. There were 2 bands playing and 2 choruses singing. Rostov danced the trepak with Major Basov. The drunken officers tossed him in the air, hugged him and dropped him on the floor, followed by the men of the 3rd Squadron who tossed him up again with a great hurrah. Then they put him in his sledge and went with him as far as the first post station. During the first half of the journey, from Kremenchuk to Kiev, Rostov spent the whole time thinking back, as always happens on these occasions, to what he had left behind, in his case, to the squadron. But once he had jolted his bumpy way past the halfway point, he stopped thinking about his 3 roans, his quartermaster, and Panna Borzanovska, and started to wonder rather anxiously how he would find things at Otradnoye. The nearer he got, the more intensely, much more intensely, his thoughts turned to home, as if inner feelings were also subject to the law of gravitation, varying in inverse proportion to the square of the distance. At the last station before Otradnoye, he gave the sledge driver a 3-ruble tip, and soon he was racing up the steps of his home, all out of breath, like a little boy. After the excitement of the first meeting, and the odd feeling of being let down by expectations, everything's the same. Why was I in such a hurry to get here? Nikolai began to settle down and get used to the old way of living at home. His father and mother were just the same, though they had aged a little. The only thing new about them was a certain uneasiness and the occasional disagreement that hadn't been there before, deriving, as he was soon to learn, from the awful state of their affairs. Sonia was now nearly 20. She would grow no prettier than this. There was no more promise to be fulfilled, though what she had was quite enough. She had blossomed with love and happiness the moment Nikolai had come home, and this young girl's faithful, unshakable love for him gladdened his heart. It was Petya and Natasha who surprised Nikolai most of all. Petya had grown into a tall, handsome boy of 13, full of happy fun, and his voice was breaking. Nikolai marvelled at Natasha for quite some time and gave a laugh as he looked at her. "My, how you've changed," he told her. "What do you mean, changed? Am I uglier?" "No, just the opposite. But there's a kind of dignity, a real princess," he whispered to her. "Yes, yes, yes," cried Natasha gleefully. Natasha ran through the story of her romantic attachment to Prince Andrei and his visit to Otradnoye, and she produced his last letter. "Well, aren't you pleased?" asked Natasha. "I feel so calm and happy now." "Yes," answered Nikolai. "He's a splendid man. Are you very much in love with him?" "What can I say?" answered Natasha. "I've been in love with Boris, my teacher, and Denisov, but this is completely different. I feel calm, settled. I know there's no better man in all the world, and so I feel calm and contented. It's completely different." Nikolai expressed his dissatisfaction at the marriage being delayed for a year, but Natasha turned on him in exasperation, arguing that this was the only possible way. It would have been awful to enter a family against the father's will, and anyway, it was what she wanted herself. "You just don't understand," she kept saying. Nikolai hesitated, and then said he agreed with her. Her brother often wondered as he watched her. She just didn't seem like a young girl in love who was separated from her fiancé. She was calm, composed, and as cheerful as ever, which didn't seem right to Nikolai, and he became very doubtful about her engagement to Bolkonsky. He couldn't bring himself to believe that her fate was sealed, especially without ever seeing her with Prince Andrei. He couldn't get it out of his head that there was something wrong with this proposed marriage. What's this delay all about? Why was there no announcement? He thought. In the course of a conversation with his mother about his sister, he discovered, to his surprise, and somewhat to his satisfaction, that deep down his mother sometimes had her own doubts about the marriage. "Look what he says," she said, showing her son a letter from Prince Andrei, with that hidden resentment that mothers always feel towards their daughter's future married happiness. "He says he can't come before December. What could possibly keep him? Illness, I suppose? He's not very well. Don't mention this to Natasha. And don't be surprised if she's all bright and cheerful. It's just that she's playing out the last days of her girlhood, and I know how she reacts when she gets letters from him. Oh well, God willing, everything will turn out all right." She ended as she always did by saying, "He's a splendid man." Chapter 2. For some time after his arrival, Nikolai was in a serious frame of mind bordering on depression. He was worrying about the impending need to tackle the ridiculous business affairs that had caused his mother to send for him. Then, on the third day, in order to get this burden off his shoulders as soon as possible, he stormed off, scowling and saying nothing to Natasha when she asked where he was going, went straight to Mitenka's lodge, and demanded a full account of everything. What was meant by a full account of everything, Nikolai knew even less than the cowering, bewildered Mitenka. Neither the conversation nor Mitenka's run through the accounts lasted any length of time. The village elder, the peasant spokesman, and the village clerk were waiting outside in the entrance hall, and they heard all that was going on, with a mixture of horror and pleasure. First, the rising bellow and thunder of the young count's voice, louder and louder, higher and higher, terrible words pouring out one after another. "You thief! Ungrateful swine! I'll thrash you like a dog! You've got me to deal with now, swindling pig!" Then, with undiminished horror and pleasure, these people watched as the young count, purple with rage, his eyes bloodshot, dragged Mitenka out by the scruff of his neck, kneeing him and punctuating his own words with expert kicks up the steward's backside, and yelled, "Get out of here! Get out and don't come back, you vile crook!" Mitenka flew headlong down the half-dozen steps and shot off into the shrubbery. This shrubbery was well known as a haven for all the delinquents of Otradnoye. Many a time Mitenka himself had come back from town, roaring drunk, and gone to ground in the shrubbery, and various denizens of Otradnoye, anxious to keep clear of Mitenka, had become familiar with its protective powers. Mitenka's wife and sisters-in-law peeped out in great alarm, scanning the passage from the doorway of their room, where a bright samovar was simmering away, and the steward's high bedstead stood out with its patchwork quilt. The young count ignored them as he strode past, with firm steps, breathing deeply, and disappeared into the house. Word of what had happened in the lodge reached the countess immediately through her maids. She was consoled by the thought that things were bound to improve from now on, though on the other hand she was worried about her son, and how these events might affect him. Once or twice she tiptoed over to his door and listened. He sat within, smoking one pipe after another. The next day, the old count took his son to one side and said with a diffident smile, "Listen, my dear boy, I think you may have gone a bit too far. Mitenka's told me the whole story." "I knew it," thought Nikolai. "I knew I'd never get to grips with anything in this crazy world." "You lost your temper because he didn't enter those 700 rubles in the book, but you see they were carried forward, and you never looked at the next page. Papa, he's a thief and a swindler, that much I do know, and I've done what I've done, but if you prefer it that way, I won't talk to him again." "Oh, no, dear boy." The old count was embarrassed now. He was well aware that he had mismanaged his wife's estate and not done right by his children, but he hadn't the first idea how to make up for it all. "No, please, do go into everything. I'm an old man. No, Papa, I'm sorry if I've upset you. You know more than I do. Damn the lot of them, these peasants and money problems and everything being carried forward," he thought. "Years ago I could add up with the best of them in a card school, but carrying things forward is beyond me," he told himself, and from that time on he kept out of the business side of the family. But one day the Countess called her son in and told him she still held an IOU from Anna Mikhailovna for 2,000 rubles, and she asked Nikolai what he thought should be done with it. "Well," answered Nikolai, "you say it's my decision. I don't like Anna Mikhailovna, and I don't like Boris, but they were friends of ours, and they were poor. So that's what I'd do." And he tore the note into pieces, which made the Countess sob with tears of joy. After this, the young Rostov put all forms of business to one side, and devoted himself with enormous enthusiasm to what was for him a new occupation, hunting, which the old Count's estate catered for in the grand manner. Chapter 3. The first signs of winter were in the air now, with morning frosts hardening the earth after its soaking by the autumn rain. The grass had gone tussocky, and it stood out in splashes of bright green against patches of brown winter rye trodden down by the cattle, pale yellow corn stubble and reddish strips of buckwheat. The uplands and copses, which at the end of August had still been green islands among the black fields and stubble, had turned into golden and crimson islands in a sea of bright green early winter crops. The hares had half grown their winter coats, the fox cubs were beginning to leave the den, and the young wolves had grown bigger than dogs. This was the best time of the year for hunting. Rostov, suddenly the keenest of country sportsmen, could see that his hounds were not quite hunting fit, and their pads were still tender, so when the hunters met, they decided to rest the dogs for 3 days, and then go out on a grand hunt on the 16th of September, starting at the oak grove, where there was an unhunted litter of wolves. This was how things stood on the 14th of September. All that day the hounds were kept in. There had been a sharp frost, but by evening the sky had clouded over and it had begun to thaw. On the morning of the 15th of September, young Rostov stood at the window in his dressing gown and gazed out on a morning that was perfect for hunting. There wasn't a breath of wind, and the sky looked as if it was melting and dissolving into the ground. The only movement detectable in the air was the gentle descent of microscopic beads of moisture in a misty drizzle. Out in the garden, bare branches were hung with limpid droplets dripping down onto newly fallen leaves. The kitchen garden soil gleamed black and wet like the heart of a poppy, and only a few feet away it melted into the damp shroud of grey mist. Nikolai went out onto the wet, muddy porch. There was a smell of dogs and rotting leaves. Milka, a stocky black and white bitch, lay there watching with her wide, bulbous black eyes, and when she caught sight of her master she got up, stretched back, lay down again like a hare, and then suddenly jumped up to lick him on the nose and moustache. Another dog, a borzoi, suddenly spotted his master from the garden path, arched his back and shot up the steps, wagging his tail and rubbing up against Nikolai's legs. There was a shout. "Halloo!" It was the inimitable hunting call that somehow combined deep bass with reedy tenor. And round the corner came the head huntsman and whipper-in, Danilo, all grizzled and wrinkled, with his hair cut straight across his forehead, Ukrainian style. He was holding a curved hunting crop, and he had the air of aloofness and total scorn that you only see in huntsmen. He greeted his master by raising his Circassian cap while treating him to a look of great disdain. Such scorn was not meant to offend his master. Nikolai knew full well that this Danilo, for all his air of superiority and all-round contempt, belonged to him, man and huntsman. "Oh, it's you, Danilo," said Nikolai rather shyly, sensing as he took in the splendid hunting weather, the dogs and the huntsman, that he was being carried away by the kind of irresistible surge of pleasure that makes you forget all your previous intentions, like a lover with his mistress. "What shall we do, sir?" The bass voice, hoarse from hallooing, rang out like an archdeacon's, and a pair of furtive black eyes glinted at the silent young master, 2 eyes that seemed to say, "You can't resist this, can you?" "Nice day for it, eh? Go for a gallop, spot of hunting?" said Nikolai, scratching Milka behind the ears. Danilo said nothing, but both his eyes were winking. "I sent Uvarka out first thing to listen," came his bass voice, after a moment's silence. "According to what he says, she's moved 'em on to Otradnoye land. Heard 'em howling." "She's moved 'em on" meant that the she-wolf they both knew about had brought her cubs into the Otradnoye copse, a little plantation not much more than a mile away. "Are we off, then?" said Nikolai. "Come on in, and bring Uvarka." "If that's what you want, sir." "Hold back on the feeding." "Yes, sir." 5 minutes later, Danilo and Uvarka were standing in Nikolai's big study. Although Danilo was not a big man, seeing him in any room was rather like seeing a horse or bear standing on the floor amongst the furniture and bits and pieces of human life. Danilo was conscious of this himself, and as usual he stood by the door and tried to speak as softly as he could, and avoid all movement for fear of doing any damage in the master's apartment. He did his utmost to get everything said as fast as he could so as to escape into the open air, to get out from under a ceiling and find himself back under the sky. After asking all his questions and getting Danilo to concede that the dogs were fit, Danilo himself was dying to go hunting, Nikolai told them to saddle the horses. But then, just as Danilo was about to go, in tripped Natasha, not properly dressed, with her hair undone and covered with a big scarf belonging to her old nurse. Petya ran in with her. "Are you going out hunting?" said Natasha. "I knew you were. Sonia said you wouldn't go. I knew you'd never be able to resist it on a day like this." "Yes, we are," Nikolai answered reluctantly. Today he wanted to enjoy some serious hunting, and he didn't want to take Natasha and Petya. "We are, but it's only a bit of wolf hunting. You'd be bored." "You know that's what I like best," said Natasha. "You're awful, going off on your own, getting the horses saddled and not telling us." "The Russians come and none shall bar the way," declaimed Petya. "Off we go." "But you can't. Mamma said you mustn't," said Nikolai to Natasha. "Oh, yes, I am. I simply got to," said Natasha, brooking no resistance. "Danilo, saddle some horses for us and tell Mikhailo to hunt with my pack," she said to the huntsman. Simply to be there in the room was a dreadful ordeal for Danilo, but for him to have any dealings with a young lady was beyond all bounds. He looked down at the floor and scuttled away, as if all of this had nothing to do with him, desperately anxious to avoid inflicting any damage on the young lady. Chapter 4. The old Count, who had always maintained a magnificent hunt, had by now handed the whole thing over to his son, but on that day, the 15th of September, he was in a buoyant mood and he decided to ride out with them. Within the hour, the whole hunt was assembled in front of the porch. Natasha and Petya wanted to say something to Nikolai, but he brushed past them, looking serious and solemn, as if to indicate that this was no time for fooling around. He scanned the hunt from side to side, sent a pack of hounds and huntsmen on ahead to go the long way round, got on his chestnut Don horse, and whistling up his own leash of borzois, he set off across the threshing ground and into a field leading towards the Otradnoye wood. The old Count's horse, a sorrel gelding called Viflyanka, was led out by a groom, while he himself was to drive over in a little trap and join the others at a prearranged place, a break in the covert. 54 hounds were led out in the care of 6 grooms and whippers in. In addition to the family members, 8 men, in charge of more than 40 borzois, were going out. There must have been about 130 dogs, and 20 horsemen in all. Every dog knew its master and its call. Every man in the hunt knew what was expected of him, where to be, and what to do. Once past the fence, they all moved along steadily with no noise and no talking, straggling back along the road and stretching out across the field, leading to the Otradnoye covert. The horses trod the field gently, as if they were walking over a thick carpet, and splashed through puddles as they crossed the road. The misty sky still seemed to be trickling slowly and imperceptibly down into the earth. The air was still and warm, and not a sound disturbed the silence except for the odd whistle from a huntsman, the snort of a horse, the smack of a whip, or the whine of a dog who had lost his place. When they had gone about 3/4 of a mile, 5 more riders with their dogs emerged from the mist coming towards them. In front rode a fresh-faced, handsome old man with a big grey moustache. "Morning, uncle," said Nikolai as the old man rode up to him. "Fair for the chase, I knew it would be," was Uncle's response. He was a distant relative who lived nearby on modest means. "I knew you wouldn't be able to resist it, and you were right to come out. Fair for the chase," Uncle's favourite saying. "I should get over to the covert straight away. My Girchuk tells me the Iyagins are out with their hounds over at Korniki. Fair for the chase. They'll pinch the litter from under your noses." "That's where I'm going. Shall we join forces?" asked Nikolai. The hounds were brought together into a single pack, and Uncle and Nikolai rode on side by side. Natasha's eager face and gleaming eyes peeped out from her shawls and scarves as she galloped over to them, doggedly pursued by Petya and Mikhailo, the huntsman and groom who had been detailed to look after her. Petya was laughing, whipping his horse and pulling back on the reins. Natasha sat on her jet-black Arabchik with easy confidence, controlling him with a gentle, steady hand. The uncle looked askance at Petya and Natasha. For him, playing games and the serious business of hunting didn't go together. "Good morning, uncle. We're coming hunting too," shouted Petya. "Good morning to you. Mind you don't trample the dogs," said the uncle sternly. "Oh, Nikolai, darling, Trunila is such a nice dog. He knew me," said Natasha, referring to her favourite hunting dog. For one thing, Trunila's not a dog, he's a wolfhound, thought Nikolai, glancing at his sister in an effort to put some noticeable distance between them at this particular time. Natasha took the hint. "Oh, please don't think we're going to get in the way, uncle," said Natasha. "We'll stay where we're put, and we won't move a muscle." "Quite right too, little countess," said uncle. "But don't fall off your horse," he added. "Otherwise, fair for the chase. You won't have anything to sit on and watch." The little island of the Otradnoye covert hove into sight a couple of 100 yards ahead. Rostov and his uncle decided between them where best to loose the dogs. Then Nikolai showed Natasha where to stand, in a spot where there was no chance of anything ever running out, and circled round above the ravine to close in from the rear. "Listen, nephew, you're after a wise old bird," said the uncle. "One slip, and she's gone." "Well, we'll see what happens. Karai, here, boy," he shouted, this call being the best response he could think of. Karai was an old hound, misshapen and scabby, famous for having once taken on an old wolf single-handedly. Everyone was now in place. The old count, knowing how keen his son was when it came to hunting, put on all speed so as not to arrive late, and the whippers-in were hardly in their places when Count Ilya Rostov, a picture of bonhomie, red in the face, jowls quivering, drove up behind his pair of fine black horses, crossed the green field, and came to the place where the wolf might come out. Smoothing down his heavy coat and gathering everything he needed for the hunt, he was soon astride his glossy steed, the corpulent Viflyanka, who was gentle, sweet-tempered, and like himself going grey. The horses and trap were sent back home. Count Ilya Rostov, no true sportsman at heart, but a man familiar with every last rule of hunting, rode into the outskirts of the wood and took up a position near to some bushes, where he gathered the reins, settled down in his saddle, and ready at last looked around with a broad smile on his face. Nearby stood his personal attendant, Semyon Chekmar, a horseman of long standing, now rather heavy in the saddle. Chekmar held 3 wolfhounds on a leash, lively enough beasts, though they too had put on weight like their master and his horse. 2 other dogs, old and wise, lay there, off the leash. 100 paces along the edge of the wood stood another of the Count's grooms, Mitka, a daredevil rider and very keen hunter. The Count had followed the old custom of toasting the hunt with a silver goblet of mulled brandy, followed by a light lunch washed down by half a bottle of his favourite claret. Count Ilya was rather flushed from the wine and the effort of getting there. His watering eyes gleamed with a special brightness, and as he sat there in the saddle, nicely swaddled in his heavy coat, he looked like a baby ready to be taken out on a trip in the open air. With everything checked and in order, Chekmar, lean and gaunt, kept glancing across at his master, with whom he had lived on the best of terms these 30 years. He was clearly in a good mood, and Chekmar could look forward to a pleasant chat. Then a third person rode towards them through the wood, very cautiously, clearly having been warned, and reined in behind the Count. It was a grey-bearded old man in a woman's cloak, wearing a high-peaked cap, the family full with a woman's name, Nastasia Ivanovna. "Listen, Nastasia Ivanovna," whispered the Count with a broad wink, "scare that wolf away, and you'll get it in the neck from Danilo." "I knows what I be doing," said Nastasia. "Shh," hissed the Count, and he turned to Semyon. "Have you seen my Natasha?" he asked. "Where's she gone?" "Her honour's with Master Petya, near them tall weeds over by Zarov," answered Semyon with a smile. "She may be a lady, but she doesn't half love her hunting." "You can't get over her being such a good rider, can you, Semyon?" said the Count. "She's as good as any man." Course I can't. She's that quick and clever.
And where's our Nikolai gone? Up her Valyadov, eh? The Count asked, still whispering.
Yes, sir. His Honour knows where to wait. Knows his hunting, he does. Sometimes me and Danilo can't believe how good he is, said Semyon, who knew how to please his master.
Good huntsman, eh?
Looks good on a horse. Perfect picture. The other day he run this fox out of yon patch at Zavazino. Flew down that ravine, he did, sight for sore eyes. Horse worth 1,000 rubles, no price on the rider. Ah, you've got a long way to find another like him. Yes, a long way, repeated the Count, who seemed to be disappointed that Semyon's little speech hadn't lasted longer. A long way, he said, turning up the skirt of his coat to get at his snuff-box. The other day he came out of the church in all his finery, that Mikhail Sidorovitch. Semyon stopped short, catching a distinct sound in the still air. Hounds chasing, only 2 or 3 of them whining. Tilting his head, he listened carefully, wagging a cautionary finger at his master. Got the scent, he whispered. Gone straight up Yardov way. The Count forgot to wipe the smile off his face as he looked out straight along the windbreak, holding his snuff-box in one hand without taking a pinch. After the baying of the hounds came the bass note of Danilo's horn. The wolf had been sighted. The pack joined the first 3 hounds, and their voices could be heard in full cry, with the peculiar low howling sound that goes with the chase. The whippers-in had stopped hallooing now, and taken up a wild whooping sound, with Danilo's voice ringing out above the others, deep and low 1 minute, shrill and piercing the next. Danilo's voice seemed to fill the whole forest, flood out beyond it, and disappear far across the open fields. After a few seconds of listening in silence, the Count and his groom felt certain the hounds had split into 2 packs, the larger one chasing off into the distance, still in full cry, the other group coming through the woods past the Count, and it was from this smaller pack that Danilo's voice could be heard, with its great whoops. The sounds of the 2 chasing packs kept coming together and splitting apart again, but both were getting further away. Semyon gave a sigh and bent down to free up the leash where a young dog had got tangled up in it. The Count gave a sigh too, noticed he was still holding the snuff-box, and opened it to help himself to a pinch. "Get back!" Semyon yelled at a dog that had poked his nose out through the bushes. This made the Count jump, and he dropped his snuff-box. Nastasia Ivanovna got off his horse to pick it up. The Count and Semyon looked on. Suddenly, this sort of thing tends to happen suddenly, the sound of the hunt was upon them. It was as if the baying dogs and Danilo's whooping cries were right there in front of them. The Count looked round to his right, where he saw Mitka standing there, goggling, raising his cap and pointing back the other way. "Look out!" he roared in a voice that suggested the words had long been struggling to get out. He let the dogs go and galloped over towards the Count. The Count and Chekmar galloped out of the bushes, and there to the left they saw a wolf loping gently along with an easy swinging movement, just to the left of the very thicket they had been standing in. The dogs yelped furiously, tore themselves free from the leash, and flashed past the horses' hooves in pursuit of the wolf. The wolf paused in his flight, and staggered as if he was having a heart attack, but then he turned with his broad brow to face the dogs, loped off with the same gentle swinging movement, gave a couple of bounds, and disappeared with a flick of his tail into the bushes. The same instant there was a great wailing sound, and out of the opposite bushes sprang a desperate hound, followed by another, and a third, and then the whole pack flew across the grass to the spot where the wolf had scrambled through and scuttled away. The hazel bushes parted behind the dogs, and Danilo's chestnut horse emerged, dark with sweat. There, on its long back, sat Danilo, hunched up and leaning forward. He had lost his cap, and his grey hair straggled down over his red, perspiring face. "Lo, lo, lo!" came his whooping voice. When he caught sight of the Count, his eyes flashed like lightning. "Blast you!" he roared, brandishing his whip at the Count. "You let him go! Call yourself a huntsman?" And evidently not willing to waste any more words on the embarrassed and frightened Count, he turned away from him
and took his fury out on the brown gelding, lashing its sweating and heaving flanks as he flew off after the dogs. The Count stood there like a schoolboy after punishment, looking round on all sides and hoping his smile might summon up Semyon to sympathise with him in his dire situation. But Semyon wasn't there. He had galloped round outside the bushes to cut the wolf off from the wood. The men in the field had also galloped in on their prey from two different sides, but the wolf had nipped off through the bushes, and not one of the party got anywhere near him. Chapter 5. Meanwhile, Nikolai Rostov was standing at his post, watching for the wolf. From the noise of the chase, as it came up close and went away again, from the cries of the dogs that were familiar to him, from the voices of the huntsmen nearby, far away and then suddenly getting louder, he could follow what was going on within the copse. He knew there were young and old wolves in the covert. He knew the hounds had split into two packs, and somewhere they had had sight of a wolf, but something had gone wrong. Every second he expected a wolf to come his way. He had worked things out in 1,000 different ways, how the wolf would emerge, where it would happen, and how he would deal with it. Hope gave way to despair. Several times he prayed to God for a wolf to run out on him. He prayed with the kind of passion and sincerity which often overwhelms people in moments of deep distress over trivialities. "Oh, what would it cost thee," he asked God, "to do this for me? I know thou art great, and it's sin to pray for this, but for God's sake, please let an old wolf come out on me. And let Karai catch him and get his teeth into his throat and finish him off right in front of Uncle, because he's watching me." Rostov strained his eyes 1,000 times during that half-hour, anxiously scanning the thickets at the edge of the copse, where a couple of scraggy oaks towered above the aspen undergrowth. An undercut bank led steeply down the ravine, and Uncle's cap peeped out from behind a bush on the right-hand side. "No, I won't get that kind of luck," thought Rostov, "and it would cost him so little. No chance. I'm always unlucky at cards, fighting in the war, everything." Clear visions of Austerlitz and Dolokhov flashed through his mind in rapid succession. "Just once in my life to kill an old wolf. It's all I want," he thought, straining eyes and ears, looking left and right and centre, and listening for the slightest variation in sound coming from the hunt. He looked to the right again, and this time he saw something running towards him over the open ground. "No, it can't be," thought Rostov, taking a deep breath, as men do when something long expected is finally achieved. This was a sheer fluke, and it had come about so simply, with no sound, no splendid flourish, nothing to mark its arrival. Rostov couldn't believe his eyes, and his doubts lasted more than a second, but the wolf was running on. She made a clumsy job of jumping across a little hollow that lay across her path. It was an old she-wolf, grey-backed, with a well-filled reddish belly. She wasn't in a hurry, apparently confident that no one could see her. Rostov held his breath and looked round at the dogs. Some were lying there, some were standing around, and they were oblivious to everything, not having seen the wolf. Old Karai had his head turned round and his yellow teeth bared as he rummaged angrily for a flea, snapping at his own haunches. "Lou, Lou, Lou," Rostov whispered, pursing his lips. The dogs leapt up, jingling the iron fittings on the leashes, and pricked up their ears. Karai stopped scratching his hind leg and got up, cocking his ears and wagging his tail, with all its straggly tufts of hair. "Shall I let them go?" Nikolai asked himself as the wolf moved away from the copse and came towards him. Suddenly the wolf was physically transformed. She shuddered. This was probably the first time she had felt human eyes upon her, turned her head slightly towards the huntsman, and stopped, wondering whether to go on or go back. "No difference. I'm going on," the wolf seemed to say to herself, and she pressed on without looking round, treading softly and cautiously, but with a firm and easy step. "Lou! Lou!" Nikolai yelled in an unrecognisable voice, and his trusty horse hurtled off, downhill, of its own accord, and leapt the watercourse to intercept the wolf, while the hounds ran even faster and overtook it. Nikolai couldn't hear himself yelling, and had no sense of galloping. He saw neither the dogs nor the ground he was covering. All he could see was the wolf as she quickened her pace, bounding on in a dead straight line along the gully. The leading hound was Milka, the stocky black and white bitch, and she was closing on her. Nearer, nearer, almost there. But the wolf turned slightly sideways, and Milka, instead of putting on her usual final spurt, suddenly stiffened her forelegs and pulled up with her tail in the air. "Lou! Lou! Lou!" yelled Nikolai. A red hound called Lubim darted past Milka, dashed at the wolf and seized her by the hind leg, only to leap away immediately in terror. The wolf had squatted down, snarling, but now she got up again and raced away, followed a few feet behind by all the dogs, though they took care not to get too close. "She'll get away. No, she can't," thought Nikolai, still yelling in a husky voice. "Karai! Lou! Lou!" he yelled, looking for the old hound, his one last hope. Karai summoned up all the strength left in his old frame and stretched out to his full length as he watched where the wolf was going and bounded slightly away from her to cut across her path. But it was clear from the wolf's speed and the dog's slowness that Karai had miscalculated. Nikolai could now see the copse not far ahead, and once the wolf got there, she would be sure to escape. But suddenly, in front of him, some dogs appeared, and a man with them, galloping almost straight at the wolf. There was still hope. A lanky, yellowish young borzoi, not one of the Rostovs, Nikolai didn't know him, flew towards him straight at the wolf and almost knocked her down. The wolf recovered faster than might have been expected, snarled and savaged the young hound, which fell headlong on the ground with a piercing yelp, covered with blood from a gash in its side. "Karai! Come on, old fellow!" Nikolai wailed. Because of the wolf's setback, the old dog, with tufts of matted hair dangling from his haunches, had managed to cut across the wolf's path, and was now only 5 paces behind her. Sensing the danger, the wolf took one sideways glance at Karai, tucked her tail further down between her legs, and ran on even faster. But then something happened to Karai. Nikolai couldn't see exactly what it was, and there he was on top of the wolf, with the pair of them rolling down in a struggling heap into a gully just ahead. That moment, the moment when Nikolai saw the dog struggling with the wolf down in the gully, her grey coat visible at the bottom of the heap, one hind leg sticking out, her ears flattened and her head gasping in terror, Karai had her by the throat. The moment Nikolai saw all this was the happiest moment of his whole life. He had grasped the pommel of his saddle to get down and stab the creature, when suddenly the wolf stuck her head up through the heaving mass of dogs and managed to get her forelegs out onto the edge of the gully. With a snap of her teeth, Karai having let go of her throat, she heaved her hind legs out of the hollow, tucked her tail back down, struggled free of the dogs, and ran off again. Karai stumbled out of the gully with his hackles raised, hurt and perhaps badly wounded. "Oh my God, no!" Nikolai shouted in despair. But then one of Uncle's huntsmen cut across from the other side, and his hounds ran the wolf to earth again. Again she was hemmed in on all sides. Nikolai, his groom, Uncle and his huntsman pranced round above the beast, whooping and howling, a second away from dismounting, when the wolf cowered away, but starting forward again every time she shook herself free and edged towards the copse which might yet be her salvation. At the beginning of this cruel scene, Danilo, hearing the hunter's cries, had darted into the edge of the copse. He saw that Karai had the wolf at his mercy and checked his horse, assuming it was all over. But when he saw that the hunters were not dismounting and the wolf was shaking herself free and was off again, Danilo galloped his own horse, not towards the wolf, but straight towards the copse, like Karai, to cut her off. It was because of this manoeuvre that he was bearing down on the wolf when Uncle's dogs brought her down for the second time. Danilo galloped up in silence, holding a drawn dagger in his left hand and lashing the heaving flanks of his chestnut, using his riding whip as a kind of flail. Nikolai didn't see Danilo and didn't hear him until the gasping chestnut flashed past, and he heard the sound of a falling body and saw Danilo lying in the midst of the dogs on the wolf's back, trying to grab her by the ears. It was obvious to them all, dogs, hunters, and wolf, that this was the end. The beast, flattening its ears in terror, tried to get up, but the dogs hung on. Danilo half rose, then stumbled down. and as if he was going to bed, collapsed with all his weight on top of the wolf and grabbed her by the ears. Nikolai was about to finish her off with the dagger, but Danilo whispered, "No, don't. We'll string her up." And he changed position to put his foot on the wolf's neck. They put a stick between the wolf's jaws and tied her up as if they were putting her on the leash, and also tied her legs. Danilo swung the she-wolf from side to side once or twice. With weary, happy faces they tied the great beast, still alive, to a horse which bridled and snorted, and with all the dogs milling round and yelping at her, they brought her to the place where they were all supposed to meet. The wolfhounds had taken 2 of the cubs, and the borzois the other 3. The hunters were coming in now, proud of their booty and swapping stories, and everyone came over to have a look at the grand old wolf with her big broad head hanging down and the stick in her teeth, as she gazed with great glassy eyes at the crowd of dogs and men around her. When they poked her, her tied legs jerked, and she looked at them all, wild-eyed yet somehow innocent. Count Ilya Rostov rode over too, and had a poke at the wolf. "Splendid beast," he said. "An old one, eh?" he asked. "That she be, Your Excellency," answered Danilo, swifted off his cap. The Count remembered the wolf he had missed, and his clash with Danilo. "Have to do something about your temper, my boy," said the Count. Danilo said nothing, but his nervous smile was as sweet and gentle as a child's. Chapter 6. The old Count went home. Natasha and Petya stayed on with the hunt, but promised to follow immediately. It was still early in the day, so the hunting party went on further. At midday, they let the hounds loose in a ravine thickly overgrown with young trees. Nikolai stood at the top on some stubble land, from where he could see all his party. Across from Nikolai was a field of winter rye, in which he could see one of his huntsmen standing alone in a hollow behind a hazel bush. No sooner had they loosed the hounds, when Nikolai heard an intermittent baying sound coming from a dog he knew, Volturn. Other hounds joined in, pausing now and then, only to take up the same call. A moment later he heard from the ravine a call that told him they were on the scent of a fox, and the whole pack made off together along a narrow run, up towards the rye field away from Nikolai. He could see the whippers in their red caps, galloping along the edge of the overgrown ravine. He could even see the dogs, and he was expecting the fox to come into sight at any moment now in the field across the ravine. The huntsman standing in the hollow made a move and let his dogs go, and Nikolai saw an odd-looking red fox with stumpy legs and a big bushy tail scurrying across the green field. The hounds bore down on it, closing in, and the fox began to weave in and out in smaller and smaller circles, trailing its big brush, when all of a sudden a white dog, not one of ours, leapt on it, followed by a black one, and then there was a general hurly-burly which ended with the dogs standing over it, scarcely moving, their heads thrust in and behind sticking out like the points of a star. 2 huntsmen galloped over to the dogs, one in a red cap, the other a stranger in a green caftan. "Hello, what's this?" wondered Nikolai. "Where did he come from? He's not one of Uncle's men." The huntsman retrieved the fox and stood there for quite some time, without making any effort to tie it to a saddle. He could see the tethered horses and the outline of their empty saddles as they stood close to the huntsman, and the dogs were there too, lying down. There was much waving of arms as the huntsman did something to the fox. Someone blew a horn, which always signalled a fight. "That's one of Ilyagin's huntsmen, and he's having some sort of row with our Ivan," said Nikolai's groom. Nikolai told the groom to fetch his sister and Petya, and rode off at walking pace towards the spot where the whippers-in were rounding up the hounds. Several of the party galloped over to the scene of the squabble. Nikolai dismounted, and when Natasha and Petya had ridden up, he stood with them near the hounds, waiting to hear how things had turned out. The huntsman who had been involved in the row soon came riding out of the bushes with the fox tied to the back of his saddle, and rode over to his young master. He had doffed his cap some way off, and was making every effort to be polite, but he was as white as a sheet and gasping for breath, and fury was written all over his face. He had a black eye, though he seemed not to be aware of it. "What was all that about?" asked Nikolai. "Well, he was going to finish off our fox, and 'twas my bitch that caught it, the mouse-coloured one. I'll swing for him. Pinchy, my fox. Let him have it, I did. Him and his fox. Here, 'tis on my saddle. Do you want some of this? Said the huntsman, pointing to his hunting knife, apparently under the delusion that he was still talking to his enemy. Nikolai wasted no more words on this man, telling his sister and Petya to wait there. He rode over to the place where the enemy hunt under Ilagin had collected. The victorious Rostov huntsman rode over to join the others, and there, to a crowd of sympathetic and curious admirers, he recounted his noble deed. The facts were clear. Ilagin, with whom the Rostovs were conducting a dispute that had gone to law, was hunting in places that belonged by custom to the Rostovs, and had now, deliberately, it seemed, sent his men to the very area where the Rostovs were hunting, and then allowed his man to snatch a fox being chased by other people's dogs. Nikolai had never set eyes on Ilagin, but never a man for half measures when it came to judgments and feelings, and having heard that their neighbour was an obstinate brute, he loathed him with every fibre of his being, and considered him his bitterest foe. All worked up and spitting with rage, he was now on his way to have things out with him, clenching his riding crop, and ready for anything as long as it involved decisive action against his enemy. He had scarcely emerged from the edge of the wood when he saw a stout gentleman in a beaver cap coming towards him on a splendid black horse, accompanied by 2 grooms. This was no enemy. Nikolai found Ilagin to be an impressive gentleman of great courtesy who seemed particularly anxious to make the young count's acquaintance. Ilagin raised his beaver cap as he approached, apologised profusely for what had occurred, said he would have the man punished for hunting someone else's fox, hoped that they could now become better acquainted, and offered him the use of his own land for hunting on. Natasha had followed on not far behind her brother, worried that his blood was up and he might do something terrible, but when she saw the 2 enemies exchanging friendly greetings, she rode straight over to them. Ilagin raised his beaver cap even higher to Natasha, gave her the most affable of smiles, and said the Countess was worthy of Diana, both in her love of hunting and in her beauty, of which he had heard so much. By way of atonement for his huntsman's offence, Ilagin persuaded Rostov to ride up to his high land less than a mile away, which he preserved for his own shooting. It was, as he put it, swarming with hares. Nikolai consented, and the hunting party, swollen to twice its size, set off again. Their way led across several fields. The huntsmen fell back to move in line, while the gentry rode together. Uncle, Rostov and Ilagin kept stealing the odd furtive glance at each other's dogs, trying not to be noticed as they did so, and looking anxiously for any rivals that might outrun their own dogs. Rostov was particularly struck by the beauty of one small and slender animal, a thoroughbred black and tan bitch belonging to Ilagin, with muscles like steel, a delicate muzzle and prominent black eyes. He had heard that Ilagin's dogs were a spirited lot, and in this handsome bitch he saw a rival to his Milka. Ilagin started talking in a desultory way about this year's harvest, and in mid-conversation Nikolai pointed to the black and tan bitch. "Nice bitch you have there," he said casually. "Is she a good mover?" "That one? Oh, yes, she's a good dog. Catches the odd hare," Ilagin said in a voice that suggested indifference, though only a year ago he had given a neighbour 3 families of house serfs for Yerza, the black and tan bitch who was now his. "So your people are none too pleased with the yields, then, Count," he went on, resuming their previous conversation. And since it was only polite to return the young Count's compliment, Ilagin had a good look at his dogs and settled on Milka with her strikingly broad back. "Now there's a splendid dog, the black and white one," he said. "Yeah, she's all right. She can move," answered Nikolai. "I wouldn't mind seeing a good big hare run across that field. Then I could show you what kind of dog she is," he thought to himself. Turning to his groom, he said he would give a ruble to the first man who could start up a hiding hare. "What beats me," Ilagin went on, "is why some people are so jealous of each other when it comes to hunting and dogs. I'll tell you this, Count, I enjoy a good hunt, as you well know, splendid company and all that, nothing better." He doffed his beaver cap again to Natasha. "But counting the kills and keeping score, I've no time for that sort of thing. Certainly not. Or getting worked up because somebody else's dog makes a kill and mine doesn't. All I'm interested in is the actual hunting. Are you with me, Count? I see it this way." At that moment, a long, drawn-out halloo, "Over here," came from one of the dog handlers. He was standing on a little rise amid the stubble, with his whip held high, and he gave the call again, "He's here!" This cry, together with the raised whip, meant that he could see a hare squatting nearby. "I think he's spotted something," said Ilagin casually. "How about a little chase, Count?" "Yes, we must get over there. Shall we go together?" answered Nikolai, with a close look at Yedza and Uncle's red Rugai, the two rivals he had not yet had a chance of competing against. "What if they're miles faster than my Milka?" he thought, riding off with the other two men in the direction of the hare. "Nice big one, is he?" called out Ilagin, as they came towards the groom who had spotted the hare, and he looked round in some excitement, whistling to Yedza. "Are you going to have a go, Mikhail Nikanorych?" he said to Uncle. Uncle scowled and rode on. "I can't compete with you," came the reply. "Look at your dogs. Fair for the chase. You've paid whole villages for your dogs. They're worth thousands. Run yours against each other. I'll watch." "Rugai! Here, boy!" he shouted. "Rugayushka!" he added, unwittingly conveying through this diminutive both his affection for the red dog and all the hope he was investing in him. Natasha could see and sense the hidden thrill of excitement affecting the two elderly men and her brother, and she felt it too. The groom was still standing on the rise with his whip in the air. The three gentlemen were riding towards him at walking pace. The other hounds were up on the skyline, wheeling away from the hare. The other huntsmen, the non-gentry, were also riding away. Everything was happening slowly and methodically. "Where's he pointing?" asked Nikolai, after riding another 100 paces towards the groom. But there was no time for an answer. The hare, sensing tomorrow morning's frost, decided it had lain there long enough and was suddenly up and away. The hounds that were leashed together flew downhill in full cry after the hare, while the unleashed borzois sprinted from all directions towards the hounds or after the hare. The meandering group of huntsmen and whips who had been rounding the dogs up with shouts of "Stay!" and the grooms who had been directing the dogs by shouting "Over here!" now galloped off across the field. The imperturbable Ilagin, Nikolai, Natasha, and Uncle flew across the ground, reckless of where and how they went, as long as they could keep the dogs and the hare in view, anxious not to lose sight of the chase for a second. The hare turned out to be a seasoned courser. When he had jumped up, he had not just raced away. He had pricked up his ears and listened to the cries and the thudding of paws and hooves coming at him from every side. Now he made off with a dozen bounds in his own good time, letting the dogs catch up a little, then suddenly, fixing his direction and finally sensing the danger he was in, he put his ears back and was off like the wind. He had come from the stubble, but now open fields lay ahead, and on them marshy ground. The two dogs of the groom who had spotted him were the closest and the first to pick up his scent, but they weren't anywhere near to catching him when Ilagin's black and tan Yedza flew past, got within a yard, pounced with awesome speed, going for the hare's tail, and rolled over, thinking she had him. But the hare arched his back and bounded off more smartly than ever, only for the stocky black and white Milka to come out from behind Yedza and sprint off in pursuit, rapidly gaining on the hare. "Milyushka! Gorgeous girl!" shouted Nikolai with a ring of triumph in his voice. It seemed for a moment that Milka couldn't miss, but she overran the hare and went flying past. The hare dropped back. The splendid Yedza came at him again, hovering over the hare's tail, as if careful calculation was needed to avoid any mistakes this time, and grab him by his hind leg. "Yerzenka, come on, darling!" wailed Ilagin, his voice unrecognizable. Yedza did not respond. Poised and about to seize the hare, she could only watch as he swerved and darted away to the ridge between the stubble and the green field. Again, Yedza and Milka, running side by side like horses in double harness, flew after the hare. He was better off up on the ridge, and the dogs were taking longer to close him down. "Rugai! Rugayushka! Fair for the chase!" This time it was another voice. And it was Rugai, Uncle's hunched-up red dog, reaching out to his full length and curving his back, who caught up with the two leading dogs, flashed past, and flung himself with complete abandon on the hare, toppling him from the ridge down into the green field, and leapt at him again, even more savagely, sinking knee-deep in the boggy ground until all you could see was a rolling mass of dog and hare, and the dog's back covered with mud. The other dogs gathered round, their behinds sticking out again like the points of a star. Within a few moments the whole party had pulled up alongside the horde of dogs. A delighted uncle was the only one to dismount, cut off a hare's foot, and shake the blood away. He stared about edgily, eyes dancing, hands and legs almost out of control. He carried on talking, blurting out the first thing that came to his head, and to no one in particular. "Nice chase, that one, some dog. Outstripped the lot of 'em. 1 ruble dogs, 1,000 ruble dogs. Fair for the chase," he gabbled, gasping and glaring aggressively, fulminating against the world in general, and all those enemies who had insulted him, and now at last he had a chance to get his own back. "Do what you want with your 1,000 ruble dogs. Fair for the chase. Rugai, here's a nice little foot for you," he said, dropping the hare's severed, muddy foot for the dog. "You've earned it. Fair for the chase." She was finished. She had 3 goes on her own, Nikolai was saying. He too wasn't listening to anyone else, and didn't mind whether he was being heard or not. "Oh yes, cutting across like that," said one of Ilagin's grooms. "Of course, once he'd been run down and missed like that, any old mongrel could have caught him," Ilagin was saying at the same moment, red in the face and struggling to get his breath back after all the galloping and excitement. And also at the same time, Natasha, who wasn't even trying to get her breath back, shrieked with such rapturous excitement that her scream rang in everyone's ears. It was a scream that said what the others were saying just by chattering all at once. It was the kind of weird scream that she would have been ashamed of, and the others would have been amazed to hear at any other time. Uncle, meanwhile, had flung the hare neatly and tidily across his horse's hindquarters and strapped him to the saddle, taunting them all by the very gesture, and with a strong hint that he had no wish to speak to anyone, he got on his bay and set off home. Everyone else rode away too, he being the only one not suffering from a sense of injury and unhappiness. And it took some time for the rest of them to regain their previous outward show of indifference. For some time after, they kept looking askance at Red Rugai, who trotted along behind Uncle's horse with mud all over his hunched-up back, jingling the fittings on his leash, with the serene air of a conqueror. "Look, I'm just like any other dog till it comes to a chase, but then watch out," was what the dog's demeanour conveyed, or so it seemed to Nikolai. When, a good deal later on, Uncle rode up to Nikolai and spoke to him, Nikolai felt quite flattered that they were still on speaking terms after all that had happened. Chapter 7. When Ilagin took leave of them in the early evening, Nikolai, realizing he was a long way from home, accepted Uncle's invitation for the hunting party to stay the night with him in the village of Mikhailovka. "You should come to my place. Fair for the chase," said Uncle. "Best thing all round. Look, it's wet. You could have a nice rest, and we could send the little countess home in a trap." The invitation was accepted. A huntsman was dispatched to Otradnoye for a trap, and Nikolai, Natasha and Petya rode over to Uncle's house. Men servants large and small, 6 of them, came running out onto the front steps to meet their master, while the women, old, large and small, slipped out in dozens round the back to watch the arrival of the huntsman. The presence of Natasha, a woman, nay, a lady on horseback, roused the curiosity of Uncle's house serfs to such a pitch that many of them lost all inhibitions and went straight up to her, staring her in the face and voicing their opinions about her, as though she was some kind of exhibit rather than a human being, some wondrous object incapable of hearing and understanding what was being said about her. "Arinka, see thee, she be sitting sideways sitting in her skirt all dangling down, and look at yon little horn. Lord bless ye, and a knife too. Reminds me of them Tatar women folk. How can they do it without falling off?" said the cheekiest one, straight in Natasha's face. Uncle got off his horse at the steps of his little wooden house, with its overgrown garden, surveyed the servant body and told them in no uncertain terms what to do, Anyone not required was to disappear, while the rest did everything necessary for the reception of his guests and the hunt servants. They scurried away in every direction. Uncle helped Natasha down from her horse and gave her his arm up the rickety wooden steps. The inside of the house, with its unplastered timber walls, was not the last word in cleanliness. Nothing suggested that the main aim of its inhabitants was to keep the place spotless, though there were no signs of real neglect. There was a smell of fresh apples as you entered, and the walls were hung with the skins of wolves and foxes. Uncle led his guests through into a little hall furnished with a folding table and red chairs, then into a drawing room with a round birchwood table and a sofa, and on into his study with its shabby sofa, threadbare carpet, and several portraits of Suvorov, Uncle in military uniform, and his father and mother. The study reeked of tobacco and dogs. Once in the study, Uncle invited his guests to sit down and make themselves at home, and then left the room. Rugai came in, his back still plastered with mud, and went to lie on the sofa, cleaning himself with tongue and teeth. There was a corridor leading from the study, where they could hear the sound of women laughing and hushed voices coming from behind a screen with ragged curtains. Natasha, Nikolai, and Petya took off their outdoor clothes and sat down on the sofa. Petya leant on one elbow and promptly fell asleep. Natasha and Nikolai sat there and said nothing. Their faces were burning, and they were ravenous, but they felt very bright and cheerful. They glanced at each other. Now the hunt was over, and they were indoors. Nikolai felt no further need to demonstrate his masculine superiority over his sister. Natasha winked at her brother. Their mutual glee was uncontainable, and they broke out into a great roar of laughter before they could think of a reason for doing so. After a brief interval, in came Uncle wearing a Cossack coat, blue breeches, and low boots. This mode of dress had left Natasha shocked and amused when Uncle had appeared in it at Otradnoye, but now it seemed exactly right and in no way inferior to morning dress and frock coats. Like the pair of them, Uncle was also in high spirits. Far from taking exception to their laughter, it never occurred to him that they might be laughing at his lifestyle. He joined in with the brother and sister, revelling like them in inexplicable glee. "Will you look at this young countess here? Fair for the chase. I have never seen anyone like her," he said, offering Rostov a long-stemmed pipe while filling his own stubby one with 3 practised fingers. "Out riding all day, enough to tax any man, and still as fresh as a daisy." Soon after Uncle's reappearance, the door was opened by a serving woman, who from the sound of it was walking on bare feet. And in padded a plump, red-cheeked, good-looking woman of 40 or so, with a double chin and full red lips, carrying a large, heavily laden tray. Her eyes radiated goodwill, and her every gesture spoke of warm hospitality, as she looked round all the guests and treated them to a broad smile and a polite curtsy. For all her exceptional stoutness, which made her bosom and her belly stick out and her head tilt back, this woman, Uncle's housekeeper, moved with surprising elegance. She walked over to the table, put the tray down, and with a few skillful movements of her puffy white hands, transferred bottles, dishes, and snacks to the tabletop. This done, she walked off and paused in the doorway for a moment with a smile on her face. "Take a good look. It's me. Now can you understand how Uncle lives?" was what her expression seemed to say to Rostov. Who could have failed to understand? Not only Nikolai, but even Natasha understood Uncle now, and what had been meant by that furrowed brow and that smug smile of contentment hovering around his pursed lips, as Anisya Fyodorovna had come into the room. On the tray were a bottle of homemade wine, several different kinds of vodka, tiny mushrooms, little rye cakes made with buttermilk, oozing honeycombs, still and sparkling mead, apples, and all sorts of nuts, raw, roasted, and steeped in honey. Then Anisya came back in, bringing preserves made with honey and sugar, along with ham and a freshly roasted chicken. All these delicacies had been grown, picked, and prepared by Anisya herself. Every smell, taste, and flavour seemed redolent of Anisya, redolent of her plumpness, cleanliness, whiteness, and her broad, welcoming smile. Please help yourself, little lady countess, she kept saying, offering something to Natasha, and following it immediately with something else. Natasha sampled everything. Never in her life, she thought, had she seen or tasted buttermilk cakes like these, such delicious preserves, such nuts and honey, or a chicken like this one. Anicia withdrew. Rostov and Uncle, as they downed their cherry-flavoured vodka after supper, talked of Hunt's past and future, Rugai and Ilagin's dogs. Natasha sat up straight on the sofa, drinking in all that they were saying with a glint in her eyes. Several times she made an attempt to wake Petya and give him something to eat, but he just mumbled a few nonsensical words, obviously reluctant to come round. Natasha felt so happy at heart, so much at home in these new surroundings, that her only fear was that the trap would come for her too soon. When the conversation broke down for a moment, as it almost always does when you have friends in for the first time, Uncle responded to what was in his guests' minds by saying, "So there you have it. Me in my last days, soon be dead. Fair for the chase. Nothing left after that, so what's wrong with a bit of living in sin?" Uncle's face had a knowing, even rather handsome look, and even a touch of beauty as he uttered these words. As he spoke, Rostov was forcibly reminded of the many good things he had heard about this man from his father and the neighbours. From one end of the district to the other, Uncle was thought of as an eccentric, but also the noblest and most selfless of men. He was brought in to arbitrate in family disputes and chosen as executor. People told him secrets. He was invited to serve as a justice and in other similar posts. But he had refused all public offices point blank, spending autumn and spring out in the fields on his bay horse, winter indoors and summer stretched out in his overgrown garden. "Why don't you work in the service, Uncle?" "I used to once, but I gave it up. Doesn't suit me. Fair for the chase. Can't make head nor tail of it. Maybe all right for you, but it's beyond me. Now, take hunting, that's a different thing. Fair for the chase. Open that door there, will you?" he yelled. "Why have you shut it?" A door at the end of the corridor, which Uncle called a collador, like the peasants, led to the huntsman's corner, as the room for the hunt servants was called. Bare feet padded along at some speed, and an unseen hand opened the door into the huntsman's corner. Down the corridor came the distinct strains of a balalaika, in the hands of an obvious expert. Natasha had been listening to this for some time, and now she went down the corridor to hear the music more clearly. "That's Mitka, my coachman. Bought him a decent balalaika, very fond of it," said Uncle. He had built up a little tradition whereby every time he came home from the chase he liked to hear Mitka playing the balalaika in the huntsman's corner. This music was dear to his heart. "He's good, isn't he? Really good player," said Nikolai, with a touch of instinctive scorn in his voice, as if he was embarrassed to admit that this kind of music appealed to him. "Good," said Natasha, full of reproach as she sensed her brother's funny tone. "It's more than good, it's absolutely magnificent." She had considered Uncle's mushrooms, honey, and various vodkas the best in all the world, and now this playing struck her as the highest possible expression of music. "More! Please, more!" said Natasha in the doorway, as soon as the balalaika stopped playing. Mitka retuned and launched again into a plangent version of My Lady, with many a trill and flourish. Uncle sat there listening with his head on one side and the suggestion of a grin on his face. The My Lady tune was repeated 100 times over. With one or two more pauses for retuning, the same plangent notes came at them time and again, but no one found them at all tedious. They all clamoured for more. Anicia came in and leant her portly figure against the doorpost. "Oh, little countess, just listen to that," she said to Natasha, with a smile that was extraordinarily like Uncle's. "He's a marvellous player," she added. "He never gets that bit right," said Uncle, suddenly with a wild gesture. "He needs to draw it out more. Fair for the chase. A bit more drawn out." "Do you play then?" asked Natasha. Uncle gave a smile instead of an answer. "Anicia, old girl, go and see whether the strings on my guitar are all right, will you? It's a long time since I had it in my hands. Fair for the chase. Thought I'd given it up." Anicia, needing no second bidding, tripped off on her master's little errand and came back with his guitar. Without a glance at anyone, Uncle blew the dust off the instrument, tapped its body with his bony fingers, tuned up, and settled himself down in an armchair. Thrusting out his left elbow somewhat theatrically, he gripped the guitar at the bottom of the neck, winked at Anicia, and struck up, not with the first notes of My Lady, but a single chord of the purest tone, followed by a smooth and gentle but sturdy rendition of the popular song, Coming Down the High Road, picked out in very slow time. Nikolai and Natasha thrilled to the rhythm, the tune, and the same steady spirit of joy that emanated from Anicia and her whole personality. Anicia blushed, hid her face in her handkerchief, and left the room laughing. Uncle went on playing so sweetly, deliberately, sturdily, gazing with new inspiration at the spot vacated by Anicia. There was a hint of laughter down one side of his face, under his grey moustache, and it broadened out as the song went on and the tempo quickened, while his flourishes tore at the heartstrings. "Wonderful, Uncle, wonderful! Play it again!" cried Natasha the moment he had finished. She leapt up from her place and overwhelmed her uncle with kisses and hugs. "Oh, Nikolai, darling," she said, looking round at her brother as if to say, "How about that, then?" Nikolai was equally delighted by Uncle's playing, and Uncle soon struck up again. Anicia's smiling face reappeared in the doorway, and other faces behind her. "Fetching water sweet and clear, maiden stop and linger here," played Uncle, breaking off with another wild flourish and a single strum, followed by a shrug of the shoulders. "Oh, Uncle, darling, please!" cried Natasha, wailing and imploring as if her life depended on it. Uncle got to his feet, and suddenly it was as if there were two men in him. The first one treating his merry inner companion to a sombre smile, while the merry companion himself started on the simple but precise business of running through the steps of a folk dance, just about to begin. "Come on, my little niece," cried the uncle, beckoning to Natasha with the hand that had struck the last chord on the guitar. Natasha threw off the shawl she had been wrapped in, ran round in front of her uncle, and stood there waiting, hands on hips, rhythmically jiggling her shoulders. Here was a young countess, educated by a French émigré governess. Where, when, and how had she imbibed the spirit of that peasant dance, along with the Russian air she breathed, and these movements which the pas de châle ought to have squeezed out of her long ago? But her movements and the spirit of them were truly Russian, inimitable, unteachable, just what Uncle had been hoping for. The moment she took up her stance with such a confident smile, so proud of herself and full of mischievous fun, any misgivings that may have momentarily affected Nikolai and all the onlookers, would she get it all wrong, were dispelled. Everyone was admiring her. Her dancing was perfection itself, so beautiful that Anicia, who had been quick to give her the scarf she needed to dance with, chuckled tearfully as she watched the slender, graceful little countess, brought up in silks and velvet in a completely different world, demonstrate her instinctive understanding of all that Anicia stood for, and her father and her mother and her aunt and every last Russian soul. "Oh, yes, little countess, fair for the chase," cried Uncle, laughing with delight as they came to the end of the dance. "You're a niece to be proud of. All we need to do now is find you a nice husband, then, fair for the chase." "We've found one," said Nikolai with a smile. "Oh-ho?" said the uncle in some surprise, looking inquiringly at Natasha. Natasha nodded with her own happy smile. "And a fine one, too," she said. But no sooner were the words out of her mouth than a new and different way of thinking and feeling surged up inside her. What did Nikolai's smile mean when he said, "We found one"? Is he glad or not? He seems to be thinking my Bolkonsky wouldn't approve of the fun we're all having now, or even understand it. Well, he would understand it. Where is he now? Natasha wondered with a serious look on her face. But that lasted only a second. "I'm not going to think about it, I'm just not," she said to herself, and she sat down again with a new smile close to her uncle, begging him to play something else. The uncle played another song and then a waltz. Then After a pause, he cleared his throat and launched into his favourite hunting song. Evening when the light is low, deep and even falls the snow. Uncle sang like a true peasant, with one simple thought in mind. In any song, the words are the only thing that matters. The tune follows on. A tune on its own is nothing. A tune just brings it all together. And this gave Uncle's natural way of singing a special charm, not unlike birdsong. Natasha went into ecstasies over Uncle's singing. She made up her mind forthwith to drop the harp, take up the guitar, and stick to it. She asked the uncle for the guitar and unhesitatingly picked out the chords of the song. At about 9:30, a carriage arrived with a trap, and 3 men on horseback who had been sent to fetch Natasha and Petya. The Count and Countess didn't know where they were, and were very worried, said one of the men. Petya was carried outside and lain in the carriage sleeping the sleep of the dead. Natasha and Nikolai got into the trap. Uncle tucked Natasha in and said goodbye with newfound affection. He walked with them as far as the bridge, which could not be crossed, so they had to leave the road and cross by a ford, and told his huntsman to ride on in front with lanterns. "Goodbye, my dear little niece," they heard him call through the darkness, and his voice was not the one Natasha had known before, but the one that had sung "Evening when the light is low." Soon they were driving through a village where there were red lights shining and the smell of wood smoke. "Uncle's a real darling, isn't he?" said Natasha as they drove out onto the high road. "Yes," said Nikolai. "Are you cold?" "No, I'm fine, just fine. I'm so happy," said Natasha, surprised to hear herself saying so. For some time neither of them spoke. The night was dark and damp. The horses were invisible as they splashed through the unseen mud. What was going on in that childlike, impressionable soul, so eagerly devouring and absorbing all the vast range of impressions that life can offer? How were they all shaping up in her mind? But there she was, a picture of happiness. They were nearly home, when suddenly she began to hum the tune of Evening when the light is low. She had just got it, after struggling to recall it all the way back. "Got it at last," said Nikolai. "Penny for your thoughts, Nikolai," said Natasha, something they loved to say to each other. "Oh," said Nikolai, thinking back. I was just thinking about Rugai. Remember that red dog? He's just like Uncle. If he was a man, he'd keep Uncle on all right, either for racing or just because they get on together. Uncle's easy to get on with, isn't he? Penny for yours?" "Oh, wait a minute. I know. I was just thinking, here we are driving along and we assume we're heading for home, but we could be going anywhere. It's so dark. And all of a sudden, we'll arrive somewhere and we'll see we're not at Otradnoye, we're in fairyland. And then I was thinking, oh, but that'll do." "Oh, you must have been thinking about him," said Nikolai, and Natasha could hear the smile in his voice. "No, I wasn't," Natasha answered, though actually she had been thinking about Prince Andrei and how he would have taken to Uncle. "And I've been saying over and over again, all the way back, how nice Anisya looked when she walked. How very nice," said Natasha. And Nikolai heard her ringing laughter, so spontaneous, so happy. "Do you know what?" she said suddenly. "I'm certain I'll never be as relaxed and happy as I am right now." "Don't talk such absolute rubbish," said Nikolai. He was thinking, my Natasha's such a darling girl. I've never had a friend like her, and I never shall. Why does she have to go and get married? I could go on driving like this with her forever. Dear old Nikolai, he's such a darling, Natasha was thinking. Look, the light's still on in the drawing room, she said, pointing to the windows of their house, and the warm welcome that shone through the wet, velvety darkness of the night. Chapter 8. Count Ilya Rostov had resigned as Marshal of the Nobility because the position involved too much expense, but still there was no improvement in his affairs. Natasha and Nikolai often came across their parents deep in private conversation and looking worried, and there was talk of having to sell off the Rostovs' magnificent family seat and the estate near Moscow. With the Count no longer serving as Marshal, lavish entertainment had become unnecessary, and family life at Otradnoye was less hectic than in years gone by. But the huge house with its extensive wings was still teeming with people, and a couple of dozen still sat down to table. There were all manner of kith and kin going back years, family in all but name, the sort of people whose continued existence in the Count's house seemed inevitable. There was Dimla, the music teacher, and his wife, Yogel, the dancing master, and his family, an elderly resident lady known as Madame Belov, and many others, Petya's tutors, the girl's old governess, and one or two characters who just found it better or cheaper to live there than on their own. Entertainment was less lavish, but the Rostovs still lived on in a certain style, and anything else would have been unthinkable for the Count and Countess. There was the same hunting establishment, which had actually been expanded by Nikolai. There were still the same 50 horses and 15 grooms in the stables, the same expensive presents on name days, and the same sumptuous dinners involving the whole neighbourhood. The Count still ran the same games of whist and Boston, fanning his cards out for all to see, and letting the neighbours bleed him of hundreds every day of the week, until they came to regard the privilege of making up a rubber with Count Ilya Rostov as a handy source of revenue. The Count proceeded with his affairs like someone blundering into a huge animal trap, trying not to believe he had been caught, but getting more and more entangled with every step he took, and not up to the task of either tearing himself free from the nets or disentangling himself with care and patience. The Countess, with her loving heart, could sense that her children were being steadily ruined, though it was no good blaming the Count, because he couldn't help being what he was, and he was desperately worried too, though he did his best to hide it, about the ruin that stared him and his children in the face. So she began to look for some way to put things right. To her woman's way of thinking, there was only one way out. Nikolai must marry a wealthy heiress. This was their last hope, she felt, and if Nikolai refused the match she had found for him, they would have to say goodbye to any possibility of restoring the family fortunes. This match was Julie Karagin, the daughter of splendid and virtuous parents, known to the Rostovs since childhood. She had become a wealthy heiress on the recent death of her last surviving brother. The Countess had written personally to Madame Karagin in Moscow suggesting a possible marriage between their two children, and the reply was favourable. Madame Karagin had replied that she herself was in agreement, but everything depended on how her daughter felt. She now invited Nikolai to Moscow. Several times the Countess had told her son with tears in her eyes that with both of her daughters nicely settled, her only wish now was to see him married. She said she could go peacefully to her grave once this was settled. Then she would add that she had an excellent girl in mind and tried to sound him out on the subject of matrimony. On other occasions, she would sing Julie's praises and suggest that Nikolai might like to go down to Moscow and enjoy himself during the holidays. Nikolai soon guessed what his mother was driving at in these little confidences, and there came a time when he forced her out into the open. She came straight out with it. Any hopes of restoring the family fortunes now depended on his marrying Julie Karagin. "What do you mean, Mamma? If I loved a girl with no money, would you really want me to sacrifice my feelings and my honour just to make us all rich?" he asked his mother, unaware of the cruelty in his question, but wanting to show off his own noble sentiments. No, you don't understand," said his mother, not knowing how to put herself in the right. "You don't understand, darling. It's your happiness I'm thinking about," she added, sensing she was very much in the wrong and floundering because of it. She burst into tears. "Mamma, please don't cry. Just tell me this is what you want, and you know I'll give up anything, my whole life if necessary, for your peace of mind," said Nikolai. "I'll sacrifice anything, even my feelings." But the Countess didn't want to hear the question put like that. She wanted no sacrifices from her son. She wanted to make sacrifices for him. "No, you still don't understand. Oh, let's talk about something else," she said, wiping her tears away. "Yes, maybe I am in love with a poor girl," Nikolai said to himself. "And what am I supposed to do? Sacrifice my feelings and my honour to make us all rich? How could Mamma say such a thing? Sonia's poor, so I mustn't love her," he thought. "I mustn't respond to her faithful, devoted love. and one thing's certain, I'll be happier with her than any number of dolls like Julie. I can always sacrifice my feelings for the benefit of my family, he said to himself, but I can't dictate what my feelings should be. If I do love Sonia, that feeling is stronger and more valuable to me than anything in the world. Nikolai did not go to Moscow, and the Countess did not take up the subject of marriage with him again. It was with great sadness, tinged with bitterness, that she watched the signs of a growing attachment between her son and Sonia, the girl with no dowry. She blamed herself for doing it, but she couldn't help picking on Sonia and nagging at her, often pulling her up for no good reason and addressing her as my dear young lady. What infuriated the kind-hearted Countess most of all was that this wretched, dark-eyed niece was so meek and mild, so good, so devoted and grateful to her benefactors, and so faithful, constant and unselfish in her love for Nikolai, that there was no fault to be found with her. Nikolai was coming towards the end of his home leave. From Prince Andrei came a fourth letter, this time from Rome, informing them that he would have been on his way back to Russia long ago, but for the fact that his wound had suddenly reopened in the warm climate, which made it necessary to delay his return until early next year. Natasha was no less in love with her fiancé, no less consoled by her love, and no less eager to accept all the pleasures that life could offer. But by the end of the 4th month of their separation, she began to suffer from fits of uncontrollable depression. She felt sorry for herself, sorry that all this time was being wasted, passing by uselessly, no good to anyone, while she felt so eager to love and be loved. The Rostovs was not a happy household. Chapter 9. Christmas came, but apart from the High Mass, the tedious formality of exchanging greetings with neighbours and servants and everyone, putting on new clothes, nothing unusual happened to mark the festival, whereas outside in the still air with 20 degrees of frost, the dazzling sunshine by day and the bright starlit wintry sky at night seemed to be crying out for something special to celebrate the season. On the 3rd day of Christmas week, after lunch, all the members of the household went off to their various rooms. It was the day's lowest ebb of boredom. Nikolai, who had been out calling on neighbours that morning, had gone for a nap in the sitting room. The old Count had retired to his study for a rest. In the drawing-room, Sonia was sitting at a round table, copying a pattern. The Countess was playing Patience. Nastasia Ivanovna, the buffoon, sat by the window with 2 old ladies, a picture of dejection. Natasha came in, walked over to Sonia to see what she was doing, then went across to her mother, and stood there saying nothing. "What are you doing, wandering about like a lost soul?" said her mother. "What do you want?" "Him. I want him now, this minute," said Natasha, with a steely glint in her eyes, and no smile. The Countess looked up and stared at her daughter. "Don't look at me like that, Mamma, please don't. You'll make me cry." "Sit down here. Come and sit by me," said the Countess. "Mamma, I want him. What am I doing here, wasting away like this, Mamma?" Her voice faltered, tears fell from her eyes, and in order to hide them she turned away abruptly and went out of the room. She went into the sitting room, where she stood for a moment in thought, and then went on into the maid's room. There, an old maidservant was scolding a young girl who had just run indoors from the cold and was now out of breath. "That's enough playing about," she was saying. "There's a time and a place for everything." "Oh, leave her alone, Kondratyevna," said Natasha. "All right, Mavrusha, off you go." And after giving Mavrusha her freedom, Natasha crossed the great hall and went to the vestibule. An old footman and 2 young ones were playing cards. They broke off and got to their feet at the entrance of the young mistress. "What shall I do with them?" Natasha wondered. "Oh, yes, Nikita, I want you to go somewhere." "Where shall I send him?" Yes, go outside and fetch me a cockerel, please. And you, Misha, bring me some oats." "A few oats is it you want?" said Misha, with cheerful readiness. "Just do as you're told, and do it now," the old man urged him. "Fyodor, you can get me a piece of chalk." Since she happened to be passing the butler's pantry, she asked for the samovar to be lit, though it was nowhere near the right time for this. The butler, Foka, was the grumpiest person in the house, and Natasha liked to test her authority over him. Only too ready to distrust her, he went off to find out whether he had heard aright. "Young ladies nowadays," said Foka, pretending to scowl in Natasha's direction. There was no one in the house who sent more people scurrying around and gave the servants more work to do than Natasha. She couldn't set eyes on anyone without sending him or her on an errand. She seemed to be challenging any one of them to get angry or sulky, but no one's orders were more lovingly obeyed by the servants than Natasha's. What can I possibly do now? Where can I possibly go? Natasha wondered, as she ambled down the corridor. "Nastasia Ivanovna, what sort of children am I going to have?" she asked the buffoon who came towards her, dressed in his woman's jacket. "You'll have fleas and dragonflies and grasshoppers," answered the buffoon. "Oh, Lord, same old story. Oh, where can I go? What can I do with myself?" And she clattered rapidly upstairs to see Yogel and his wife, who lived on the top floor. The two governesses were sitting with the Yogels, and on the table were plates of raisins, walnuts, and almonds. The governesses were discussing whether it was cheaper to live in Moscow or Odessa. Natasha sat down, listened to their discussion with a solemn, pensive air, and then got up again. "The island of Madagascar," she said. "Madagascar," she repeated, lingering long on all 4 syllables, and then, ignoring Madame Schoss, who wanted to know what she was talking about, she walked out of the room. Petya, her brother, was upstairs too. He and his tutor were busy making fireworks to let off that night. "Petya! Petya!" she yelled at him. "Give me a piggyback downstairs." Petya ran over and presented his back. She jumped up on it and grabbed him round the neck with both arms, and he skipped off, prancing along the landing. "No, don't! The island of Madagascar," she enunciated, as she jumped down from his back and went downstairs. Having inspected her kingdom, so to speak, and tested her authority, ensuring total obedience on all sides, but still bored out of her mind, Natasha went back to the great hall, took up her guitar, and sat down with it in a dark corner behind a bookcase. She began to play on the bass string, picking out a melody remembered from an opera she had heard in Petersburg with Prince Andrei. For any passer-by who might have chanced to listen, the noise given off by her guitar would have been quite meaningless. But for her, these sounds evoked a host of memories in her imagination. She sat there behind the bookcase with her eyes fixed on a shaft of light falling from the crack in the pantry door, listening to herself and remembering days gone by. She was in a reminiscing mood. Sonia crossed the hall and went into the pantry carrying a small glass. Natasha glanced at her through the crack in the door, and suddenly she seemed to be remembering this scene from some time in the past, with the light falling through the crack in the pantry door, and Sonia walking across with the glass. Yes, that's exactly how it was, thought Natasha. "What does this sound like, Sonia?" Natasha called out, plucking the thick string. "Oh, there you are," said Sonia, startled, and she came over to listen. "I don't know. Is it a storm?" she said diffidently, afraid of getting it wrong. "Yes, that's just how she jumped. Just how she came over to me with that shy smile when it all happened before," thought Natasha. "And just like then, I thought there was something disappointing about her. No, it's the chorus from the water carrier. Listen." And Natasha hummed through the tune of the chorus for Sonia to recognize. "Where were you off to?" asked Natasha. "I'm changing this glass of water. I've nearly finished that pattern." "You can always find something to do, and I can't, you know," said Natasha. "Where's Nikolai gone?" "I think he's asleep." "Sonia, go and wake him up," said Natasha. "Tell him I want him to sing and I need him." She sat there a little while longer, wondering what it meant. This had all happened before, but she couldn't work it out and didn't mind in the slightest. So she let herself glide back in imagination to the time when they had been alone together, and he had gazed at her with eyes full of love. "Oh, I do wish he'd come. I'm afraid he never will. And the worst thing is, I'm getting older, I really am. What's in me now won't be there soon. Perhaps he's coming today, now. Perhaps he's here already, sitting there in the drawing room. Perhaps he did come yesterday and I've forgotten about it. She got up, put down her guitar, and went into the drawing room. They were all there, tutors, governesses and guests, sitting at the tea table, and the servants standing behind them. But not Prince Andrei. He wasn't there, and life went on as before. "Here she is," said the Count, seeing Natasha coming in. "Come over here and sit with me." But Natasha stayed by her mother, staring round the room as if she was looking for something. "Mamma," she said, "get him for me, Mamma. Please get him. Hurry." And again she could hardly stop herself sobbing. She sat down at the table and listened to them talking, the old folk and Nikolai, who had just come in for tea. Lord God in heaven, the same people, the same talk, Papa holding his cup and blowing his tea the same as he always does, thought Natasha, with a terrible sense of revulsion welling up inside her at the sight of all these people, disgusting in their inevitable sameness. When tea was over, Nikolai, Sonia and Natasha went over to their favourite corner in the sitting room, where their most intimate conversations always began. Chapter 10. "Do you ever get that feeling," said Natasha to her brother once they were settled in the sitting room, "that nothing's ever going to happen to you again, nothing at all, and anything good is in the past? And you don't feel bored exactly, but very, very sad?" "I'll say," he replied. "It's happened to me. Everything's fine, everyone's happy, and suddenly you get this feeling of being fed up with everything, and realising everybody's going to die. Once in the regiment, I stayed in while they all went out celebrating. I could hear the music playing, and I had this empty feeling." "Yes, I know what you mean. I know that feeling. I really do," said Natasha in full agreement. "I was quite little when it first happened to me. Do you remember once I got punished for pinching some plums, and you were all dancing, and I sat in the classroom sobbing? I just sobbed and sobbed. I'll never forget it. I felt so sad and sorry for everyone. Sorry for myself and absolutely everybody. And the thing was, I hadn't done it," said Natasha. "Do you remember?" "Yes," said Nikolai. "I remember coming to you afterwards, and I really wanted to comfort you, but you know, I felt too ashamed. We were so funny, weren't we? I had that little wooden doll, and I wanted to give it to you. Do you remember?" "And do you remember," said Natasha with a pensive smile, "a long, long time ago, when we were really tiny, Uncle called us over into his study in the old house, and it was dark. We went in, and suddenly there was this—" "Black man," said Nikolai, finishing her sentence with a smile of delight. "Of course I remember. I still don't know whether it really was a black man, or whether we dreamt it, or just heard about it. He had grey hair, do you remember, and white teeth, and he stood there looking at us." "Do you remember, Sonia?" asked Nikolai. "Oh yes, I do remember something like that," Sonia answered shyly. "You know, I've often asked Papa and Mamma about that black man," said Natasha. "They say there wasn't any black man, but you remember him." "Of course I do. I can see his teeth now." "Isn't it funny? Just like a dream. I like it." "And do you remember us rolling hard-boiled eggs in the big hall, and suddenly there were 2 old women there, going round and round on the carpet? Did that really happen or not? Remember the fun we had?" "Yes." "And do you remember Papa in that heavy blue coat firing his shotgun from the top of the steps?" Smiling with happiness, they enjoyed going down memory lane. These were not the memories of old age, but the romantic memories of youth, images from the distant past where dreams and reality blur together. They laughed from pure pleasure. Sonia, as always, couldn't keep up with them, even though she shared the same memories. She couldn't remember much of what they recalled, and what she could remember failed to evoke the same romantic response in her. She was just enjoying their enjoyment and pretending to be part of it. She could only come into it properly when they recalled Sonia's first arrival. Sonia said she had been scared of Nikolai because he had braid on his jacket, and Nurse had told her she was going to be tied up with braid. And I remember they told me you'd been born in a cabbage patch, said Natasha. Yes, I remember I had to believe them even though I knew it wasn't true, and I had such an awkward feeling. While they were talking, a maid popped her head in at the inner sitting-room door. Miss, they've brought you a cockerel, she whispered. I don't want it now, Polya. Tell them to take it away, said Natasha. They resumed their conversation, but soon Dimla came into the sitting-room and walked over to the harp that stood in one corner. He removed the cloth cover, and the harp gave a discordant jangle. Herr Dimla, please play my favourite nocturne, the one by Mr. Field, came the voice of the old countess from the drawing-room. Dimla struck a chord, and turning to Natasha, Nikolai and Sonia, he said, You youngsters are very quiet today. Yes, we're in a philosophical mood, said Natasha, glancing round for a moment before going on with the conversation. They were now on to dreams. Dimla began to play. Natasha tiptoed silently across to the table, picked up the candle and took it back to them, sitting down quietly in her place. It was dark in the room, especially where they were sitting on the sofa, but the silver light of the full moon shone in through the big windows and spread across the floor. Do you know what I think? Said Natasha in a whisper, moving up closer to Nikolai and Sonia as Dimla finished the nocturne and sat there faintly rippling the strings as if he didn't know whether to stop playing or begin a new piece. I think you can go on remembering until you can pre-remember things that happened before you were ever in this world. That's metempsychosis, said Sonia, who had been good at lessons and remembered everything. The Egyptians used to believe that our souls have been in animals and will go back into animals again. No, listen, I don't think we've ever been in animals, said Natasha, still whispering even though the music had finished, but I do know for certain we were once angels somewhere beyond, and we came here, and that's why we can remember everything. Please, may I join you? Said Dimla, coming over quietly and sitting down beside them. If we've been angels, why did we fall down so low? Said Nikolai. No, it's not possible. It's not a question of being low. Who said anything about being low? The reason I know what I used to be is this, Natasha replied with great conviction. You know the soul is immortal. Well, if I'm going to live forever, that means I've lived before. I've been living all through eternity. Yes, but it's hard for us to conceive of eternity, said Dimla, who had joined the young people with a slightly scornful smile, but was now talking just as quietly and seriously as they were. Why is it hard to conceive of eternity? Said Natasha. There'll be today, there'll be tomorrow, and there'll be always. And there was yesterday and the day before. Natasha, it's your turn. Sing something for me, called the voice of the countess. What are you doing, sitting there in a huddle like conspirators? Oh, Mamma, I really don't feel like it, said Natasha, but she got up as she spoke. None of them, not even Dimla, and he was no youngster, wanted to break off the conversation and come out of their corner of the sitting-room, but Natasha got to her feet and Nikolai seated himself at the clavichord. Standing, as always, in the centre of the room and choosing the best place for maximum resonance, Natasha began singing her mother's favourite piece. She had said she didn't feel like singing, but she hadn't sung for a very long time, and it would be a long time in the future before she sang again, as she sang that evening. Count Ilya heard her singing from his study, where he was in consultation with Mitenka, and he behaved like a schoolboy rushing through a lesson so he could get out to play, bungling his instructions to the steward, until at last he stopped talking. And so did Mitenka, who just stood there before him silent and smiling, both of them listening. Nikolai never took his eyes off his sister, and breathed in and out when she did. Sonia, as she listened, thought of the vast difference between her and her friend and the impossibility of her ever being anything like as enchanting as her cousin. The old countess sat there with a bittersweet smile on her face and tears in her eyes, shaking her head now and then. She was thinking about Natasha and her own youth, and she knew there was something terribly wrong about Natasha's impending marriage to Prince Andrei. Dimla had sidled up and sat down beside the countess, and now he listened with his eyes closed. No, Countess, he said at last. "This is talent on a European scale. She's beyond all coaching. Such a gentle tone, such tenderness and power."
"Oh, I'm so worried about her, I really am," said the Countess, forgetting who she was speaking to. Maternal instinct told her there was something excessive about Natasha, something that would stop her ever being happy. Natasha had not quite finished singing when 14-year-old Petya rushed in, wildly excited, to announce the arrival of the mummers. Natasha stopped abruptly. "Idiot!" she yelled at her brother. She ran over to a chair, flopped down onto it, and broke into such violent sobbing that it was a long while before she could stop. "It's nothing, Mamma. Honestly, it's nothing. It's all right. Petya startled me, that's all," she said, trying hard to smile, but the tears still flowed, and she was still racked with sobs. At first, the mummers, house serfs dressed up as bears, Turks, tavern keepers and fine ladies, monsters and clowns, huddled together timidly in the vestibule, though they had already brought in from outside a breath of cold air and a sense of fun. Then, hiding behind each other, they bumbled and bustled into the great hall, where things began rather uncertainly, but soon became more and more hectic and friendly, with singing and dancing and Christmas games. The Countess, after working out who was who, and having a good laugh at their costumes, went away to the drawing-room. Count Ilya sat there in the great hall, beaming with pleasure and praising their performance. The youngsters had disappeared. Half an hour later, an old lady in a farthingale appeared amidst the other mummers in the hall. It was Nikolai. There was also a Turkish lady, Petya, a clown, Dimla, a hussar, Natasha, and a Circassian boy with burnt cork eyebrows and moustaches, Sonia. After many a polite expression of surprise, bemusement, and praise from those who were not dressed up, the young people began to think their costumes were so good they ought to be shown off to a wider audience. Nikolai's first impulse was to put them all in his sledge, and with the roads in such good condition, drive over to Uncle's, along with a dozen house serfs in their costumes. "No, why bother the old fellow?" said the Countess. "Anyway, you wouldn't have room to turn around there. If you must go, go to the Melyukovs." Madame Melyukov was a widow living with several children of various ages and their tutors and governesses in a house only a couple of miles down the road. "Jolly good idea, my love," the old Count put in, his spirits rising. "Just let me find a costume for myself and I'll come with you. I'll give Pachette something to look at." But the Countess wouldn't let him go. For several days he had had a bad leg. It was decided that he must stay at home, but if Louisa Ivanovna, Madame Schoss, would agree to go with them, the young ladies could go to Madame Melyukov's. Sonia, normally so shy and retiring, was the most vociferous in pleading with Louisa Ivanovna not to refuse. Sonia's disguise was the best of them all. Her moustaches and eyebrows were particularly fetching. Everyone told her how pretty she looked, and she was taken right out of herself, in a new mood of excitement and energy. An inner voice told her that now or never her fate would be decided, and dressed like a man she seemed like a completely different person. Louisa Ivanovna proved amenable, and half an hour later 4 troikas with merrily jingling bells and runners crunching and creaking over the frozen snow drove round to the front steps. Natasha took the lead in setting the right tone of Christmas cheer, which passed quickly from one person to the next, grew wilder and wilder, and came to a splendid climax as they all walked out into the frosty air, chatting and calling across to each other, with much laughter and shouting, and got into the sledges. 2 of the troikas were harnessed to workaday sledges. The 3rd sledge was the old Count's, with a trotter from Orlov's famous stud as a shaft horse, while the 4th one belonged to Nikolai, and he had put his own short, shaggy black horse to the shaft. Nikolai, with a hussar's cloak belted over his old lady's farthingale, stood up tall in the middle of the sledge and held the reins. The light was so good that he could see the metal fittings on the harnesses glinting in the moonlight,
and the horses' eyes goggling in alarm at the racket coming from the travellers in the dark shadow of the porch. Sonia, Natasha, Madame Schoss, and 2 maids got into Nikolai's sledge. Into the old count's went Diemler, his wife, and Petya, while the other mummers, the house serfs, took their places in the last 2 sledges. "Zakhar, you go on ahead," shouted Nikolai to his father's coachman, so that he could overtake him on the way. The old count's sledge, with Diemler and his party on board, lurched forward, its runners creaking as if they were frozen to the snow, and the big bell clanging. The trace horses leant into the shafts, and as their hooves plunged into the snow, they kicked it up, hard and glittering like sugar. Nikolai followed on behind the first sledge, and after him came the other 2, crunching and grating. At first they drove down the narrow road at a slow trot. As they drove down past the garden, the leafless trees sometimes cast their shadows right across the road and hid the bright moonlight. But once they were out of the gates, the snowy plain, glittering with diamonds in a wash of midnight blue, opened out on all sides, quiescent and bathed in moonlight. Now and again the first sledge would jolt over a pothole, followed by the next one, and the one after that, and the sledges stretched out along the road, brutally assaulting the frozen stillness. "Look, hare tracks, lots of them," Natasha's voice rang out through the frosty air. "Isn't it bright, Nikolai?" said Sonia's voice. Nikolai glanced round at Sonia and bent down to take a closer look at her face. It was a new face, quite delightful, with its black moustaches and eyebrows that peeped up at him from her furs, so close and yet so distant in the moonlight. That used to be Sonia, thought Nikolai. He looked closer still and gave her a smile. "What is it, Nikolai?" "Nothing," he said, turning back to his horses. Once they were out on the well-travelled high road, smooth and shiny from sledge runners, but lightly pitted by many a horseshoe nail, with the marks visible in the moonlight, the horses needed no encouragement as they strained at the reins and quickened their pace. The left-hand trace horse, bending his head down, jerked against his traces. The shaft horse swayed from side to side, pricking up his ears as if to say, "Shall we go now, or wait a bit longer?" Zakhar's sledge was well in front, but it stood out distinctly, black on white, and they could hear the disappearing echo of its deep-toned bell. Yells and laughter and the sound of people talking floated back from his sledge. "Right, my darlings," shouted Nikolai, heaving the reins to one side and cracking the whip. It was only the sudden onrush of wind straight in their faces and the straining new gallop of the trace horses that told them the sledge was now hurtling along. Nikolai glanced back. The whooping and yelling and cracking of whips told him the other sledges were coming up fast, with the shaft horses under the lash. Their own shaft horse was swinging steadily along under his shaft bow, with no hint of falling back, and every promise of giving more and more if asked to do so. Nikolai caught up with the first sledge. They were charging downhill, onto a wide, well-travelled road through a meadow down by the river. Where are we now? Nikolai wondered. Must be Kosoi Meadow, I suppose. No, this is somewhere new. I've never seen this before. This isn't Kosoi Meadow. And that's not Dyomkin Hill. Could be anywhere. It's somewhere new. It's a magical place. Who cares? And yelling to his horses, he began to overtake the first sledge. Zakhar held his horses back and turned his face to them, white to the eyebrows with hoarfrost. Nikolai gave his horses their head. Zakhar, reaching forward with both arms, clicked his tongue and did the same, calling out, "Hold on, sir!" The sledges flew along side by side, faster and faster, and the horses' hooves were a galloping blur. Nikolai pulled slightly ahead. Zakhar, with his arms still straining forward, raised one hand, holding the reins. "No chance, sir!" he yelled, but Nikolai got the last out of his 3 galloping horses and managed to get past Zakhar. The horses sprayed all their faces with powdery snow. Close by they heard the ringing of the bells, and the horses' galloping legs blurred with the shadows of the sledge they were passing. Sounds came from all sides, with the girls shrieking as the runners whistled over the snow. Nikolai then brought his horses to a halt and looked around. Still the same enchanted plain all round them, bathed in moonlight, with a scattering of stars on its surface. Zakhar's shouting for me to turn left. Why should I? Thought Nikolai. Aren't we supposed to be going to the Milyukovs? This can't be Milyukovka. We could be anywhere, and anything could be happening to us, and whatever is happening to us is very strange and very nice. He peered back into the sledge. Look, his moustache and his eyelashes are all white, said one of the strange, pretty, exotic figures sitting there, sporting fine moustaches and eyebrows. I think that person used to be Natasha, thought Nikolai. And that was Madame Schoss, or maybe not, and that Circassian with the moustaches. I don't know who he is, but I love her. Anybody feeling cold? He asked them. The only answer was laughter. Diemler yelled across from the next sledge, probably something funny, but they couldn't hear what he was shouting. Yes, yes, other voices answered, raised in laughter. But here they were in a kind of enchanted forest, with shifting black shadows and the glitter of diamonds, and a flight of marble steps, and the silvery roofs of enchanted buildings, and the yelp of wild animals. And if this really is Milyukovka, thought Nikolai, it's a very funny thing that we've driven through a land that could have been anywhere and ended up here. It was indeed Milyukovka, and here came the footman and maidservants running out to meet them with lights and beaming faces. Who is it? Asked a voice from the entrance. It's the mummers from the Count's. I can tell by the horses, other voices answered. Chapter 11. Pelageya Milyukov, a broadly built, energetic lady, was sitting in her drawing room, wearing spectacles and a baggy casual dress, surrounded by her daughters, doing what she could to keep boredom at bay. They were quietly dropping melted wax into water and watching the shadows of the shapes that came out, when suddenly they heard noises in the vestibule, footsteps, and the voices of people arriving. In from the vestibule trooped the hussars, fine ladies, witches, clowns, and bears, clearing their throats and wiping the hoarfrost off their faces out in the hall, where candles were hurriedly lit. The clown, Diemler, and the old lady, Nikolai, started a dance. Surrounded by the shrieking children, the mummers hid their faces and spoke in false voices as they bowed to their hostess and dispersed about the room. Bless me, they're all unrecognisable. Oh, that's Natasha! Look who she's pretending to be. Who is it she reminds me of? And here's Herr Diemler, very handsome too. I hardly knew him. Look at him dancing. Oh, my goodness, here's a Circassian. Little Sonia looks so nice like that. And who's this? Well, you've done us a power of good. Nikita, Vanya, take these tables away. And we were having such a quiet time. Ha, 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 that hussar. Look at that hussar. Just like a boy. And the legs. I can't see, came the various calls. Natasha, the young Milyukov's favourite, disappeared with them into the back rooms, where burnt cork and various dressing gowns and pieces of men's clothing were ordered, procured by the servants and received by bare, girlish arms reaching out through a half-open door. Within 10 minutes, all the young Milyukovs were ready to come out and join the mummers. Madame Milyukov had given instructions for the guests to be given plenty of room, and she had also arranged for them all to have refreshments, gentry and serfs. Now she walked through the crowd of mummers wearing her spectacles and a half-suppressed smile, scrutinising them carefully, but without recognising anybody. Not only did she fail to spot the Rostovs and Diemler, she couldn't even pick out her own daughters or recognise her late husband's dressing gowns and the bits of his uniform they were wearing. Now, who can this be? She kept saying, addressing a governess, but staring straight into the face of her own daughter disguised as a Kazan Tatar. Must be a Rostov, I suppose. Well, Mr. Hussar, which regiment do you belong to? She asked Natasha. Give that Turk a fruit pastel, she said to a footman, walking round with refreshments. His laws don't forbid it. Sometimes, as she watched the weird and laughable antics of the dancers, who were now letting themselves go on the strength of their undoubted anonymity, Madame Milyukov buried her face in her handkerchief while her elderly and portly figure shook from top to toe with irrepressible laughter and indulgence.
My little Sasha! My little Sasha!" she cried out. After several dances, some of them with singing, Madame Bezukhov told everyone, servants and gentry alike, to form a large circle. Some string was provided, along with a ring and a silver rouble, and they started playing games. By the time an hour had passed, all the costumes were crumpled and untidy. Corked moustaches and eyebrows were being smudged away from burning, perspiring, and happy faces. Madame Bezukhov was beginning to tell who was who among the mummers. She went into raptures over the clever costumes and the way they suited everyone, especially the young ladies, and she thanked them all for brightening their day. The guests were then invited to take supper in the drawing-room, while the servants were catered for in the hall. "Oh, no, you can't go fortune-telling in an empty bath-house. It's terrifying," said one person over supper, an old maid who lived with the Bezukovs. "What do you mean?" asked the Bezukovs' eldest daughter. "Well, I can't see you doing it. It takes some courage." "I will," said Sonia. "Tell us what happened to that young lady," said the second girl. "Well, what happened was this," said the old maid. "This young lady went out, took a cockerel, set a table for two, everything just as it should be, and sat down. She sat there for a while, then suddenly what does she hear? Somebody coming. A sledge drives up, jingling all sorts of bells. She can hear him coming. In walks a kind of human figure, something like an officer, and he sits down across from her in his proper place." "Ah, ah," screamed Natasha, goggling with horror. "Go on. What did he do? Did he talk?" "Oh, yes, a human voice. Everything just as it should be. And he started to woo her with fine words, and she should have kept him going till the cock crowed. But she got scared. It was too much for her, and she buried her face in her hands, and he grabbed hold of her. It was her lucky day. The maids ran in." "Go on with you, scaring them like that," said Madame Bezukhov. "Oh, Mamma, you've done your share of fortune-telling," said her daughter. "What's this about fortune-telling in a barn?" asked Sonia. "Oh, like now, for instance, you just go into a barn and listen. And it all depends on what you hear. If there's a rapping and a banging, that's bad, but if you hear a scattering of corn, it's good. But sometimes what you hear is—" "Mamma, tell us what happened when you went into the barn." Madame Bezukhov gave a smile. "Oh, I've forgotten all that," she said. "Anyway, nobody here is going." "Yes, I will. Let me go. I want to," said Sonia. "Oh, well, if you're not too scared." "Madame Schoss, may I?" asked Sonia. Whether they had been playing the ring on the string game, or the rouble game, or just talking as they were now, Nikolai had never left Sonia's side, and now he looked at her in a completely new way. It was as if he was looking at her for the first time, all because of that corked moustache, and seeing her for what she really was. That evening Sonia certainly looked happier, livelier, and prettier than Nikolai had ever seen her before. "So this is what she's like. What a fool I've been," he kept thinking, looking at her sparkling eyes and the happy, rapturous smile dimpling her cheeks alongside that moustache, a smile he had never seen before. "I'm not scared," said Sonia. "Can I go straight away?" She got to her feet. They told her where the barn was and how to stand, keep quiet and listen, and they gave her a heavy coat. She threw it over her head and glanced at Nikolai. "That girl is gorgeous," he thought. "What have I been thinking about all this time?" Sonia went out into the corridor to walk over to the barn. Nikolai hurried out onto the front steps, saying he was too hot. It certainly was stuffy indoors from the crowd of people. Outside there was the same frosty stillness and the same moonlight, except that it was even brighter than before. The light was so bright and there were so many stars sparkling in the snow that the sky was no attraction, and the real stars were hardly noticeable. The sky was nothing but dreary blackness, the earth as bright as day. I'm a fool, a complete fool. What have I been waiting for all this time? Thought Nikolai, skipping down from the porch and scuttling round the corner of the house along the path leading to the back door. He knew Sonia would come this way. Halfway round, he saw the dark shadow cast by a snow-covered stack of logs, crisscrossed all over by a network of other shadows
from the bare old lime trees that fell on the snow and the path to the barn. The log wall and roof of the barn glittered in the moonlight, as if they had been hewn out of some precious stone. There was a crackling of twigs in the garden, and then everything relapsed into perfect stillness. Nikolai's lungs seemed to breathe in something more than air, something like the power and joy of eternal youth. Footsteps could be heard tip-tapping down the steps of the back porch and crunching on the last step, which was thick with snow, and an old maidservant's voice called out, "Straight down the path, miss! Mind you don't look round." "I'm not scared," answered Sonia's voice, and her little feet in their thin slippers came rasping and crunching down the path towards Nikolai. Sonia was walking along, muffled up in the big coat. She was no more than a couple of paces away when she saw him. She saw him now, not as he had always been, slightly intimidating. He was wearing his woman's dress, his hair was all tousled, and there was a blissful smile on his face, one that Sonia had never seen before. She rushed up to him. Totally different and just the same, thought Nikolai, staring down at her face, bright in the moonlight. He slipped his hands under the coat that she had thrown over her head, put his arms round her, pulled her close and kissed the lips, which sported a moustache and smelt of burnt cork. Sonia kissed him back, full on the lips, freed her tiny hands and cupped his cheeks with them. "Sonia! Nikolai!" That was all they said. They ran over to the barn, and when they returned to the house, they went by different porches. Chapter 12. As they were setting off home from Madame Malyukov's, Natasha, who never missed anything worth noticing, managed to get them all to change places, so that she and Madame Schoss got into one sledge with Dimla, leaving Sonia to travel in another one with Nikolai and the maids. No longer interested in overtaking, Nikolai drove smoothly all the way home, constantly gazing at Sonia through the flickering glow of the weird moonlight, searching beyond those eyebrows and moustaches for a glimpse of two different Sonias, the old one and the new one, from whom he had now resolved never to be parted. His eyes were constantly on her, and as both visions of Sonia impressed themselves upon him, recreating in his memory the smell of burnt cork that had blurred with the thrill of their kiss, he began to drink in great lungfuls of frosty air. He glanced down at the speeding earth and up at the glittering heavens, and he knew he was back in fairyland. "Sonia, do you feel good?" he asked once or twice, with a meaningful shift to the intimate T form. "Oh, yes. You too?" answered Sonia, also calling him T. Halfway home, Nikolai handed the reins to a coachman, ran over to Natasha's sledge for a moment, and stood on the running board. "Natasha," he whispered in French, "listen, I've made up my mind about Sonia." "Have you told her?" asked Natasha, suddenly aglow with delight. "Oh, Natasha, you do look funny with that moustache and those eyebrows. Are you pleased?" "Of course I'm pleased. I really am. I was beginning to lose patience with you." "I never told you, but you've been treating her very badly." "A girl with a heart like that, Nikolai. Of course I'm pleased. I know I can be horrible, but I did feel awkward about being so happy on my own and Sonia not being happy," Natasha went on. "Now I really am pleased. Go on, get back to her." "I will in a minute." "Oh, you don't know how funny you look," said Nikolai, staring closely and discovering in her as well, his own sister, something strangely warm and enchanting that he had never seen before. "Natasha, it's magic, isn't it?" "Yes," she answered, "and you've done the right thing." If only I'd seen her before as she is now, Nikolai was thinking. I'd have asked her long ago what to do, and I'd have done anything she said, and everything would have been all right. "So you are pleased, and I have done the right thing?" he asked. "Of course you have. Mamma and I had a few words about it only the other day. Mamma said she was setting a trap for you." "How could she say that? I almost lost my temper with her. I won't have a bad word said or thought about Sonia. There's nothing but good in her." "So it is the right thing to do," said Nikolai, closely examining the look on her face to see whether she was telling the truth. Then he hopped off the sledge, crunched down into the snow and dashed back to his own troika. She was still sitting there, the same Circassian complete with moustache, happy smile and sparkling eyes, peeping out from under the sable hood, and this was Sonia, the Sonia who was now certain to become his happy and loving future wife. When they got home, the two young ladies described to the Countess how much they had enjoyed their visit to the Mayukovs, and then went off to their room. They undressed for bed without washing off their moustaches, and then sat there for quite some time just talking about how happy they were. They told each other how they would live after they were married, and what good friends their husbands would be, and again how happy they would be. There were 2 mirrors on Natasha's table, set up earlier in the evening by Dunyasha. "But when will it happen? I'm scared it won't ever happen. It's too much to hope for," said Natasha, getting to her feet and going over to the mirrors. "Sit down with the mirrors, Natasha. You might just see him," said Sonia. Natasha lit 2 candles and sat down. "I can see somebody with a moustache," said Natasha, catching sight of her own face. "You mustn't laugh, miss," said Dunyasha. With the assistance of Sonia and the maid, Natasha adjusted one of the mirrors. Then she stopped talking and went all serious. For some time she sat there, staring down the row of disappearing candles reflected in the mirrors. Guided by the tales she had heard, she was expecting to see either a coffin or perhaps him, Prince Andrei, in the very last blurred and smudgy square. But for all her eagerness to accept any dark outline as man or coffin-shaped, she saw nothing. Her eyes began to water and blink, and she moved away from the mirror. "Why do other people see things and I don't?" she said. "You try, Sonia. Today you really must. Do it for me. I feel absolutely terrified today." Sonia sat down in front of the mirror, adjusted the angle and peered into it. "Miss Sonia's bound to see something," whispered Dunyasha. "You laugh too much." Sonia heard these words and also heard Natasha's whispered response. "Yes, I know she'll see something. She did last year." For 2 or 3 minutes nobody spoke. "She's bound to," Natasha began to whisper, but she never finished her sentence. Suddenly Sonia pushed the mirror away and put a hand over her eyes. "Oh, Natasha," she said. "Did you see something? Come on. What was it?" cried Natasha. "I told you she would," put in Dunyasha, keeping the mirror from falling. Sonia hadn't seen anything. She was just about to give in and start blinking and stand up when she had heard Natasha's voice saying, "She's bound to." She had no desire to hoodwink either Dunyasha or Natasha, but it was hard work sitting there. She couldn't imagine how or why she had cried out like that as she covered her eyes. "Did you see him?" asked Natasha, catching at her arm. "Yes, wait a minute, Yes, I did." Sonia couldn't stop herself saying it, though she wasn't sure whether Natasha's him had meant Nikolai or Andrei. "Why shouldn't I say I saw something? Other people do. Anyway, who can tell whether I did or I didn't?" The thoughts flashed through Sonia's mind. "Yes, I did see him," she said. "What was he doing? Standing up or lying down?" "No, what I saw was, well, first there was nothing, then I saw him lying down." "Andrei lying down? Is he ill?" asked Natasha, her eyes transfixed with terror. "No, just the opposite. His face looked cheerful, and he turned towards me." And as she spoke these words, she began to think she really had seen what she was talking about. "Come on, Sonia, what happened next?" "Well, it wasn't very clear. There was something blue and red." "Oh, Sonia, when will he come back? When shall I see him? Oh, God! I'm so worried about him. And me. This whole thing scares me," Natasha blurted out, and without a word to Sonia, who was doing what she could to console her, she got into bed, and long after the candle had been put out she lay there motionless, watching the frosty moonlight with staring eyes as it poured in through the frozen window panes. Chapter 13. Not long after Christmas, Nikolai told his mother about his love for Sonia and his absolute determination to marry her.
The Countess had long been aware of recent developments between Sonia and Nikolai, and she had been expecting this announcement. She listened to his words without comment, and then told her son he could marry anyone he wanted, but neither she nor his father would give their blessing to any such marriage. For the first time in his life, Nikolai felt that he had offended his mother, and despite all her love for him, she was not going to give way. Coldly, and without looking at her son, she sent for her husband, and when he came in, the Countess set out there and then to give a brief and icy account of the situation, but she lost control, burst into tears of frustration, and walked out of the room. The old Count began by appealing to Nikolai, not very convincingly, and asked him to go back on his decision. Nikolai replied that his word was his bond, whereupon his father, sighing from obvious embarrassment, made no further comment and went off to see the Countess. In every confrontation with his son, the old Count was plagued by a guilty conscience for having managed their affairs so badly, and he could hardly turn on his son for refusing to marry an heiress and choosing Sonia, the girl with no dowry. This served only to remind him all the more painfully that, but for his mismanagement, they could have wished for no better wife than Sonia for Nikolai, and that all the blame lay with him, Mitenka, and his own uncontrollable bad habits. Neither parent raised the subject again with their son, but a few days later the Countess sent for Sonia, and with a viciousness that took them both by surprise, accused her of inducement and ingratitude. Sonia looked down as she listened in silence to the Countess's hurtful words, with no clear idea of what she was supposed to do. She would readily make any kind of sacrifice for her benefactors. The concept of self-sacrifice was dear to her heart, but in this instance she couldn't see who or what there was to sacrifice. She couldn't help loving the Countess and all the Rostovs, but neither could she help loving Nikolai or believing that his happiness depended on their love. Sadly at a loss for words, she made no response. Nikolai felt he couldn't put up with this any longer, and went in to have things out with his mother. First, he asked his mother to forgive him and Sonia, and consent to their marriage. Then he warned her that if they kept on persecuting Sonia, he would go straight out and marry her in secret. With an icy aloofness her son had never seen before, the Countess replied that he was now an adult, and Prince Andrei was marrying without his father's consent, and he could do the same thing, but she would never acknowledge that scheming hussy as her daughter. Incensed by the words scheming hussy, Nikolai told his mother in no uncertain terms that he had never expected her to try and make him prostitute his feelings, and if this was how things stood, it was the last time he would ever— But he never delivered the final word, which his mother was now dreading, given the look on his face, and which would probably have remained a bitter memory between them forever. He never delivered it because Natasha, who had been listening at the door, now ran in with a grave look on her pale face. "Nikolai, darling, you don't know what you're saying. Shut up, shut up. I'm telling you now to shut up." She was virtually screaming to drown him out. "Mamma, darling, it's nothing to do with my poor dear darling," she babbled at her mother, who was gazing in horror at her son, aware that a permanent break was staring them in the face, yet too stubborn and too worked up to give in. "I'll sort things out later, Nikolai. Just go away. Listen to me, dear darling mamma," she said to her mother. Her words may have been incoherent, but they achieved the desired effect. The Countess gave a huge gasp and buried her face on her daughter's bosom, while Nikolai got to his feet and walked out of the room, clutching his head. Natasha took it upon herself to effect a reconciliation, and she succeeded in so far as Nikolai received an undertaking from his mother that Sonia would not be put under pressure, and he, for his part, promised not to do anything without his parents' knowledge. Fully determined to wind things up with the army, retire and come home to marry Sonia, Nikolai returned to his regiment at the beginning of January, chastened and unhappy about the clash with his parents, but as he thought, still madly in love. When Nikolai had gone, the atmosphere in the Rostov household was more depressed than at any time in the past. The Countess fell ill.
from all the emotional turmoil. Sonia was saddened by having to part from Nikolai, and more so by the hostile attitude the Countess couldn't help adopting towards her. The Count was more worried than ever by the disastrous state of his finances, which now demanded decisive action. They were going to have to sell the townhouse and the estate near Moscow, and this meant going to Moscow. But because of the Countess's illness, he kept putting off his departure from one day to the next. Natasha, having originally endured separation from her fiancé fairly easily, and even cheerfully, now grew increasingly impatient and restive with each passing day. The thought that the prime of her life, which could have been spent loving him, was draining away uselessly like this, and benefiting no one, preyed upon her mind. Letters from Prince Andrei just made her angry. She was offended by the very idea that, while her life consisted of nothing but thinking of him, he was living a real life, seeing new places and new people that must be fascinating. The more interesting his letters were, the more they annoyed her. Her letters to him gave her no comfort. She looked on them as a tedious and formal obligation. She was no great writer, finding it impossible to set down adequately in a letter 1,000th part of what she was used to conveying by means of her voice, her smile, and her eyes. She wrote him a series of dry, formal, and identical missives, to which she attached not the slightest importance, with spelling mistakes corrected by the Countess at the rough copy stage. The Countess's health was not improving, but it was becoming impossible to put off the visit to Moscow any longer. There was the trousseau to see about, and the house had to be sold, in addition to which Prince Andrei was due to go first to Moscow, where his father was spending the winter, and Natasha felt certain he was already there. The Countess stayed behind in the country when, towards the end of January, the Count left for Moscow, taking Sonia and Natasha with him. Part 5. Chapter 1. After Prince Andrei's engagement to Natasha, it dawned on Pierre, suddenly, and for no obvious reason, that he couldn't possibly go on living as before. For all his staunch belief in the truths revealed to him by his benefactor, the old Freemason, and the pleasure he had taken at first in striving so ardently towards the perfection of his inner self, after Prince Andrei's engagement to Natasha and the death of Osip Basteyev, news of which had reached him at almost exactly the same time, all the zest suddenly went out of that earlier way of living. He was left with nothing but the skeleton of a life, his house with his brilliant wife, now enjoying the favours of a very important person, entrée to all levels of Petersburg society and service accord with all its tiresome formalities. And now suddenly Pierre was shocked by the degree of disgust that he felt for that former life. He stopped keeping a diary, shunned the society of his brother Masons, and went back to his old club, drinking too much, consorting with the bachelor set, and adopting the kind of lifestyle that made Countess Helene feel obliged to take him to task on the subject. Pierre felt she had right on her side, so he went down to Moscow to avoid compromising her. Once in Moscow, the moment he set foot in his vast house with the faded and fading princesses and the hordes of servants, the moment he drove through the town and caught his first glimpse of the Iversky chapel, with the lights of innumerable candles glinting and reflecting in the silver icon covers, and the Kremlin Square, with its deep covering of untrodden snow, the sledge-drivers, the shanties of the Sitsev-Vrashuk slums, the old gentlemen of Moscow in the twilight of their lives, unhurried and set in their ways, and also the old ladies of Moscow, the Moscow ballrooms and the English Club. He felt he had come back home to a haven of peace. In Moscow he felt warm and welcome, comfortable and scruffy. It was like putting on an old dressing gown. All Moscow society, from the old ladies to the children, welcomed Pierre back like a long-awaited guest, whose place had always lain ready for him, never occupied by anyone else. In the eyes of Moscow society, Pierre was the nicest and kindest of men, the brightest and jolliest, the most generous of eccentrics, a harebrained and warm-hearted Russian gentleman of the old school. His purse was forever empty, being open to all. Benefit performances, awful paintings and statues, charities, gypsy choirs, schools, subscription dinners, drinking parties, the Masons, churches, book publishing, everyone and everything met with his support, and had it not been for two of his friends, who had borrowed heavily from Pierre and set themselves up as his guardians, he would have given away his last kopeck. Not a single party or dinner took place at the club without him being there. Once seen sprawling in his usual place on the sofa after a couple of bottles of Margot, he would be surrounded by a circle of friends and become the centre of all discussions, disputes, and jokes. When people fell out, a friendly smile or a well-chosen bon mot from him was enough to bring peace. Masonic dinners were dull and dreary when he wasn't there. When he got to his feet after a bachelor supper, and yielded with a sweet smile to the entreaties of the revellers to drive off with them somewhere, the young men would raise the roof with yells of delight and triumph. In the ballroom he would dance if a partner was needed. He appealed to both young girls and the younger married ladies, because he didn't flirt, and was nice to everyone in just the same way, especially after supper. "He's a delightful man with no sex," they used to say of him, always in French. This was Pierre, one among hundreds of retired gentlemen-in-waiting peaceably living out their days in Moscow. What horror he would have felt if he had been told on his return from abroad 7 years ago that there was no point in searching or taxing his brains, because the way forward was set for him, marked out in advance for all eternity, and it was no use fighting against it, because he was bound to turn out exactly like every other man in his position. He wouldn't have believed it. Had he not put his heart and soul into so many things, setting up a republic in Russia, turning himself into another Napoleon, or a philosopher, or a master strategist capable of defeating Napoleon? Had he not considered it possible and highly desirable to work for the regeneration of sinful humanity and bring himself to the highest degree of perfection? Had he not gone about founding schools and hospitals and liberating his serfs? But instead of all that, here he was now, the wealthy husband of an unfaithful wife, a retired gentleman-in-waiting, fond of his food and drink, not averse to unbuttoning his waistcoat after dinner and indulging in a little mild criticism of the government, a member of the Moscow English Club and everyone's favourite on the Moscow circuit. It took him a long time to become reconciled to the idea that he was the very model of a retired Moscow gentleman-in-waiting, a type he had found so profoundly repellent 7 years ago. Sometimes he consoled himself with the idea that it didn't matter. This was only a passing phase, only to be struck by the horrifying thought that plenty of others had gone through the same passing phase, embarking on this kind of life and joining this club, with all their teeth and hair, and leaving when they were toothless and bald. There were moments of pride when he took stock, and it seemed to him that he wasn't like them. He was somehow different from the retired gentlemen-in-waiting he had once despised. They were vulgar and stupid men, given to complacency, whereas I'm still never satisfied. I really want to do things for humanity, as he put it when pride came upon him. Yes, but what if all of them, these comrades of mine, also struggled like me, looking for some new and original way of living, and only got as far as I have because they were beaten, like me, by the force of circumstances, society, breeding, a force of nature that renders a man impotent? This is what he wondered when modesty came upon him. And when he had been some little time in Moscow, he lost all contempt for his companions in destiny, and even started to love them, respect them, and feel as sorry for them as he did for himself. Pierre no longer suffered from his earlier bouts of despair, disillusionment, and loathing for life, but the same sickness that had once manifested itself in acute attacks had now been driven inwards, never to leave him for a single moment. What's the use of anything? What is it all about? What is going on in the world? He asked himself in great bewilderment several times a day, allowing himself to be drawn forcibly into a search for meaning in all the phenomena of existence. But experience had taught him that there weren't any answers to these questions, so he made every effort to wrench himself away from them by turning to a book, nipping down to the club, or calling in at Apollon Nikolaevitch's place for a good gossip. My Helene has never cared for anything but her own body, and she's one of the stupidest women in the world, thought Pierre. Yet everybody thinks she's the last word in intelligence and sophistication, and they all bow down to her. And take Napoleon, universally despised as long as he was a great man, and now he's just a pathetic clown the Emperor Francis wants to offer him his daughter for an illegal marriage. The Spaniards go down on their knees and thank God through their Catholic clergy for victory over the French on the 14th of June, and the French, through the same Catholic clergy, go down on their knees and thank God for victory over the Spaniards on the same day, the 14th of June. My Masonic brothers take an oath in blood, swearing to sacrifice everything for their neighbour, but they won't cough up a rouble when you go round collecting for the poor, and meanwhile the Astrea Lodge sets itself against the manor seekers, and they squabble over some authentic Scottish carpet or a completely superfluous act, which has no meaning anymore, not even for the man who wrote it. We all profess the Christian laws of forgiveness of injuries and love for our neighbour, laws we have honoured by raising 40 times 40 churches in Moscow. But yesterday a deserter died under the knout, and it was a minister of these same laws of love and forgiveness, a priest, who had given the soldier a cross to kiss before his punishment. Thoughts like these were never far from Pierre's mind, and the whole of this universally accepted hypocritical sham, for all its familiarity, astonished him each time like something new. I understand this tangled mess of hypocrisy, he thought, but how can I tell people everything I understand? I've tried, and I always find they understand it as well as I do at the bottom of their hearts. But there's something they're trying not to see. They won't see that. Oh well, it's the way of things, I suppose. But here am I. What can I do with myself? Thought Pierre. He had the unfortunate capacity that many men have, especially Russians, for seeing and believing in the possibility of goodness and truth, yet seeing the evil and falsehood in life too clearly to be capable of taking any serious part in it. Every aspect of human activity he saw as bound up with evil and deception. Whatever he tried to be, whatever he decided to do, he found himself repelled by evil and falsehood, with every avenue of activity blocked off. And meanwhile he had to live on and find things to do. It was too horrible to be ground down by life's insoluble problems, so he latched on to any old distraction that came along, just to get them out of his mind. He tried all kinds of society, drank a lot, bought pictures, built things, and most of all, he read. He read and reread everything he could get his hands on. When he got home at night, he would pick up a book and start on it before his valets had finished undressing him, and then read himself to sleep. From sleep he proceeded to drawing-room and club gossip, from gossip to wine, women and song, and from these back to more gossip, reading and wine. Wine was becoming more and more a mental and physical necessity. He defied the doctors who warned him that with his corpulence wine was a danger to his health, and kept on drinking heavily. The only time he felt good was when he had mechanically emptied several glasses of wine into his big mouth. Only then did he feel a pleasing sensation of warmth flowing through his whole body, along with a sentimental attachment to his fellow men, and enough wit to come out with an off-the-cuff response to any idea, as long as he didn't have to go too deeply into it. It was only after drinking a bottle or two of wine that he could vaguely accept that the horribly tangled skein of life, which had held such terrors for him, turned out to be less terrifying than he had imagined. As, with a ringing in his head, he chattered away, listened to people as they talked or read after dinner and supper, he couldn't get away from the sight of that tangled skein in one aspect or another. Only under the influence of wine could he say to himself, "There's nothing to it. I'll soon get that disentangled. Look, I've got the solution here. But now's not the time. I'll sort it out later." Except that later never came. Next morning at breakfast, all the old questions resurfaced, as horribly insoluble as ever. So Pierre would dive into a book with all speed and rejoice when a visitor called. Sometimes Pierre remembered what he had been told about soldiers in a shelter under fire with nothing to do, trying their best to keep busy, and thus make the danger easier to bear. And Pierre pictured all men as soldiers like these, escaping from life through ambition, cards, law-making, women, little playthings, horses, politics, sport, wine, even government service. Everything matters. Nothing matters. It's all the same. If I can only escape one way or another, thought Pierre, and not see it, the terrible it. Chapter 2. At the beginning of the winter, old Prince Bolkonsky and his daughter moved to Moscow. He had become an object of special veneration in Moscow because of his past achievements, his powerful intellect, and unusual character, and this, together with the current decline in the popularity of Tsar Alexander's regime, which coincided with a surge in anti-French sentiment and Russian patriotism, now made him the natural centre of opposition to the government. The prince had aged a good deal that year. He had begun to show clear signs of senility, nodding off without any warning, forgetting very recent events while clearly remembering incidents from long ago, and the childlike vanity with which he assumed leadership of the Moscow opposition. Nevertheless, when the old man came down for tea, especially of an evening, wearing his powdered wig and a thick little coat, and responded to someone's challenge by launching forth into a series of sharp comments on the old days, or even sharper and more vitriolic criticism of the present day, he still evoked the same old feelings of respect and admiration in all his guests. For any visitors, that old-fashioned house, with its enormous mirrors, pre-revolution furniture, and powdered footmen, and the stern and shrewd old man, himself a relic from the past, along with his gentle daughter and the pretty Frenchwoman, both of whom doted on him, presented a magnificent and most appealing spectacle. But those same visitors never stopped to think that in addition to the couple of hours when they saw their hosts, there were another 22 in the daily cycle, during which the hidden private life of the household continued. That private life in Moscow had recently become very hard for Princess Maria. In town she was deprived of her greatest pleasures, conversations with the pilgrims, and the solitude, both of which she had found so refreshing at Bald Hills, and none of the advantages and delights of metropolitan life applied to her. She never went out into society. Everyone knew that her father wouldn't allow her to go anywhere without him, and because of his failing health, he couldn't go anywhere. People had stopped inviting her to dinner parties or balls. Princess Maria had by now abandoned all hope of marriage. She had noted the frostiness and animosity with which the old prince received and dismissed any young men, possible suitors, who appeared at the house from time to time. Friends she had none. During this stay in Moscow she had lost faith in the two friends who had been closest to her. She had become disenchanted with Mademoiselle Bourienne, in whom she had never had complete confidence, and now she kept her at bay for a number of reasons. Julie Kuragin, a regular pen friend over 5 long years, was here in Moscow, but when they met face to face, she struck Princess Maria as utterly alien. On the death of her brothers, Julie had become one of the wealthiest heiresses in Moscow, and was now making the most of the heady pleasures offered by high society, and was surrounded by young men who seemed suddenly appreciative of her virtues. Julie had reached the stage when a young society lady, no longer in the first flush of youth, begins to sense that her last chance of getting married has come, and her fate must soon be decided once and for all. Every Thursday Princess Maria smiled a lugubrious smile as she contemplated the prospect of having no one to write to, because Julie was here on the spot, and seeing her once a week. Not that there was any pleasure to be derived from their meetings. Like the old French émigré, who declined to marry the lady with whom he had spent all his evenings over many years, because if he got married he wouldn't know where to spend his evenings, she regretted that with Julie being here, she had no one to write to. In Moscow, Princess Maria had no one to talk to either, and no one to share her troubles with, just at a time when many new troubles were adding themselves to the old ones. The time for Prince Andrei's return and marriage was fast approaching, and the task he had given her of bringing their father round was so far from completion that the whole thing seemed beyond hope. The slightest reference to young Countess Rostov simply enraged the old prince. He was almost always in a foul mood nowadays in any case. Another item in Princess Maria's store of recent troubles arose from the way she had been teaching her 6-year-old nephew. In her attitude to little Nikolai, she was shocked to find herself displaying the same signs of irritability as her father. However often she told herself not to lose her temper, almost every time she sat down to teach her nephew and pointed to letters of the French alphabet, she felt such an urgent desire to make things easy and hurry the process of transferring knowledge from herself to the child, who was always scared stiff that his auntie might be about to come down on him, that at the slightest hint of inattention she quivered and gabbled and snapped at him, or shouted and sometimes grabbed him by his little hand and stood him in a corner. Once she had stood him there, she would burst into tears at her own wicked and violent behaviour, whereupon little Nikolai, not to be outdone when it came to sobbing, would creep out of his corner without waiting for permission, walk over and pull her wet hands away from her face in an effort to console her. But the worst, easily the worst of her troubles, was her father's terrible temper, which was invariably directed against his daughter, and had recently reached the point of cruelty. Had he forced her to spend every night on her knees in supplication, had he beaten her, or made her chop wood and carry water, it would never have occurred that her lot was a hard one. But this loving tyrant, all the crueller for loving her so much, and using that as a pretext for tormenting himself and her, was a past master at deliberate degradation and humiliation, and convincing her she was always to blame for anything that happened. He had recently developed a new quirk, one which caused Princess Maria more misery than anything else, and this was his growing intimacy with Mademoiselle Bourienne. The idea that had occurred to him as a joke when he got the first news of his son's intentions, that if Andrei was going to get married, he might as well marry Mademoiselle Bourienne, clearly appealed to him, and in recent days he had gone out of his way to shock her, as she saw it, by being particularly gracious to Mademoiselle Bourienne and demonstrating dissatisfaction with his daughter by a corresponding demonstration of love for the Frenchwoman. One day, before her very eyes, she couldn't help thinking her father did it on purpose because she was there, the old prince kissed Mademoiselle Bourienne on the hand, then drew her close and gave her a passionate hug. Princess Maria blushed to the roots of her hair and fled from the room. A few minutes later, Mademoiselle Bourienne breezed into Princess Maria's room, all smiles and chattering away merrily in her pleasant little voice. Princess Maria dried her tears hastily, marched over to the Frenchwoman, and without realizing what she was doing, turned on her in wild fury, gulping and screaming, "You vile thing! It's inhuman, taking advantage of a feeble old—" She couldn't go on. "Get out of my room," she yelled, breaking down in sobs. Next day, the old prince ignored his daughter, but she noticed that at dinner he gave orders for Mademoiselle Bourienne to be served first. Towards the end of dinner, when the footman served the princess, with coffee first, from sheer habit, the old prince flew into a wild rage, flung his cane at Philippe, and gave immediate orders for him to be sent off into the army. "Insubordination! Told him twice, and he still didn't obey. She's the first person in this house. She's my best friend," roared the old prince. "And as for you," he fulminated, addressing Princess Maria for the first time, "you dare ever again to do what you did yesterday, forget yourself in her presence, and I'll show you who's master in this house. Go on, get out of my sight. Apologize to her." Princess Maria gave her apology to Mademoiselle Bourienne, and also to her father, for what she had done, and also for the behaviour of the footman, Philippe, who was begging her to intercede. At moments like this, Princess Maria's soul was afflicted by a sensation not far from the pride of self-sacrifice. And yet, all of a sudden, at moments like this, the very father she was censuring would either start looking for his spectacles, groping around close to them without seeing them, or completely forget what had just happened, or else he would take a single tottering step on his spindly legs and stare round to see whether anyone had noticed his feebleness, or, worst of all, over dinner, when there were no guests to stimulate him, he would suddenly nod off, dropping his napkin and letting his shaking head droop down over his plate. "Oh, he's so old and feeble, and I have the gall to criticise him," she thought at moments like this, in hateful self-reproach. Chapter 3. In the year 1811, there lived in Moscow a French doctor by the name of Métivier, who was suddenly all the rage. He was very tall and handsome. He had the nice manners of a true Frenchman, and all Moscow had him down as a very accomplished physician. He was received in the very best houses, not merely as a doctor, but as an equal. Old Prince Bolkonsky had always poured scorn on medicine, but in recent days he had taken Mademoiselle Bourienne's advice, and allowed this doctor to see him, gradually getting used to his visits. Métivier came to see the old prince 2 or 3 times a week. On St. Nicholas's Day, the old prince's name day, all Moscow turned up at his front door, but he gave orders for no one to be admitted. Only 1 or 2 guests, whose names were on a list that he had given to Princess Maria, were to be invited to lunch. Métivier turned up that morning with his greetings and considered it proper, as the old prince's doctor, to break the embargo, as he put it, to Princess Maria, and go in to see the prince. As it happened, on the morning of his name day, the old prince was in one of his foulest moods. He had spent the whole morning tramping through the house, finding fault with everybody, and pretending he couldn't understand anything that was said to him, and nobody understood what he was saying. Princess Maria was all too familiar with this mood of nervous, simmering touchiness, which usually culminated in a furious outburst, and she went about that morning like someone staring down the barrel of a cocked and loaded gun, and waiting for the inevitable big bang. The morning had gone off reasonably well until the doctor arrived. After showing the doctor in, Princess Maria sat down with a book in the drawing-room, not far from the door, through which she could hear everything that was going on in the prince's study. At first, the only voice she could hear was Métivier's, then came her father's, then both of them together. Then the door flew open, and in the doorway stood Métivier, a handsome figure of a man with his shock of black hair, but terrified out of his wits, and behind him the old prince in skull-cap and dressing-gown, his face hideous with rage, and the pupils of his eyes looking down at the floor. "So, you don't know what's going on?" roared the old prince. "Well, I do. You French spy, you slave of Bonaparte. You're a spy. Get out, I tell you. Get out of my house." And he slammed the door. Métivier gave a shrug and walked over to Mademoiselle Bourienne, who had come running in from the next room when she heard all the shouting. The prince is not quite himself. A touch of bile and a rush of blood to the brain. Don't be too concerned." "I'll look in tomorrow," said Métivier, and he scurried away, putting a finger to his lips. Through the door came the sound of shuffling slippers and a voice shouting, "Spies and traitors! Traitors everywhere! No peace in your own house!" When Métivier had gone, the old prince summoned his daughter, and deluged her with the whole fury of his passion. She was to blame for letting the spy in. Hadn't he told her, yes, told her, to put the names down on a list and not to let anyone else in? Why had she let that scoundrel in? It was all her fault. He couldn't get a minute's peace with her in the house. He couldn't even die in peace. "No, madam, we must part. We must part, I tell you. I can't take any more," he said, storming out of the room. And as if to rob her of any crumb of consolation, he walked back in, did his best to look calm and collected, and added, "And don't imagine that I've said this in the heat of the moment. Oh, no, I'm perfectly calm, and I've given it a lot of thought. It's going to happen. We must part. You can find yourself somewhere else to live." And he couldn't even leave it at that. With the vicious fury found only in a man inspired by love, and in obvious anguish himself, He shook his fists at her and roared, "Oh, if only some fool would marry her!" With that, he slammed the door, sent for Mademoiselle Bourienne, and subsided in his study. At 2 o'clock, the 6 luncheon guests arrived and foregathered in the drawing-room to wait for him. The famous Count Rostopchin, Prince Lopukhin, and his nephew, General Shatrov, a former army colleague of the prince's, and 2 representatives of the younger generation, Pierre and Boris Trubetskoy. Boris, who had only recently come back to Moscow on leave, had been most anxious to meet Prince Nikolai Bolkonsky, and had wormed his way in so effectively that for his sake the old prince had made an exception to his usual rule of keeping all young bachelors out of the house. The prince did not receive society people as such, but his house was the focal point of a small clique where, though there wasn't much talk of this in town, it was more flattering to be received than anywhere else. Boris had latched on to this a week previously when he had heard Rostopchin turn down an invitation from the Commander-in-Chief of Moscow, who had invited him to dinner on St. Nicholas Day with the words, "That's the day when I always visit Prince Nikolai Bolkonsky to pay my devotion to the relics." "Oh, yes, of course," replied the Commander-in-Chief. "How is he, by the way?" The little party, which had come together before luncheon in the old-fashioned drawing-room, with its high ceiling and old furniture, was much like a law court in solemn session. They sat there in silence, and if they did speak, it was in subdued tones. Prince Nikolai, when he came in, looked grim and reluctant to speak. Princess Maria seemed even more meek and mild than usual. The guests preferred to leave her out of the conversation, since it was obvious that she wasn't up to it. Count Rostopchin held the thread of the conversation all on his own, treating them to the latest news, first from the town and then the world of politics. Lopukhin and the old general put in the odd remark now and then. Prince Nikolai presided like a judge, receiving a submission, with nothing more than the occasional grunt or the briefest of words to indicate that he was taking stock of the facts laid before him. The tone of the conversation was based on the assumption that no one approved of what was being done in the political world. Events were described that clearly confirmed the idea of everything going from bad to worse, but in every account and every critical discourse it was remarkable how each speaker held back, or was held back by someone else, if he got anywhere near the borderline where criticism might have touched on the person of the Tsar himself. Over the meal, the conversation turned to recent political developments, in particular Napoleon's seizure of the Duke of Oldenburg's lands, and the Russian note, hostile to Napoleon, that had been sent to every European court. "Bonaparte sets about Europe like a pirate king on a captured ship," said Rostopchin, rehearsing a little saying he had had occasion to use before. "One can only wonder that the ruling sovereigns are so tolerant or so easily dazzled. The Pope is next in line. Bonaparte is brazen enough to try and depose the head of the Catholic Church, and no one says a word. Our Emperor is the only one who has protested against the seizure of the Duke of Oldenburg's lands, and even he—" Count Rostopchin broke off at this point, sensing that he was on the very brink of prohibited criticism. "He's been offered other bits of land instead of the Duchy of Oldenburg," said the old prince. "He shifts the dukes about anywhere he likes. It's like me sending my serfs from Bald Hills over to Bogucharova, or down to Ryazan." "The Duke of Oldenburg bears his misfortune with admirable strength of character and resignation," said Boris in a polite contribution to the discussion. He could say this because on the way down from Petersburg he had had the honour of being presented to the Duke. The old prince stared at the young man as if he wanted to take him up on something, but he thought better of it, considering him too young. "I have read our protest against the Oldenburg affair, and I was surprised at the poor wording of it," said Count Rostopchin, with the offhand manner of one who can criticise something because he is closely familiar with it. Pierre looked at Rostopchin in innocent amazement, at a loss to understand why he should be bothered about the poor wording of the note. "Does it matter how the note is worded, Count?" he said, "if the content is strong enough?" "My dear fellow, with 500,000 men behind us, "It should be easy to get the style right," said Count Rostopchin. Pierre saw the point of Count Rostopchin's dissatisfaction with the wording of the note. "Plenty of scribblers everywhere," said the old prince. "Up in Petersburg they do nothing else but write, not just notes. They keep on writing new laws. My Andrei up yonder, he's written a thick volume of new laws for Russia. Everybody's at it nowadays." And he gave a weird kind of laugh. The conversation ground to a halt, and then the old general drew attention to himself by clearing his throat. "Did you hear what happened at the review in Petersburg? Marvellous performance by the new French ambassador." "Eh? Oh, yes, I did hear something. Blurted something out in His Majesty's presence, didn't he?" "His Majesty drew his attention to the Grenadier Division as they marched past," the general persisted, "and it seems the ambassador ignored him and had the gall to say, 'In France, we don't bother with stupid things like that.' The Emperor vouchsafed no response. At the next review, His Majesty, so they say, gave him the cold shoulder." No one spoke. Here was a detail pertaining to the Tsar personally, but it was beyond criticism. "The cheek of the man," said the old prince. "Do you know Metivier?" "I threw him out of the house today. He came here, and they let him in, even though I asked for no one to be admitted," said the old prince, glaring across at his daughter. And he went through the whole of his conversation with the French doctor, and his reasons for believing Metivier was a spy. His reasons were very flimsy and obscure, but no one raised an objection. After the main course, champagne was served. The guests rose to congratulate the old prince. Princess Maria, too, went round to him. He treated her to a cold, spiteful glare, and offered her a clean-shaven, wrinkled cheek. There was a look on his face that said everything. Their conversation that morning had not been forgotten. His decision still stood, and only the presence of visitors prevented him from talking about it now. When they proceeded to the drawing-room for coffee, the old men sat down together. Prince Nikolai got more excited, and began to expound his ideas on the impending war. He said that our wars against Bonaparte would always be lost while ever we went on seeking alliances with the Germans and meddling in European affairs that we couldn't get out of because of the peace of Tilsit. "We have no business fighting for or against Austria," he went on. "Our political interests are all to the east, and as far as Napoleon is concerned, all we need is a well-armed force guarding the frontier and a strong policy, and he won't dare cross the Russian frontier again, as he did in 1807. "But how are we ever going to be able to fight the French, Prince?" said Count Rostopchin. "How can we take arms against our teachers and our idols? Look at our young men, look at our ladies. The French are our gods, and Paris is our paradise." He began to raise his voice so that everyone could hear. "Our fashions are French, our ideas are French, our feelings are French. Look here, you sent Metivier packing because he's a Frenchman and a scoundrel, but our ladies go down on their knees and crawl after him. I was at a party yesterday evening, and do you know, out of 5 ladies, 3 were Catholics, and they had a papal dispensation that allows them to do their embroidery on Sundays. And they sat there virtually naked like signboards in a public bathhouse. Pardon me for saying so. Oh, dear me, when you look at our young people today, Prince, you feel like taking Peter the Great's old cudgel out of the museum and cracking a few ribs with it. Do it the Russian way. Soon knock the nonsense out of them." Nobody spoke. The old prince looked across at Rostopchin with a grin on his face and shook his head approvingly. "Well, goodbye, Your Excellency. Keep well," said Rostopchin, jumping to his feet with his usual alacrity and extending a hand to the prince. "Goodbye, my dear fellow. Music to my ears. What a man, always worth listening to," said the old prince, holding on to the hand and offering his cheek. The others rose when Rostopchin did. Chapter 4. Sitting there in the drawing-room, listening to the old men's chatter and tittle-tattle, Princess Maria couldn't understand a word of what she was hearing. The only thing she could think about was whether or not all the guests were aware of her father's hostility towards her. She hadn't even noticed that Drubetskoy, now on his third visit to the house, had been particularly attentive and amiable towards her all through dinner. Princess Maria turned to Pierre with a far-away, inquiring look in her eyes, he being the last to go, after the prince had departed, leaving them alone together in the drawing-room. He had come over to her, hat in hand, with a smiling face. "Can I stay on a bit?" he said, depositing his great bulk into a low chair alongside Princess Maria. "Please do," she said, but her eyes asked him, "Didn't you notice?" Pierre was in a happy after-dinner mood. He looked straight ahead and smiled a sweet smile. "Have you known that young man very long, Princess?" he said. "Which one?" "Drubetskoy." "No, not very long. Do you like him?" "Yes, he's a very nice young man. Why do you ask?" said Princess Maria, still thinking of her conversation that morning with her father. "Because, in my experience, when a young man comes from Petersburg to Moscow on leave, it is usually with the object of marrying an heiress." "Is that your experience?" said Princess Maria. "Oh, yes," Pierre went on with a smile, "and that young man is carrying on in such a way that wherever there are wealthy heiresses, that's where he is. I can read him like a book. At this moment he's wondering whether to mount an assault on you or Mademoiselle Julie Kuragin. He's paying her a lot of attention." "Does he go there?" "Yes, very often." "And you know the latest way of courting a woman," said Pierre, beaming breezily and obviously enjoying that jovial mood of ironical banter for which he had reproached himself so many times in his diary. "No," said Princess Maria. "Well, nowadays, in order to please the girls in Moscow, you have to be melancholic. He's very melancholic just now with Mademoiselle Kuragin," said Pierre. "Is he really?" said Princess Maria, staring into Pierre's kindly face, but constantly preoccupied with her own troubles. "I'd feel a bit better," she was thinking, "if I could just confide in somebody and tell them how I feel. And Pierre's the one to confide in. He's so kind and generous. I think I'd feel better. He would tell me what to do." "Would you ever marry him?" asked Pierre. "Oh, heavens, Count! There are times when I'd marry anybody," Princess Maria said with tears in her voice, much to her own surprise. "Oh, it's so hard when you love someone close to you and you feel," she went on in a tremulous voice, "you can't do anything for him that won't cause trouble, and you know you can't do anything about it. There's only one thing to do. Go away, but where can I go?" "What's wrong? What's happened, Princess?" But Princess Maria, instead of going into explanations, burst into tears. "Oh, I don't know what's wrong with me today. Please don't take any notice. Forget what I've said." Pierre's breezy attitude was gone. He questioned the princess anxiously, begging her to make a clean breast of it and tell him all her troubles, but she just kept on repeating the same things. She wanted him to forget what she had said. She couldn't remember what she had said, and the only worry she had was the one he knew about, Prince Andrei's marriage, which looked like setting father against son. "Have you heard anything about the Rostovs?" she asked, changing the subject. "I believe they're due here soon. I'm expecting Andrei too, any day now. I should have liked them to have their first meeting here." "And how does he look on things now?" asked Pierre, meaning the old prince. Princess Maria shook her head. "Oh, well, it can't be helped," she continued. "There are only a few months left now before the year is up, and it can't go on like this. All I'd like to do is spare my brother the first few minutes. Oh, I do wish they'd come. I'm hoping she and I can get to know each other. You've known them quite some time, haven't you?" asked Princess Maria. "Give me your honest opinion, hand on heart. What sort of a girl is she? What do you make of her? But please tell me the whole truth, because, well, Andrei's taking such a risk going against his father. I just wanted to know." A vague instinct told Pierre that all this beating about the bush and the repeated insistence on hearing the whole truth rather suggested that Princess Maria was anything but well disposed towards her future sister-in-law, as if she wanted Pierre to disapprove of Prince Andrei's choice. But Pierre said what he felt rather than what he thought. "I don't know how to answer your question," he said, colouring up without knowing why. "I really don't know what sort of girl she is. I can't analyse her. She's fascinating. I don't know why. There's nothing more to be said about her." Princess Maria sighed, and her face seemed to say, "Yes, just as I expected, just what I was dreading." "Is she clever?" asked Princess Maria. Pierre thought about this. "I don't think she is," he said. "And yet, perhaps she could be. She doesn't think it's worthwhile being clever. No, she's just fascinating, that's all." Princess Maria shook her head again, showing further disapproval. "Oh, I do want to like her. You can tell her that if you see her before I do." "I have heard they'll be here in a day or two," said Pierre. Princess Maria told him about her plan of action. As soon as the Rostovs arrived, she was going to form an attachment with her future sister-in-law and do what she could to bring the old prince round and get him to understand her. Chapter 5. Boris had not succeeded in finding a wealthy heiress to marry in Petersburg, and it was with this in mind that he had come down to Moscow. In Moscow, Boris found himself hesitating between the two wealthiest heiresses, Julie Kuragin and Princess Maria. Although Princess Maria, for all her plainness, seemed more attractive than Julie, somehow he felt awkward about paying court to her. At their last meeting on the old prince's name day, every time he had begun to talk sentimentally, her responses had been all over the place, and she had obviously not been listening to him. Julie, by contrast, was only too eager to receive his attentions, though she showed it in her own special way. Julie was now 27. On the death of her two brothers, she had become extremely wealthy. By now she had lost what looks she had ever had, though she believed herself to be no less attractive, in fact far prettier than ever before. She had been confirmed in this delusion first by becoming a wealthy heiress, but also because as she grew older she became less dangerous to men, which enabled them to approach her more easily and take full advantage of her suppers, her soirees, and the lively society that gathered about her without incurring any obligations. A man who 10 years ago would have been reluctant to visit a house with a 17-year-old girl in it for fear of compromising her and tying himself down would now call in cheerfully every day, treating her not as a good match, but as a sexless acquaintance. That winter, the Kuragins' house was one of the most open and welcoming in Moscow. Besides all the invitation-only dinner parties and soirees, people gathered in large numbers at the Kuragins every day of the week, especially men who took supper at midnight and stayed on till 3 in the morning. Julie never missed anything to do with the ballroom, the theatre, or strolling in public. She dressed in the latest fashion, but in spite of everything, Julie was a picture of disillusionment, telling everyone she had lost all faith in love or friendship, or any of the joys of the here and now, and she looked only for the consolation to come up there. She had adopted the tone of a girl who has suffered a great disappointment, a girl who has lost her lover or been cruelly deceived by him. Although nothing remotely like that had ever happened to her, she was looked upon as if it had, and it was her own firm belief that she had suffered a great deal in life. This melancholy never stopped her enjoying herself, and never stopped young men enjoying themselves in her company. Every visiting guest took great care to acknowledge the melancholic state of mind that afflicted the hostess, and then went straight off to enjoy himself in society chit-chat, dancing, clever games, or a session of bourrimée, which was all the rage at the Kuragins. There were only 1 or 2 young men, and they included Boris, who dipped below the surface of Julie's melancholy, and with these young men she held longer conversations in more secluded places on the vanity of everything in this world, and they were also privy to her albums, page after page of doleful sketches, sayings, and poetry. Julie was so sweet with Boris, sympathizing with his premature alienation from life, offering him what consolation she could as a good friend, she having suffered so much in her own life, and she opened up one of her albums for him. Boris drew a little sketch of 2 trees and wrote underneath, "O rustic trees, your sombre branches shed upon me darkness and melancholy." On another page he did a drawing of a tomb, and inscribed below it, "Our strength and stay is death. Death brings us peace tomorrow. Ah me, no other power can shelter us from sorrow." Julie thought this exquisite. "There is something so delightful in a smile of melancholy," she said to Boris, quoting verbatim from a book. "It is a ray of light in the shadows, a subtle margin between sorrow and despair, demonstrating the possibility of consolation." Boris responded with the following verses in French. "O poisoned fare by which my feeling soul is nourished, thou single stay on which my happiness has flourished, sweet melancholy, come to comfort and console, to calm the storms of my darkness and isolation, and blend your hidden consolation with these my tears I cannot control." Julie would go to her harp and play Boris the most plangent nocturnes. Boris would read aloud to her, more than once breaking down halfway through Karamzin's romantic story, Poor Lisa, choking with emotion and unable to continue. When they met in society, Julie and Boris would exchange lingering glances, as though they were the only real people hailing each other in sympathy across a sea of indifference. Anna Mikhailovna, a frequent visitor, would play cards with Julie's mother and use every opportunity to gather all reliable information about Julie's expectations if she were to marry. Her dowry would consist of 2 Penza estates and a large forested region near Nizhny Novgorod. It was with deep emotion and complete resignation to the workings of Providence that Anna Mikhailovna followed the exquisite sharing of sadness that united her son to the wealthy Julie. "As charming and melancholic as ever, my dear sweet Julie," she would say to the daughter, and to the mother, "Boris tells me that here in your house he finds respite for his soul. He has been the victim of so many disappointments, and he's such a sensitive boy. Oh, Boris dear, I have become so attached to Julie recently," she would say to her son. "I can't begin to tell you, but then who could help loving her? A creature not of this world. Oh, Boris, Boris!" She would pause before going on. "And I'm so sorry for her mamma," she would then say. "Only today she was showing me letters and accounts from Penza. They have a huge estate there. And, poor thing, she's all on her own. They all take advantage of her." Boris heard what his mother had to say with the ghost of a smile. He laughed lightly at her simple-minded scheming, but he did listen closely when she spoke about the Penza and Nizhny Novgorod estates, and sometimes followed up with penetrating questions. Julie had long been expecting a proposal from her melancholic admirer, and was fully prepared to accept it, but Boris held back, secretly put off by the girl herself, her desperate desire to get married, her affectation, and a horrible feeling that he would be giving up any last chance of true love. His leave was nearly up. Every day God sent, and sometimes several days at a time, he spent at the Karagins, and every single day Boris thought things over and decided that tomorrow was the day for him to propose. But when he was with Julie, watching her red face and chin almost permanently powdered over, her watery eyes and that facial expression signalling instant readiness to switch from melancholy to artificial rapture inspired by conjugal bliss, Boris couldn't bring himself to say the word, even though he had long imagined himself owning those big estates, and had spent their profits several times over. Julie could see Boris hesitating, and sometimes it actually occurred to her that she might not be exactly to his taste, but feminine vanity soon came to her rescue, reassuring her that love must have made him go all shy. Even so, her melancholy was rapidly turning into exasperation, and shortly before the end of Boris's leave, she thought of a positive plan of action. Just before Boris was due to go back, who should appear in Moscow, and needless to say, also in the Kuragins' drawing room, but Anatoly Kuragin, whereupon Julie suddenly cast aside all melancholy, came over all cheerful, and made a great fuss of the newcomer. "Boris, my dear," said Anna Mikhailovna, "I know from a reliable source that Prince Vasily has sent his son to Moscow to get him married to Julie. I have such a soft spot for Julie, and this would make me very sorry. How do you feel about it, my dear?" Boris was beside himself at the idea of being made a fool of, and having wasted a whole month of dogged melancholia on Julie, and seeing all the lovely money from those Penza estates which he had mentally assimilated and put to good use pass into somebody else's hands, especially the hands of an idiot like Anatoly. He drove straight round to the Kuragins, absolutely determined to propose. Julie welcomed him with a breezy cheerfulness, just happening to mention how much she had enjoyed yesterday evening's ball, and she asked when he was leaving. Although Boris had come with every intention of declaring his love, and therefore speaking tenderly, he launched forth irritably on the subject of feminine fickleness, observing how women could switch so easily from sadness to joy, and how their mood depended entirely on who happened to be running after them. Julie took offence at this, and said, yes, it was perfectly true that a woman needed variety, and anyone would get bored if nothing ever changed. "In that case, my advice to you—" But Boris, with a vitriolic word on the tip of his tongue, was suddenly struck by a galling thought. He might end up leaving Moscow without having achieved his goal, and after a great waste of effort, something he'd never experienced before. He cut himself short in mid-sentence, averted his eyes from her nasty look of exasperation and indecision, and said, "But, listen, I didn't come here to quarrel with you. Quite the opposite." He glanced at her, wondering whether or not to go on. Every last sign of annoyance had instantly vanished from her face, and her restless, imploring eyes were glued on him in avid anticipation. "I can always arrange not to see much of her," thought Boris. In for a penny, in for a pound. He blushed to the roots of his hair, gazed into her face, and said, "You know how I feel about you." That was enough. Julie was beaming with triumph and self-congratulation, but she still made Boris go through everything that is normally said on these occasions, that he was in love with her, and had never loved any woman like this. She knew that her Penza estates and her forest near Nizhny Novgorod gave her every right to demand this, and she got what she wanted. The newly engaged couple, dispensing now with all references to trees that enfolded them with darkness and melancholy, were soon making plans for setting up a brilliant future residence in Petersburg, going the rounds as necessary, and making arrangements for a magnificent wedding. Chapter 6. It was getting towards the end of January when Count Leo Rostov arrived in Moscow with Natasha and Sonia. The Countess was still too ill to travel, but it was no longer possible to put things off until she got better. Any day now, Prince Andrei was due to arrive in Moscow. In any case, they had to order the trousseau, sell the estate just outside Moscow, and take advantage of old Prince Bolkonsky's presence in the city to arrange for his future daughter-in-law to be introduced. The Rostovs' townhouse had not been heated, and since this was only a short stay and the Countess wasn't with them, the old Count elected to stay with Maria Dmitrievna Akhrozimov, with whom the Count had a long-standing offer of accommodation. Late one night, the Rostovs' 4 sledges drove into Maria Dmitrievna's courtyard in Old Konyusheny Street. She now lived alone, having married off her daughter and seen her sons enter the service. She still had a good bearing, still spoke her mind, opining vociferously on all subjects, and her whole personality seemed like a reproach to everyone else for all kinds of weaknesses, passions, and impulses that she happened to consider beyond the pale. She rose early, donned her house jacket and saw to the housekeeping before driving off, if it happened to be a saint's day, first to Mass and then on to the jails and prisons, where she did good work that she never spoke about. On ordinary weekdays, she dressed and received petitioners from all classes. There was someone every day. Then she took lunch, a good rich meal, always with 3 or 4 guests in attendance. She would spend the afternoon playing Boston, and during the evening she would have the newspapers and the latest books read to her while she sat there knitting. She rarely interrupted her routine to go out, and if she did, it was only to visit the most important people in town. She was still up when the Rostovs arrived, and the pulley of the hall door creaked as it welcomed the Rostovs and their servants in from the cold. Maria Dmitrievna was standing in the hall doorway, with her spectacles perched on the end of her nose, and her head flung back, and she greeted the newcomers with a stern and angry look. Anyone might have thought she was annoyed at them for daring to come, and was about to send them away again, but for the fact that she was simultaneously issuing detailed instructions to her servants for the accommodation of her guests and all their baggage. "The Count's things, over here," she said, pointing to the trunks without a word of welcome to anyone. "The young ladies over there on the left. All this fiddle-faddle," she called to her maids. "Get the samovar going. Filled out nicely, very pretty," she said to Natasha, catching her by the hood and drawing her close. Natasha was glowing red from the frosty air. "Phoo! You're awfully cold. Come along, get those things off," she shouted across to the Count, who was wanting to come over and kiss her hand. "You must be frozen too. Plenty of rum in the tea? Sonia, dear, bonjour," she said to the other girl, this single French word bringing out the complex mixture of slight scorn and affection that determined her attitude to Sonia. Eventually, when they had taken off their outer clothes, freshened up after the journey and come down to tea, Maria Dmitrievna went round kissing them all. "It does my heart good to see you. Thank you for coming to stay with me. It's been a long time," she said, with a knowing glance at Natasha. "The old fellow's here, and his son's due back any day now. You must make their acquaintance, you simply must. But we can talk about that later," she added, glancing across at Sonia, a clear signal that she didn't want to talk about it in her presence. "Now, listen," she said, turning to the Count. "What are your plans for tomorrow? Who do you want me to send for? Shin-Shin?" She bent down one finger. "That snivelling woman, Anna Mikhailovna?" She bent down another. "She's here with her son. He's getting married. Then Bezukhov, I suppose. He's here too, with his wife. He ran away from her, but she came galloping after him. He had lunch here last Wednesday. Now, these people," she went on, indicating the young ladies, "I'll take them to the Aversky Chapel tomorrow, and we'll call in on Madame Saucy Rascal." Her dressmaker's real name was Susie Pascal. "You'll be getting all the latest things, I suppose? Don't look at me. Sleeves are out here nowadays. Only the other day young Princess Irina Vassilievna called in here. What a sight! Looked as if she'd put 2 barrels on her arms. There's a new fashion every day now. And what will you be getting up to?" she asked the Count abruptly. "Everything's happened at once," answered the Count. "All these rags to sort out, and now suddenly there's a buyer in prospect for the Moscow estate and the house. With your kind permission, I'll pick my moment and slip over to the estate for a day or so. It would involve leaving the girls on your hands." "Splendid, splendid. They'll be all right with me. They'll be like wards of court. I'll take them wherever they ought to go, scold them a bit and spoil them a bit," said Maria Dmitrievna, extending a large hand to touch the cheek of her goddaughter and favourite Natasha. Next morning, Maria Dmitrievna took the young ladies off to the Aversky Chapel and then to Madame Pascal, who was so intimidated by Maria Dmitrievna that she always sold clothes to her at a loss in order to get rid of her as fast as she could. Maria Dmitrievna ordered almost the whole trousseau. When they got home, she sent everyone but Natasha out of the room and called her favourite over to sit beside her armchair. "Now, Let's have a little chat. Congratulations on your engagement. He's a fine young man, and you've hooked him. I'm very pleased for you. I've known him since he was so high," she said, holding her hand a couple of feet from the floor. Natasha coloured up with pleasure. "I'm very fond of him and all his family, but listen, I'm sure you know old Prince Nikolai was very much against his son getting married. He's a funny old devil. Of course, Prince Andrei's not a child any more. He can get by without him. But entering another family against the father's will is not a nice thing to do. It ought to be done with peace and love. You're a bright girl. You'll know how to cope. Just use your wits and your kind heart. Then everything will be all right." Natasha made no response, but her silence was not due to shyness, as Maria Dmitrievna surmised. In point of fact, Natasha didn't like people poking their noses into anything to do with her love for Prince Andrei, which seemed to her so far removed from the ordinary run of human experience that, in her view, no one could possibly understand it. The only man she knew and loved was Prince Andrei. He loved her, and was due to return any day now and take her away. That was all she needed. "I've known him such a long time, you see, and I do love your future sister-in-law, Masha. As they say, new sisters cause blisters, but she won't. She wouldn't hurt a fly. She's been asking me to bring you two together. You must go and see her tomorrow with your father. Try to be nice to her. She's older than you. By the time your young man gets back, you'll have got to know his sister and his father. And you'll have won them over. Am I right? This is the best way, isn't it?" "Yes," said Natasha, without much enthusiasm. Chapter 7. Next day, acting on Maria Dmitrievna's advice, Count Rostov took Natasha to call on Prince Nikolai Bolkonsky. The Count was unhappy about this. He was not looking forward to the visit, and he approached it with dread in his heart. The last meeting with the old prince, at the time of the recruitment levy, was still fresh in his mind. He had invited Bolkonsky to dinner, and in return he had been forced to sit through a furious diatribe for not having sent enough men. Natasha, by contrast, had put on her best dress and was in high spirits. "They're bound to like me," she thought. "Everybody does, and I'm ready to do anything they want, and love them both for being his father and his sister. There can't be any reason for them not to like me." They drove up to the gloomy old house on the Vozdizhenka and went into the vestibule. "Oh, well, God be merciful," said the Count, half joking, half serious, but Natasha could see that her father was all flustered as he went through into the entry hall, and inquired diffidently and in the softest tones whether the prince and the princess were at home. After they had been announced, the prince's servants looked visibly embarrassed. One footman who was running over to announce them was stopped by another in the big hall, and whispered exchanges ensued. A maidservant ran out to them in the hall and blurted out something to do with the princess. Then, at last, a curmudgeonly old footman emerged, only to inform the Rostovs that the prince could not receive anyone, though they were invited to go and see the princess. The first person to approach the visitors was Mademoiselle Bourienne. She greeted father and daughter with flamboyant politeness and led them off to the princess's apartment. The princess scuttled in to meet the visitors and tramped over to them, blotchy-faced, obviously worried and frightened, while struggling in vain to appear casual and welcoming. She took against Natasha at a single glance, seeing her as a creature of fashion, frivolous, flighty and vain. It never occurred to Princess Maria that before setting eyes on her future sister-in-law, she was already prejudiced against her, subconsciously envying her beauty, youth and happiness, and resenting her brother's love for her. And besides this overwhelming feeling of antipathy, Princess Maria was still desperately worried because when the Rostovs had been announced, the old prince had roared out that he wanted nothing to do with them. She could see them if she wanted to, but they mustn't be let in to see him. Princess Maria had decided to receive them, but she lived in constant dread of the old prince doing something outrageous, because he had seemed particularly upset by the arrival of the Rostovs. "Well, here we are then. I've brought my little songstress to see you, princess," said the Count, bowing and scraping. his eyes darting about anxiously in case the old prince came in. "It will be nice for you to get to know each other. I'm so sorry the prince is still unwell." And after one or two more such platitudes, he got to his feet. "With your permission, Princess," he said, "if I could just leave my Natasha on your hands for a short while. I'd rather like to pop round to Dog Square to see Anna Semyonovna. It's only round the corner, then come back for her." Count Rostov had thought up this diplomatic ruse, as he told his daughter afterwards, to give the future sisters-in-law maximum freedom to talk, though it also reduced any risk of meeting the prince, who scared him stiff. This was something he refrained from telling his daughter, but Natasha realized how frightened and worried her father was, and she felt humiliated. She blushed because of her father, and then felt furious with herself for having blushed, and she transfixed the princess with a bold, challenging glare intended to show that she wasn't afraid of anybody. The princess said she would be delighted, and asked him not to hurry back from Anna Semyonovna's, and then he was gone. In defiance of several uneasy glances angled at her by Princess Maria, who wanted to talk to Natasha alone, Mademoiselle Bourienne stayed on and persisted in chattering about the pleasures of Moscow and the theatres. Natasha was still smarting from the embarrassing delay in the entry hall, her father's edginess, and the constrained attitude of the princess, who seemed to think she was doing them a favour by receiving her. The whole situation seemed unpleasant. She didn't like Princess Maria, who seemed very plain, pretentious and frosty. Natasha suddenly seemed to shrivel up, unconsciously adopting an off-hand manner that alienated Princess Maria even more. 5 minutes went by with the conversation laboured and constrained, and then came the sound of shuffling slippers speedily approaching. Terror was written all over Princess Maria's face as the door opened, and in came the prince, wearing a white nightcap and dressing-gown. "Ah, madam," he began. "Madam, Countess Rostov, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sure you'll forgive me, do forgive me. I didn't know, madam. As God's my witness, I didn't know you were honouring us with a visit. I came to see my daughter, which accounts for this costume. You'll have to forgive me. As God's my witness, I didn't know," he repeated so unnaturally and so nastily, stressing the word God, that Princess Maria rose to her feet with her eyes glued to the floor, not daring to glance at her father or Natasha. Natasha rose too and gave a curtsy, also at a loss for something to do. Mademoiselle Bourienne was the only one capable of a sweet smile. "You'll have to forgive me. You'll have to forgive me. As God's my witness, I didn't know," muttered the old man, and after surveying Natasha from head to foot, he walked out. Mademoiselle Bourienne was the first to collect herself after this apparition, and she started to talk about the prince's poor health. Speechless, Natasha and Princess Maria gazed at each other, and the longer they remained speechless and continued to gaze at each other, leaving unsaid all those things that ought to have been said, the greater was the mutual antipathy that rose between them. When the Count returned, Natasha, almost indecently pleased to see him, got away as fast as she could, with a feeling akin to loathing for that frigid old woman of a princess, who was capable of putting her in such an embarrassing position, and also of spending half an hour with her without saying a word about Prince Andrei. "I just couldn't have been the first to talk about him with that French woman in the room," thought Natasha. Meanwhile, Princess Maria was tormenting herself in just the same way. She had known what needed to be said to Natasha, but she hadn't been able to bring herself to say it, partly because Mademoiselle Bourienne was in the way, but also because she found it terribly difficult to begin talking about the marriage, though she couldn't have said why. The Count was well on his way out of the room when Princess Maria scurried across to Natasha, seized her hand, and said with a deep sigh, "Wait a second, I think I should—" Natasha looked at Princess Maria with a kind of scorn, though she too couldn't have explained why. "Dear Natalie," said Princess Maria, "I want you to know how glad I am my brother has found such happiness." She paused, conscious of telling a lie. Natasha noted the pause and guessed the reason behind it. "Princess, I don't think this is the right time to talk about it," said Natasha with a show of dignity and aloofness, though she was choking on tears. "What have I said? What have I done?" she thought the moment she was out of the room. Natasha kept them waiting for dinner that evening. She was still up in her room, crying like a child, sniffling and sobbing. Sonia stood over her, kissing her hair. "Natasha, there's nothing to cry about," she kept saying. "Why do you bother about them? It'll soon pass, Natasha." "No, if only you knew how humiliating it was. As if I—" "Natasha, don't say anything. It's not your fault, so why should you bother? Give me a kiss," said Sonia. Natasha looked up and kissed her friend on the lips, pressing her wet face against hers. "I can't tell you. I don't know. It's nobody's fault," said Natasha. "It's my fault. But it hurts. It hurts so much. Oh, why doesn't he come?" She went down to dinner with red eyes. Maria Dmitrievna, fully aware of how the old prince had received the Rostovs, pretended not to notice Natasha's worried face, and over dinner she kept a constant stream of loud jokes going with the Count and the other guests. Chapter 8. That evening the Rostovs went to the opera, where Maria Dmitrievna had taken a box for them. Natasha didn't feel like going, but it was impossible to refuse a treat that Maria Dmitrievna had arranged especially for her benefit. When she was all dressed up and waiting for her father in the big hall, she glanced at herself in the big mirror and saw that she looked pretty, very pretty, which made her feel even sadder than before, though it was a sweet and tender sadness. "Oh, God, if only he was here with me now. I wouldn't be like I used to be, silly and shy. I'd be quite different. I'd give him a hug, cuddle up to him and force him to look at me with those searching, questioning eyes, the way he used to look at me before. And then I'd make him laugh, the way he used to laugh. And his eyes. Oh, I can see those eyes," thought Natasha. "And why should I bother about his father and sister? I don't love anybody else but him, with that face and those eyes, with his smile. A man's smile, yet also a little boy's. No, it's better if I don't think about him. Don't think, forget him. Completely forget him, for the time being. I can't bear all this waiting. I'll be sobbing any minute now." And she turned away from the mirror in a great effort to avoid tears. How can Sonia love Nikolai so calmly, so easily, and keep on waiting so patiently? She wondered, looking at Sonia, who had just come in, smartly dressed and holding a fan. No, she's not a bit like me. I can't manage it. At that moment, Natasha felt so overwhelmed by softness and tenderness that it wasn't enough for her to love and know she was loved in return. Now was what mattered. She wanted to embrace the man she loved now, to talk about love and hear love talk from him, because her heart was filled with words of love. As she sat there in the carriage beside her father, staring moodily at the lights of the street lamps as they flashed by the frozen window, she began to feel even sadder and more love-stricken, until she forgot where she was going and who she was with. The Rostovs' carriage fell into line with all the other carriages and trundled slowly up to the theatre, its wheels creaking over the snow. Natasha and Sonia hopped out holding up their skirts, followed by the Count, assisted down by the footman, and the three of them made their way through the stream of opera-goers and programme sellers towards the corridor leading to the boxes. The music had started, as they could hear through the closed doors. "Natasha, your hair," whispered Sonia. The box-keeper slithered past the ladies deferentially, nipped ahead and opened the door into their box. The music was suddenly louder and clearer, and from the doorway they could see the brightly lit rows of boxes, the bare arms and shoulders of the ladies, and the stalls down below, noisy and glittering with uniforms. A lady going into a nearby box stole an envious woman's glance at Natasha. The curtain was still down, but the overture was underway. Natasha smoothed down her dress, walked in with Sonia, sat down and gazed across at the brightly lit tiers of boxes opposite. Suddenly, there it was again, a sensation she had not experienced for some time, hundreds of eyes staring at her bare arms and neck. It was a pleasant and yet unpleasant sensation that brought back a swarm of associated memories, desires, and emotions. There they were, two extremely pretty girls, Natasha and Sonia, in the company of Count Ilya Rostov, who had been away from Moscow for some time, and all eyes were on them. Besides that, everybody had heard something of Natasha's engagement to Prince Andrei. They all knew the Rostovs had been living in the country ever since, and they looked with great curiosity at the girl who was about to make one of the best matches in Russia. Natasha was even prettier after her stay in the country, as everyone had been telling her, and this evening, in her present state of excitement, she looked particularly attractive. She seemed to be brimming with life and beauty, and impervious to everything around her. Her black eyes scanned the crowd without looking for anyone in particular, while her slender arm, exposed almost to the shoulder, rested on the velvet edge of the box, and quite unconsciously her hand squeezed the programme rhythmically in time to the overture. "Look, that's Alenina," said Sonia. "With her mother, isn't it?" "Good heavens, Mikhail Kirillitch has put some more weight on," said the old count. "Look, Anna Mikhailovna! Fancy wearing a cap like that." "The Karagins are over there. Julie and Boris are with them. You can tell they're engaged." "Drubetskoy has proposed. Oh yes, I found out today," said Shinshin, joining the Rostovs in their box. Natasha glanced over where her father was looking, and there was Julie, with a string of pearls round her thick red neck, which Natasha knew to be well powdered, sitting next to her mother, a picture of contentment. Behind them sat Boris, with his handsome, neatly brushed head of hair, all smiles as he lent an ear to what Julie was saying. He squinted across at the Rostovs and smiled again as he spoke to his fiancée. "They're talking about us. Me and him," thought Natasha. "And she's probably jealous of me, and he's reassuring her. They don't have a thing to worry about. If only they knew. I couldn't care less about any of them." Behind them sat Anna Mikhailovna, decked out in a green headpiece. She was in celebratory mood, with happiness and resignation to the will of God written all over her face. Their box was full of the atmosphere generated by an engaged couple, which Natasha knew all about and was so fond of. She turned away from them, and suddenly all the events of that humiliating morning visit surged up in her mind again. "What right has he to keep me out of his family? Oh well, better not think about it till he comes back," she said to herself, and she began to scan the faces, familiar and unfamiliar, down in the stalls. There, in the middle of the front stalls, leaning back against the orchestra rail, stood Dolokhov, in Persian costume, with his curls brushed up into a huge shock of hair. He was standing in full view, deliberately inviting the attention of the whole audience, yet as casual as if he had been at home, standing alone in his room. The most brilliant set of young Muscovites thronged around him, and he was clearly the cock of the roost. Count Ilya laughed as he nudged the blushing Sonia and pointed out her former admirer. "Didn't you recognize him?" he asked. "But what's he doing here?" he asked, turning to Shinshin. "I thought he'd gone off somewhere." "Yes, he did," answered Shinshin. "He went down to the Caucasus. Then he ran away, and I believe he became a minister with some sort of ruling prince down in Persia. And he went and killed the Shah's brother. Anyway, all the Moscow ladies are crazy about him." "Dolokhov, the man from Persia, that's all you need to say. Nowadays you hear nothing but Dolokhov. They all kowtow to him. It's a rare treat to be asked to meet him," said Shinshin. "Dolokhov and Anatoly Karagin. They've got the ladies swooning all right." Into the adjoining box walked a gorgeous tall woman with a huge pile of hair, superb arms and shoulders ostentatiously exposed, and a double string of large pearls round her neck. She took some time to settle down, with much rustling of her thick silk evening dress. Natasha couldn't resist staring at this lady's neck and shoulders, her pearls and her elaborate hairstyle, and admiring the beauty of those shoulders and pearls. When she turned for a second look, the lady glanced round, met the eyes of Count Ilya Rostov, and gave him a nod and a smile. It was Countess Bezukhov. Pierre's wife. The Count, who knew everyone in society, leant across and addressed a few words to her. "Have you been here long, Countess?" he began. "I've been meaning to call in and kiss your hand. I'm in town on business, and I've brought my girls with me." "I hear Semyonova's a wonderful actress," the Count went on. "Your good husband never used to forget us. Is he here?" "Yes, he did say he'd drop in," said Helene with a close eye on Natasha. Count Ilya sat back in his place. "Lovely woman, isn't she?" he whispered to Natasha. "Out of this world," said Natasha. "It would be easy to fall in love with her." At that moment the final chords of the overture rang out, and the conductor rapped on the stand with his baton. Latecomers scurried to their seats in the stalls, and the curtain rose. Immediately a hush fell on boxes and stalls, and all the men, old and young, in evening dress or uniform, and all the women with jewels draped across their exposed flesh, turned with eager anticipation to watch the stage. Natasha, too, turned to watch. Chapter 9. The stage consisted of flat boards down the middle with painted cardboard representing trees at both sides and cloth-covered boards at the back. Several young girls in red tops and white skirts were sitting in the middle of the stage. One very fat girl, in a white silk dress, sat to one side on a low bench with green cardboard glued on the back of it. They were all singing something. When they had finished their song, the woman in white came forward to the prompter's box, and a man with fat legs squeezed into silk tights, with a feather in his hat and a dagger in his belt, came up to her and burst into song, with much waving of his arms. The man in tights sang alone, then she sang alone, then they both held back while the music played on, and the man fingered the hand of the woman in white, obviously waiting for the right moment to start up again, and sing a piece with her. They did sing together, after which the theatre erupted in applause and loud shouting, while the man and woman on the stage, representing two lovers, beamed as they held out their arms and took bows. Just back from the country, and now in a serious frame of mind, Natasha saw all this as astonishingly grotesque. She couldn't follow the opera and couldn't hear any music. All she could see was painted cardboard and oddly dressed men and women, talking, singing, and prancing about just as oddly under bright lights. She knew what it was supposed to represent, but it was also grotesquely forced and unnatural that she found herself alternating between embarrassment and amusement at the actor's expense. She glanced round at faces in the audience, looking for signs of the same amusement and bewilderment that she was feeling. But all the faces were absorbed in what was happening on the stage, and they displayed a kind of rapture that Natasha could only assume to be affected. "I suppose it has to be like this," thought Natasha. She looked alternately at the rows of pomaded men's heads in the stalls and the half-naked women in the boxes, especially Helene in the next box, who was sitting there so openly exposed, staring fixedly at the stage with a quiet and serene smile on her face, and basking in the bright light that flooded the theatre, and the close atmosphere warmed up by the crowd. Natasha was beginning to glide steadily into a state of light-headedness, the like of which she hadn't experienced for some time. She lost all sense of what she was, and where she was, and what was going on before her eyes. She gazed ahead, letting her thoughts wander, and the weirdest of disconnected ideas suddenly flashed through her mind. One moment she felt like leaping over the footlights and singing along with the actress. Then she felt an urge to dig an old gentleman sitting nearby with her fan, or lean over towards Helene and tickle her. In a moment of silence on the stage, with a new aria about to begin, a stall's door creaked open on the Rostov side of the theatre, and a man's footsteps could be heard padding over the carpet. "That's him, Kuragin," whispered Shinshin. Countess Bezukhov turned and beamed at the late arrival. Natasha followed Countess Bezukhov's eyes and saw a strikingly handsome adjutant walking towards their box with a confident stride and a courteous manner. It was Anatoly Kuragin, whom she had seen and noticed some time before at a ball in Petersburg. He was wearing his adjutant's uniform, with one epaulette and a shoulder knot. He walked with a jaunty little swagger that would have looked ridiculous if he hadn't been so handsome, and if his fine features hadn't expressed such open-hearted self-assurance and high spirits. Although the performance was in full swing, he didn't hurry as he strode down the sloping carpeted aisle, his perfumed handsome head held high, and his spurs and sword gently jingling. With a quick glance at Natasha, he went over to his sister, laid a tightly gloved hand on the edge of her box, nodded to her, and leant over to ask her something, with a gesture towards Natasha. "Delightful girl," he said, obviously referring to Natasha, who could not hear his words but could read his lips. Then he proceeded to the front row and sat down beside Dolokhov, giving him a casual, friendly elbow in the ribs. And this was Dolokhov, the man who inspired such deference in everybody else. With a cheeky wink and a merry smile at him, Anatoly put one foot up on the orchestra screen. "Brother and sister, and they're so like each other," said the Count. "Handsome pair." Shinshin lowered his voice and began telling the Count about one of Karagin's escapades in Moscow, and Natasha listened, not least because he had called her a delightful girl. The first act came to an end. Everyone stood up in the stalls. They left their places, and there was much coming and going. Boris came over to the Rostovs' box, accepted their congratulations without any fuss, raised his eyebrows with a distracted smile, told Natasha and Sonia that his fiancée wished to invite them both to the wedding, and then left. Natasha had been chatting to him with a cheery, flirtatious smile on her lips, and she had congratulated him on his approaching marriage, the same Boris she had once been in love with. In the kind of light-headed mood she was in, everything seemed perfectly straightforward and natural. Helene was sitting nearby in all her semi-nakedness, beaming at all and sundry, and Natasha beamed at Boris in exactly the same way. Helene's box had filled up inside and was surrounded from the stalls by the cleverest and most distinguished men, falling over each other in their eagerness to let everyone see that they were known to her. Kuragin spent the entire interval standing with Dolokhov in front of the footlights, staring across at the Rostovs' box. Natasha sensed that he was talking about her, and the knowledge gave her a thrill of pleasure. She even adjusted her position, so that he could see her in profile, which she considered her best angle. Before the beginning of the second act, the figure of Pierre, whom the Rostovs hadn't seen since their arrival, appeared in the stalls. He had a sad look on his face, and he had put on even more weight since Natasha had last seen him. He walked down to the front rows without noticing anyone. Anatoly went over to him and started talking, with the occasional glance and gesture towards the Rostovs' box. Pierre's face lit up when he saw Natasha, and he hurried past rows of stalls towards their box. When he reached them, he leant an elbow on the edge of their box and chatted to Natasha at some length, smiling all the time. While she was talking to Pierre, Natasha heard the sound of a man's voice from Countess Bezukhov's box, and something told her it was Kuragin. She glanced round and their eyes met. With a half-smile on his face, and a look of such warmth and admiration, he stared straight at her in such a way that it seemed odd for her to be standing so close to him and to be looking at him like that, absolutely certain that he liked her, without their knowing each other. In the second act, a cemetery was depicted on the painted cardboard. There was a hole in the back cloth to represent the moon, the footlights were shaded, horns and double basses sounded forth, and a number of people emerged from right and left dressed in black cloaks. These people began waving their arms about, with things that looked like daggers in their hands. Then some more people ran on and began dragging away the girl who had been in white, but was now wearing a pale blue dress. Instead of dragging her off straight away, they spent a long time singing with her. But then they did drag her away, and behind the scenes someone banged 3 times on a piece of iron, whereupon they all fell to their knees and sang a prayer. This action was interrupted more than once by wild cries from the audience. All through the act, whenever Natasha glanced across at the stalls, she saw Anatoly Kuragin, with one arm flung along the back of his chair, staring up at her. She was delighted to see that he was so taken with her, and it never entered her head that there could be anything wrong with this. When the second act came to an end, Countess Bezukhov got to her feet, turned towards the Rostovs' box with her bosom completely exposed, crooked a tiny gloved finger to beckon the old Count over, ignored all the men crowding round her box, and engaged him in conversation with the sweetest of smiles. "Oh, please introduce me to your lovely daughters," she said. "The whole town is singing their praises, and I don't even know them." Natasha got up and curtsied to the magnificent Countess. She was so delighted at being praised by such a brilliant beauty that she blushed with pleasure. "I've every intention of becoming a Moscow resident myself," said Helene. "Shame on you for burying pearls like these in the country." Countess Bezukhov's reputation as a woman of great charm was well founded. Saying what she didn't think, especially when it was flattering, came so naturally to her it was simplicity itself. "No, my dear Count, you must let me take your daughters in hand. Actually, I'm not here for very long this time, and neither are you. But I'll do what I can to amuse them. I heard so much about you in Petersburg, and I've been wanting to meet you," she said to Natasha, with that beautiful smile that never varied. "I've heard of you from my page, too, Drubetskoy. You'll have heard that he's getting married, and also from my husband's friend, Bolkonsky, Prince Andrei Bolkonsky," she said, with special emphasis and a strong hint that she knew how things stood between him and Natasha. She asked for one of the young ladies to be allowed to sit through the rest of the performance in her box, so that they could get to know each other, and Natasha moved across. The third act saw a palace depicted on the stage with lots of burning candles, and walls hung with pictures of knights with beards. Two people, presumably a king and queen, stood at the front. The king waved his right hand in the air and sang something very badly, it was obviously his nerves, before sitting down on a crimson throne. The girl, who had first been in white and then pale blue, was now wearing a plain smock, and she had let her hair down. She was standing near the throne, singing something very doleful to the queen. But the king waved his hand harshly, and then some men with bare legs and women with bare legs came on from both sides, and they all started dancing. Then the violins struck up with a light and happy tune, at which one of the actresses with thick bare legs and thin arms detached herself from the rest, walked off the set to straighten her bodice, came back out into the middle of the stage, and began to leap in the air, tapping her feet together very quickly. The stalls erupted with applause and shouts of "Bravo!" Then one man retreated into a corner of the stage. Louder and louder came the cymbals and horns in the orchestra, and this one man with his bare legs started leaping right up in the air and making fancy movements with his feet. This was Duport, who took home 60,000 silver roubles a year for this artistry. The whole theatre, from the stalls to the gods, thundered their applause and yelled at the tops of their voices, and the man came to a halt and stood there, beaming and bowing to all quarters. Then the bare legs were off again, dancing, men and women. The king sounded off in time to the music, and they all broke out in song. But suddenly a storm blew up, heralded by chromatic scales and diminished sevenths from the orchestra, and they all scurried away, dragging one of the company off stage, and the curtain fell. Once again the audience erupted with fearsome applause, and they all stood there in blissful transports, roaring out, "Duport! Duport! Duport!" It no longer seemed at all strange to Natasha. She looked round in delight, grinning with glee. "Glorious, isn't he, Duport?" said Helene, turning to her. "Oh, yes," said Natasha in reply. Chapter 10. During the interval, there was a cool draught in Helene's box, as the door opened and in walked Anatoly, stooping and trying not to brush against anyone. "Allow me to introduce my brother," said Helene, her eyes shifting uneasily from Natasha to Anatoly. Natasha turned her pretty little head towards the handsome adjutant and smiled at him over her bare shoulder. Anatoly, who was just as handsome close to as he had been from a distance, sat down beside her and said this was a delight he had long been waiting for, ever since the Narishkin's ball, where he had had the unforgettable pleasure of seeing her. Kuragin was much more astute and straightforward with women than he ever was in male company. He talked with an easy directness, and Natasha was agreeably surprised to discover that this man, the butt of so much gossip, had nothing formidable about him. Quite the reverse. His face wore the most innocent, cheery, and open-hearted of smiles. Kuragin asked what she thought of the opera, and told her that at the last performance, Semyonova had fallen down on stage. "Oh, by the way, Countess," he said, suddenly treating her like a close friend of long standing, "we're getting up a fancy dress ball. You must come. It's going to be great fun. They're all getting together at the Arkarovs. Please come. You will, won't you?" As he spoke, he never took his smiling eyes off Natasha, her face, her neck, her exposed arms. Natasha knew for certain he was besotted with her. She liked this, yet she could feel the temperature rising, and she was beginning to feel somehow cornered and constrained in his presence. When she wasn't looking at him, she could sense him gazing at her shoulders, and she found herself trying to catch his eye to make him look at her face. But when she looked into his eyes, she was shocked to realize that the usual barrier of modesty that existed between her and other men was no longer there between the two of them. It had taken 5 minutes for her to feel terribly close to this man, and she scarcely knew what was happening to her. Whenever she turned away, she bristled at the thought that he might seize her from behind by her bare arm and start kissing her on the neck. They were going on about nothing in particular, yet she felt closer to him than she had ever been to any other man. Natasha kept glancing round at Helene and her father for help. What did it all mean? But Helene was deep in conversation with a general and didn't respond to her glance, and her father's eyes conveyed nothing but their usual message. "Enjoying yourself? Jolly good, I'm so pleased." There was an awkward silence during which Anatoly, the personification of cool determination, never took his voracious eyes off her, and Natasha broke it by asking whether he liked living in Moscow. She coloured up the moment the question was out of her mouth. She couldn't help feeling there was something improper about even talking to him. Anatoly smiled, an encouraging smile. "Oh, I didn't like it much at first." "Well, what is it that makes a town nice to live in? It's the pretty women, isn't it? Well, now I do like it very much indeed," he said with a meaningful stare. "You will come to the fancy dress ball, Countess? Please come," he said. Putting his hand out to touch her bouquet, he lowered his voice and added in French, "You'll be the prettiest woman there. Do come, dear Countess, and give me this flower as your pledge." Natasha didn't understand a word of this, any more than he did, but she felt that behind his incomprehensible words there was some dishonourable intention. Not knowing how to respond, she turned away as if she hadn't heard him. But the moment she turned away, she could feel him right behind her, very close. Now what? Is he embarrassed? Is he angry? Should I put things right? She wondered. She couldn't help turning around. She looked him straight in the eyes. One glance at him, standing so close with all that self-assurance and the warmth of his sweet smile, and she was lost. She stared into his eyes, and her smile was the mirror image of his, and again she sensed with horror there was no barrier between the two of them. The curtain rose again. Anatoly strolled out of the box, a picture of composure and contentment. Natasha went back to her father's box, completely taken by the new world she found herself in. All that was happening before her eyes now seemed absolutely normal. By contrast, all previous thoughts of her fiancé, Princess Maria, her life in the country, never even crossed her mind. It was as if it all belonged to the distant past. In the fourth act there was some sort of devil who sang and waved his arms about till the boards were taken away beneath him and he disappeared down below. That was all Natasha saw of the fourth act. She felt worried and excited, and the cause of all the excitement was Kuragin. She couldn't keep her eyes off him. As they came out of the theatre, Anatoly walked over to them, called their carriage, and helped them into it. As he was assisting Natasha, he squeezed her forearm, just above the wrist. Natasha glanced round at him, thrilled and flushed with pleasure. He gazed at her with gleaming eyes and a tender smile. Natasha was back home before she could form any clear impression of what had happened. Suddenly she had a horrible feeling as she remembered about Prince Andrei, and in front of them all, as they sat there drinking a cup of tea after the theatre, she gave a loud moan, blushed to the roots of her hair, and rushed out of the room. "My God, it's the end of me," she said to herself. "How could I have let him go as far as that?" she thought. She sat there for some time, burying her crimson face in her hands, trying to get a firm grip on what had been happening, but quite incapable of grasping anything, either what had happened or what she now felt. It all seemed dark, confusing, and dreadful. Back in that huge open space under the bright lights, when Duport with his bare legs and his little spangled jacket had just finished leaping about to the music over those damp boards, and those young girls and the old men, and Helene too, beaming proudly and serenely in all her naked glory, had gone wild and roared, "Bravo!" There, in the shadow of Helene herself, everything had been plain and simple, but now, as she sat there in solitude, it was beyond all understanding. What's it all about? Why did I feel so scared of him? What are all these guilty feelings, she thought. Her mother, the old countess, was the only person to whom Natasha could have confided all that was on her mind, at night and in bed. She knew Sonia was straight-laced and clear-minded about these things. She would either have got the wrong end of the stick or just been shocked by any confession. Natasha would have to try and solve these agonizing problems on her own. Am I finished with Prince Andrei's love or not? She wondered, and then reassured herself with an ironical smile. Silly girl, asking things like that, she thought. What's happened to me? Nothing. I haven't done anything. I didn't ask for this. No one will ever know, and I shan't see him again, she told herself. So this much is clear. Nothing has happened. There's nothing to apologize for, and Prince Andrei can love me for what I am. But am I really what I am? Oh God, why isn't he here? Natasha's consolation was short-lived. Once again, in her imagination, she ran through her conversation with Kuragin, and she could still see his features, his every gesture, and the kind smile on the face of a brave, handsome man squeezing her arm. Chapter 11. Anatoly Kuragin was staying in Moscow because his father had sent him away from Petersburg, where he had been getting through 20,000 rubles a year in cash and running up debts for a similar amount, and his creditors had begun to demand payment from his father. Prince Vasily informed his son that for one last time he would pay half his debts on condition that he went down to Moscow, where a post had been found for him, with no little effort, as adjutant to the commander-in-chief, and finally made every effort to find a good marriage partner. He suggested either Princess Maria or Julie Kuragin. Anatoly had consented and gone down to Moscow, where he stayed with Pierre. At first Pierre was reluctant to receive Anatoly, but it wasn't long before he got used to him being there, started going out with him on some of his wild jaunts, and gave him money, ostensibly as a loan. Shinshin had been quite right to say that Anatoly had driven all the Moscow ladies crazy, especially by his off-hand attitude and his obvious preference for gypsy girls and French actresses. He was said to be having an affair with the queen of them all, Mademoiselle Georges. He never missed a party at Dólokhov's, or with any other member of the fast set in Moscow. He hit the bottle for nights on end, out-drinking everybody else, and attended every high society ball and soirée. He was said to have had several affairs with Moscow ladies, and he was given to flirting with one or two of them in the ballroom. But he had steered clear of unmarried girls, especially wealthy heiresses, most of whom were not very pretty, and for one good reason known to none but a few of his closest friends, for the last 2 years he had been married. 2 years before, while his regiment was stationed in Poland, a small-time Polish landowner had forced Anatoly to marry his daughter. It had not taken long for Anatoly to walk out on his wife, but by agreeing to send a regular cash remittance to his father-in-law, he had preserved the right to pass himself off as a bachelor. Anatoly was quite happy with his situation, himself and other people. With every fibre of his being he was convinced of what his instincts told him. There was no other way to live than the way he was living, and he had never done anything wrong in his life. He had no capacity for reflecting on how his actions might affect other people, or what the consequences of this or that action might be. He took it for granted that just as the duck was created to live on water, he was created by God to live on 30,000 a year and occupy a high station in society. So strong was this conviction that when other people looked at him they accepted it and wouldn't have dreamt of denying him either his high station in society or the money that he borrowed right and left, obviously with no thought of paying it back. He was not a gambler, at least he was never bothered about winning money, and he was a good loser. He wasn't vain, he didn't care what people thought about him. Still less could he have been accused of ambition. More than once he had infuriated his father by ruining his own prospects, and he laughed at honours of every kind. He wasn't mean, and he never refused anyone who turned to him for help. What he loved was having a good time and chasing women, and since, according to him, these tastes were in no way dishonourable, and he was incapable of considering how his gratification of them might affect other people, he genuinely considered himself beyond reproach. He felt a real contempt for rogues and scoundrels. His conscience was clear, and he walked tall. Men of pleasure, masculine versions of Mary Magdalene, are secretly convinced of their own innocence, and like their feminine counterparts, they base this on the hope of forgiveness. She shall be forgiven because she was full of love. He shall be forgiven because he was full of fun. Dolokhov, back in Moscow that year after his exile and his Persian adventures, now spent his time wallowing in luxury, gambling and the pleasures of the flesh. And he had his own good reasons for renewing his friendship with his old Petersburg comrade Kuragin. Anatoly had a genuine liking for Dolokhov because of his sharp wit and bold spirit. Dolokhov needed Anatoly's name, contacts and social standing to attract wealthy young men into his gambling circles, so he was using Kuragin without him being aware of it, though at the same time he found him amusing. As well as having a calculated need for Anatoly, the very process of manipulating another man soon became a regular source of enjoyment for Dolokhov, even a necessity. Natasha had made a big impact on Kuragin. Over supper after the opera, he gave Dolokhov the benefit of his expert appraisal of her arms, shoulders, legs and hair, and announced his intention of having a bit of a fling with her. The possible outcome of such an entanglement was beyond Anatoly's powers of comprehension, just as he could never see the outcome of any of his actions. "She's a pretty girl, old man, but not for the likes of us," Dolokhov said to him. "I'll tell my sister to ask her to dinner," said Anatoly. "How about that?" "Better wait till she's married." "Do you know something?" said Anatoly. "I do like little girls. It's so easy to turn their heads." "You've been in trouble with one little girl already," put in Dolokhov. He knew about Anatoly's marriage. "Watch what you're doing." "Well, it can't happen again, can it?" said Anatoly with a good-humoured laugh. Chapter 12. The day after the opera the Rostovs stayed in, and no one came to see them. Maria Dmitrievna had a long talk with Natasha's father, keeping it secret from her. Natasha put two and two together, and guessed they were talking about the old prince and hatching something between them, and this made her feel worried and offended. She was expecting Prince Andrei any minute, and twice that day she sent someone to Vozdizhenka to find out whether he had arrived. He hadn't. She now felt worse than she had done during their first days in Moscow. Her impatience and longing for him were now exacerbated by the unpleasant memory of her encounter with Princess Maria and the old prince, and an anxious, worried feeling that she couldn't account for. She kept on imagining either that he wouldn't ever come, or that something would happen to her before he did. She couldn't just sit there quietly, hour after hour, as she had once done, thinking about him. The moment he came into her mind, the memory of him blended with memories of the old prince and Princess Maria, the opera and Kuragin. Once again she wondered whether she might not have been to blame, and whether she could be said to have broken faith with Prince Andrei, and again she found herself analysing every last word, gesture, and change of expression on the face of that man who had somehow managed to arouse her in such a dreadful way. To the rest of the household, Natasha seemed livelier than usual, but she was far from being as happy and contented as before. Sunday morning came, and Maria Dmitrievna invited her guests to go to morning service at her parish church, the Church of the Assumption. "I don't like those modern churches," she said, obviously fancying herself as something of a free thinker. "God is the same everywhere. Our parish priest is an excellent man, and he puts on a nice service. It's all very dignified, and his deacon's just the same. What's holy about giving concerts in the choir? I don't like it. It's too much like entertainment." Maria Dmitrievna enjoyed her Sundays, and knew how to celebrate them. Her house had always been washed and cleaned on the Saturday. She and the servants all had a day off, and everybody put on their Sunday best and went to church. There was more food on the mistress's table, and the servants had vodka and roast goose or pork at theirs. But nothing in the house marked the holiday more clearly than Maria Dmitrievna's broad, stern face, which assumed for the day a look of unwavering solemnity. After church, when they had finished their coffee in the drawing-room, with the covers taken off the furniture, a servant announced that the carriage was ready, and Maria Dmitrievna, dressed in her best shawl, which she wore for visiting, got to her feet and solemnly announced that she was going to call on old Prince Bolkonsky to speak to him about his attitude to Natasha. After she had gone, one of Madame Pascal's dressmakers called, and Natasha, only too glad of the distraction, went into an adjoining room, closed the door, and began trying on her new dresses. Just as she had put on a sleeveless, basted bodice, and was bending her head to look in the mirror and see what it looked like from the back, she suddenly heard her father's voice in the drawing-room in eager conversation with someone else. It was a woman's voice, one that made her blush. It was Helene. Before Natasha had time to take off the bodice she was trying on, the door opened, and in walked Countess Bezukhov, wearing a dark heliotrope velvet dress with a high collar, and smiling her sweet and friendly smile. "My dear girl, you look so lovely," she said to the blushing Natasha. "So charming. No, Count, this is too much," she said to Count Ilya, who had followed her in. "How can you live in Moscow without going out? No, I'm not letting go of you. This evening, Mademoiselle Georges is giving a recitation at our house, and we have 1 or 2 people coming. If you don't bring your lovely girls, who are much prettier than Mademoiselle Georges, I shall disown you. My husband's away in Tver, or I should have sent him to invite you. You have to come, yes, you must, between 8 and 9. She nodded to the dressmaker, who knew her and was curtsying politely, and seated herself in an armchair next to the mirror, decoratively rearranging the folds of her velvet dress. She kept up a constant flow of pleasant chit-chat, interspersed with enthusiastic admiration of Natasha's beauty. She inspected her dresses and spoke highly of them, speaking no less highly of a new dress of her own, made from metal gauze, which she had just received from Paris and strongly recommended to Natasha. "But you'd look nice in anything, my lovely darling," she declared. A grin of pleasure had settled permanently on Natasha's face. She felt so happy, blossoming under the praises of this nice lady, Countess Bezukhov, who had once seemed so remote and important, and was now being so kind. Natasha's spirits rose, and she felt almost in love with this kind and beautiful woman. As for Helene, her admiration of Natasha was quite genuine, and she really did want to see her enjoying herself. Anatoly had asked her to bring Natasha and him together, and this was why she had come to the Rostovs. She found the thought of bringing her brother and Natasha together most amusing. Although Helene had once resented Natasha's ability to take Boris away from her in Petersburg, she now dismissed that from her mind, and as far as she was able, she wished Natasha nothing but good. On her way out, she took her protégé to one side and said, "My brother came to dinner last night. We almost died with laughter. He won't eat. All he does is sigh for you, my lovely darling. He's crazy about you, my dear, simply crazy." Natasha blushed to the roots of her hair when she heard this. "Look how she's blushing, dear lovely girl," Helene went on. "But do come. Even if you're in love, that's no reason to lock yourself away. Even if you're engaged, I'm sure your fiancé would want you to go out rather than die of boredom while he's away." So she knows I'm engaged. So they've been talking and laughing about it, she and her husband Pierre, and Pierre's as straight as a die. So it can't be all that important. And once again, under the spell of Helene, something that had seemed dreadful now struck her as straightforward and normal behaviour. "And she's such a fine lady. She's so nice to me, and she seems to have taken to me in a big way," thought Natasha, gazing at Helene, wide-eyed and wondering. "And why shouldn't I have a bit of fun?" Maria Dmitrievna came back in time for dinner, looking all serious and saying nothing, which suggested defeat at the hands of the old prince. She was too upset by the argument that had occurred to be able to sit down and talk calmly about it. When the Count ventured a question, she replied that all was well, and she would tell him about it tomorrow. On hearing of Countess Bezukhov's visit and the evening invitation, Maria Dmitrievna said, "I don't care to associate with Countess Bezukhov, and I advise you not to do so. But now that you've promised, you'd better go. It will be a nice distraction," she added, addressing Natasha. Chapter 13. Count Rostov took his two girls to Countess Bezukhov's evening recitation. There were quite a few people there, but Natasha knew hardly anybody. The Count noted, with some displeasure, that the company consisted almost entirely of men and women who were notorious for their free and easy lifestyle. Mademoiselle Georges was standing in one corner of the drawing-room surrounded by young men. There were several Frenchmen there, including Metivier, who had been a regular visitor at Countess Bezukhov's ever since her arrival in Moscow. The Count made up his mind not to play cards, not to let his daughters out of his sight, and to go home the minute Mademoiselle Georges finished her performance. Anatoly was standing by the door, rather obviously on the lookout for the Rostovs. He welcomed the Count, went straight up to Natasha, and followed her in. At the first sight of him, Natasha had the same feeling that had come over her at the opera. She felt flattered that he was so taken with her, but scared by the absence of any moral barrier between them. Helene gave Natasha a rapturous welcome, lavishing praise on her beauty and her appearance. Shortly after their arrival, Mademoiselle Georges left the room to put on her costume. The chairs were rearranged and people began to sit down. Anatoly moved a chair aside for Natasha and was about to sit down next to her, but the Count, who was keeping a wary eye on his daughter, sat down there himself. Anatoly took his place behind them. Mademoiselle Georges came out with a red scarf flung over one shoulder and her bare, fat, dimpled arms on show. She walked into the empty space reserved for her between the chairs and struck a theatrical pose. There was a murmur of excited anticipation. Mademoiselle Georges surveyed her audience sternly with her gloomy eyes before launching forth into a French poem about the guilty love of a mother for her son. In some places she raised her voice, in others she dropped to a whisper, raising her head triumphantly, or pausing now and then to spit out her words with a throaty hiss and much rolling of the eyes. Exquisite, divine, so lovely, came the voices on all sides. Natasha was watching the fat lady, but she couldn't hear anything, see anything, or take in anything that was happening. She had no feelings other than being borne away irrevocably back to that strange, crazy world, so remote from the world she had known before, a world in which there was no telling right from wrong or good sense from madness. Behind her sat Anatoly. Conscious of his proximity, she squirmed between anxiety and expectation. After the first monologue, the whole company rose and surrounded Mademoiselle Georges in rapturous acclamation.
"Isn't she beautiful?" said Natasha to her father, as he got up with the rest and struggled through the crowd towards the actress.
"I would say no, looking at you," said Anatoly, following behind Natasha. He picked his moment to say it, when she was the only one who could hear. "You're so lovely. From the moment I saw you, I haven't stopped." "Come on, Natasha, over here," said the Count, turning back for his daughter. "How beautiful she is." Natasha didn't speak as she caught up with her father and stared at him with eyes full of wonderment and unanswered questions. Several recitations later, Mademoiselle Georges departed and Countess Bezukhov invited all the guests into the great hall. The Count tried to get away, but Helene pleaded with him not to spoil their impromptu ball. The Rostovs stayed on. Anatoly asked Natasha for a waltz, and while they were dancing he squeezed her waist and her hand and told her she was enchanting and he was in love with her. During the écossaise, which she also danced with him, when they were on their own, Anatoly said nothing. He just stared at her. Natasha doubted herself. Could she have dreamt what he had said to her during the waltz? At the end of the first figure he squeezed her hand again. Natasha looked up nervously into his face, but there was so much assurance and warmth in his fond look and smile that as she glanced at him she couldn't bring herself to say what had to be said. She looked down again. "Please don't say things like that. I'm engaged to be married and I love someone else," she gabbled. She glanced up. Anatoly was not in the least disconcerted or embarrassed by what she had said. "Don't tell me about that. What difference does it make?" he said. "Listen, I'm in love with you, madly in love. Is it my fault you're so irresistible? Look, it's our turn to start." In her state of high excitement and alarm, Natasha stared round, wide-eyed and fearful, though apparently enjoying herself more than usual. She remembered almost nothing of what took place that evening. They had danced the écossaise and the Grossvater. Her father had wanted them to go, and she had begged him to let them stay on. No matter where she went and who she talked to, she could feel his eyes on her. Then she had asked her father's permission to leave the room in order to rearrange her dress, and Helene had followed her out, chatting away and laughing at her brother's passion, and then she remembered coming across Anatoly again in the little sitting room, and Helene had somehow disappeared. They were left alone, and Anatoly had taken her by the hand and said to her so tenderly, "I can't come and see you, but can I really never see you again? I'm madly in love with you, can I never?" And barring her way, he had brought his face up close to hers. His big, gleaming, manly eyes were so close to hers that she could see nothing else. "Nathalie." His question had dropped to a whisper, and her hands were being squeezed until they hurt. "Nathalie." "I don't understand. There's nothing I can say." The response was written in her eyes. Burning lips were pressed against hers. Then she was instantly free again, and with a shuffling of shoes and a rustling of silks, Helene was back in the room. Natasha had glanced round at her, then, red-faced and quivering, looked back at him, full of alarm and unanswered questions, before walking over to the door. "One word, for God's sake, just one," Anatoly was saying. She stopped. She was longing to hear one word from him. One word to tell her what had happened and give her something to respond to. "Nathalie, one word, just one," was all he could repeat, evidently not knowing what to say, and he kept on repeating it till Helene reached them. Helene accompanied Natasha back into the drawing-room. The Rostovs declined the offer of supper and went home. When she got home, Natasha was in for a sleepless night. She was tormented by a question that had no answer. Which one did she love, Anatoly or Prince Andrei? She certainly loved Prince Andrei. The strength of her love for him was still a clear memory. But she loved Anatoly too. There could be no doubt about that. If not, How could all these things have happened, she thought. If I could still smile at him, as he smiled at me, when we were saying goodbye, if I could let things go that far, surely I must have fallen in love with him at first sight. He must surely be a kind man, noble and good, and I couldn't help falling in love with him. What shall I do if I love them both? She asked herself, but there were no answers to these terrible questions. Chapter 14. Morning came with its bustle and trouble. Everyone got up, and soon the house was abuzz with movement and chatter. In came the dressmakers once again. Down came Maria Dmitrievna, and tea was served. Natasha kept glancing round at everyone, uneasy and wide-eyed, as if she wanted to anticipate every glance that came her way, while struggling to keep up a pretense of normality. After breakfast, always her best time of the day, Maria Dmitrievna seated herself in her armchair and called for Natasha and the old count. "Now, listen, friends, I've been thinking things over, and this is my advice to you," she began. "Yesterday, as you know, I went to see Prince Bolkonsky. Well, I did manage a little talk with him. He thought fit to shout at me, but I can shout with the best. I gave as good as I got." "But what was he like?" asked the count. "What was he like? He's off his head. He just won't listen. I won't go on. We've given this poor girl enough to worry about as it is," said Maria Dmitrievna. "But my advice to you is, finish your business, go back to Otradnoye, and wait." "Oh, no," cried Natasha. "Yes, go back home," said Maria Dmitrievna, "and wait. If your fiancé comes here now, there's bound to be a row. But if he's on his own, he can sort things out man to man with his father, and then come on to you." Count Rostov could see the wisdom of this proposal, and it met with his approval. If the old man eventually came round, it would be better to visit him later in Moscow or at Bald Hills. If he didn't, the wedding would have to go ahead against his will, and it would have to be at Otradnoye. "Yes, it's absolutely true," said he. "I'm only sorry I went to see him and took her with me," said the count. "There's nothing to be sorry about. Once you were here, you could hardly avoid paying your respects. If he didn't like it, that's his business," said Maria Dmitrievna, looking for something in her handbag. "And with the trousseau nearly ready, there's nothing to hold you up. I can send on the bits that aren't ready. I'll be sorry to see you go, but God bless you, it's the best thing to do." She found what she was looking for in her bag and handed it to Natasha. It was a letter from Princess Maria. "She's written to you. She's really suffering, poor girl. She's afraid you might think she doesn't like you." "Well, she doesn't," said Natasha. "Don't talk such nonsense," cried Maria Dmitrievna. "I just don't believe it. I know she doesn't like me," said Natasha impudently, taking the letter with a look of such cold and grim determination that Maria Dmitrievna peered at her more sharply and frowned. "Don't answer back, young lady," she said. "What I say is true. Make sure you write back to her." Without replying, Natasha went up to her own room to read Princess Maria's letter. Princess Maria wrote that she was in despair at the misunderstanding that had arisen between them. Whatever her father's feelings might be, wrote Princess Maria, she asked Natasha to believe that she was bound to love her. She was the girl chosen by her brother, and for the sake of his happiness she would make any sacrifice. "And another thing," she wrote, "please do not think that my father has taken against you. He is an old man and quite poorly, and allowances have to be made for him. But he is kind-hearted and generous, and he will come to love the woman who makes his son happy." Finally, Princess Maria asked Natasha to arrange a time when they could come together again. After reading the letter, Natasha sat down to the writing table to write back. She began by jotting down an automatic "Dear Princess" in French, and then stopped. How could she go on after all that had happened the day before? Yes, it really had happened, and now everything was different, she thought. Sitting over the letter she had barely begun. Should I turn him down? Should I? Oh, it's too awful. And to get away from horrible thoughts like these, she went in to see Sonia and went through some embroidery patterns with her. After dinner, Natasha went back to her room and took up Princess Maria's letter again. Is it all over? She thought. Has it all happened just like that and ruined everything that went before? She could remember the full force of her love for Prince Andrei, but she still felt she was in love with Kuragin. She conjured up a picture of herself living happily as Prince Andrei's wife, a picture she had so often dwelt on in her imagination, but at the same time, burning with excitement, she brought back to mind every detail of yesterday's encounter with Anatoly. Why couldn't that happen too? She kept wondering in her fog of bewilderment. That's the only way I could be completely happy. With things as they are, I have to choose, and I can't be happy unless I have both of them. I know one thing, she thought. Telling Prince Andrei what's happened and hiding it from him are equally impossible, but with him nothing's been spoilt. But how could I say goodbye to Prince Andrei's love and all the happiness I've been living on for so long? "Please, miss," whispered a maid, coming into the room looking all secretive. "A man told me to give you this." She handed her a letter. "But please, miss, for the love of Jesus," said the girl, as Natasha, not giving it a thought, broke the seal automatically and began reading a love letter from Anatoly, without taking in a word of it, aware of one thing only. It was a letter from him, the man she loved. Yes, she did love him. Otherwise, how could what had happened have happened? How could she have ended up with a love letter from him in her hand? Natasha's hands were shaking as she held on to that passionate love letter, composed for Anatoly by Dolokhov, and as she read it through, she discovered in it echoes of everything that she herself seemed to be feeling. "Since yesterday evening, my fate is sealed, to be loved by you or to die. There is no other way," the letter began. He went on to say that he knew her family would never give her to him, for secret reasons that he could reveal only to her in private, but if she loved him, she had only to say the word yes, and no human power could mar their bliss. Love would conquer all. He would snatch her away and carry her off to the ends of the earth. Yes, I do love him, thought Natasha, reading the letter for the 20th time, and discovering some new deep meaning in every word. That evening Maria Dmitrievna was going to the Arkarovs and proposed taking the young ladies with her. Natasha pleaded a headache and stayed behind at home. Chapter 15. Late that night, when she got back, Sonia went into Natasha's room and, to her surprise, found her fast asleep on the sofa, still dressed. On the table next to her lay Anatoly's letter, open. Sonia picked it up and read it. As she read, she kept glancing down at Natasha, who was still asleep, watching her face in the hope of discovering some explanation of what she was reading, but finding nothing. Natasha's face was peaceful, gentle and happy. Clutching at her chest to stop herself choking, Sonia sank down into an armchair, pale-faced and trembling with emotion and horror, and burst into tears. Why didn't I see this coming? How can it have gone so far? Has she lost all her love for Prince Andrei? And how could she have let Kuragin go as far as this? He's a liar and a scoundrel, that's for sure. What will Nikolai do, dear noble Nikolai, when he gets to know? So that's what it meant, that funny look on her face, all determined and excited the other day, and yesterday, and today, thought Sonia. But she can't possibly have fallen in love with him. She's probably opened that letter without knowing who it was from. She probably feels insulted by it. Surely she couldn't do that. Sonia wiped away her tears and went over to Natasha, looking closely at her face again. "Natasha," she said in a barely audible voice. Natasha woke up and saw Sonia. "Oh, you're back." And with the warm impulsiveness that can come over people at the moment of waking, she hugged her friend. But when she saw Sonia's embarrassment, she was embarrassed too, and suspicious. "Sonia, you've read the letter, haven't you?" she said. "Yes," said Sonia softly. Natasha gave a smile of triumph. "No, Sonia, I can't go on like this," she said. "I can't hide it from you any longer. You know we love each other. Sonia, darling, he writes. Sonia." Sonia goggled at Natasha as if she couldn't believe her ears. "What about Bolkonsky?" she said. "Oh, Sonia, oh, if you knew how happy I am," said Natasha. "You don't know what love—" "But, Natasha, do you mean to say it's all over?" Natasha gazed wide-eyed at Sonia, as if she didn't understand the question. "Are you breaking it off with Prince Andrei, then?" said Sonia. "Oh, you don't understand. Don't talk nonsense, just listen," said Natasha, with a flash of irritation. "No, I don't believe it," repeated Sonia. "I can't understand you. Look, you've been in love with one man for a whole year, and now, suddenly... I mean, you've only seen him 3 times, Natasha. I don't believe it. This is some kind of joke. 3 days, and you've forgotten everything, and... 3 days, said Natasha. I seem to have been in love with him for 100 years. I'm sure I've never been in love before. You wouldn't understand, Sonia. Wait a minute. Come and sit here. Natasha hugged and kissed her. I've heard it can happen this way. You probably have too, but this is the first time I've felt love like this. It's not what I felt before. The moment I set eyes on him, I knew he was my master and I was his slave, and I couldn't help loving him. Yes, his slave. I'll do whatever he commands. You wouldn't understand. Well, what can I do? What can I do, Sonia? Said Natasha, her face full of rapture and alarm. Well, stop and think what you're doing, said Sonia. I can't leave things like this. These secret letters. How could you let him do all that? She said, with scarcely concealed horror and revulsion. I've just told you, answered Natasha. I have no will of my own. Can't you get it into your head? I'm in love with him. Well, I can't let it go on like this. I'm going to tell on you, cried Sonia, bursting into tears. You what? For heaven's sake, if you tell on me, we're enemies, said Natasha. You want me to be miserable. You want them to come between us. Seeing Natasha in such a state of alarm, Sonia wept tears of shame and sorrow for her friend. But what's happened between the two of you? She asked. What's he been saying to you? Why doesn't he come to the house? Natasha ignored her. For heaven's sake, Sonia, don't tell anybody, don't torment me, Natasha implored her. Remember, you shouldn't get mixed up in things like this. I've told you. But why all this secrecy? Why doesn't he come to the house? Sonia persisted. Why doesn't he ask for your hand straight out? Look, Prince Andrei gave you a completely free hand, in case this sort of thing... But I just can't believe it. Natasha, have you thought about the secret reasons behind it? Natasha looked at Sonia in amazement. This was obviously the first time the question had occurred to her, and she didn't know how to respond. Well, I don't know what the reasons are, but there must be some. Sonia sighed and shook her head distrustfully. If there were any reasons, she started to say, but Natasha, anticipating her misgivings, interrupted in some alarm. Sonia, you can't start having doubts about him. You really can't. Don't you see that? She cried. Does he love you? Does he love me? Parroted Natasha, beaming indulgently at her friend's obtuseness. Well, you've read his letter, haven't you? And you have seen him. But what if he's a dishonourable man? Him? How could he be dishonourable? If you only knew, said Natasha. Well, if he's not dishonourable, he ought to do one of 2 things. Either say what his intentions are, or stop seeing you. And if he won't do it, I will. I'll write to him, and I'll tell your papa, said Sonia, full of determination. But I can't live without him, cried Natasha. Natasha, I don't understand you. What exactly are you saying? Think of your father. Think of Nikolai. I'm not bothered about anybody else. He's the only one I love. How dare you call him dishonourable? Don't you know I'm in love with him? Cried Natasha. Sonia, go away. I don't want to quarrel with you. Go away, for heaven's sake. Just go away. You can see how miserable I am, cried Natasha viciously, in a voice of barely controlled exasperation and near despair. Sonia ran out of the room, sobbing her heart out. Natasha went over to the table and without a moment's thought sat straight down and wrote the reply to Princess Maria that she hadn't been able to write all morning. In the letter she told Princess Maria in a word or two that any misunderstandings between them were now at an end. She was going to take full advantage of Prince Andrei's magnanimity in giving her complete freedom as they parted from each other. She asked her to forget everything, and to forgive her if she had anything to apologize for, but she couldn't be his wife. Just for the moment, everything seemed so easy, straightforward and clear-cut. The Rostovs were due to leave town on Friday, and on Wednesday the Count took a prospective purchaser down to his estate near Moscow. On the day he left, Sonia and Natasha were invited to a grand dinner party at Julie Kuragin's. Maria Dmitrievna went with them. At the dinner, Natasha met Anatoly again, and Sonia watched as she said something to him, taking great care not to be overheard, and all through the meal Natasha looked more excited than ever. When they got home, it was Natasha who started the conversation that Sonia had been waiting for. "Listen, Sonia, you've been saying all sorts of silly things about him," Natasha began in a tiny voice, the kind of voice that children put on when they are looking for praise. "Well, I've had it all out with him tonight." "Well, what did he say? Come on, what did he say, Natasha? I'm so glad you're not angry with me. Tell me the whole story. Tell me the truth. What did he say?" Natasha considered what to say. "Oh, Sonia, if you knew him as I do. He asked me what kind of promise I had given Bolkonsky. He was so glad I'm in a position to refuse him." Sonia gave a bleak sigh. "But you haven't refused Bolkonsky, have you?" she said. "Well, maybe I have. Maybe it's all over with Bolkonsky. Why do you think so badly of me?" "I don't think anything. I just don't understand. Just wait, Sonia, and you'll understand. You'll see the sort of man he is. Don't think too badly of either of us." "I don't think badly of people. I like everybody, and I'm sorry for everybody. But what can I do?" Sonia was not won over by Natasha's ingratiating tone. The softer and more appealing Natasha's face grew, the more serious and severe Sonia's became. "Natasha," she said, "you asked me not to talk to you, and I haven't done. But now you've started things off. Natasha, I don't trust him. Why this secrecy?" Again, interrupted Natasha. "Natasha, I'm afraid for you." "What is there to be afraid of?" "I'm afraid you'll be ruined," said Sonia firmly, horrified to hear her own words. Natasha's face looked angry again. "All right then, I'll be ruined. I'll be ruined forever. But it's nothing to do with you. You won't suffer for it. I will. Leave me alone. Just leave me alone. I hate you." "Natasha," Sonia appealed to her in great distress. I hate you. You're my enemy forever." And Natasha ran out of the room. Natasha avoided Sonia and didn't speak to her again. With the same mixture of excitement, wonder, and guilt on her face, she wandered through the rooms, seizing on one thing after another, and throwing everything down as soon as she picked it up. Hard as it was on Sonia, she kept watch over her friend and never let her out of her sight. The day before the Count was due to return, Sonia happened to notice that Natasha had spent all morning sitting at the drawing-room window, as if she was waiting for something, and suddenly she gave a signal to a passing officer, whom Sonia assumed to be Anatoly. Sonia kept an even closer watch on her friend, and she noticed that all through dinner and afterwards during the evening, Natasha was in a strange mood, most unlike her usual self. When people asked her questions, she gave silly answers. She started sentences and never finished them, and she kept laughing all the time. After tea, Sonia saw a timid-looking maid waiting for her to go past Natasha's door. She let her go in, listened at the door, and found out that another letter had arrived. Suddenly it dawned on Sonia that Natasha was hatching some dreadful plan for that evening. She knocked at the door, but Natasha wouldn't let her in. "She's going to run away with him," thought Sonia. "She's capable of anything. There's been a pitiful kind of look on her face today, and real determination. And she cried when she said goodbye to Papa." Sonia remembered. Yes, that's it. She's going to run away with him. What can I do about it? Wondered Sonia, remembering all the signals given off by Natasha, showing clearly that she had some terrible plan in mind. Count Rostov isn't here. What can I do? I could write to Kuragin and demand an explanation, but who says he's bound to answer? I could write to Pierre, but that was what Prince Andrei asked me to do if there was any trouble. But perhaps she really has broken things off with Bolkonsky. She did send that letter to Princess Maria yesterday, and Uncle's not here. To tell Maria Dmitrievna, who had such faith in Natasha, seemed a terrible thing to do. Well, one way or another, thought Sonia, standing in the dark corridor. Now or never, it's time for me to show my appreciation of all the benefits I've had from this family and my love for Nikolai. No, if I have to go 3 nights without sleep, I'm not leaving this corridor, and I'll stop her going by brute force. I'm not going to stand by and see this family ruined and disgraced, she thought. Chapter 16. Anatoly had recently moved in with Dolokhov. A plan for abducting the Rostov girl had been thought up and worked out in detail by Dolokhov over several days, and the evening when Sonia had listened at Natasha's door and made up her mind to keep guard over her was the very day when the plan was due to be carried out. Natasha had promised to come out at 10 o'clock and meet Kuragin by the back porch. Kuragin would be waiting for her with a troika, get her on board and drive her from Moscow to the village of Kamenka, 40 miles away, where an unfrocked priest would be standing by ready to marry them. At Kamenka, a relay of horses would be waiting to take them down to the Warsaw Road, from where they would use post horses to take them out of the country. Anatoly had secured a passport, an order for post horses, 10,000 rubles borrowed from his sister, and another 10,000 raised by Dolokhov. The two necessary witnesses, Vostokov, a low-grade civil servant, now retired and regularly exploited by Dolokhov at the card table, and Makarin, a former hussar, a pleasant man with no backbone, whose devotion to Kuragin knew no bounds, were now sitting in Dolokhov's front room drinking tea. In Dolokhov's big study, adorned with Persian rugs, bearskins and weaponry right up to the ceiling, Dolokhov sat waiting, fully rigged out in travelling cloak and high boots, in front of an open bureau with accounts and bundles of banknotes lying around on it. Anatoly, with his uniform unbuttoned, was stalking about, going from the room where the witnesses were sitting through to the study into a back room where his French valet and one or two other servants were doing the last of the packing. Dolokhov was counting notes and jotting down figures. "Well," he said, "you'll have to give Vostokov 2,000. "Well, give him it then," said Anatoly. "Makarka," their name for Makarin, "well, he'd go through fire and water for you and not ask for any reward. That's it then. The accounts are finished," said Dolokhov, showing him a note. "Does that look all right?" "Yes, of course it does," said Anatoly, obviously not listening, just staring into space with a permanent grin on his face. Dolokhov slammed the bureau shut and turned to Anatoly with a sardonic smile. "Hey, listen, why don't you drop all this while there's still time?" he said. "Idiot," said Anatoly. "Stop talking rubbish. If only you knew. It's hellishly important to me." "I still think you should drop it," said Dolokhov. "It's serious, this scheme of yours. No laughing matter." "You will have your little joke. To hell with you. Do you hear?" said Anatoly, frowning. "I'm not in the mood for your stupid jokes." And he walked out of the room. As he did so, Dolokhov was smiling a lofty, rather contemptuous smile. "Hang on a minute," he called after Anatoly. "I'm not joking. This is serious. Come back in here. Come on." Anatoly came back into the room, trying to concentrate as he looked at Dolokhov and obviously reluctant to submit. "Listen, I'm saying this for the last time. Why would I want to joke with you? Have I ever got in your way? Who made all the arrangements? Who found you a priest? Who got you a passport and all this money? It was me." "All right, thank you very much. Do you think I'm not grateful?" Anatoly sighed and embraced Dolokhov. "So I have helped you, but I've still got to tell you the truth. This is a dangerous business, and when you come to think of it, it's stupid. You take her away, well and good. Do you think they'll leave it at that? It'll come out that you're already married. Then they'll have you up on a criminal charge." "Oh, rubbish, rubbish," said Anatoly, scowling again. "I've gone through this time and again, haven't I?" And Anatoly, with a stubborn attachment that you tend to find in small-minded people to any conclusion stemming from their own mental processes, outlined the argument he had already gone through 100 times with Dolokhov. "Let me go through it again. I've decided that if this marriage turns out to be invalid," he said, bending one finger back, "that means I'm not responsible. And if it is valid, it won't matter. Anyway, abroad, nobody's going to know anything about it, see? It's all right, isn't it? And you will go on and on and on about it." "Oh, please, why don't you drop the whole thing? You'll only get yourself into a mess." "To hell with you," said Anatoly, and he strode off into the next room, clutching his hair. But he was soon back, and he sat down in an armchair with his feet tucked up, right in front of Dolokhov. "I'm in a hellish state. Do you know what I mean? How's that for a heartbeat?" He took Dólokhov's hand and placed it on his heart. But oh, that foot, my dear boy, those eyes, a goddess. He rhapsodized in French. Can you hear what I'm saying? Dólokhov watched him with a cold smile, a gleam in his handsome eyes and a hard stare, obviously minded to get more fun out of him. What will you do when the money runs out? When the money runs out, eh? Anatoly parroted, genuinely taken aback by any thoughts for the future. What shall we do when the money runs out? I don't know. You do say some stupid things. He looked at his watch. Time to get going. Anatoly disappeared into the back room. How much longer? Do get a move on, he shouted at the servants. Dólokhov cleared away the money, called a servant, and told him to fetch them something to eat and drink before the journey, and then went through to where Vostokov and Makarin were sitting. Anatoly was lying on the study sofa, propped up on one elbow, smiling to himself and mouthing tender pleasantries. Come in here and have a bite to eat, and a drink, Dólokhov called from the next room. I don't feel like it, answered Anatoly, still wrapped up in his own smiles. Come on, Balaga's arrived. Anatoly got to his feet and went through into the dining room. Balaga was a well-known troika driver who had known Dólokhov and Anatoly for the last 6 years and had often driven them around in his sledges. More than once, when Anatoly's regiment had been stationed at Tver, he had picked him up in Tver of an evening, got to Moscow by dawn, and driven him back the next night. More than once he had driven Dólokhov out of trouble. More than once he had driven them round the town with gypsies and the little ladies, as he called them, on board. More than once he had run pedestrians and other vehicles off the Moscow roads in their service, always relying on his gentlemen, as he called them, to get him out of trouble. Many a horse of his had been ridden into the ground with them in the sledge. More than once they had thrashed him. More than once they had got him drunk on champagne and Madeira, which was much to his taste, and he knew things about both of them that would have dispatched any ordinary man to Siberia ages ago. They often brought Balaga in on things when they were out on the town, getting him to drink and dance with the gypsies, and their money had passed through his hands in thousands. In their service he risked his life and his skin 20 times a year, and he wore out more horses than their over-generous payments could ever make up for. But he liked them, liked the furious pace of their driving. They could cover 20 miles in an hour and a half, liked driving coachmen off the road and running down pedestrians in Moscow and hurtling along the Moscow streets. He liked to hear the wild shouts and drunken voices behind him, yelling, "Get a move on!" when they were already going flat out, and he liked to lash the occasional passing peasant across the neck when he was already reeling back, more dead than alive. Real gentleman, he thought. Anatoly and Dólokhov liked Balaga. He drove like a Jehu, and he liked what they liked. With other customers, Balaga drove a hard bargain, squeezing 25 rubles out of them for a 2-hour drive, and he seldom went out himself, generally sending one of his young boys. But when it came to his own gentleman, he always did the driving, and he never asked for payment. Only 2 or 3 times a year, when he happened to know through their valets that there was money around, would he turn up in the morning, quite sober, bow down and ask them to help him out. The gentleman always invited him to sit down. "I was wondering whether you might be able to oblige, Fyodor Ivanovitch, sir, or Your Excellency," he would say. "I'm right out of horses and I need to go to the fair. If you could just lend me something, whatever you can manage." And whenever they were in funds, Anatoly and Dólokhov would give him 1,000 or 2. Balaga was a fair-haired, short, snub-nosed peasant in his late 20s, with a red face and a particularly red, thick neck, bright little eyes, and a short beard. He wore a fine, blue, silk-lined kaftan over a sheepskin jacket. He turned to the icon corner, crossed himself, and went over to Dólokhov, extending a small black hand. "My respects to you, Fyodor Ivanovitch," said he with one of his bows. "Good day to you, my friend. Ah, here's the man himself. Good day, Your Excellency," he said to Anatoly as he came in, and once again he extended a hand. "I say, Balaga, said Anatoly, placing a hand on each of his shoulders. "Do you care for me or not, eh? Now's the time for stalwart service. What sort of horses have you brought, eh?" "Did what your man said. Brought your favourite beasts," said Balaga. "Right, listen, Balaga. Ride them to death if needs be. Only get there in 3 hours, all right?" "If they're all dead, how are we going to get there?" said Balaga with a wink. "Don't get funny with me, I'll smash your face in," cried Anatoly, suddenly glaring at him. "Just my little joke," chuckled the driver. "Do anything for my gentleman, I would. We'll get you there as fast as horses ever galloped." "All right," said Anatoly. "Come and sit down." "Sit down here," said Dólokhov. "I think I'll stand, Fyodor Ivanovitch." "Nonsense, sit down and have a drink," said Anatoly, and he poured him out a stiff glass of Madeira. The driver's eyes lit up at the sight of the wine. After one polite refusal, he tossed it off and wiped his mouth with a red silk handkerchief, which he took out of his cap. "Right, Your Excellency, when do we start?" Anatoly consulted his watch. "Time we were off now. Listen to me, Balaga. You will get us there in time." "Oh yes, off to a good start, and we'll get there all right," said Balaga. "Got you to Tver, didn't we? In 7 hours. I bet you've not forgotten that, Your Excellency." "Do you know, one Christmas I drove back from Tver." Smiling at the memory of it, Anatoly was talking to Makarin, who gazed back, lost in admiration. "It was incredible, Makaka. We flew the whole way, you could hardly breathe. We crashed into a line of wagons and jumped 2 of them. How about that?" "They were real horses," said Balaga, picking up the story. 2 young uns, at the sides, and that bay with the shaft." He turned to Dólokhov. "And you wouldn't believe it, sir, 40 miles them beasts galloped. There was no holding them back. Me hands was frozen stiff, it was that cold. I let go of the reins. 'You hold them yourself, sir,' says I, and I rolled back down in the sledge. Didn't need no driving. Couldn't hold 'em back till we got there. Hell's teeth they got us there in 3 hours. Only one of 'em died, him on the left." Chapter 17. Anatoly left the room and came back a few minutes later wearing a fur jacket with a silver belt and a sable cap tilted at a jaunty angle, a good match for his handsome face. He paused for a look in the mirror and then turned to Dólokhov with the same mirror pose and took a glass of wine. "Well, Fedya, I'll say goodbye. Thanks for everything and goodbye," said Anatoly. "Well now, comrades, friends," he thought for a moment, "of my youth, goodbye to you all." He had turned to Makarin and the others. Although they were all going with him, Anatoly evidently wanted to turn this address to his comrades into a moving and solemn ceremony. His speech was loud and measured, his chest was square, and he was swinging one of his legs. "Raise your glasses, everybody. You too, Balaga. So, comrades, friends of my youth, we've had some fun together. Seen a bit of life, had lots of fun, haven't we just? So, when shall we meet again? I'm off abroad. We've seen a bit of life. So, goodbye, boys, I drink to you. Hurrah!" This said, he drained his glass and smashed it on the floor. "Your health," said Balaga. He too drained his glass and wiped his lips on his handkerchief. Makarin embraced Anatoly with tears in his eyes. "Oh, dear Prince, it breaks my heart to part from you," he said. "Come on, let's get going," shouted Anatoly. Balaga was halfway out of the room. "No, hang on," said Anatoly. "Shut that door. We've got to sit down. That's the way." The door was closed, and they all sat down. "Right, boys, quick march," said Anatoly, getting to his feet. Joseph, the valet, handed Anatoly his sabretache and sabre, and they all went out into the hall. "What about the coat?" said Dólokhov. "Hey, Ignatka, slip over to Matrona Matveyevna and ask her for that sable coat. I've heard what elopements can be like," said Dólokhov with a wink. "She'll come tripping out more dead than alive, still dressed for indoors. Stop for a second, and it'll be all tears and dear papa and dear mamma. Then she's frozen stiff, and she wants to go back in. So you've got to wrap her up straight away in a big coat and get her into the sledge." The valet came back with a woman's fox fur coat. "Idiot, I said sable. Hey, Matryoshka, the sable coat," he shouted, his loud voice echoing through every room. A pale, thin, good-looking gypsy woman with gleaming black eyes and curly black hair with a hint of grey ran out wearing a red shawl, with a sable coat over her arm. "Here you are. You're welcome, I'm sure," she said, visibly afraid of her master, but ruing the loss of her coat. Instead of replying, Dolokhov took the coat, put it round Matriosha's shoulders, and wrapped her up in it. "That's how it's done," said Dolokhov. "Then like this," he said, turning the collar up round her head, leaving only her little face exposed. "Then like this, see?" And he pushed Anatoly's head forward, towards the inside of the collar, and the flash of Matriosha's smile. "Well, goodbye, Matriosha," said Anatoly, giving her a kiss. "Oh dear, no more fun over here. My regards to Styoshka. Goodbye, then. Goodbye, Matriosha. Wish me luck." "God grant you all the luck in the world, Prince," said Matriosha, with her strong gypsy accent. There, by the steps, stood 2 trokers, the horses held by 2 of the best young drivers. Balaga got into the first one and raised his elbows high, taking his time to sort out the reins. Anatoly and Dolokhov got in behind him. Makarin, Vostikov, and the valet got into the other sledge. "All set?" asked Balaga. "Away!" he yelled, wrapping the reins round his hands, and the sledge hurtled off down Nikitsky Boulevard. "Whee! Gone! Move! Grah!" yelled Balaga and the young driver on the box, the only sounds in the night. In Arbatsky Square, the sledge bumped into a carriage with a dreadful crunch, and shouts rang out, but off they flew down the Arbat. After driving the full length of Podnovinsky Boulevard, reining in and turning back, Balaga stopped the horses at the crossing by Old Konyushiny Street. The keen young man on the box jumped down to hold the horses by the bridle. Anatoly and Dolokhov walked off down the footpath. When they got to the gates, Dolokhov whistled. An answering whistle echoed back, and a maidservant ran out. "Come on into the courtyard, or you'll be seen. She'll be here in a minute," she said. Dolokhov stayed by the gate. Anatoly followed the maid into the courtyard, turned a corner, and ran up the steps. He was met by Gavrilo, Maria Dmitrievna's giant of a footman. "This way, sir. The mistress wants to see you," said the groom, in his deep bass voice, blocking the approach to the door. "Whose mistress? Who are you?" Anatoly asked in a breathless whisper. "This way, sir. My orders are to show you in." "Karagin, get back here," shouted Dolokhov. "Traitors! Come on back!" By the little back gate, where he had stopped, Dolokhov was wrestling with a porter who was trying to shut the gate and lock Anatoly in. Dolokhov bundled the porter away with a last desperate shove, grabbed Anatoly, heaved him out through the gate, and ran off with him back to the sledge. Chapter 18. Maria Dmitrievna had come across a very tearful Sonia in the corridor and forced a confession out of her. She had seized Natasha's note from Anatoly and read it, and now she marched in to see Natasha still holding the letter. "You shameless little hussy," she said to her. "I don't want to hear a word." Thrusting Natasha away while the girl gazed at her dry-eyed but speechless with amazement, she locked her in, ordered the porter to admit certain persons who were due to turn up that night, but not let them out again, and told her footman to show these persons up. And then she sat down in the drawing-room to wait for the abductors. When Gavrilo came in to inform Maria Dmitrievna that the persons had turned up but had got away, she rose to her feet with a scowl on her face, clasped her hands behind her back, and wandered from room to room considering what to do. It was nearly midnight when she set off for Natasha's room, feeling the key in her pocket. Sonia was in the corridor, still sitting there sobbing. "Maria Dmitrievna, please, for heaven's sake, let me in to see her," she said. Instead of replying, Maria Dmitrievna opened the door and went in. "Hateful, disgusting girl in my house, the vile little hussy. It's her father I'm sorry for," Maria Dmitrievna had been thinking, trying to control her fury. "Hard as it may be, I shall silence the lot of them and hide it from the Count. She now strode imperiously into the room. Natasha was lying perfectly still on the sofa with her head buried in her hands. She had been lying in exactly the same position when Maria Dmitrievna had left her. "You're a very nice girl, aren't you?" said Maria Dmitrievna. "Using my house to arrange meetings with your lovers. Let's put our cards on the table, and you listen to me when I'm speaking." Maria Dmitrievna touched her on the arm. "Listen to me when I'm speaking. You've shamed yourself like a common little slut. I know what I'd do with you, but I'm sorry for your poor father. I shall hide it from him." Natasha didn't change position, but her whole body was racked with noiseless, convulsive sobs and a terrible choking. Maria Dmitrievna glanced round at Sonia and sat down on the edge of the sofa next to Natasha. "He's lucky I didn't catch him, but I shall," she said, coarsening her voice. "Do you hear what I say, eh?" She put a large hand under Natasha's face and turned it towards her. Both Maria Dmitrievna and Sonia were shocked by the sight of Natasha's face. Her eyes were dry but gleaming, her lips were tightly compressed, and her cheeks looked hollow. "Leave me alone. Just let me die," was all she could manage to say, before wrenching herself viciously away from Maria Dmitrievna and flopping back down into her former position. "Natalia!" said Maria Dmitrievna. "This is for your own good. Now just lie still. Come on, lie still like that. I won't touch you. But listen to me. I'm not going to go on about how bad you've been. You're aware of that yourself. But your father's due back tomorrow, and I want to know what I'm supposed to tell him. Do you hear me?" Once again, Natasha's body was convulsed with sobs. "If he gets to know, what will your brother do, and your fiancé?" "I have no fiancé. I've broken it off," cried Natasha. "It makes no difference," Maria Dmitrievna insisted. "I mean, if they do find out, do you think they'll leave it at that? I know your father. He could easily challenge him to a duel. That will be all right, will it?" "Oh, just leave me alone. Why did you have to interfere? Why? Why? Who asked you to?" cried Natasha, sitting up on the sofa and fixing Maria Dmitrievna with a vicious glare. "So what did you want?" screamed Maria Dmitrievna, roused to fury again. "I mean, you weren't exactly locked away, were you? Did anybody stop him coming to the house? Why did he have to carry you off like some gypsy girl? And if he'd managed it, do you imagine they wouldn't have caught him? Your father, your brother, your fiancé. He's a swine and a scoundrel, and that's all there is to it." "He's better than any of you," cried Natasha, raising herself up. "If you hadn't got in the way. Oh, my God, what now? Sonia, why? Oh, go away." And she sobbed with the kind of despair that people feel when they weep for troubles they know they have brought upon themselves. Maria Dmitrievna was about to speak again, but Natasha suddenly yelled, "Go away! Go away! You all hate me and despise me!" And she flung herself back down on the sofa. Maria Dmitrievna went on for some time pouring shame on Natasha, drumming it into her that everything had to be hidden from the Count, and no one would know anything about it if only she would undertake to forget the whole thing and not give off any signs that something might have happened. Natasha wouldn't respond. She had stopped sobbing, but she was now seized with bouts of shivering and trembling. Maria Dmitrievna put a pillow under her head, covered her with 2 blankets and brought her some lime water, with her own hands, but Natasha wouldn't respond to anything she said. "Oh, well, let her sleep," said Maria Dmitrievna, and she left the room, thinking Natasha must have dropped off, but she hadn't. Her staring eyes gazed out vacantly from her pale face. She never slept a wink all night long. She didn't cry, and she never said a word to Sonia, who got up several times and went in to see her. Next day, Count Rostov arrived back from his estate, as promised, in time for lunch. He was in a very good mood, being on the point of agreeing terms with the purchaser, and there was now nothing to keep him in Moscow, away from his countess, and he had begun to miss her dearly. Maria Dmitrievna came to welcome him with the news that Natasha had been quite poorly the previous day, but they had sent for the doctor, and now she was feeling better. Natasha had not left her room all morning. With pinched, cracked lips and dry, staring eyes, she sat by the window, uneasily watching people drive past down the street and looking round nervously at anyone who entered the room. She was obviously waiting for news of him, waiting for him to come, or at least write to her. When the Count walked in to see her, she turned uneasily at the sound of his man's heavy tread, and her face resumed its earlier cold, even vindictive expression. She didn't even get up to greet him. "What is it, my angel? Are you ill?" asked the Count. Natasha was silent for a moment. "Yes, I am," she answered. When the Count asked anxiously why she was so depressed, and whether anything had happened to her fiancé, she assured him that nothing had, and told him not to worry. Maria Dmitrievna confirmed Natasha's insistence that nothing had happened. This imaginary illness, his daughter's agitated state, and the embarrassment written all over the faces of Sonia and Maria Dmitrievna told the Count all too clearly that something must have happened while he had been away. But it was just too awful for him to imagine that anything scandalous might have happened to his beloved daughter, and he valued his present good humour and peace of mind so much that he shied away from further inquiries, and tried to reassure himself that nothing very unusual could have happened, his only regret being that her indisposition would delay their return to the country. Chapter 19. Ever since the day of his wife's arrival in Moscow, Pierre had been intending to leave town, if only to get away from her. Shortly after the Rostovs' arrival, the deep impression made on him by Natasha caused him to carry out his intention with all speed. He left for Tver to see Osip Bazdaev's widow, who had promised some time ago to hand over her late husband's papers. When Pierre got back to Moscow, he was handed a letter from Maria Dmitrievna, asking him to call because something very important had come up concerning Andrei Bolkonsky and his fiancée. Pierre had been avoiding Natasha. He could sense that his feelings towards her were stronger than they ought to be between a married man and a young girl engaged to one of his friends, but somehow fate kept bringing them together. "What's happened now? What do they want me for?" he kept thinking as he dressed to go to Maria Dmitrievna's. "Oh, if only Prince Andrei would hurry up and come home and get married to her," thought Pierre on the journey there. In the Tverskoy Boulevard, somebody hailed him. "Pierre, when did you get back?" called a familiar voice. Pierre looked up. A sledge flew by behind a pair of trotting greys kicking up snow all over the front board. It was Anatoly and his constant companion Makarin. Anatoly was sitting bolt upright in the classic pose of a dashing army man, the lower part of his face muffled in a beaver collar, and his head bent slightly forward. His face was fresh and glowing, his hat sported white feathers and sat at a jaunty angle, showing off pomaded curls with a sprinkling of fine snow. "Now that's what I call worldly wisdom," thought Pierre. "He can't see beyond the pleasure of the moment. Nothing worries him, so he's always happy and contented. What wouldn't I give to be like him?" he mused, full of envy. In Maria Dmitrievna's entrance hall, as the footman helped Pierre off with his coat, he said that his mistress wanted him to go up to her bedroom. As he opened the hall door, Pierre caught a brief glimpse of Natasha, sitting by the window, looking thin, pale, and crabby. She glanced round at him, scowled, and left the room with an air of icy aloofness. "What's happened?" asked Pierre, going into Maria Dmitrievna's room. "A nice turn of events," answered Maria Dmitrievna. 58 years I've lived on this earth, and never seen anything so disgraceful." After making Pierre swear not to breathe a word of what was to follow, Maria Dmitrievna told him that Natasha had broken off her engagement without telling her parents, all because of Anatoly Kuragin, Pierre's wife having brought the two of them together, and Natasha had tried to elope with him while her father was away and get married in secret. Pierre sat there with his shoulders hunched and his mouth wide open, listening to what Maria Dmitrievna had to say, and he could hardly believe his ears. What? Prince Andrei's beloved fiancée, Natasha Rostova, always such a charming girl hitherto, had given up Bolkonsky for that fool Anatoly, who was already married, Pierre knew his secret, fallen in love with him and agreed to elope. It was beyond Pierre's imagination or understanding. The lovely image of Natasha that was so dear to his soul, and he had known her since childhood, didn't fit with this new picture of her as someone depraved, stupid, and cruel. He thought of his own wife. They're all the same, he told himself, reflecting that he was not the only man to be tied by the unhappy hand of fate to a dreadful woman. But even so, he could have wept for Prince Andrei, wept for his pride. And the more he felt for his friend, the more his feeling of contempt and revulsion grew as he thought of Natasha, who had just walked past him with that air of icy aloofness. He was not to know that Natasha's heart was overflowing with despair, shame, and humiliation, and she could hardly be blamed for her face happening to look all calm, aloof, and austere. "What do you mean, get married?" cried Pierre, when he heard Maria Dmitrievna's words. "He can't get married, he's married already." "It never rains but it pours," said Maria Dmitrievna. "What a splendid young man, absolute swine. And she's still expecting him to come. She has been for 2 days. We've got to stop her waiting for him. We must tell her." Once Pierre had told her all about Anatoly's marriage, and she had vented her fury in the strongest language, Maria Dmitrievna got round to letting Pierre know why she had sent for him. She was terrified that either Count Rostov or Prince Bolkonsky, who might arrive at any moment, could easily get to know about this affair, despite her best efforts to conceal it and challenge Kuragin to a duel. So she now wanted Pierre to act on her behalf and kick his brother-in-law out of Moscow with clear instructions never to darken her door again. Pierre promised to do what she wanted, suddenly recognizing the danger that threatened the old count, and Nikolai, and Prince Andrei. After outlining her wishes in a few precise words, she let him go through into the drawing-room. "Keep the count in the dark. Behave as if you know nothing," she said, "and I'll go and tell her she needn't bother waiting for him. Oh, and do stay on for dinner, if you feel like it," she called after Pierre. Pierre met the old count. He seemed nervous and upset. That morning, Natasha had told him she had broken off her engagement to Bolkonsky. "Trouble, nothing but trouble, my dear fellow," he said to Pierre. "When these girls are away from their mother... Oh, I'm sorry I ever came. I won't beat about the bush. Maybe you've heard, she's broken off her engagement without a word to a soul. I must admit I never did like the idea of them getting married. Oh, I know he's a fine man, but there was never going to be much happiness with them going against his father like that, and Natasha will never be short of suitors. Still, it had been going on for such a long time. But how could she do such a thing without a word to her father and mother? And now she's ill, and God knows what's wrong with her. It's an awful thing, Count. A really awful thing, to take your daughters away from their mother." Pierre could see the Count was terribly upset, and he kept trying to change the subject, but the Count came back time and again to his woes. Sonia came into the drawing-room, long in the face. "Natasha's not too well. She's up in her room and would like to see you. Maria Dmitrievna's with her, and she wants you there too." "Yes, of course, you're such a great friend of Bolkonsky's. She probably wants to send him a message," said the Count. Oh dear, everything was going so well." And the Count walked out of the room, clutching at his few grey hairs. Maria Dmitrievna had told Natasha that Anatoly was already married. Natasha didn't believe her, and insisted on confirmation from Pierre's own lips. Sonia told Pierre this much as she led him down the corridor to Natasha's room. Natasha was sitting beside Maria Dmitrievna, looking pale and serious, and she met Pierre at the door with a quizzical glare of feverish intensity. She neither smiled nor nodded. She just stared at him, and her look asked a simple question. Was he a friend or an enemy, like the rest of them, as far as Anatoly was concerned? Pierre, the man, clearly didn't exist for her. "He knows the whole story," said Maria Dmitrievna to Natasha. "Let him say whether I'm telling the truth or not." Like a wounded animal at bay watching the dogs and the hunt close in, Natasha looked from one to the other. "Natalia," Pierre began, looking down with a feeling of pity for her and revulsion at the operation he had to perform. "True or not, what difference does it make? You see..." So it's not true that he's married? I'm afraid it is. He is married? Since when? She asked. Word of honour? Pierre swore on his word of honour. Is he still here? She gabbled. Yes, I saw him a few minutes ago. Speech being clearly beyond her, she gestured with both hands for them to go away and leave her alone. Chapter 20. Instead of staying to dinner, Pierre drove away immediately after leaving Natasha's room. He scoured the town in search of Anatoly Kuragin. At the very thought of this man, the blood rushed to his heart, and he could hardly breathe. He was nowhere to be found. Not on the ice hills, not at the gypsies, not at Komaninos. Pierre drove to the club. In there, it was just like any normal day, with members coming in for dinner and sitting around in groups. They greeted Pierre and went on talking about the city and the latest news. A footman, well accustomed to Pierre's friends and habits, greeted him and said several things. A place had been left for him in the small dining room, Prince Mikhail Zakharich was in the library, and Pavel Timofeich had not yet come in. One of Pierre's acquaintances broke off from chatting about the weather to ask if he'd heard about Kuragin's abduction of young Countess Rostov, which was the talk of the town. But was it true? Pierre laughed it off as a bit of nonsense, having just come from the Rostovs. He asked after Anatoly. One man said he wasn't in yet, another said he was expected for dinner. It felt strange for Pierre to look round at that quiet crowd of uninvolved people, who had no knowledge of what turmoil his spirit was going through. He wandered from room to room, waited for everyone to arrive, and then, with no sign of Anatoly, he abandoned dinner and set off for home. His prey, Anatoly, was dining that day with Dolokhov, and the pair of them were trying to work out how the plan that had ended in failure could be made to succeed. According to Anatoly, it was vital for him to see Natasha, so that evening he went round to his sister's to discuss with her how another meeting could be arranged. When Pierre got back home, after his fruitless tour of the city, his valet told him that Prince Anatoly was in with the Countess. The Countess's drawing room was full of guests. Pierre completely ignored his wife, even though he hadn't seen her since his return. At that moment he loathed her more than ever, strode into the drawing room, spotted Anatoly and went over to him. "Oh, hello, Pierre," said the Countess, coming over to her husband. "You've no idea what a predicament our Anatoly finds himself in." She stopped short at the sight of her husband's lowered head, the fire in his eye, the resolute tread. She had recognized the look of towering rage and dreadful power that she knew only too well from personal experience following the duel with the Dolokhov. "Wherever you are, there's bound to be vice and evil," said Pierre to his wife. "Anatoly, come with me. I want a word with you," he said in French. Anatoly glanced round at his sister, but got to his feet compliantly, ready to follow Pierre. Pierre grabbed him by the arm, jerked him forwards, and walked out of the room. "Please, not in my drawing room," Helene whispered, but there was no response from Pierre. He had gone. Anatoly followed on with his usual jaunty swagger, but there was an uneasy look on his face. Pierre went into his room, shut the door behind them, and spoke to Anatoly without looking at him. "Did you tell Countess Rostov you would marry her? Did you try to elope with her?" "My dear fellow," answered Anatoly in French, as was the whole conversation, "I do not feel obliged to answer questions addressed to me in that tone of voice." Pierre's face, already pale, was now contorted with rage. With one huge hand he grabbed Anatoly by the collar of his uniform and proceeded to shake him from side to side until a sufficient degree of terror had registered on his face. "When I say I want a word with you," Pierre insisted. "I say, this is ridiculous, isn't it?" said Anatoly, fingering his collar where a button had been ripped away with a piece of cloth. "You're a vile swine, and I have no idea what prevents me from permitting myself the pleasure of braining you with this," said Pierre. The awkwardness of his speech was because it was in French. He had picked up a heavy paperweight and was now wielding it ominously, but he soon put it back down again. "Did you promise to marry her?" I never thought. I didn't actually, because Pierre cut him short. Have you got any letters from her? Have you got any letters? Pierre repeated his question, bearing down on Anatoly. Anatoly took one look at him, stuffed his hand in his pocket, and took out a wallet. Pierre took the proffered letter, shoved a table out of the way, and flopped down on the sofa. "Don't worry, I'm not going to get violent," said Pierre, in response to Anatoly's gesture of alarm. "Letters, that's number 1, said Pierre like a child going through a lesson. "Number 2, he went on, after a moment's silence, getting to his feet again and starting to pace up and down. "You're leaving Moscow tomorrow." "But how can I—" "And 3, Pierre ignored him and went on, "you never breathe a word of what went on between you and the young countess. I know I can't stop you, but if you have a grain of conscience—" Pierre paced up and down the room several times without saying anything. Anatoly sat there at the table, scowling and biting his lips. "When all's said and done, surely you can get it into your head that there is such a thing as other people's happiness and peace of mind beyond your own pleasure. Can't you see you're ruining someone's whole life just for a bit of fun? Go and amuse yourself with women like my wife. You're within your rights there. They know what you want from them. They're armed against you because they've experienced the same kind of depravity, but promising marriage to a young girl, pulling the wool over her eyes, carrying her off. Can't you see it's so sordid? It's like attacking an old man or a child." Pierre paused and glanced at Anatoly, with more curiosity now than anger. "Well, I'm not too sure about that, you know," said Anatoly, regaining self-confidence as Pierre controlled his fury. "I'm not too sure about that, and I don't want to be," he said, avoiding Pierre's eyes and speaking with a slight tremor of the jaw. "But you've called me names, sordid and such like, which as a man of honour I can't accept from anyone." Pierre looked at him in amazement, at a loss to understand what he could possibly want. "I know it's all been in private," Anatoly persisted, "but I'm afraid I can't—" "What is it you want? Satisfaction?" said Pierre sarcastically. "Well, the least you could do is take it back, what? If you're asking me to do what you want. How about that?" Yes, I take it all back," said Pierre, "and please forgive me." Pierre couldn't take his eyes off the dangling button. "Yes, and here's some money too. You might need it for the journey." Anatoly smiled. The look on his face, the mean, cringing smile that he knew so well from his wife, was the last straw for Pierre. "You're a vile and callous breed," he cried, and stormed out of the room. Next day, Anatoly left for Petersburg. Chapter 21. Pierre drove round to let Maria Dmitrievna know that her wishes had been carried out. Kuragin had been banished from Moscow. The whole house was in a state of turmoil and alarm. Natasha was very poorly, and Maria Dmitrievna told him why on the quiet. Once she had been told Anatoly was married, that same night she had poisoned herself with arsenic, which she had got hold of by some secret means. After swallowing just a little, she had become so scared she had woken Sonia up and told her what she had done. The necessary antidotes had been administered in good time, and now she was out of danger, but still too weak even to think of being taken back to the country, and the Countess had been sent for. Pierre saw the Count in his terrible distress, and Sonia constantly in tears, but he wasn't allowed to see Natasha. That day, Pierre dined at the club and heard gossip on all sides about the attempted abduction of young Countess Rostov. He strenuously denied all such stories, assuring everyone there was nothing in them beyond the fact his brother-in-law had proposed to Natasha and been refused. It had occurred to Pierre that his duty lay in covering up the whole affair and restoring the young Countess's reputation. He was dreading Prince Andrei's return, but every day he drove round to the old prince to catch up on the latest news about him. Mademoiselle Bourienne had kept old Prince Bolkonsky abreast of all the rumours flying about the town, and he had read the note to Princess Maria in which Natasha had broken off the engagement. He seemed more cheerful than usual, and couldn't wait to see his son again. A few days after Anatoly's departure, Pierre received a note from Prince Andrei, letting him know he was back and inviting him over. The first thing his father did when Prince Andrei arrived home in Moscow was hand over Natasha's note to Princess Maria, breaking off the engagement. Mademoiselle Bourienne had filched the note from Princess Maria and handed it on to the old prince. From his father's lips, he heard a rather embellished account of Natasha's elopement. Prince Andrei had arrived in the evening, and Pierre had come to see him the very next morning. He was expecting to find Prince Andrei in virtually the same state as Natasha, and so it came as a surprise for him to walk into the drawing-room and hear the sound of Prince Andrei's voice in the study, holding forth enthusiastically on the subject of some affair going on up in Petersburg. The old prince and some other voice kept cutting across him from time to time. Princess Maria came out to meet Pierre. She sighed, looking back towards the door of the room where Prince Andrei was talking, in an obvious gesture of sympathy for him in all his grief, but Pierre could tell from her face that she was pleased by what had happened, and also by her brother's acceptance of his fiancée's unfaithfulness. "He says he's been expecting it," she commented. "I know his pride won't let him tell us what he feels, but I must say, he's taken it better, far better than I ever expected. It obviously wasn't meant to be." "So it really is all over, is it?" said Pierre. Princess Maria looked at him in some surprise, genuinely at a loss to understand how anyone could ask a question like that. Pierre went on into the study. Prince Andrei had changed a good deal, and looked altogether healthier, but there was a new furrow running down between his brows. He stood there dressed in civilian clothes, arguing vehemently face to face with his father and Prince Meshchersky, and making bold gestures. The topic of conversation was Speransky, news of whose sudden banishment and alleged treachery had just broken in Moscow. "Now he's being criticised and censured by people who were raving about him only a month ago," Prince Andrei was saying, "and by other people incapable of understanding what he's been aiming at. It's too easy to criticise a man when he's out of favour, and make him shoulder the blame for everybody else's mistakes. But I tell you this, if any good has been done in the present reign, it's been done by him and him alone." He saw Pierre and stopped. His face twitched and took on a nasty look. "And posterity will see justice done to him," he said, winding things up before turning to Pierre. "Now then, how are you? Still putting the weight on?" he said, with some warmth, though the new furrow had etched itself deeper still on his forehead. "Yes, I'm very well," he said, responding to Pierre's inquiry with a smile. Pierre could see all too clearly what his smile meant. "I'm very well, but nobody's bothered about the state of my health." After commenting on the dreadful state of the road from the Polish frontier, and mentioning some people he had met in Switzerland who knew Pierre, and talking about Monsieur de Sales, whom he had brought from Switzerland to be his son's tutor, Prince Andrei plunged eagerly back into the conversation about Speransky, which was still preoccupying the two old gentlemen. If there had been any treachery and any proof of a secret relationship with Napoleon, this would have come out in public, he was quick to argue, with no little passion. "Personally, I don't much care for Speransky, I never did, but I do care for justice." Pierre now recognised in his friend something he knew only too well, a need to get involved in a heated dispute about some neutral topic, purely to drown out thoughts that were too near the heart and too painful. When Prince Meshchersky had gone, Prince Andrei seized Pierre by the arm and took him along to the room that had been prepared for him. A bed had been made up, and open trunks and cases stood around. Prince Andrei went over to one of them and took out a box. Out of the box he took a bundle of letters. All this he did very rapidly, and in silence. Then he got to his feet again and cleared his throat. There was a scowl on his face, and his lips were set. "I'm sorry to trouble you." Pierre could see that Prince Andrei wanted to talk about Natasha, and his broad face glowed with sympathy and pity. It was an expression that infuriated Prince Andrei, and although he carried on talking, his tone was clipped, sharp and bad-tempered. "I've received a rejection from Countess Rostov, and I've heard rumours about your brother-in-law seeking her hand or something like that. Is it all true?" "Well, it is and it isn't," began Pierre. but Prince Andrei cut him short. "Here are her letters," he said, "and her portrait." He picked up the little bundle and handed it to Pierre. "Give this to the Countess if you happen to see her." "She's very ill," said Pierre. "Oh, so she's still here," said Prince Andrei. "And what about Prince Kuragin?" he snapped. "He left a long time ago. She's been at death's door." "I'm very sorry to hear of her illness," said Prince Andrei. He laughed, a cold, harsh, nasty laugh, not unlike his father's. "So Mr. Kuragin has not bestowed his hand on Countess Rostov," said Prince Andrei. He snorted several times. "He couldn't have married her because he's married already," said Pierre. Prince Andrei gave another nasty laugh, again recalling his father. "And where is he now? Your brother-in-law, may I ask?" he said. "He's gone to Peter's—" "Oh, well, I really don't know," said Pierre. "Well, it's not important," said Prince Andrei. "Please tell Countess Rostov from me that she was and is perfectly free, and I send my best wishes." Pierre took the bundle with both hands. Prince Andrei, as if trying to remember whether he had anything more to add, or half waiting for Pierre to come out with something, looked at him steadily. "Listen, do you remember that difference of opinion we had in Petersburg?" said Pierre. "Remember what we—" "Yes, I do," Prince Andrei answered hastily. "I said that a fallen woman should be forgiven, but I didn't say I could forgive her, and I can't." "Surely there's no comparison, is there?" asked Pierre. Prince Andrei cut him short. He cried harshly, "Oh, yes, go and ask for her hand again, be magnanimous, all that sort of thing. Well, that's all very noble, but I'm not up to following on in that gentleman's tracks. And if you value my friendship, don't talk to me, ever again, about that. Well, all this business. Goodbye, then. You will hand that on." Pierre left him and went in to see the old prince and Princess Maria. The old man seemed livelier than usual. Princess Maria was just the same as ever, but through all her sympathy for her brother, Pierre could see she was delighted that his marriage plans had collapsed. Looking at them, Pierre could sense the degree of contempt and antipathy all three of them felt for the Rostovs, and he realized that from now on, in their presence, it would be impossible even to mention the name of a girl capable of giving up Prince Andrei for anyone else in the world. Over dinner, they talked about the war that was clearly coming. Prince Andrei never stopped talking and arguing, first with his father, then with de Sales, the Swiss tutor, and although he seemed more animated than usual, Pierre well knew the deeply hidden cause that lay behind all the animation. Chapter 22. That evening, Pierre called at the Rostovs to carry out Prince Andrei's commission. Natasha was in bed, the Count was out at the club, and Pierre, once he had handed the letters over to Sonia, went in to see Maria Dmitrievna, who was keen to hear how Prince Andrei had taken the news. 10 minutes later, Sonia came in to speak to Maria Dmitrievna. "Natasha insists on seeing Count Bezukhov," she said. "Well, we can't take him upstairs, can we? I mean, you're not very tidy up there," said Maria Dmitrievna. "No, she's put some clothes on and come down to the drawing room," said Sonia. Maria Dmitrievna could only shrug. "Oh, how long till the Countess comes? I'm quite worn out with her. Listen, keep some of it back," she said to Pierre. "One hasn't the heart to scold her, she's so pathetic, poor thing." Natasha was standing in the middle of the drawing room, looking pale, composed and much thinner, though hardly the picture of contrition that Pierre had expected. When Pierre appeared in the doorway, she lurched forward a little, clearly unsure whether to walk over to greet him or wait for him to come across to her. Pierre hurried over. He was expecting her to offer her hand as usual, but instead she came close and stopped in front of him, breathing hard and letting her arms dangle down lifelessly, in the very pose she had so often taken up in the middle of the hall, when she was about to sing, except that the look on her face was quite different. "Count Bezukhov," she began, gabbling her words. "Prince Bolkonsky was your friend. Well, he still is," she corrected herself. She thought of everything as belonging to the past, and now quite different. He once told me I should turn to you. Pierre looked at her, speechless and choking. Until then he had reproached her in his heart and made every effort to despise her, but now he felt so sorry for her, there was no room in his heart for reproach. He's back now. Please ask him to forgive me. She stopped short, and her breath came even faster. But she wasn't weeping. Yes, I will tell him, said Pierre, but he didn't know how to go on. Natasha was visibly alarmed at a certain idea that might well have occurred to Pierre. No, I know it's all over, she hastened to say. No, it can't ever happen now. What upsets me is the harm I've done to him. There's only one thing I ask. I want him to forgive me for everything. Her whole body was convulsed. She sat down on a chair. Pierre felt a heartbreaking surge of pity for her, the like of which he had never known before. Yes, I will tell him. I'll go through it all again, said Pierre. But, well, there's just one thing I'd like to know. What's that? Was the question in Natasha's eyes. I'd like to know whether you were in love with... Pierre didn't know what to call Anatoly, and he coloured up at the very thought of him, with that vile man. Please don't call him vile, said Natasha. I don't know. I just don't know. She burst into tears again, and Pierre was overwhelmed with an even stronger sensation of pity, tenderness and love. He could feel tears trickling down under his spectacles, and hoped no one would see them. We won't say another word about it, my dear girl, he said. His voice was so gentle, tender, and full of feeling that it had a strange effect on Natasha. Not another word, my dear. I'll tell him everything. I'll just ask you one thing. Please look on me as a friend, and if you ever need any help or advice, or if you just want to pour out your soul to somebody, not now, but when you've had a chance to get things clear, please think of me. He took her hand and kissed it. I'll be only too happy to... Pierre was suddenly embarrassed. Don't talk to me like that. I'm not worth it, cried Natasha, and she made as if to leave, but Pierre held her back by the arm. He knew he had more to say, but when he spoke he was surprised at the way it came out. Hush, don't say things like that. You have your whole life ahead of you, he told her. Oh, no, I don't. It's all gone wrong for me, she said, full of shame and humiliation. All gone wrong, he repeated. If I was somebody else, the handsomest, the cleverest, the best man in the world, and if I were free, I'd be down on my knees right now begging for your hand and your love. For the first time in many days, Natasha wept tears of gratitude and emotion as she took a quick glance at Pierre and walked out of the room. Pierre went out after her, almost running down to the vestibule, fighting down tears of affection and happiness that gave him a lump in his throat. He flung his fur coat over his shoulders, unable to find his way into the sleeves, and got into his sledge. "Where to now, Your Excellency?" asked the coachman. Where to? Pierre asked himself. Where can I go? I can't face the club or visiting people. All of humanity seemed so pathetically poor, compared with the tenderness and love that he now felt, compared with the new softness and gratitude shown by Natasha as she had turned at the last moment and glanced at him through her tears. Home, said Pierre, defying 10 degrees of frost by flinging aside the bearskin coat from his great chest and taking in deep, joyous lungfuls of air. It was clear and frosty. A dark, starlit heaven looked down on the black roofs and the dirty, dusky streets. Only by looking up at the sky could Pierre distance himself from the disgusting squalor of all earthly things as compared with the heights to which his soul had now been taken. As he drove into the Arbat, a vast firmament of darkness and stars opened out before Pierre's eyes, and there in the middle, high above Preshestensky Boulevard, amidst a scattering of stars on every side, but catching the eye through its closeness to the earth, its pure white light, and the long uplift of its tail, shone the comet, the huge, brilliant comet of 1812, that popular harbinger of untold horrors and the end of the world. But this bright comet, with its long, shiny tail, held no fears for Pierre. Quite the reverse. Pierre's eyes glittered with tears of rapture as he gazed up at this radiant star, which must have traced its parabola through infinite space at speeds unimaginable, and now suddenly seemed to have picked its spot in the black sky, and impaled itself like an arrow piercing the earth, and stuck there, with its strong, up-thrusting tail and its brilliant display of whiteness amidst the infinity of scintillating stars. This heavenly body seemed perfectly attuned to Pierre's newly melted heart, as it gathered reassurance and blossomed into new life.
Volume 3, Part 1, Chapter 1. The latter part of 1811 saw a new build-up in the concentration and arming of troops in Western Europe, and in 1812 these forces, millions of men if you include those in transport and provisioning, moved from west to east, closing in on the frontiers of Russia, where the Russian forces had been similarly gathering since 1811. On the 12th of June, the forces of Western Europe crossed the Russian frontier and war began. In other words, an event took place which defied human reason and all human nature. Millions of men set out to inflict on one another untold evils: deception, treachery, robbery, forgery, counterfeiting, theft, arson, and murder, on a scale unheard of in the annals of law courts down the centuries and all over the world, though at the time the men responsible did not think of these deeds as crimes. What led to this extraordinary occurrence? What causes lay behind it? Historians, in their simple-minded certitude, tell us that the causes of this event were as follows: the violence done to the Duke of Oldenburg, non-observance of the continental system, Napoleon's megalomania, Alexander's obstinacy, mistakes made by diplomats, and so on. It follows, then, that all Metternich, Rumyantsev, or Talleyrand would have had to do, between getting up in the morning and partying in the evening, was exert themselves just a little and make a nice job of phrasing some diplomatic note, whereupon all Napoleon would have had to do was to write to Alexander saying, "Esteemed brother, I consent to the Duke of Oldenburg having his duchy back," and there would have been no war. We can well understand why contemporaries might have seen things that way. We can understand why Napoleon might have attributed the cause of the war to the machinations of the English. Indeed, he said as much from St. Helena. We can further understand why English members of Parliament thought the war had been caused by Napoleon's megalomania, why the Duke of Oldenburg blamed the war on the violence done to him, why those in trade explained the war in terms of the continental system, which was bringing Europe to its knees, why veterans and old world generals blamed it all on their being called up for service again, why legitimists of the period would insist on the necessity of getting back to basics, and the diplomats of the day put it down to the 1809 alliance between Russia with Austria not being properly concealed from Napoleon, plus the clumsy wording of Memorandum No. 178. We can well understand how these, and other causes, endless in number, infinite in their proliferation because of the endless points of view available, might have appeared to contemporaries. But for us, the descendants of these people, as we contemplate this vast accomplishment in all its enormity and seek to penetrate its dreadful simplicity, these explanations seem inadequate. It is beyond our comprehension that millions of Christian men should have killed and tortured each other just because Napoleon was a megalomaniac, Alexander was obstinate, the English were devious, and the Duke of Oldenburg was badly done by. We can see no connection between these circumstances and the stark reality of murder and violence. We cannot see how an affront to a duke could have induced thousands of men to rampage through the other end of Europe, slaughtering the inhabitants of Smolensk and Moscow, and getting slaughtered in return. We, their descendants, those of us who are not historians seduced by the pleasures of research, and can therefore review events with unclouded common sense, find ourselves faced with an incalculable multiplicity of causes. The more deeply we go into the causes, the more of them there are, and each individual cause, or group of causes, seems as justifiable as all the rest, and as false as all the rest in its worthlessness compared with the enormity of the actual events, and its further worthlessness unless you combine it with all the other associated causes, invalidating the events that followed. For instance, Napoleon's refusal to withdraw his troops beyond the Vistula and restore the Duchy of Oldenburg seems to us no more valid as a cause than the willingness or unwillingness of any old French corporal to serve a second term, for had he refused to serve, and a second and a third and 1,000 corporals and soldiers along with him, Napoleon's army would have been reduced by that number and there could have been no war. If Napoleon had not taken umbrage at the demand for him to withdraw beyond the Vistula, and had not given the order to advance, there would have been no war. But if every last sergeant had refused to go back into the army, there could have been no war either. And war would also have been impossible if there had been no deviousness from England, no Duke of Oldenburg, no offence taken by Alexander, no autocracy in Russia, no French Revolution with its consequent dictatorship and empire, nor any of those things that led up to the French Revolution, and so on and so forth. If any one of these causes had been missing, nothing could have happened. It follows, therefore, that all of these causes, billions of them, came together to bring about subsequent events, and these events had no single cause, being bound to happen simply because they were bound to happen. Millions of men, abandoning all human feelings and common sense, were bound to march from west to east and slay their fellows, just as a few centuries ago hordes of men had marched from east to west, slaying their fellows. The actions of Napoleon and Alexander, whose word seems to have dictated whether anything should or should not happen, were no more self-determined than the actions of any common soldier drafted in by lot or conscription. This has to be so for one good reason. In order for the will of Napoleon or Alexander, who appear to have dictated events, to prevail, it would have been necessary for a countless number of disparate circumstances to coincide, and without any one of them, those events could never have occurred. It was necessary for those millions of men who wielded the real power, soldiers shooting or bringing up supplies and guns, to do what they were told by one or two feeble individuals, and to have been brought to this point by an infinite number of complex and disparate causes. Historical fatalism is the only possible explanation of irrational phenomena like these, phenomena with a rationale beyond our comprehension. The more we try to explain away such phenomena in rational terms, the more irrational and incomprehensible they become for us. Each man lives for himself, using his freedom to get what he wants, and he feels with every fibre of his being that at any particular time he is free to perform an action or refrain from doing so. But the moment any action is taken, it becomes an irrevocable piece of history, with a significance which has more to do with predetermination than freedom. There are two sides to life for every individual: a personal life, in which his freedom exists in proportion to the abstract nature of his interests, and an elemental life, within the swarm of humanity, in which a man inevitably follows laws laid down for him. Although on a conscious level a man lives for himself, he is actually being used as an unconscious instrument for the attainment of humanity's historical aims. A deed once done becomes irrevocable, and any action comes together over time with millions of actions performed by other people to create historical significance. The higher a man stands on the social scale, the more contact he has with other men and the greater his impact on them. The more obvious are the inevitability and the element of predestination involved in everything he does. The hearts of kings are in the hands of God. Kings are the slaves of history. History, the amorphous, unconscious life within the swarm of humanity, exploits every minute in the lives of kings as an instrument for the attainment of its own ends. At that time, in the year 1812, Napoleon believed more strongly than ever that it was for him to shed or not to shed the blood of his peoples. As Alexander had put it in his most recent letter, though he was in fact more subject than ever to those laws which forced him, for all his apparent and self-styled freedom of action, to do what had to be done for the world in general, for the sake of history. The men of the West went east to kill each other, and the law of causal coincidence determined that thousands of minor causes colluded and coincided to produce this movement and the coming war. An angry reaction to the non-observance of the continental system, the Duke of Oldenburg, the advance into Prussia, undertaken, as Napoleon saw it, solely in the interests of securing an armed peace, the French Emperor's taste and passion for going to war, which caught the mood of his people, the excitement of preparing things on a grandiose scale, the vast expenditure on such preparations, and the necessity of getting something back for one's money. The dizzying effect of honours given and received in Dresden, all those diplomatic negotiations which were then seen as directed by a genuine desire for peace, though all they did was wound people's self-esteem on both sides, along with millions and millions of other causes colluding and coinciding with each other to produce the impending events. When a ripe apple falls, what makes it fall? Is it gravity pulling it down to earth? A withered stalk? The drying action of the sun? Increased weight? A breath of wind? Or the boy under the tree who wants to eat it? Nothing is the cause of it. It is just the coming together of various conditions necessary for any living, organic, elemental event to take place. And the botanist who finds that the apple has fallen because of the onset of decay in its cellular structure and all the rest of it will be no more right or wrong than the boy under the tree who says the apple fell because he wanted to eat it and prayed for it to fall. Anyone who claims that Napoleon went to Moscow because he wanted to, and eventually lost because Alexander wanted him to lose, will be no more right or wrong than the man who claims that thousands of tons of earth in an undermined hill collapsed because of the last blow from the last pickaxe of the last workman. When it comes to events in history, so-called great men are nothing but labels attached to events. Like real labels, they have the least possible connection with events themselves. Every action they perform, which they take to be self-determined and independent, is in a historical sense quite the opposite. It is interconnected with the whole course of history and predetermined from eternity. Chapter 2. On the 29th of May, Napoleon left Dresden, where he had spent 3 weeks surrounded by a court made up of princes, dukes, kings, and even an emperor. Before leaving, Napoleon spoke pleasantly to the princes, kings, and emperor who had earned his favour, and unpleasantly to the kings and princes who had not quite come up to scratch. He presented the Empress of Austria with some diamonds and pearls of his own, which means stolen from other kings. He warmly embraced his Empress, Marie-Louise, who thought of herself as his wife despite the existence of another one back in Paris, and left her behind, as his historian tells us, deeply distressed by the almost unendurable separation. With the diplomats still believing firmly in the possibility of peace and working strenuously towards it, and even though the Emperor Napoleon had just written a personal letter to the Emperor Alexander, calling him his esteemed brother, and assuring him in good faith that he had no wish to go to war and would always treat him with affection and respect, he set off to join the army, stopping from time to time to issue further instructions guaranteed to speed up the eastward march of his men. Surrounded by pages, adjutants, and an armed escort, he was travelling in a comfortable carriage drawn by 6 horses along the Posen, Thorn, Danzig, Königsberg road. In each of these towns he was welcomed by thousands of people with a mixture of enthusiasm and anxiety. The army was moving from west to east, and he was driven in the same direction by continual relays of 6 horses. On the 10th of June, he caught up with the army and spent the night in specially prepared quarters in the Wilkowiecki forest, which belonged to a Polish count. Next day, Napoleon drove on ahead of the army as far as the river Niemen, where he put on a Polish uniform and rode out onto the riverbank to find a good place for the crossing of the river. One glimpse of the Cossacks posted on the far bank, and the steppe disappearing into the distance, where, far away, lay the holy city of Moscow, capital of an empire just like the Scythian Empire, invaded by Alexander the Great, and Napoleon ordered an immediate advance, confounding the diplomats and breaking every last rule of strategy, and next day his troops began crossing the Niemen. Early on the morning of the 12th of June he came out of his tent, which had been pitched that day on the steep left bank of the Niemen, and watched his troops through a telescope as they poured out of the forest and swarmed over 3 bridges thrown across the river. The troops knew of the Emperor's presence, and were on the lookout for him. When they caught sight of a figure in a greatcoat and hat standing apart from his suite in front of his tent on the opposite hillside, they threw their caps in the air and shouted, "Long live the Emperor!" And one after another in an unbroken stream they flowed out of the immense forest that had hitherto concealed them and split up at the 3 bridges to march across. "Now we'll get somewhere. He'll warm things up when he gets involved. My God, he will. There he is. Long live the Emperor. So this is the steppe land of Asia. Nasty bit of country, though. Au revoir, Boucher. I'll keep a nice palace for you in Moscow. Goodbye and good luck. Have you seen the Emperor? Long live the Emperor! Rah, rah. When I'm governor of the Indies, Gerard, I'll make you minister for Kashmir. You can count on it. Long live the Emperor! Hurrah! 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 Cossack rabble, look at 'em running away. Long live the Emperor! There he is! Can't you see him? I've seen him twice as close as you and me. The little corporal. Saw him giving the cross to one of the veterans. Long live the Emperor! Voices rang out on all sides, from old and young, people of every character and social standing, and all their faces looked the same, blissfully happy as they set out at last on the long-awaited campaign, glowing with enthusiasm and devotion to the man in the grey coat up on the hill. On the 13th of June, Napoleon mounted a small thoroughbred Arab horse and galloped down towards one of the bridges over the Niemen to deafening roars of acclamation, which he obviously had to put up with, because there was no way of silencing men determined to express their love for him by roaring their heads off. But all this shouting, which accompanied him wherever he went, was hard to bear, and it distracted him from the military considerations that had dogged him ever since he had joined up with the army. He rode across a bobbing pontoon bridge to the other side of the river, turned sharp left and galloped off towards Kovno, preceded by ecstatic horse guards, breathless with delight as they galloped on ahead to clear the way. When he got to the broad river Vilya, he pulled up alongside a regiment of Polish Uhlans deployed on the bank. "Long live the Emperor!" roared the Poles with the same kind of wild enthusiasm, breaking ranks and jostling to get a glimpse of him. Napoleon took a long look up and down the river, got off his horse and sat down on a log lying on the bank. At a silent signal from him he was handed a telescope, which he rested on the back of a page, only too pleased to run over and help. After studying the far bank, he looked down and concentrated all his attention on a map spread out between the logs. Without looking up again, he said something, and two of his adjutants galloped off towards the Polish Uhlans. "What was that? What did he say?" came the cry from the Polish ranks as an adjutant galloped over to them. The order was to find a fording place and cross the river. The elderly Polish colonel, a fine figure of a man, blushed and stammered from sheer excitement as he asked permission to swim straight across the river without bothering to find a ford. In fear and trembling at the very thought of a refusal, like a little boy asking permission to get on a horse, he asked them to let him swim across the river before the Emperor's eyes. The adjutant told him the Emperor would probably not be displeased at such an excessive display of zeal. The words were hardly out of his mouth when the old officer, with his big bristling moustache, radiant face and gleaming eyes, brandished his sabre in the air with a loud, "Long live the Emperor!" ordered his men to follow, put spurs to his horse and galloped off down to the river. Once there, he gave a vicious kick to a reluctant horse and plunged into the depths, heading out into the fastest part of the river. Hundreds of Uhlans galloped down and followed him in. Out in the middle of the fast-flowing current it was shockingly cold. The Uhlans were soon sliding off their horses and clinging on to one another. Some of the horses were drowned, and so were some of the men, while the others struggled to swim across, clinging to the saddle or hanging on to their horses' manes. They swam forward manfully, although there was a crossing place only a few hundred yards away. They were proud to swim on and drown in the river under the eyes of that man sitting on a log who wasn't even watching what they were doing. When the adjutant, back with the Emperor, picked his moment and bravely drew attention to the Poles' devotion to His Majesty, the little man in the grey coat got to his feet, summoned Berthier, and began pacing up and down the bank with him, issuing instructions and glancing sourly from time to time at the drowning Uhlans, who were proving such a distraction. This was nothing new for him. He needed no reminding that his presence anywhere on earth, from Africa to the steppe land of Muscovy, always had the same devastating effect on men, sometimes driving them to acts of madness and self-sacrifice. He sent for his horse and rode back to his quarters. Some 40 Uhlans had drowned in the river, even though boats had been sent out to help. Most of them struggled back to this side. The colonel and one or two of his men did manage to swim right across and scramble out on the other bank. And their first thought on clambering out, with their soaking clothes flapping and streaming, was to roar, "Long live the Emperor!" and look back in triumph at the place where Napoleon had been standing. He was no longer there, but for one moment they thought that happiness was theirs. That evening, between the issuing of two orders, one for speeding up the arrival of counterfeit ruble notes printed for circulation in Russia, and the other for the execution of a Saxon caught with a letter on him containing a report on the disposition of the French troops, Napoleon issued a third instruction. The colonel who had charged into the river for no good reason was to be enrolled in the Legion of Honour, of which Napoleon himself was the head. As Euripides once said, "Those whom God wishes to destroy, he first drives mad." Chapter 3. Meanwhile, the Russian emperor had been living in Vilna for more than a month, inspecting the troops and observing manoeuvres. Nothing was ready for the war that everyone was expecting, and the Tsar had come from Petersburg to help prepare for it. There was no general plan of action. Hesitancy over the need to adopt one plan from the many that had been proposed was worse than ever at the end of the Tsar's month at headquarters. Each of the three armies had its own separate commander-in-chief, but there was no commander with overall authority, and the Tsar showed no sign of undertaking that role himself. The longer the Tsar stayed on in Vilna, the fewer preparations were made for the war by men grown weary of waiting for it. Every effort of those who surrounded the Tsar seemed to be directed towards ensuring that His Majesty enjoyed himself and forgot all about the coming war. In June, after a round of balls and other celebrations given by Polish magnates, members of the court, and the Tsar himself, it occurred to one of the Polish generals seconded to the Tsar that all the generals on the staff should give a dinner and a ball in honour of His Majesty. The proposal was taken up joyfully on all sides. The Tsar gave his consent. The generals set about raising the money by subscription. The lady considered most likely to appeal to the Tsar was invited to act as hostess for the ball. Count Bennigsen, a local landowner, offered a house for this celebration, and the 13th of June was the day fixed for a ball and a dinner, with a regatta and fireworks at Zagrito, Count Bennigsen's country seat. On the very day when Napoleon ordered his men across the Niemen, and the vanguard of his army pushed the Cossacks aside and crossed the Russian frontier, Alexander spent a long evening at Count Bennigsen's house enjoying the ball given by the generals on his staff. It was a glittering, happy occasion. According to the connoisseurs, rarely had so many beautiful women been gathered together in one place. Countess Bezukhov, one of the Russian ladies who had followed the Tsar from Petersburg to Vilna, was there, and her massive charms, what people like to call her Russian beauty, put the more dainty Polish ladies in the shade. She got herself noticed, and the Tsar favoured her with an invitation to dance. Boris Drubetskoy, one of the boys again, as he liked to put it, having left his wife behind in Moscow, was also there. Although not a staff general himself, he had subscribed a large sum towards the ball. Boris was now rich in money and honours, and had no further need of patronage, being on equal terms with the most distinguished men of his generation. They were still dancing at midnight. Finding herself without a suitable partner for the mazurka, Helene herself offered to dance with Boris. They made up the third couple. Boris allowed his cool gaze to stray towards Helene's naked shoulders, emerging so splendidly from a dark-coloured, gold-embroidered gauze dress. As he chatted about old acquaintances, but although no one was aware of it, least of all Boris himself, he never took his eyes off the Tsar while he was there in the same room. The Tsar was not dancing. He was standing in the doorway, stopping people at random with the kind of gracious remark that only he could utter. At the beginning of the mazurka, Boris watched as the Staff General, Balashev, one of the Tsar's closest confidants, went over and defied court etiquette by stopping nearby while His Majesty was still in conversation with a Polish lady. After saying a few more words to the lady, the Tsar glanced quizzically at Balashev, and then, suddenly aware there must be a good reason for him to behave like this, he nodded gently to the lady and gave Balashev his full attention. The first words were hardly out of Balashev's mouth when a look of astonishment came over the Tsar's face. He took Balashev by the arm and walked across the room with him, unconsciously clearing a swathe several yards wide as people drew back on either side. Boris could see that Arakcheyev's face displayed the same excitement as the Tsar walked away with Balashev. Arakcheyev glanced rather furtively at the Tsar, sniffing with his red nose, and edged forward out of the crowd as if he was expecting the Tsar to turn in his direction. Boris observed that Arakcheyev, already jealous of Balashev, was annoyed to see any piece of news, let alone something of obvious importance, reach the Tsar without going through him. But the Tsar and Balashev walked straight past Alexeyev without noticing him and went out through the door into the illuminated garden. Alexeyev, grasping his sword and staring around balefully, followed on 20 paces behind. Boris worked his way through the figures of the mazurka in a state of anguish, wondering what news Balashev could possibly have brought, and how he could find out before anyone else did. When they came to the figure in which he had to choose his ladies, he whispered to Helene that he wanted to choose Countess Patoka, who seemed to have gone out onto the balcony, and gliding over the dance floor, he flew across to the doorway into the garden, from where he could see the Tsar and Balashev coming back onto the terrace, and this stopped him in his tracks. The Tsar and Balashev were heading for the doorway. Boris bustled about as if he couldn't quite get out of the way, squeezing back respectfully against the doorpost with his head bowed. The Tsar was coming to the end of an outburst that made him sound like someone who had been personally offended. "Entering Russia without declaring war," he was saying. "I shall not make peace until every last enemy under arms has left my country." Boris had the impression that the Tsar had enjoyed saying these words, and was happy with the way his thoughts had come out, but not at all happy that Boris had overheard them. "Nobody must know about this," the Tsar added with a scowl. Boris could tell this was directed at him, so he closed his eyes and bowed his head slightly again. The Tsar went back into the ballroom and stayed there for another half-hour or so. Boris had become the first person to hear the news that French troops had crossed the Niemen, which now gave him a golden opportunity to demonstrate, for the benefit of certain very important people, that he had access to many things that were hidden from others, and thus an opportunity to rise even higher in the esteem of these persons. The unexpected news that the French had crossed the Niemen was unexpected largely because it came at the end of a month's unfulfilled expectations, and at a ball. At the first moment of indignation and resentment after hearing the news, Alexander had hit on the pronouncement that has since become famous, one that appealed to him as a true expression of his feelings. Returning home after the ball at 2 a.m, the Tsar sent for his secretary, Shishkov, and told him to write an order to the troops and an open letter to Field Marshal Prince Saltykov, with the necessary inclusion of words to the effect that he would never make peace until every last enemy under arms had left Russian soil. Next day the following letter was written, in French, to Napoleon. Esteemed brother, I learnt yesterday that, notwithstanding the fidelity with which I have met my obligations towards your Majesty, your troops have crossed the frontiers of Russia, and I have this moment received from Petersburg a note in which Count Lauriston advises me with reference to this invasion that your Majesty has considered himself to be in a state of war with me ever since Prince Kurakin asked for his passports. The reasons given by the Duke of Bassano for refusing to release the passports would never have led me to suppose that this incident could ever have served as grounds for aggression. In point of fact, he never received any authorization for his action, as he himself has acknowledged, and as soon as I was informed of it, I immediately acquainted him with the full extent of my disapproval by ordering him to remain in post. If your Majesty is not seeking to shed the blood of our subjects over a misunderstanding of this kind, and will consent to withdraw his troops from Russian territory, I shall disregard what has occurred, and an accommodation between us will be possible. In the contrary case, I shall be compelled to repulse an invasion which has been entirely unprovoked on my side. It is still within your Majesty's power to preserve humanity from the disasters of another war. I am, etc. Signed, Alexander. Chapter 4. At 2 o'clock in the morning, on the 14th of June, the Tsar sent for Balashev, read out his letter to Napoleon, and ordered him to take the letter and deliver it personally to the French Emperor. As he sent Balashev on his way, he repeated his words about not making peace until every last enemy under arms had left Russian soil, and told him he must be absolutely certain to communicate those words to Napoleon. The Tsar had not included them in his letter to Napoleon because he felt with his usual sensitivity that any such words would be out of place at a time when one last attempt at conciliation was being made. But he told Balashev he must be absolutely certain to communicate them to Napoleon in person. Balashev rode off in the early hours of the 14th, with a bugler and 2 Cossacks in attendance, and by dawn he had reached the French outposts at the village of Rikonti on the Russian side of the Niemen. He was stopped by the French cavalry sentries. A French hussar subaltern in crimson uniform and shaggy cap challenged Balashev and told him to stop. Balashev did not do so immediately, but came on along the road at walking pace. The subaltern scowled, swore under his breath, turned his horse front on towards Balashev, laid a hand on his sword and inquired with a coarse shout whether the Russian general was deaf and couldn't hear what people were saying. Balashev gave his name. The subaltern dispatched a soldier to his superior officer. Completely ignoring Balashev, the subaltern fell into conversation with his comrades about regimental matters, not even glancing across at the Russian general. It was a very peculiar sensation for Balashev, accustomed as he was to all the courtesies of office close to the highest power and authority. Scarcely 3 hours before, he had been conversing with the Tsar himself. To stand here on Russian soil and watch this hostile and, worse still, disrespectful display of brute force. The sun was just emerging from some dark clouds. The air was fresh and dewy. A herd of cattle was being driven along the road from the village. Across the fields, one after another, larks were popping up, trilling and rising like bubbles in water. Balashev looked all round, expecting an officer to ride out from the village. The Russian Cossacks, the bugler and the French hussars glanced at each other now, and then in silence. A French colonel of hussars, evidently fresh from his bed, came riding up from the village on a handsome sleek grey horse, accompanied by 2 hussars. The officers, the soldiers, and the horses all had a swaggering smugness about them. This was the earliest stage of a campaign, when the troops were still in a state of peaceful activity and good order, virtually ready for parade, with the right touch of military stylishness in their dress and the spirited bravado that always accompanies the start of a campaign. Despite a struggle to suppress his yawns, the French colonel was courteous enough, and the full significance of Balashev's arrival was not lost on him. He conducted him through the lines and informed him that his wish for an audience with the Emperor was likely to be immediately satisfied, since he had been led to believe the Emperor's quarters were not too far away. They rode through the village of Riconti, past French tethered horses, sentries and soldiers, who saluted their colonel, goggling at the sight of a Russian uniform. They came out on the other side of the village, and the colonel told Balashev they were not much more than a mile from the divisional commander, who would receive him and take him on to his destination. The sun was now well up in the sky, shining merrily down on the bright green countryside. They had just passed an inn on an uphill slope when a group of horsemen came riding down towards them, led by a tall figure of a man sporting a plumed hat, a scarlet coat, and shoulder-length black hair. His black horse bore trappings that glittered in the sun, and he rode in the French manner, sticking his long legs out in front. This rider bore down on Balashev, ablaze in the bright June sunshine and aflutter with feathers, jewellery and gold-laced trimmings. This stately and theatrical galloping rider, a mass of bracelets, plumes, necklaces and gold, was within a couple of horse lengths of Balashev when Julner, the French colonel, said to him in an awestruck whisper, "The King of Naples." It was actually General Murat, but he was now called the King of Naples. It was beyond all understanding how he could have become the King of Naples, but that was what they had called him, and he, far from entertaining any doubts, behaved with more stateliness and gravity than ever before. He was so convinced of his standing as the King of Naples that when some Italians shouted, "Long live the King!" as he walked the streets with his wife just before leaving Naples, he turned to her with a poignant smile and said, "These poor people, they don't know I'm leaving them tomorrow." Despite his firm belief that he was King of Naples, and his sympathy for his subjects in their grief at losing him, in recent days, after he had been ordered back into service, and especially after his meeting with Napoleon at Danzig, when his most eminent brother-in-law had said, "I have made you a king for you to rule my way, and not yours," he had resumed his familiar duties with all enthusiasm, and now behaved like a well-fed but not overweight stallion, feeling the touch of his harness and prancing about in the shafts. Festooned with all colours and expensive trinkets, he now galloped the highways of Poland without the slightest idea where he was going or why. Suddenly catching sight of a Russian general, he made a splendid royal gesture with his head, tossing back his mane of wavy curls, and looked quizzically at the French colonel. The colonel told His Majesty politely about Balashev and his mission, without being able to get his tongue round the name. "De Balmashev," said the king, sweeping aside the colonel's difficulty by sheer determination, and adding, with a regal magnanimity. "Delighted to make your acquaintance, General." As soon as the king started speaking more loudly and quickly, his regal bearing deserted him in an instant, and, without noticing it, he lapsed into his natural tone of bonhomie and familiarity. He rested a hand on the withers of Balashev's horse. "Well, General, it looks very much like war," he said, ruefully implying that this was a matter that demanded his impartiality. "Your Majesty," answered Balashev, "the Emperor, my master, has no desire for war, and as your Majesty can see—" Balashev was ringing all the grammatical changes of "your Majesty," using the title with the affectation that is inevitable when addressing a personage for whom the title in question is still a novelty. Murat's face beamed with idiotic smugness as he listened to Monsieur de Balashev, but royalty imposes obligations. As king and ally, he felt compelled to engage Alexander's envoy in conversation about matters of state. He dismounted, took Balashev by the arm and walked a few steps away from his entourage, who stayed behind waiting patiently, only to pace up and down with him, trying to say serious things. He mentioned that the Emperor Napoleon had been much offended by the demand for the withdrawal of his troops from Prussia, especially since news of the demand had leaked out, thus impugning the dignity of France. Balashev began to say that the demand was in no way offensive but Murat cut across him. "So you don't consider the Emperor Alexander to be the instigator?" he said suddenly, with a pleasant but fatuous smile. Balashev told him precisely why he thought Napoleon was the warmonger. "Ah, my dear General," said Murat, interrupting again, "I hope with all my heart the emperors will come to some arrangement, and the war that has started by no desire of mine is brought to an end as soon as possible," he said in the tone used by servants who want to go on being good friends even though their masters have quarrelled. Changing the subject, he inquired after the health of the Grand Duke, and recalled the most enjoyable time spent with him in Naples. Then, suddenly aware once again of his regal standing, Murat drew himself up into the splendid pose he had adopted for his coronation, and said with a wave of his right arm, "I will detain you no longer, General. I wish you every success in your mission." And a whirl with plumes and embroidered scarlet cloak, and glinting with jewellery, he rejoined his patiently waiting entourage. Balashev rode on, fully expecting from what Murat had said that he would be presented to Napoleon himself in no time at all. But instead of being taken straight to Napoleon, he was detained at the entry to the next village by sentries from Davout's infantry corps. Just as he had been at the front line, and an adjutant of the corps commander was summoned to take him into the village for a meeting with Marshal Davout himself. Chapter 5. Davout was Napoleon's Arakcheyev. Without his cowardice, but just as demanding and cruel as Alexander's Arakcheyev, and equally incapable of expressing his devotion by anything other than viciousness. The organism of any state needs men like these in the way that the organism of nature needs wolves, and they are always there, showing themselves and holding their own, no matter how incongruous their presence and proximity to the head of the state may seem. This law of inevitability is the only way of explaining the fact that such a vicious man, capable of ripping out grenadiers' moustaches, yet running, scared of all danger because of his nerves, a man as uncultivated and boorish as Arakcheyev, managed to enjoy lasting authority alongside a sovereign like Alexander, with all his gentle, chivalrous and noble character. Balashev found Davout sitting on a tub in the indoor shed of a peasant's hut. He was busy writing, checking some accounts. An adjutant stood at his side. Better quarters could have been found, but Marshal Davout was one of those people who deliberately get themselves into the gloomiest circumstances in order to have the right to be gloomy. For the same reason, they are always pressed for time and overburdened with work. "Oh, it's all right for you thinking about the bright side of life, but look at me sitting on this tub in a filthy shed hard at work," said the expression on his face. The greatest pleasure and sole requirement of people like this when they come across someone enjoying a busy life is to throw their own plodding and gloomy activity straight in his face. Davout allowed himself this pleasure when Balashev was brought before him. He plunged deeper into his work when the Russian general came in, though he did glance up through his spectacles at Balashev's face, a picture of excitement deriving from the loveliness of the morning and his talk with Murat. He did not rise, he did not budge, but he darkened his scowl with a nasty sneer. Noting that Balashev's face had fallen at this reception, Davout looked across and asked him icily what he wanted. Balashev could only imagine that he was being received like this only because Davout was unaware that he was a general on Alexander's staff and his personal representative before Napoleon, so he lost no time in stating his rank and his mission. Against all expectations, when Davout had listened to what Balashev had to say, he became even more uncouth and surly. "Where's your dispatch?" he snapped. "Give it to me. I'll send it to the Emperor." Balashev said he was under orders to hand the document to the Emperor in person. "Your Emperor's orders are obeyed in your army, but here," said Davout, "you'll do as you're told." And as if to make the Russian general even more conscious of being subject to brute force, Davout sent the adjutant to fetch the duty officer. Balashev took out the packet containing the Tsar's letter and laid it on the table, a table consisting of a door laid across 2 tubs with the torn-off hinges still dangling from it. Davout took the envelope and read the address. "You are perfectly at liberty to show me respect or not," said Balashev, "but allow me to observe that I have the honour to serve as a general on His Majesty's staff." Davout glanced at him without saying a word, obviously delighted to observe signs of emotion and embarrassment on Balashev's face. "You'll be given appropriate treatment," he said, before putting the envelope in his pocket and walking out of the barn. Shortly afterwards, an adjutant of the marshal's by the name of Monsieur de Castries came in and escorted Balashev to the quarters that had been prepared for him. That day he took dinner in the barn with the marshal at the same table on the tubs. Next day, Davout went off early in the morning, but before doing so he sent for Balashev and told him in no uncertain terms that he wanted him to stay there, to go on with the baggage train if ordered to do so, and to talk to nobody but Monsieur de Castries. After 4 tedious days of solitary confinement, with a strong sense of impotence and insignificance all the more agonizing because he had been so recently at the centre of power, and after several relocations along with the marshal's baggage and the French troops, who by now had taken the whole district, Balashev was brought back to French-occupied Vilna, and he re-entered the town by the same gate he had ridden out through 4 days before. Next day, one of the Emperor's gentlemen-in-waiting, Count Turenne, came to Balashev and told him the Emperor Napoleon was disposed to grant him an audience. 4 days before, sentries of the Preobrazhensky regiment had stood guard in front of the very house to which Balashev was now conducted, and this time 2 French grenadiers stood there, in their fur caps and blue uniforms open down the front, along with an escort of hussars and uhlans, and a brilliant entourage of adjutants, pages, and generals, all waiting for Napoleon to come out, gathered together at the bottom of the steps round his saddle horse and his Egyptian bodyguard, Rustan. Napoleon was to receive Balashev in the very house in Vilna from which Alexander had sent him on his way. Chapter 6. Balashev, no stranger to imperial pomp, was astounded by the luxury and splendour of Napoleon's court. Count Turenne led him into a large reception room where a number of generals, gentlemen-in-waiting, and Polish magnates were waiting patiently. Many of them people Balashev had seen at the court of the Russian Emperor. Duroc told him the Emperor Napoleon would receive the Russian general before going out for his ride. Balashev was kept waiting for a few minutes before a gentleman-in-waiting came into the great room, bowed politely, and walked off again, inviting him to follow. Balashev went through into the small reception room with only one other door, leading into the study, the room where the Russian Emperor had given him his orders and dispatched him. He stood there alone for a couple of minutes, waiting. There was a rush of footsteps on the other side of the door, both halves of which were then flung open by a gentleman-in-waiting who came to a halt and stood there respectfully, in attendance. In the ensuing silence, someone else could be heard moving about in the study with a firm and resolute tread. Napoleon. He had just finished dressing for his ride and was wearing a blue uniform, open over a white waistcoat which covered his round belly, high boots and white doeskin breeches, stretched tightly over fat thighs and stumpy legs. His short hair looked as if it had just been brushed, but one lock had been left curling down in the middle of his broad forehead. His plump white neck stood out sharply against the black collar of his uniform. He smelt of eau de cologne. His full, young-looking face, with its prominent chin, shone with the graciousness of a monarch welcoming a visitor with regal splendour. He emerged from the study at a quick pace, wobbling as he walked, with his head tilted slightly back. The whole of his tubby, dumpy figure, with his broad, fat shoulders and his chest and belly sticking out whether he liked it or not, had the impressive stateliness of a 40-year-old used to his creature comforts. It was also obvious that today he was in a particularly good mood. He nodded in acknowledgement of Balashev's deep, deferential bow, walked over to him and started talking immediately like a man who values every moment of his time, and does not stoop to preparing anything in advance because he is confident of always speaking well and saying just what needs to be said. "Good day to you, General," he said. "I received the Emperor Alexander's letter brought by you, and I am very pleased to see you." His large eyes took one glance at Balashev's face, and then he immediately looked straight past him. It was obvious that Balashev's personality was of no interest to him. Clearly, the only thing that held any interest for him was anything going on in his own mind. Nothing outside his person held any significance because, as he saw it, everything in the world was dependent on his will. "I do not, and did not, desire war, but you have forced me into it, even now," he continued, emphasizing the phrase. "I stand ready to receive any explanations you may be able to give me." And he held forth with a concise and lucid exposition of his reasons for being displeased with the Russian government. Judging by the tone of gentle restraint and friendliness adopted by the French Emperor, Balashev became quite convinced that he wanted peace and was prepared to negotiate. "Your Majesty, Emperor and Master," said Balashev, launching into his long-prepared speech the moment Napoleon had stopped talking and had levelled a quizzical look at him, but he felt disconcerted with the Emperor's eyes upon him. "You look confused. Pull yourself together," Napoleon seemed to be saying, as he examined Balashev's sword and uniform with the ghost of a smile. Balashev did manage to pull himself together and start speaking. He told him that the Emperor Alexander did not see Kurakin's demand for his passports as sufficient grounds for war, that Kurakin had been acting on his own initiative and without the Tsar's approval, and that the Tsar had no desire for war and no relations with England. "Not yet," Napoleon put in, and, as if wary of his own feelings, he frowned and gave a slight nod for Balashev to continue. After running through all he had been told to say, Balashev asserted that the Emperor Alexander wanted peace, and was prepared to negotiate on one condition. At this point, Balashev demurred, remembering the words Tsar Alexander had left out of his letter, but had insisted on having included in the open letter to Saltykov, and had instructed Balashev to repeat to Napoleon. Balashev recalled them. "Until every last enemy under arms has left Russian soil." But he was held back by a feeling of some complexity. He couldn't bring himself to utter those words, however much he wanted to. He faltered and said, "That all French troops withdraw beyond the Niemen." Napoleon could see how uneasy Balashev had been over those last words. The Emperor's face twitched, and his left calf began to pulsate rhythmically. He remained rooted to the same spot, and his speech became louder and faster than before. During the ensuing outburst, Balashev found himself continually looking down to stare at the pulsating twitch in Napoleon's left calf, which intensified as his voice grew louder. "I'm no less desirous of peace than the Emperor Alexander," he began. "I am the man who spent 18 months doing everything possible to obtain it. For 18 months I have been waiting for an explanation, but before negotiations can begin, what demands are placed upon me?" he said with a scowl, stabbing the air with a puffy little white hand by way of a question. "The withdrawal of your forces beyond the Niemen, sire," said Balashev. "Beyond the Niemen?" echoed Napoleon. "So you now want me to withdraw beyond the Niemen?" "Only beyond the Niemen?" he repeated, looking Balashev straight in the eyes. Balashev bowed his head respectfully. 4 months before, he had been told to withdraw from Pomerania. Now they wanted no more than withdrawal beyond the Niemen. Napoleon spun on his heel and started pacing up and down the room. "You tell me I am required to withdraw beyond the Niemen before negotiations can begin? But you made the same demand 2 months ago for me to withdraw beyond the Oder and Vistula, and yet you are still willing to negotiate." Silently he paced the floor from one corner of the room to the other and then came to a halt right in front of Balashev. His face seemed to have set hard and his left leg was twitching faster than ever. Napoleon was well aware of his twitch. "The pulsation in my left calf is a great sign with me," he would say in days to come. "Demands like these, for me to abandon the Oder and the Vistula, can be made to a Prince of Baden, but not to me." Napoleon almost shrieked, taking himself by surprise. If you gave me Petersburg and Moscow, I wouldn't accept conditions like that. Are you saying I started this war? Well, who was the first to go out and join his army? The Emperor Alexander, not me. And here you are offering to negotiate when I have spent millions, when you are an ally of England, and when you are in a weak position. Now you offer me negotiations. What's the purpose of your alliance with England? What has she given you? He snapped. He was obviously no longer concerned with the benefits of a peaceful settlement and the discussion of any such possibility. His sole intention was to demonstrate his own righteousness, his own power, to demonstrate Alexander's wrongness and error. His opening words had clearly been intended as an indication of his own advantageous position, and his willingness to negotiate despite it. But here he was in full flow, and the more he talked, the less capable he became of controlling what he was saying. His whole purpose was now clearly centered on the need to exalt himself and insult Alexander, precisely what he had had the least intention of doing at the outset of the interview. They tell me you have made peace with the Turks. Balashev bent his head in token of affirmation. Yes, we have, he began. But Napoleon wouldn't let him go on. He himself was clearly the only person who needed to speak, and on he went with all the volubility and uncontrolled testiness characteristic of spoilt people. Yes, I know you've made peace with the Turks without gaining Moldavia or Wallachia, and I would have given your emperor those provinces just as I gave him Finland. Oh yes, he went on. I gave my promise, and I would have given the Emperor Alexander Moldavia and Wallachia, but now he'll have to do without those fair provinces. He could have joined them onto his empire, and in one reign he would have extended the frontiers of Russia from the Gulf of Bothnia to the Danube Delta. Catherine the Great couldn't have done better, Napoleon declared, getting more and more worked up as he paced the room and repeating for Balashev's benefit more or less the same words he had used to Alexander himself at Tilsit. All of that he would have owed to my friendship. Oh, what a splendid reign! What a splendid reign! He kept on repeating. He stopped, pulled a gold snuff box out of his pocket and took a greedy sniff from it. What a splendid reign Emperor Alexander's might have been! He glanced with some pity at Balashev, and since Balashev showed signs of making some comment, he hastened to interrupt him again. What could he have wanted or looked for that he wouldn't have got from my friendship? Said Napoleon, with a shrug of bemusement. But no, he has preferred to surround himself with my enemies. And who precisely? He went on. He has recruited the Steins, Armfelds, Vincent-Gerodes, and Bennigsen's. Stein, a traitor driven out of his own country. Armfeld, a lecher and conspirator. Vincent-Gerode, a renegade French subject. Bennigsen may be a bit more of a soldier than the rest of them, but he's still useless. He couldn't do anything in 1807. He must have given your emperor nothing but terrible memories. Granted, if they had the slightest ability, they might have been put to some use. Napoleon went on, his words barely keeping up with the ceaseless torrent of ideas proving his right or his might, the same thing in his mind. But even that's too much to ask. They're useless for war or peace. I hear that Berkeley is more capable than the lot of them, but I wouldn't be too sure about that, judging by his first efforts. And what are they doing? What are all these courtiers doing? Fool makes propositions. Armfeld argues, Bennigsen ponders, and when Berkeley is brought in to take some action, he can't decide what to do, and time is slipping away. Bagration is the only real soldier. He's a stupid man, but he does have experience, a good eye and some backbone. And what part does your young emperor play in this unseemly mob? They compromise him and make him responsible for everything that happens. A monarch ought not to be with the army unless he's a general, he said, obviously launching these words as a bare-faced challenge to the Tsar. Napoleon was well aware of Alexander's longing to be a military commander. It's a week since hostilities began and you haven't even managed to defend Vilna. You've been split in two and driven out of the Polish provinces. Your troops are complaining. No, sir, quite the opposite, said Balashev, who was having difficulty in assimilating all that was coming at him and keeping up with the verbal pyrotechnics. The troops are full of enthusiasm. I know all there is to know. Napoleon cut him short. There's nothing I don't know. I know the number of your battalions as well as I know my own. You have less than 200,000 men, and I have 3 times as many. I give you my word of honour, said Napoleon, oblivious to the fact that his word of honour carried no weight. I give you my word of honour that I have 530,000 men this side of the Vistula. The Turks will be of no use to you. They are good for nothing, which they have proved by making peace with you. The Swedes, they are destined to be ruled by mad kings. They had one king who was mad, and they replaced him with another, Bernadotte, who soon went mad. Being a Swede, you would have to be mad to form alliances with Russia. Napoleon gave a nasty laugh and took another sniff from his snuff-box. Balashev was waiting with a ready response to every one of Napoleon's phrases. Many times he made as if to reply, but Napoleon always cut him short. For instance, on the subject of Swedish insanity, Balashev wanted to say that, with Russia behind her, Sweden was effectively an island, but Napoleon drowned him out with an angry outburst. Napoleon was in such a state of high indignation that he needed to talk in order to prove to himself that he was in the right. Balashev was making heavy weather of it. As an envoy, he was anxious not to lose face, and he felt duty-bound to raise objections. But as a man, he cringed before the numbing onslaught of mindless fury which had Napoleon in its grip. He was now aware that anything said by Napoleon would be meaningless and an embarrassment to the speaker himself when he eventually pulled himself together. Balashev stood there looking down at Napoleon's fat legs working away, and did all he could to avoid his eyes. "And what are your allies to me?" said Napoleon. "I have allies of my own. The Poles, 80,000 of them, and they fight like lions. And soon there'll be 200,000. Probably even more annoyed with himself at stretching the truth in such an obvious way, and at Balashev standing there before him meekly resigned to his fate and saying nothing, he turned on his heel, strode over to Balashev, gesticulating wildly with his white hands, and almost shouted straight in his face, "I tell you this! You turn Prussia against me, and I tell you this! I'll wipe her off the map of Europe!" He said, his face contorted and white with fury, as he punched one little hand sharply with the other. "Oh yes, I'll shove you back across the Dvina and the Dnieper, and I'll put back the frontier that Europe is criminal and blind to let you come across. Yes, that's what you've got coming to you. That's what you gained by alienating me," he said, and he paced the room in silence several times, his podgy shoulders heaving. He put the snuff-box back into his waistcoat pocket, took it out again, held it to his nose several times, and came to a halt facing Balashev. He paused, stared Balashev straight in the face with a look of mockery, and said in a soft voice, "And to think what a fine reign your master might have had." Balashev, feeling obliged to respond, told him that from Russia's point of view things did not look so bleak. Napoleon made no comment. He was still sneering and obviously not listening. Balashev said that in Russia they were expecting the war to end well. Napoleon gave a patronizing nod of the head as if to say, "I know it's your duty to say that, but you don't believe it. My arguments have won you over." When Balashev had said his piece, Napoleon took out his snuff-box once again, had a good sniff, and gave a signal by stamping his foot twice on the floor. The door opened, and a gentleman in waiting weaved his way in deferentially and handed the Emperor his hat and gloves, while another handed him a pocket handkerchief. Napoleon ignored them and turned to Balashev. "Please assure the Emperor Alexander from me," he said, taking his hat, "that I am devoted to him as before. I know him thoroughly, and have the highest opinion of his noble qualities. I shall detain you no longer, General. You will receive my letter to the Emperor." And Napoleon walked rapidly over to the door. Everyone in the outer reception room rushed forward and down the stairs. Chapter 7. After everything Napoleon had said to him, after those furious outbursts, and after those acidic last words, "I shall detain you no longer, General. You will receive my letter," Balashev felt certain that from now on not only would Napoleon not want to see him again, he would go out of his way to avoid seeing him, an envoy who had been so badly treated and, more to the point, someone who had witnessed such degrading and intemperate behaviour on his part. But much to his surprise, Balashev received through Duroc an invitation to dinner that evening with the Emperor. Berthier, Caulaincourt, and Berthier were present at the dinner. Napoleon welcomed Balashev with a display of good humour and friendliness. Far from showing any signs of embarrassment or self-reproach for his tantrum that morning, He did all he could to put Balashev at his ease. It was clear that Napoleon had convinced himself long before this that he was incapable of error, and that everything he did was good, not because it conformed with any general concept of right or wrong, but simply because he was the one who did it. The Emperor was in buoyant mood after his ride through Vilna, where he had been hailed and pursued by cheering crowds. Every window and every street he drove down was hung with rugs and banners displaying his monogram, and welcoming Polish ladies had waved their handkerchiefs at him. At dinner he placed Balashev at his side and treated him well. Treated him, in fact, like one of his own courtiers, like someone who could be counted on to sympathize with his plans and celebrate his successes. Amongst other things, he talked about Moscow, and asked Balashev many questions about the Russian capital, speaking not just out of curiosity like a traveller wanting to know about a new place he intends to visit, but with the certain knowledge that since Balashev was Russian, he must be flattered that anyone should be so interested. How many people are there in Moscow? How many houses? Is it really known as Holy Moscow? Are there many churches in Moscow? He asked. And when told there were over 200, he said, "Why do you need so many churches?" "Russians are very religious people," replied Balashev. "And yet a large number of monasteries and churches is always a sign of backwardness in a people," said Napoleon, glancing at Caulaincourt to see what he made of this remark. With great respect, Balashev begged to differ from the French Emperor. "All countries have their own customs," he observed. "But there's nothing like that anywhere else in Europe," said Napoleon. "Begging your Majesty's pardon," said Balashev, "it's not only Russia. Spain has a large number of churches and monasteries too." Balashev's reply, a veiled reference to recent French defeats in Spain, proved very popular when Balashev came to repeat it back at the court of the Emperor Alexander, though at the time it was little appreciated at Napoleon's dinner table, where it passed unnoticed. From the looks of indifference and bemusement on the faces of the marshals, it was clear that they couldn't make head or tail of the witticism implied by Balashev's intonation. "If this is a joke, we don't get the point, or else it's just not very funny," their expressions seemed to say. The impact of his response was so small that Napoleon did not notice, and he went on naively to ask Balashev which cities lay along the most direct road from there to Moscow. Balashev, always on the qui-vive, said that just as all roads led to Rome, all roads led to Moscow. There were a lot of roads, including the road to Poltava, chosen by Charles XII. Balashev felt an instinctive surge of pleasure at the sharpness of this reply, but the word Poltava was scarcely out of his mouth when Caulaincourt launched forth on the awful state of the road from Petersburg to Moscow and his personal memories of Petersburg. After dinner, they withdrew for coffee into Napoleon's study, which had been Emperor Alexander's study only 4 days before. Napoleon sat down, toying with his Cerf coffee cup, and motioned for Balashev to sit down beside him. There is a well-known after-dinner state of mind which is more effective than the dictates of reason in making a man feel at peace with himself and well-disposed to everyone else. Napoleon was now in this state. He felt surrounded by worshipping admirers. He was convinced that after his dinner even Balashev was a friend and admirer. Napoleon turned to him with a benevolent smile which had only a touch of mockery. "They say this is the room that belonged to the Emperor Alexander. Strange, isn't it, General?" he said, obviously taking it for granted that this comment could not be other than acceptable to the Russian, demonstrating as it did the superiority which he, Napoleon, enjoyed over Alexander. Balashev, incapable of any response, bowed his head in silence. "Yes, this is the room where Vincent Garda and Stein were conferring 4 days ago," Napoleon went on, smiling the same confident and ironic smile. "What I can't understand," he said, "is why the Emperor Alexander had to surround himself with all my personal enemies. That's something. I simply don't understand. Did it never occur to him that I might do the same thing?" he asked Balashev, and this reversion clearly set him off again on the trail of that morning's furious outburst, still fresh in his memory. "And I want him to know I shall do just that," said Napoleon, getting to his feet and pushing away his cup with one hand. "I'll drive every last relative of his out of Germany, all those Württembergs, Badens, and Weimars. Oh yes, I'll drive them all out. Let him get a bolt hole ready for them in Russia." Balashev bowed his head in an effort to imply that he would be glad to take his leave of them. And if he was listening, it was only because he had no alternative but to hear what was being said. Napoleon didn't notice his expression. As he spoke to Balashev, he saw him not as an enemy envoy, but as one of his devoted admirers who must surely rejoice at the humiliation of his former master. "And why has the Emperor Alexander taken personal command of his troops? What's all this about?" "War is my business, but his job is to reign as a monarch, not command armies. What kind of induced him to take charge like that?" Once again Napoleon took out his snuff-box and paced the room several times in silence, only to surprise Balashev by walking rapidly over to him. With the ghost of a smile on his face, and in one easy, firm, quick movement, as if he was doing something not merely momentous but also pleasurable to Balashev, he reached up to the 40-year-old Russian general's face, took hold of one ear and tweaked it, with a smile on his lips that wasn't in his eyes. To have your ear tweaked by the emperor was regarded as the greatest honour and the highest mark of favour at the French court. "So you have nothing to say, admirer and courtier of the Emperor Alexander?" he said, as if it was amusing for someone in his company to be a courtier and admirer of anyone who was not Napoleon. "Are the horses ready for the general?" he added, with a slight nod in acknowledgment of Balashev's bow. "Give him mine. He has a long way to go." The letter brought back by Balashev was Napoleon's last letter to Alexander. Every last detail of the conversation was communicated to the Russian emperor, and they were at war. Chapter 8. After his meeting with Pierre in Moscow, Prince Andrei went up to Petersburg, telling his family it was a business trip, though in fact he was going there to meet Anatoly Kuragin, something that he felt simply had to be done. But when he got to Petersburg and asked after him, Kuragin was gone. Pierre had let his brother-in-law know that Prince Andrei was after him. Anatoly Kuragin had lost no time in obtaining a commission from the war minister, and he'd gone off to join the army of Moldavia. But while he was in Petersburg, Prince Andrei came across Kutuzov, his old general, who had always had a soft spot for him, and Kutuzov invited him to go with him to Moldavia, where the old general had been placed in command of the army. Once Prince Andrei had received an appointment on the commander's staff, he travelled down to Turkey. Prince Andrei did not think it was right for him to get in touch with Kuragin and challenge him formally. He thought that any challenge from him, without some new pretext for a duel, might compromise young Countess Rostov. So he wanted to meet Kuragin face to face in order to fabricate a different excuse for a duel. But even down in the Turkish army, Prince Andrei missed Kuragin, who had gone back to Russia soon after Prince Andrei's arrival. There, in a new country and new surroundings, Prince Andrei found life easier, after his fiancée's unfaithfulness, which hurt him more and more as he strove to conceal the effect it was having on him. The very circumstances that had recently made him so happy now became unbearable, especially the freedom and independence he had come to value so much. He had abandoned those ideas that had first come to him on the battlefield of Austerlitz, the thoughts he had enjoyed discussing with Pierre and had relied on to fill his empty hours first at Bogucharova, then in Switzerland and Rome. And in fact he now dreaded them and the boundless vistas of light they had once opened up. Now all he had time for were matters of immediate and practical relevance, quite different from his former interests, and he seized on these with an eagerness that grew in proportion to his success in suppressing the earlier ones. It was as if the infinitely receiving firmament that had once arched above him had suddenly turned into a low, fixed vault bearing down on him, perfectly clear, but containing nothing eternal or mysterious. Of all the activities open to him, military service was the most straightforward and familiar. He carried out his duties as a staff general with great diligence and enthusiasm, amazing Kutuzov by his appetite for work and his eye for detail. Despite his failure to catch up with Kuragin in Turkey, Prince Andrei did not feel impelled to gallop after him back to Russia. Nevertheless, he was certain of one thing. However long it took, whatever his contempt for Kuragin, however many times he could prove to himself that Kuragin wasn't worth stooping to quarrel with, he knew that when they did meet, he would be no more able to resist challenging him than a starving man could resist grabbing at food. And it was this continual awareness that the insult had not been avenged, and his heart was still overflowing with unassuaged fury, that poisoned the spurious tranquility Prince Andrei was managing to enjoy in Turkey by keeping inordinately busy, displaying his ambition and expending a great deal of useless energy. In 1812, when news of the war with Napoleon reached Bucharest, where Kutuzov has spent 2 months day and night alongside his Wallachian mistress, Prince Andrei asked to be transferred to the Western Army. Kutuzov, by now thoroughly sick of Bolkonsky's constant activity, which he took personally as an accusation of idleness, was only too ready to let him go, and sent him off with a commission to Barclay de Tolly. Before joining the Western Army, which in May of that year was encamped at Drissa, Prince Andrei called in at Bald Hills, which was only a couple of miles off the Smolensk high road, and therefore not out of his way. The last 3 years of Prince Andrei's life had been so full of ups and downs, and he had experienced so much change in outlook, thought and feeling, after many travels in the West and the East, that it seemed weird and amazing to find life going on at Bald Hills exactly as it always had done, down to the last detail. He drove up the avenue to the stone gates of the house like someone approaching a castle, sleeping under an enchanter's spell. It was all as staid as ever, with the same cleanliness, the same silence about the house, the same furnishings, the same walls, the same sounds, the same smell, and the same timid faces, just a little older. Princess Maria was just the same plain and timid girl, beginning to show her age, watching her best years go by in a state of dread and constant moral affliction with no sense of benefit or happiness. Mademoiselle Bourienne was the same self-sufficient, flirtatious young girl, enjoying every moment of her life and brimming with happy hopes for the future. But she did seem to have grown in confidence, thought Prince Andrei. The tutor he had brought back from Switzerland, de Salle, was wearing a coat of Russian cut, and he could now converse with the servants in broken Russian, but he was just the same well-intentioned, educated but narrow-minded and nitpicking preceptor. Only one physical change was noticeable in the old prince. He had lost a tooth, and the gap showed at one side of his mouth. His character was the same as ever, but his irritability had grown worse, along with his misgivings about the way the world was going. Little Nikolai was the only one who had really changed. He had grown taller, his cheeks were rosier, and his hair was a mass of dark curls. When he was happy and laughing, he had an unconscious habit of pursing his pretty little mouth and raising his upper lip, just as his dead mother, the little princess, had once done. He was the only who did not conform to the law of no change in this enchanted sleeping castle. But although superficially everything looked the same, deep down the relationships between all the various personalities had altered since Prince Andrei had last observed them. The household was divided into 2 separate camps, who were at daggers drawn, though they had changed their way of living and come together now purely for his benefit. One consisted of the old prince, Mademoiselle Bourienne, and the architect. Princess Maria, de Salle, little Nikolai, along with all the nannies and nurses, made up the other. During his stay at Bald Hills, all the family dined together, but they were ill at ease, and Prince Andrei could sense them making allowances for him as if he was a guest whose presence was an embarrassment. Prince Andrei couldn't help picking this up at dinner on the first day, and he sat at the table saying not a word. The old prince soon noted his strange behaviour, and he, too, sat there in sullen silence before stalking off to his room the moment dinner was finished. When Prince Andrei called in to see him later in the evening and tried to stimulate him by talking about young Prince Kamensky and his campaign, the old prince surprised him by launching forth on the subject of Princess Maria, fulminating about her silly superstitions and her dislike of Mademoiselle Bourienne, the only person, according to him, who had his interests at heart. The old prince would always claim that if he was ill, it was Princess Maria's fault. She went out of her way to torment him and make him angry. She was spoiling little Prince Nikolai by being too soft with him and telling him silly stories. The old prince knew only too well he was a torment to his own daughter, and she had a hard life, but he knew just as well that he couldn't help it, and anyway, she deserved what she got. Prince Andrei can see all this. Why doesn't he say something about his sister? The old prince was wondering. Does he have me down as a villain or an old fool, with no cause to alienate my daughter and take to this French woman? He has no idea. So I must have things out with him, and he has got to listen, thought the old prince, and he plunged into a lengthy explanation of why he couldn't put up with his daughter's stupidity. "If you want my opinion," said Prince Andrei, avoiding his father's eyes, now that he was about to find fault with him for the very first time, "I wasn't going to say anything, but if you want my opinion, I'll be quite candid about the whole thing. If there's any misunderstanding or incompatibility between you and Masha, I don't think it's her fault. I know how she loves you and respects you, if you want my opinion." Prince Andrei went on, flying off the handle, as he had been doing all too easily in recent days. "There's only one thing to be said. If there are any misunderstandings, they're caused by that worthless woman, who is no fit companion for my sister." The old man's darting eyes settled into a fixed stare directed at his son, and his forced smile revealed the gap of his lost tooth, something Prince Andrei had not yet managed to get used to. "So, it's her companion, is it, my dear fellow? Aha! You've been talking about it, haven't you, eh?" "Father, I had no wish to pass judgment," said Prince Andrei in a hard and bitter tone, "but you put me up to it, and I've said what I shall always say. It's not Marie's fault. It's other people. It's that Frenchwoman's fault."
"But this is judgment. It is judgment,"
said the old man in a low voice, and Prince Andrei thought he detected some embarrassment, but suddenly the old man leapt to his feet and yelled at him, "Get out! Go on, get out of my house!" Prince Andrei was all for setting off at once, but Princess Maria persuaded him to stay on one more day. During that day, Prince Andrei didn't see his father, who stayed in his room and wouldn't let anyone in but Mademoiselle Bourienne and Tihon, though he kept asking whether his son had gone. Next morning, before setting out, Prince Andrei went over to his son's part of the house. The little boy, curly-haired like his mother and a picture of good health, sat on his knee. Prince Andrei started telling him the story of Bluebeard, but his mind began to wander before he got to the end. He wasn't thinking about the pretty little boy sitting on his knee who was his son. He was thinking about himself. He cast around in his mind and was horrified not to discover the slightest feeling of remorse for upsetting his father, or any regret at leaving him with bad blood between them for the first time in his life. Worst of all, he also failed to discover in himself any trace of the tender affection he used to feel for his boy, and had hoped to rekindle by cuddling him on his knee. "Well, go on," said the little boy. Prince Andrei put him down without a word and walked out of the room. The moment Prince Andrei had given up his daily pursuits, and especially when he had gone back to the old surroundings in which he had once been so happy, his old world weariness had returned with all its intensity, and he now felt an urgent need to flee from these memories and find something to do as soon as possible. "Are you really going, Andrei?" his sister said to him. "Thank God I can," said Prince Andrei. "I'm just sorry you can't." "How can you say such a thing?" said Princess Maria. "How can you say that when you're off to that awful war, and he's so old? Mademoiselle Bourienne has told me he keeps on asking about you." At the very mention of these things, her lips trembled and tears fell from her eyes. Prince Andrei turned away and began to pace up and down the room. "Oh, my God, he said. "Just think, what trash can cause such misery?" he said in a venomous outburst that alarmed Princess Maria. She understood that when he said trash, he meant not only Mademoiselle Bourienne, the cause of her misery, but also the man who had ruined his own happiness. "Andrei, please, one thing I beg of you," she said, catching him by the elbow and looking at him with eyes shining through tears. "I understand you." She looked down. "You mustn't think sorrow is the work of men. Men are his instruments." Her eyes darted across slightly above Prince Andrei's head. It was the kind of easy, familiar glance with which you glance over to a place where a favourite portrait hangs. "Sorrow is sent by him and not by men. Men are his instruments. The fault is not theirs. If you think someone has done you wrong, you must forgive and forget. We have no right to punish others, and you will know the joy of forgiveness." "If I was a woman, Marie, I would do that. It's a woman's virtue. But a man must not and cannot forgive and forget," he said, and although until then he had not been thinking of Kuragin, all his unassuaged fury surged up again in his heart. "Marie's trying to talk me into forgiveness. That means I ought to have punished him ages ago," he thought. And with no further response to Princess Maria, He let his mind stray to the happy moment of vindictive delight when he caught up with Kuragin. He knew he was in the army. Princess Maria tried to persuade her brother to stay on for one more day, telling him she knew how miserable her father would be if Andrei went away without patching things up. But Prince Andrei said it probably wouldn't be all that long before he came back again from the army, and he would be sure to write to his father, and if he stayed on, their quarrel would be only more embittered. Goodbye, Andrei. Remember, sorrows come from God, and men are never to blame. These were the last words he heard from his sister as they said their goodbyes. That's how it has to be, thought Prince Andrei as he drove down the avenue, leaving Bald Hills behind. Poor innocent creature. She has to stay there at the mercy of an old man who has outlived his wits. The old man can tell he's in the wrong, but he can't help it. My boy is growing up and enjoying life, but life will let him down. And he'll let other people down just like everybody else. And I'm off to the army. But why? I don't know. But here I am, longing to catch up with a man I despise, to give him a chance to kill me and sneer at me. He had known circumstances like these before, but then they had been all intertwined. And now they were all unravelled, a series of disparate and senseless eventualities coming upon him one after another. Chapter 9. Prince Andrei reached General Headquarters at the end of June. The First Army, with the Tsar attached to it, was encamped at Drissa behind fortifications. The Second Army was in retreat, attempting to rejoin the First Army, from which, according to reports, it had been cut off by huge numbers of French troops. Everyone was dissatisfied with the way things were going in the Russian army, but no one even dreamt that the Russian provinces were in danger of being invaded, or imagined the war might be carried beyond the frontiers of the Polish provinces in the western region. Prince Andrei caught up with Barclay de Tolly, to whom he was being sent on the bank of the Drissa. Since there was no large village or settlement anywhere near the camp, the vast numbers of generals and courtiers attached to the army were billeted over a wide area in the best houses of villages scattered along several miles on both sides of the river. Barclay de Tolly's quarters were a couple of miles from the Tsar. His welcoming words were curt and frigid, but he did say in his German accent that he would mention Bolkonsky's name to the Tsar so that he could be given a specific appointment, and meanwhile he was to stay on as a member of his staff. Anatoly Kuragin, whom Prince Andrei had hoped to find here, had gone. He was in Petersburg, and Bolkonsky was pleased to hear it. Thoroughly absorbed in being at the centre of a huge, burgeoning war, he was glad to enjoy a brief respite from the vexation caused by the very thought of Kuragin. For 4 days no demands were made on him, so he spent his time riding right around the entire fortified camp, gathering intelligence and talking to people in the know, so that he could form a sound overall impression of things. But he couldn't decide whether a camp like this was of any use or not. If he had learned one lesson from his military experience, it was that in matters of war the most carefully considered plans count for nothing. As he had seen at Austerlitz, everything depends on how you react to unexpected and unpredictable enemy action. Everything depends on who takes charge and how. In order to clarify this last question in his own mind, Prince Andrei used his rank and his contacts to penetrate the character of army control and any people and parties who had a hand in it. His overall conclusion about how things stood ran as follows. Before the Tsar had left Vilna, the troops had been divided into 3 armies, one under the command of Barclay de Tolly, a second under Bagration, and a third under Tormozov. The Tsar was with the First Army, but not as commander-in-chief. In the official announcement there was no mention of his taking command. It was simply stated that the Tsar would remain with the army. Besides that, he was attended not by the staff of a commander-in-chief, but by men of the imperial headquarters. Quartermaster General Prince Bolkonsky was the head of his staff, which included generals, aides, diplomatic officials, and a large number of foreign nationals, and they were not military personnel. The Tsar could also call on the various services of ex-war minister Arakcheyev, Count Bennigsen, his senior general, the Tsarevich, Konstantin Pavlovich, Count Rumyantsev, the chancellor, Stein, the former Prussian minister, Armfeldt, the Swedish general, Fuel, his chief campaign planner, Adjutant General Paolucci, a Sardinian émigré, Voltsorgin, and many others. These people may have been without specific army duties, but rank carried influence, and it often happened that a corps commander or even a commander-in-chief couldn't tell whether full authority lay behind some recommendation or inquiry from Bennigsen or the Tsarevich or Arakcheyev or Prince Bolkonsky, or whether some command in the form of a recommendation came from the individual concerned or from the Tsar, and whether or not it had to be obeyed. But all this was on the surface. The actual significance of the presence of the Tsar and all these men was as clear as crystal to any courtier, and in the presence of a monarch all men become courtiers. It went as follows. Although the Tsar refrained from calling himself commander-in-chief, he was actually in charge of all three armies, and the men around him were his assistants. Arakcheyev was a tried and trusted guardian of law and order, and the Tsar's bodyguard. Bennigsen, as a local landholder, was there ostensibly just to honour the Tsar, though in fact he was a good general, a wise counsellor, and a useful standby replacement for Barclay. The Tsarevich was there because it seemed the right thing for him to do. The former Prussian minister, Stein, was there because his advice might be useful, and the Emperor Alexander valued his personal qualities. Armfeld was a sworn enemy of Napoleon, and his self-confidence always rubbed off on Alexander. Paolucci was there because he was a powerful speaker who knew his own mind. The adjutant generals were there because the emperor was never without them. Last, but by no means least, Fuel was there because he had created the plan of action against Napoleon and persuaded Alexander of its validity, and he was now running the whole campaign. Fuel was assisted by Voltsorgin, a specialist in translating Fuel's ideas into a more accessible form than Fuel himself ever could, he being an abrasive academic theorist, full of his own importance and contempt for everyone else. Besides these Russians and foreigners, the foreigners were a special case, men acting in an alien sphere who had the nerve to keep coming up with bright ideas every day of the week. There were many more secondary figures, who were with the army because their principles were there. From all the ideas and opinions circulating in this vast, brilliant, proud and restless realm, Prince Andrei was able to make out the following clearly defined subdivisions into factions and parties. The first party consisted of Fuel and his disciples, military theorists who believed there was such a thing as a science of warfare, a science with its own immutable laws, the law of oblique movement, the law of outflanking, etc. Fuel and his disciples demanded that the army should retreat into the depths of the country in accordance with the precise laws laid down by the pseudo-science of warfare, any departure from which they saw as outright barbarity, ignorance or evil intent. To this party belonged the Germanic princes Voltsorgin, Wintzingerode, and others, most of them also Germans. The second party was diametrically opposed to the first one. As always, where there was one extreme, the opposite extreme found its own representatives. Ever since Vilna, men of this party had been demanding the invasion of Poland and the abandonment of all previous plans. Representatives of this party were also representatives of strong action, and beyond that, representatives of nationalism, which made them more and more one-sided in this dispute. They were the Russians, Bagration, Yermolov, whose career was now on the ascendant, and others. Yermolov's well-known joke was on everyone's lips at the time. He claimed to have asked the Tsar for promotion to the rank of German. Men of this party harked back to Suvorov. All he had to do was stop thinking, stop sticking pins in maps, just go out and fight, thrash the enemy, keep him out of Russia, and keep the men's spirits up. To the third party, which the Tsar trusted most of all, belonged the courtiers, who kept trying to reconcile the first two tendencies. Men of this party, mainly civilians, including Arakcheyev, spoke and reasoned like men pretending to have convictions they did not possess. They admitted that war, especially with a genius like Bonaparte, by now they had stopped calling him Buonaparte, did undoubtedly call for profound theoretical consideration and profound scientific knowledge, at which Fuel was a genius. But at the same time you had to admit that theorists could often be a bit narrow-minded, so you couldn't trust them completely. You had to lend an ear to what Fuel's opponents were saying, and also to what was being said by practical men who had experience of war. and then go for a happy medium. Men of this party insisted on sticking to Fuel's plan for holding the camp at Drissa, but changing his disposition of the other two armies. This meant that neither one thing nor the other could be achieved, but the men of this party still thought this was the best plan. The fourth tendency was the one that had as its leading representative the Grand Duke and heir apparent, who had been brought down to earth unforgettably at Austerlitz, having ridden out at the head of his guards in helmet and white jacket, as if he was reviewing the troops, fully expecting to slay the French with great panache, only to find himself unexpectedly caught up in the front line, from the turmoil of which he had no little difficulty in extricating himself. The men of this party displayed sincerity with all its merits and deficiencies. They were scared of Napoleon. They were aware of his strength and their own weakness, and they readily admitted it. What they said was, "Nothing but sorrow, disgrace and ruin can come of this war. We've lost Vilna, we've lost Vitebsk, and we're about to lose Drissa. The only sensible thing left for us to do is to sue for peace, and as soon as possible, before we get driven out of Petersburg." This view was widespread throughout the higher echelons of the military, and it had its supporters in Petersburg too. One of them being the Chancellor, Rumyantsev, who had his own reasons of state for supporting the peace movement. The fifth group were those who supported Barclay de Tolly, not so much as a man, but as a war minister and commander-in-chief. Whatever he may be, they would say, always beginning with this proviso: he's an honest, practical man, and there's no one better. Give him the real power, because you can't win a war without unity in the high command, and he'll show what he's made of, as he did in Finland. If our army is still strong and well organised, and has pulled back to the Drissa without being defeated, we owe it all to Barclay. If Barclay is replaced by Bennigsen now, all will be lost. Bennigsen showed how useless he is as early as 1807. This was the line taken by the fifth party. The sixth party, the Bennigsenites, said the exact opposite. In the last analysis, there was no one more capable and experienced than Bennigsen, and wherever you turned, you always came back to him. The men of this party claimed that the Russian retirement to Drissa had been nothing less than a humiliating defeat, one mistake after another. The more mistakes they make, these men said, the better things will be. It'll take them less time to realise we can't go on like this. We want none of your Barclays. We want someone like Bennigsen, who showed his mettle in 1807, and even Napoleon gave him his due. He's a man people would be glad to see in power. There's only one Bennigsen. The seventh class were the sort of people who always circulate around monarchs, especially young ones, and there were plenty of them around Alexander. Generals and adjutants, not only passionately devoted to the Tsar as emperor, but sincerely and disinterestedly worshipping him as a man, just as Nikolai Rostov had worshipped him in 1805, and seeing him as the embodiment of every virtue and human quality. These persons admired the Tsar's modesty in declining command of the army, but thought he was taking modesty too far. They shared a single purpose and demand. Their adored Tsar should set aside his needless diffidence and publicly proclaim that he was placing himself at the head of the army and taking over the staff of the commander-in-chief, and from now on he would listen as necessary to advisers steeped in theory and practice, but he personally would lead the troops, and they would be roused by him to new heights of enthusiasm. The eighth and largest group, vast in size, outnumbering the others 99-1, consisted of people who didn't want peace or war, offensive action or defensive camps at Drissa or anywhere else, or Barclay, or the Tsar, or Fuel, or Bennigsen. All they wanted, the only thing that mattered to them, was making as much money as they could and enjoying themselves. The troubled waters of intrigue that swirled round the Tsar's headquarters offered many possibilities for success that would have been inconceivable at any other time. One courtier, in a lucrative post and not wanting to lose it, would find himself in agreement with Fuel today and his opponents tomorrow. And the day after tomorrow, he would disclaim any views on the same question, in order to avoid responsibility and please the emperor. Another, with an eye to the main chance, would seek the Tsar's attention by bellowing out something His Majesty had hinted at the previous day, or taking people on at the council, arguing vociferously, beating his breast and challenging anyone who disagreed to a duel as a demonstration of his readiness for self-sacrifice in the common good. A third would simply take advantage of a gap between councils and the absence of enemies to apply for an extraordinary grant in respect of faithful service, knowing that time was on his side and he would not be refused. A fourth would ensure that the Tsar kept coming across him, up to his eyes in work. A fifth would strive towards a long-desired goal, dinner at the Emperor's table, by taking up some new cause and arguing it one way or the other with tremendous passion, marshalling all sorts of arguments with every shade of strength and fairness. All the men in this party were out for rubles, honours and promotion, and to help them in the chase they simply followed royal favour like a weather vane. If the vane swung one way, all the drones of the Russian armies swarmed off in that direction, which made it more difficult for the Tsar to swing back. In all the current uncertainty, with the threat of serious danger hanging over them and the resulting sense of dire alarm, in this maelstrom of intrigue, vanity, competition, conflicting emotions and opinions, involving people from so many different nationalities, this eighth and largest party, obsessed with self-interest, served only to compound the sense of disorder and confusion. Whatever question arose, this cloud of drones, still sounding off on the last topic, would swarm over to a new one, buzzing loud enough to drown and obscure what was being said by honest people. At the time when Prince Andrei reached the army, another group, a ninth party, had just emerged from all the others and was beginning to make its voice heard. It was the party of older, more reasonable men, experienced politicians, who were able to stand back from the many conflicts of opinion, take an objective view of all that was going on at headquarters, and consider various ways of getting out of the mess of uncertainty, confusion, and weakness. The members of this party said what they thought. The trouble was caused mainly by the Tsar's presence in the army along with his military court. This transferred into the army a loose system of short-term, fluctuating and insecure relationships that may be all right within the court itself, but was ruinous to an army. The Tsar's job was to govern the country, not lead the troops. The only solution would be for the Tsar and his court to get out of the army. The presence of the Tsar immobilized 50,000 troops earmarked for the guarantee of his personal security, and the worst possible commander-in-chief, given his freedom to act, would be better than the best commander-in-chief hamstrung by the presence and authority of the Tsar. While Prince Andrei was staying at Drissa, with time on his hands, Shishkov, Secretary of State and chief representative of this last group, wrote a letter to the Tsar with Balashev and Alekcheyev as willing fellow signatories. In it, he took advantage of the Tsar's permission for him to offer an opinion on the general course of events, used a clever pretext, the absolute necessity of His Majesty's being in the capital to rouse public feeling for the war effort, and respectfully suggested that the Emperor should leave the army. An appeal by the Emperor to his people and a call for them to defend their fatherland, the very appeal that would turn out to be the main reason for Russia's eventual triumph, insofar as this was actually affected by the Tsar's presence in Moscow, were proposed to His Majesty and accepted by him as a pretext for leaving the army. Chapter 10. This letter had yet to be handed to the Tsar when Berkeley informed Prince Andrei over lunch that His Majesty would be pleased to grant him a personal interview in order to ask him about Turkey, and Prince Andrei was to present himself at Bennigsen's quarters at 6 o'clock that evening. That very day news had reached the Tsar's quarters that Napoleon's troops were on the move again, threatening the army, though this would turn out to be wrong. And that same morning, Colonel Michaud had accompanied the Tsar on a tour of the Drissa fortifications, systematically pointing out that Fuel's fortified camp, which had been seen as a tactical masterpiece guaranteed to destroy Napoleon, this camp was a stupid idea that would be the downfall of the Russian army. Prince Andrei proceeded to Bennigsen's quarters, a small manor house right down on the riverbank. Neither Bennigsen nor the Tsar was there, but Chernyshov, the Tsar's aide-de-camp, received Bolkonsky and told him the Tsar had gone off for the second time that day with General Bennigsen and Marquis Paulucci on an inspection of the Drissa fortifications, about which they were beginning to have the most serious doubts. Chernyshov was sitting by a window in the outer room with a French novel in his hand. This had probably once been the ballroom. The organ was still there, though it was piled with rugs, and a camp bed belonging to Bennigsen's adjutant took up one corner. The adjutant himself was there, sitting on his rolled-up bedding. He looked dozy and exhausted, either from work or from too much partying. There were 2 doors leading out of the room, the old drawing-room door, straight ahead, and another one opening into the study on the right. Through the first door came the sounds of conversation, mainly in German, but with the odd burst of French. A meeting had been convened in the old drawing-room at the Tsar's behest. Not a council of war. The Tsar liked to keep things vague. Just a few people he considered worth consulting over their imminent difficulties. Not a council of war, but an impromptu council convened for the Tsar's personal benefit in order to clarify a number of questions. Invitations to this semi-council had been sent to the Swede, General Armfeldt, Adjutant General Vorsorgen, Vincent Goroda, described by Napoleon as a renegade French subject, Michaud, Toll, Count Stein, anything but a military man, and finally Fuel himself, the mainspring of everything, according to what Prince Andrei had heard. Prince Andrei managed to get a good look at this man when Fuel came in shortly after him and lingered for a while, exchanging a few words with Chernyshov before going on into the drawing-room. At first sight, Fuel, in his sloppy Russian general's uniform, which fitted him badly and looked like fancy dress, seemed familiar to Prince Andrei, though he had never seen him before. He was in the run of Weyrother, Mack, Schmidt, and many other German generals obsessed with theory. Prince Andrei had seen them all at work in 1805, but Fuel was a perfect specimen of the type. Prince Andrei had never before set eyes on a German theorist who so completely combined all the characteristics of the other Germans. Fuel was short and skinny but big-boned, coarse and robust, with broad hips and protruding shoulder blades. He had a wrinkled face with deep-set eyes. His hair had obviously been hastily brushed back from his temples, but it stuck up behind in funny tufts. He looked worried and angry as he glanced round before walking into the large room, and he seemed to be scared of everything in there. Grasping his sword rather clumsily, he turned to Chernyshov and asked where the Tsar had gone. He made it clear that he wanted to walk straight through the rooms, get the formalities over as fast as he could and sit down at a map where he would feel at home. He responded to Chernyshov with a few quick nods, and he gave a sarcastic smile when they told him the Tsar had gone out to inspect the fortifications that he, Fuel, had laid down in accordance with his theory. He muttered something under his breath, growling in the sharp tones always used by arrogant Germans. "Stupid man," or "to hell with the whole damn thing," or "a nice mess this is going to be." Prince Andrei didn't quite catch what he said and was about to move on, but Chernyshov introduced him to Fuel, mentioning that he had just come on from Turkey, where the war had ended so well. Fuel launched a fleeting glance at Prince Andrei, or rather through him, and said with a laugh, "Ha! A war of splendid tactics, I'm sure." With that he gave another contemptuous laugh and walked through into the room from which the sounds of voices were coming. It was clear that Fuel, testy and sarcastic at the best of times, was particularly incensed today at their effrontery in going out without him to inspect his camp and subject it to criticism. Prince Andrei was able to draw on his experiences at Austerlitz and use this brief encounter with Fuel to form a clear impression of the man's personality. Fuel was one of those hopelessly opinionated, arrogant men who would go to the stake for their own ideas, self-assured as only a German can be, because only a German can be self-assured on the basis of an abstract idea, science, the supposed knowledge of absolute truth. A Frenchman is self-assured because he sees himself as devastatingly charming, mentally and physically, to men and women alike. An Englishman is self-assured on the grounds that he is a citizen of the best organised state in the world, and also because as an Englishman he always knows the right thing to do, and everything he does, because he is an Englishman, must be right. An Italian is self-assured because he gets excited and easily forgets himself and everybody else. A Russian is self-assured because he knows nothing, and doesn't want to know anything because he doesn't believe you can know anything completely. A self-assured German is the worst of the lot, the most stolid and the most disgusting, because he imagines he knows the truth through a branch of science that is entirely his invention, though he sees it as absolute truth. Fuel was clearly this kind of man. He had his science, the theory of oblique movement, which he had deduced from the wars of Frederick the Great, and everything he came across in today's military history seemed to him the most preposterous barbarity, a series of ugly confrontations with so many blunders on both sides that these wars were not worthy of the name of war because they didn't conform to his theory, did not lend themselves to scientific study. In 1806, Feuel had been one of those behind the plan of campaign that ended in Jena and Auerstadt, but he failed to see in the outcome of that war the slightest indication that his theory might be flawed. On the contrary, by his reckoning, the entire debacle was due to the infringements of his theory, and he used to say with typical relish and sarcasm, "I told you the whole damn thing would go wrong." Feuel was one of those theorists who love their theory so dearly they lose sight of the aim of all theory, which is to work out in practice. He was so much in love with theory that he hated all practice and didn't want to know about it. He positively rejoiced in failure, because failure was due to practical infringements of his theory, which went to show how right the theory was. He exchanged a few words about the present war with Prince Andrei and Chernyshov, his attitude being that of a man who knows in advance it's all going to go wrong, and who doesn't particularly mind if it does. This was eloquently confirmed by the uncombed tufts of hair sticking up on the back of his head and the hurriedly brushed locks at his temples. He strode off into the next room, where his deep voice could soon be heard growling away. Chapter 11. Prince Andrei's eyes were still on the departing Feuel when Count Bennigsen came bustling into the room, gave Bolkonsky a passing nod and walked straight through into the study, issuing some instructions to his adjutant as he went. The Tsar was not far behind, and Bennigsen had hurried on ahead to get one or two things ready and be there to receive him. Chernyshov and Prince Andrei went out onto the porch. The Tsar was there looking weary as he dismounted. The Marchese Paolucci was speaking to him. The Tsar was listening with his head tilted to the left, but he didn't look pleased with Paolucci, who was holding forth with tremendous passion. The Tsar took a step forward, obviously anxious to bring the conversation to an end, but the excited Italian followed him in, red in the face and still chattering away in defiance of all etiquette. "And the man who advised this camp at Drissa," Paolucci was addressing the Tsar in French as His Majesty climbed the steps, saw Prince Andrei and stared closely at a new face. "As for him, sire," Paolucci persisted in sheer desperation, hardly able to contain himself, "the man who devised this camp at Drissa, I see no alternative to the madhouse or the gallows." The Tsar was not prepared to go on listening, and didn't seem to have heard what the Italian had been saying. He now recognized Bolkonsky and addressed him graciously. "I'm so pleased to see you. Go on in where they are meeting and wait for me there." The Tsar proceeded into the study. He was followed by Prince Pyotr Bolkonsky and Baron Stein, and the door closed behind them. Prince Andrei took advantage of the Tsar's permission and went through into the drawing room where the council had assembled, accompanied by Paolucci, whom he knew from Turkey. Prince Pyotr Bolkonsky was a kind of acting head of the Tsar's staff. Bolkonsky emerged from the study carrying some maps, which he spread out on the table before outlining a series of questions on which he wished to hear the opinions of the gentlemen present. During the night, it seemed, word had been received, falsely as it turned out, that the French were on the march, threatening the Drissa camp with a pincer movement. General Armfeldt spoke first, and he came out with a quite unexpected proposal for resolving the present difficulty. A brand new suggestion. Inexplicable except in terms of his eagerness to demonstrate that he too was not without opinions, that the army should form up in a position some distance from the Petersburg and Moscow roads and wait there for the enemy. Clearly this was a plan that Armfeldt had thought up some time before, and he was putting it forward now not really as a solution to the present problem, because it had lost all relevance, but merely because he had spotted an opportunity for speaking. It was one suggestion among millions, all of them perfectly reasonable as long as no one had any real idea of how the war would work out. His proposal had its detractors and supporters. Young Colonel Toll was the Swedish general's most vociferous detractor, and in the course of the ensuing argument he took a well-filled notebook out of his side pocket and asked permission to read from it. In a rambling discourse, Toll put forward yet another plan of campaign, totally different from Armfeldt's and Feuel's. Paolucci countered with a proposal for immediate advance and attack, which he saw as the only way out of the present uncertainty and the trap that we were now in, his description of the Drissa camp. During these heated discussions, not a word came from Fruel or his interpreter, Bolkonsky, the bridge between him and the court world. Fruel limited himself to the occasional contemptuous snort, and then he turned his back on them to indicate that he wasn't going to demean himself by responding to the rubbish he was hearing. But when Prince Bolkonsky, who was chairing the debate, called upon him to voice an opinion, all he said was, "Why me? General Armfelt has proposed an excellent position with the rear exposed. Or there's this Italian gentleman with his attack, a splendid idea. Or a retreat, just as good. Why ask me?" he said. "Oh no, you'll know better than I do." But when Bolkonsky said with a scowl that he was asking his opinion on the Tsar's behalf, Fruel got to his feet, roused himself, and launched forth. "You've messed it all up and ruined everything. You would have it you knew better than I did, and now you come running back for me to put things right. Well, nothing needs to be put right. All you have to do is carry on exactly according to the principles laid down by me," he said, rapping on the table with his bony fingers. "Where's the difficulty? Nonsense, it's child's play." He went over to the map and began poking at it with a desiccated finger, jabbering away as he demonstrated that the effectiveness of the Drissa camp was immune to all contingencies. Every development had been foreseen, and if the enemy did try a pincer movement, the enemy must face inevitable destruction. Paolucci, who had no German, started asking questions in French. Bolkonsky came to the rescue of his leader, who didn't speak much French, and began translating what was said, but he could hardly keep up with Fruel, who was speeding ahead with his demonstration that everything, not only what was happening now, but anything that could possibly happen, was covered by his plan. And if trouble had arisen, this was due entirely to missing out on some of its details. He gave one sardonic laugh after another as he rambled on with his demonstration, and then brought it to an end with the contempt of a mathematician who refuses to use any other methods to establish a proof that has already been conclusively demonstrated. Bolkonsky then took over in French, developing his own ideas with the occasional "Don't you agree, Your Excellency?" addressed to Fruel. But Fruel was now like a soldier lashing out at his own men in the heat of battle, and he yelled furiously at everybody, including Bolkonsky. "I ask you, what more is there to explain?" Paolucci and Michaud sang in concert as they rounded on Bolkonsky in French. Armfelt was going on at Fruel in German. Toll was giving Prince Bolkonsky a Russian version of events. Prince Andrei held back, watching and listening. Of all these men, it was the fulminating, single-minded and absurdly arrogant Fruel that Prince Andrei felt most sympathy for. He was clearly the only man there who wanted nothing for himself and knew no personal malevolence. All he wanted was to see his plan carried out, the plan that had cost him years of hard toil as his theory had evolved. He looked ridiculous. His sarcasm was offensive, but you had to admire his boundless devotion to an idea. Besides that, with the single exception of Fruel, all the speeches of those present had one thing in common that had been absent from the Council of War in 1805, a mixture of fear and panic at Napoleon's genius, which betrayed itself in every protestation, however much they tried to hide it. Napoleon was assumed to be capable of anything. He was expected from all sides at once, and they were able to destroy one another's proposals by the mere mention of his dreaded name. Fruel seemed uniquely capable of treating even Napoleon like a barbarian, on a par with everyone else who opposed his theory, and apart from admiration, Fruel also aroused a feeling of pity in Prince Andrei. The courtiers were beginning to adopt a new tone towards him. Paolucci had spoken out to the Tsar, and, more significantly, a kind of desperation was edging its way onto Fruel's own features, all of which made it clear that others already knew what he was beginning to feel. His downfall was not far away. And for all his self-assurance and sarcastic German bombast, he looked pathetic, with his hair plastered down at the temples and sticking up in tufts at the back. Try as he might to conceal it with a great bluster of irritation and contempt, he was visibly in despair that the one chance of putting his theory to the test on a colossal scale and demonstrating its infallibility to the whole world was slipping away from him. The debate went on, and the longer it went on, the more animated it became, with raised voices and name-calling, and the less possible it was to draw any kind of overall conclusion from what was being said. Listening to this polyglot babble of shouted proposals, plans and counter-proposals, Prince Andrei stood back amazed at what they were all saying. Ideas which he had long held and often thought about during his military service, that there was no such thing as a science of warfare and never could be, and therefore there could be no such thing as military genius, struck him now as entirely true and self-evident. What kind of theory and science can there be when conditions and circumstances are indeterminate and can never be defined, and the active strengths of the warring parties are even more indefinable? No one can, no one ever could, know what the positions of our army and the enemy will be at this time tomorrow, and no one can know the relative strengths of the various detachments. Sometimes, when there is no coward up front to run away shouting, "We've been cut off," but there is a brave and cheery soul shouting, "Hurrah!" a detachment of 5,000 is a match for 30,000, as happened at Schöngraben, and on other occasions 50,000 will run away from 8,000, as they did at Austerlitz. What kind of science can there be when, as in all practical matters, nothing can be defined, and everything depends on an incalculable range of conditions which come together significantly at a moment that no one can know in advance? Armfeldt says our army has been cut off, but Paolucci says we have the French army caught between two fires. Michaud says the big disadvantage of the Drissa camp is that the river is behind us, while Fuel says this is its strength. Toll proposes one plan, Armfeldt proposes another. They're all equally good and bad, and the advantages of any one proposition will only become clear after the event. So why all this talk about military genius? Does it take genius to get the biscuits delivered on time or know when to march the troops right or left? People are called geniuses only because of the pomp and power invested in the military, and because there are always plenty of wheedling rogues ready to fawn on power and credit it with the spurious quality of genius. It's the other way round. The best generals I've ever known have been stupid or absent-minded. Bagration was the best. Napoleon himself admitted that. And as for Bonaparte, I remember his smug look and tight little face on the field at Austerlitz. A good military commander has no need of genius or any outstanding qualities. Quite the reverse. He needs to be devoid of the finest and noblest of human attributes. Love, poetry, affection, a philosophical spirit of inquiry and skepticism. He needs to be narrow-minded, totally convinced that what he is doing is very important. Otherwise he would never have enough staying power, and only then will he become a valiant military commander. God forbid that he should be like a human being, a prey to love and compassion, hesitating over right and wrong. It is obvious why a theory of genius should have been fabricated for them by people of old. Such men and power are the same thing. Credit for any success in battle belongs not to them, but to some soldier in the ranks who shouted, "Hurrah!" just as blame for failure belongs to one who shouted, "We've had it!" And it's only there in the ranks that anyone can serve and be absolutely certain he is doing something useful. This is what Prince Andrei was thinking about as he listened to the buzz of chatter, and he came to his senses only when Paolucci called across to him just as the meeting was breaking up. Next day at the review, the Tsar asked Prince Andrei where he wished to serve, and Bolkonsky wrote himself off forever in court circles by opting for army service when he could have requested a post in attendance on the Tsar's person. Chapter 12. Before the campaign began, Nikolai Rostov had received a letter from his parents with a few words about Natasha's illness and the breaking off of her engagement, which they described as a rebuff from her, and another plea for him to retire from the army and come home. On receiving this letter, Nikolai made no attempt to apply for leave or retirement. He wrote back to say how very sorry he was that Natasha was ill and had broken off her engagement, and he would make every effort to do what they wanted. To Sonia he wrote separately. "My beloved companion of my soul," he wrote. "Nothing but honour could keep me from going back to the country. But now, at the outset of a campaign, I would feel a sense of dishonour, not only towards my comrades, but also in my own eyes. Were I to put my own happiness ahead of my duty and my love for our fatherland. But this is our last separation, Believe me, once this war is over, if I am still alive and still loved by you, I shall cast everything aside and fly to you, to press you forever to my ardent breast." And indeed it was only the outbreak of war that had detained Rostov and kept him from going back home, as he had promised, to marry Sonia. The autumn and winter at Otradnoye, with the hunting, the Christmas celebrations, and Sonia's love, had opened up the prospect of a nice quiet life as a country gentleman, full of pleasures he had never known before, which now beckoned alluringly. A nice wife, children, a decent pack of hounds, a dozen quick borzoi, managing the estate, visiting the neighbours, get myself elected to something, he mused. But now there was a war on, and he had to stay with his regiment. And since he had to, Nikolai Rostov, being what he was, managed to make the most of regimental life and ensure that this life was a pleasant one. Nikolai had been given a warm welcome by his comrades on his return from leave, and had then been sent off to Ukraine on a procurement mission.